5-8. Chapter 5. A dialogue between Mr. Jones and the barber. This conversation passed partly while Jones was at dinner in his dungeon, and partly while he was expecting the barber in the parlour. And as soon as it was ended, Mr. Benjamin, as we have said, attended him, and was very kindly desired to sit down. Jones, then filling out a glass of wine, drank his health by the appellation of Doctissime Tonsorum. "Ago tibi gratias, Domine," said the barber, and then looking very steadfastly at Jones, he said with great gravity, and with a seeming surprise, as if he had recollected a face he had seen before, "Sir, may I crave the favour to know if your name is not Jones?" To which the other answered, "That it was." "Pro Deum atque hominum fidem," says the barber. "How strangely things come to pass! Mr. Jones, I am your most obedient servant. I find you do not know me, which indeed is no wonder, since you never saw me but once, and then you was very young. Pray, sir, how doth the good squire Allworthy? How doth ille optimus omnium patronus?" "I find," said Jones, "you do indeed know me, but I have not the like happiness of recollecting you." "I do not wonder at that," cries Benjamin, "but I am surprised I did not know you sooner, for you're not in the least altered. And pray, sir, may I, without offence, inquire whither you are travelling this way?" "Fill the glass, Mr. Barber," said Jones, "and ask no more questions." "Nay, sir," answered Benjamin, "I would not be troublesome, and I hope you don't think me a man of impertinent curiosity, for that is a vice which nobody can lay to my charge. But I ask pardon, for when a gentleman of your figure travels without his servants, we may suppose him to be, as we say, in casu incognito, and perhaps I ought not to have mentioned your name." "I own," says Jones, "I did not expect to have been so well known in this country as I find I am. Yet, for particular reasons, I shall be obliged to you if you will not mention my name to any other person till I am gone from hence." "Parca verba," answered the barber, "and I wish no other here knew you but myself, for some people have tongues. But I promise you I can keep a secret. My enemies will allow me that virtue." "And yet that is not the characteristic of your profession, Mr. Barber," answered Jones. "Alas, sir," replied Benjamin, "non si male nunc et olim sec erit. I was not born nor bred a barber, I assure you. I have spent most of my time among gentlemen, and though I say it, I understand something of gentility. And if you had thought me as worthy of your confidence as you have some other people, I should have shown you I could have kept a secret better. I should not have degraded your name in a public kitchen, for indeed, sir, some people have not used you well, for besides making a public proclamation of what you told them of a quarrel between yourself and Squire Allworthy, they added lies of their own, things which I knew to be lies." "You surprise me greatly," cries Jones. "Upon my word, sir," answered Benjamin, "I tell the truth, and I need not tell you my landlady was the person. I am sure it moved me to hear the story, and I hope it is all false, for I have a great respect for you. I do assure you I have, and have had ever since the good nature you showed to Black George, which was talked of all over the country, and I received more than one letter about it. Indeed, it made you beloved by everybody. You will pardon me, therefore, for it was real concern at what I heard made me ask many questions, for I have no impertinent curiosity about me, but I love good nature, and thence became amoris abuntia erga te." Every profession of friendship easily gains credit with the miserable. It is no wonder, therefore, if Jones, who, besides his being miserable, was extremely open-hearted, very readily believed all the professions of Benjamin, and received him into his bosom. The scraps of Latin, some of which Benjamin applied properly enough, though it did not savour of profound literature, seemed yet to indicate something superior to a common barber, and so indeed did his whole behaviour. Jones therefore believed the truth of what he had said as to his original and education, and at length, after much entreaty, he said, "Since you have heard, my friend, so much of my affairs, and seem so desirous to know the truth, if you will have patience to hear it, I will inform you of the whole." "Patience," cries Benjamin, "that I will, if the chapter was never so long, and I am very much obliged to you for the honour you do me." Jones now began and related the whole history, forgetting only a circumstance or two, namely, everything which passed on that day in which he had fought with Thwackum, and ended with his resolution to go to sea, till the rebellion in the north had made him change his purpose and had brought him to the place where he then was. Little Benjamin, who had been all attention, never once interrupted the narrative, but when it was ended he could not help observing that there must be surely something more invented by his enemies, and told Mr. Allworthy against him, or so good a man would never have dismissed one he had loved so tenderly in such a manner. To which Jones answered, he doubted not but such villainous arts had been made use of to destroy him. And surely it was scarce possible for any one to have avoided making the same remark with the barber, who had not indeed heard from Jones one single circumstance upon which he was condemned, for his actions were not now placed in those injurious lights in which they had been misrepresented to Allworthy, nor could he mention those many false accusations which had been from time to time preferred against him to Allworthy, for with none of these he was himself acquainted. He had likewise, as we have observed, omitted many material facts in his present relation. Upon the whole, indeed, everything now appeared in such favourable colours to Jones, that malice itself would have found it no easy matter to fix any blame upon him. Not that Jones desired to conceal or to disguise the truth. Nay, he would have been more unwilling to have suffered any censure to fall on Mr. Allworthy for punishing him than on his own actions for deserving it. But in reality so it happened, and so it always will happen, for let a man be never so honest, the account of his own conduct will, in spite of himself, be so very favourable that his vices will come purified through his lips, and like foul liquors well strained will leave all their foulness behind. For though the facts themselves may appear, yet so different will be the motives, circumstances, and consequences, when a man tells his own story, and when his enemy tells it, that we scarce can recognise the facts to be one and the same. Though the barber had drunk down this story with greedy ears, he was not yet satisfied. There was a circumstance behind which his curiosity, cold as it was, most eagerly longed for. Jones had mentioned the fact of his amour, and of his being the rival of Blifil, but had cautiously concealed the name of the young lady. The barber, therefore, after some hesitation and many hums and ha's, at last begged leave to crave the name of the lady, who appeared to be the principal cause of all this mischief. Jones paused a moment, and then said, "Since I have trusted you with so much, and since I am afraid her name is become too public already on this occasion, I will not conceal it from you. Her name is Sophia Weston." "Pro Deum atque hominum fidem! Squire Weston hath a daughter grown a woman?" "Ay, and such a woman," cries Jones, "that the world cannot match. No eye ever saw anything so beautiful, and that is her least excellence. Such sense, such goodness! Oh, I could praise her for ever, and yet should omit half her virtues." "Mr. Weston, a daughter grown up!" cries the barber. "I remember the father a boy. Well, tempus edax rerum." The wine being now at an end, the barber pressed very eagerly to be his bottle, but Jones absolutely refused, saying he had already drank more than he ought, and that he now chose to retire to his room, where he wished he could procure himself a book. "A book!" cries Benjamin. "What book would you have, Latin or English? I have some curious books in both language, such as Erasmi Colloquia, Ovid de Tristibus, Gradus ad Panusum, and in English I have several of the best books, though some of them are a little torn. But I have a great part of Stowe's Chronicle, the 6th volume of Pope's Homer, the 3rd volume of the Spectator, the 2nd volume of Echard's Roman History, the Craftsman, Robinson Crusoe, Thomas à Kempis, and 2 volumes of Tom Brown's works." "Those last," cries Jones, "are books I never saw, so if you please, lend me one of those volumes." The barber assured him he would be highly entertained, for he looked upon the author to have been one of the greatest wits that ever the nation produced. He then stepped to his house, which was hard by, and immediately returned, after which, the barber having received very strict injunctions of secrecy from Jones, and having sworn inviolably to maintain it, they separated. The barber went home, and Jones retired to his chamber. Chapter 6, in which more of the talents of Mr. Benjamin will appear, as well as who this extraordinary person was. In the morning Jones grew a little uneasy at the desertion of his surgeon, as he apprehended some inconvenience, or even danger, might attend the not dressing his wound. He inquired of the drawer what other surgeons were to be met with in that neighbourhood. The drawer told him there was one not far off, but he had known him often refuse to be concerned after another had been sent before him. "But, sir," says he, "if you will take my advice, there is not a man in the kingdom can do your business better than the barber who was with you last night. We look upon him to be one of the ablest men at a cut in all this neighbourhood, for though he hath not been here above 3 months, he hath done several great cures." The drawer was presently dispatched for little Benjamin, who, being acquainted in what capacity he was wanted, prepared himself accordingly, and attended, but with so different an air and aspect from that which he wore when his basin was under his arm, that he could scarce be known to be the same person. "So, tonsor," says Jones, "I find you have more trades than one. How came you not to inform me of this last night?" "A surgeon," answered Benjamin with great gravity, "is a profession, not a trade. The reason why I did not acquaint you last night that I professed this art was, that I then concluded you was under the hands of another gentleman, and I never love to interfere with my brethren in their business. Ars omnibus communis. But now, sir, if you please, I will inspect your head, and when I see into your skull, I will give my opinion of your case." Jones had no great faith in this new professor. However, he suffered him to open the bandage and to look at his wound, which as soon as he had done, Benjamin began to groan and shake his head violently. Upon which Jones, in a peevish manner, bid him not to play the fool, but to tell him in what condition he found him. "Shall I answer you as a surgeon or a friend?" said Benjamin. "As a friend, and seriously," said Jones. "Why then, upon my soul," cries Benjamin, "it would require a great deal of art to keep you from being well after very few dressings, and if you will suffer me to apply some salve of mine, I will answer for the success." Jones gave his consent, and the plaister was laid accordingly. "There, sir," cries Benjamin, "now I will, if you please, resume my former self, but a man is obliged to keep up some dignity in his countenance whilst he is performing these operations, or the world will not submit to be handled by him. You can't imagine, sir, of how much consequence a grave aspect is to a grave character. A barber may make you laugh, but a surgeon ought rather to make you cry." "Mr. Barber, or Mr. Surgeon, or Mr. Barber Surgeon," said Jones. "Oh dear, sir," answered Benjamin, interrupting him, "infandum regina jubes renovare dolorem." You recall to my mind that cruel separation of the united fraternities, so much to the prejudice of both bodies, as all separations must be, according to the old adage, vis unita fortior, which, to be sure, there are not wanting some of one or of the other fraternity who are able to construe. What a blow was this to me, who unite both in my own person! "Well, by whatever name you please to be called," continued Jones, "you certainly are one of the oddest, most comical fellows I ever met with, and must have something very surprising in your story, which you must confess I have a right to hear." "I do confess it," answered Benjamin, "and will very readily acquaint you with it when you have sufficient leisure, for I promise you it will require a good deal of time." Jones told him he could never be more at leisure than at present. "Well then," said Benjamin, "I will obey you, but first I will fasten the door, that none may interrupt us." He did so, and then advancing with a solemn air to Jones, said, "I must begin by telling you, sir, that you yourself have been the greatest enemy I ever had." Jones was a little startled at this sudden declaration. "I your enemy, sir?" says he, with much amazement and some sternness in his look. "Nay, be not angry," said Benjamin, "for I promise you I am not. You are perfectly innocent of having intended me any wrong, for you was then an infant, but I shall, I believe, unriddle all this the moment I mention my name. Did you never hear, sir, of one Partridge, who had the honour of being reputed your father, and the misfortune of being ruined by that honour?" "I have indeed heard of that Partridge," says Jones, "and have always believed myself to be his son." "Well, sir," answered Benjamin, "I am that Partridge, but I here absolve you from all filial duty, for I do assure you you are no son of mine." "How?" replied Jones, "and is it possible a false suspicion should have drawn all the ill consequences upon you with which I am too well acquainted?" "It is possible," cries Benjamin, "for it is so. But though it is natural enough for men to hate even the innocent causes of their sufferings, yet I am of a different temper. I have loved you ever since I heard of your behaviour to Black George, as I told you, and I am convinced from this extraordinary meeting that you are born to make me amends for all I have suffered on that account. Besides, I dreamt the night before I saw you that I stumbled over a stool without hurting myself, which plainly showed me something good was toward me. And last night I dreamt again that I rode behind you on a milk-white mare, which is a very excellent dream, and betokens much good fortune, which I am resolved to pursue, unless you have the cruelty to deny me." "I should be very glad, Mr. Partridge," answered Jones, "to have it in my power to make you amends for your sufferings on my account, though at present I see no likelihood of it. However, I assure you I will deny you nothing which is in my power to grant." "It is in your power, sure enough," replied Benjamin, "for I desire nothing more than leave to attend you in this expedition. Nay, I have so entirely set my heart upon it, that if you should refuse me, you will kill both a barber and a surgeon in one breath." Jones answered, smiling, that he should be very sorry to be the occasion of so much mischief to the public. He then advanced many prudential reasons in order to dissuade Benjamin, whom we shall hereafter call Partridge, from his purpose, but all were in vain. Partridge relied strongly on his dream of the milk-white mare. "Besides, sir," says he, "I promise you I have as good an inclination to the cause as any man can possibly have, and go I will, whether you admit me to go in your company or not." Jones, who was as much pleased with Partridge as Partridge could be with him, and who had not consulted his own inclination but the good of the other in desiring him to stay behind, when he found his friend so resolute, at last gave his consent. But then, recollecting himself, he said, "Perhaps, Mr. Partridge, you think I shall be able to support you, but I really am not." And then, taking out his purse, he told out 9 guineas, which he declared were his whole fortune. Partridge answered that his dependence was only on his future favour, for he was thoroughly convinced he would shortly have enough in his power. "At present, sir," said he, "I believe I am rather the richer man of the two, but all I have is at your service and at your disposal. I insist upon your taking the whole, and I beg only to attend you in the quality of your servant, nil desperandum est tucro, duce et auspice tucro." But to this generous proposal concerning the money Jones could by no means submit. It was resolved to set out the next morning, when a difficulty arose concerning the baggage, for the portmanteau of Mr. Jones was too large to be carried without a horse. "If I may presume to give my advice," says Partridge, "this portmanteau, with everything in it except a few shirts, should be left behind. Those I shall be easily able to carry for you, and the rest of your clothes will remain very safe locked up in my house." This method was no sooner proposed than agreed to, and then the barber departed, in order to prepare everything for his intended expedition. Chapter 7. Containing better reasons than any which have yet appeared for the conduct of Partridge, an apology for the weakness of Jones, and some further anecdotes concerning my landlady. Though Partridge was one of the most superstitious of men, he would hardly perhaps have desired to accompany Jones on his expedition merely from the omens of the joint stool and white mare, if his prospect had been no better than to have shared the plunder gained in the field of battle. In fact, when Partridge came to ruminate on the relation he had heard from Jones, he could not reconcile to himself that Mr. Allworthy should turn his son, for so he most firmly believed him to be, out of doors for any reason which he had heard assigned. He concluded, therefore, that the whole was a fiction, and that Jones, of whom he had often from his correspondence heard the wildest character, had in reality run away from his father. It came into his head, therefore, that if he could prevail with the young gentleman to return back to his father, he should by that means render a service to Allworthy, which would obliterate all his former anger. Nay, indeed, he conceived that very anger was counterfeited, and that Allworthy had sacrificed him to his own reputation. And this suspicion, indeed, he well accounted for, from the tender behaviour of that excellent man to the foundling child, from his great severity to Partridge, who, knowing himself to be innocent, could not conceive that any other should think him guilty. Lastly, from the allowance which he had privately received long after the annuity had been publicly taken from him, and which he looked upon as a kind of smart money, or rather by way of atonement for injustice, For it is very uncommon, I believe, for men to ascribe the benefactions they receive to pure charity, when they can possibly impute them to any other motive. If he could by any means, therefore, persuade the young gentleman to return home, he doubted not but that he should again be received into the favour of Allworthy, and well rewarded for his pains. Nay, and should be again restored to his native country, a restoration which Ulysses himself never wished more heartily than poor Partridge. As for Jones, he was well satisfied with the truth of what the other had asserted, and believed that Partridge had no other inducements but love to him and zeal for the cause, a blamable want of caution and diffidence in the veracity of others, in which he was highly worthy of censure. To say the truth, there are but two ways by which men become possessed of this excellent quality. The one is from long experience, and the other is from nature, which last, I presume, is often meant by genius, or great natural parts, and it is infinitely the better of the two, not only as we are masters of it much earlier in life, but as it is much more infallible and conclusive. For a man who hath been imposed on by ever so many may still hope to find others more honest, whereas he who receives certain necessary admonitions from within that this is impossible must have very little understanding indeed, if he ever renders himself liable to be once deceived. As Jones had not this gift from nature, he was too young to have gained it by experience. For at the diffident wisdom which is to be acquired this way, we seldom arrive till very late in life, which is perhaps the reason why some old men are apt to despise the understandings of all those who are a little younger than themselves. Jones spent most part of the day in the company of a new acquaintance. This was no other than the landlord of the house, or rather the husband of the landlady. He had but lately made his descent downstairs after a long fit of the gout, in which distemper he was generally confined to his room during one half of the year, and during the rest he walked about the house, smoked his pipe, and drank his bottle with his friends, without concerning himself in the least with any kind of business. He had been bred, as they call it, a gentleman, that is, bred up to do nothing, and had spent a very small fortune, which he inherited from an industrious farmer, his uncle, in hunting, horse-racing, and cock-fighting, and had been married by my landlady for certain purposes which he had long since desisted from answering, for which she hated him heartily. But as he was a surly kind of fellow, so she contented herself with frequently upbraiding him by disadvantageous comparisons with her first husband, whose praise she had eternally in her mouth, and as she was for the most part mistress of the profit, so she was satisfied to take upon herself the care and government of the family, and after a long successless struggle to suffer her husband to be master of himself. In the evening, when Jones retired to his room, a small dispute arose between this fond couple concerning him. "What," says the wife, "you have been tippling with the gentleman, I see." "Yes," answered the husband, "we have cracked a bottle together, and a very gentlemanlike man he is, and hath a very pretty notion of horse-flesh. Indeed, he is young, and hath not seen much of the world, for I believe he hath been at very few horse-races." "Oh, he is one of your order, is he?" replies the landlady. "He must be a gentleman, to be sure, if he is a horse-racer. The devil fetch such gentry! I am sure I wish I had never seen any of them. I have reason to love horse-races, truly." "That you have," says the husband, "for I was one, you know." "Yes," answered she, "you are a pure one indeed. As my first husband used to say, I may put all the good I have ever got by you in my eyes, and never see the worse." "Damn your first husband," cries he. "Don't damn a better man than yourself," answered the wife. "If he had been alive, you durst not have done it." "Then you think," says he, "I have not so much courage as yourself, for you have damned him often enough in my hearing." "If I did," says she, "I have repented of it many's the good time and oft, and if he was so good to forgive me a word spoken in haste or so, it doth not become such a one as you to twitter me. He was a husband to me, he was, and if ever I did make use of an ill word or so in a passion, I never called him rascal. I should have told a lie if I had called him rascal." Much more she said, but not in his hearing, for having lighted his pipe, he staggered off as fast as he could. We shall therefore transcribe no more of her speech, as it approached still nearer and nearer to a subject too indelicate to find any place in this history. Early in the morning Partridge appeared at the bedside of Jones, ready equipped for the journey, with his knapsack at his back. This was his own workmanship, for besides his other trades he was no indifferent tailor. He had already put up his whole stock of linen in it, consisting of 4 shirts, to which he now added 8 for Mr. Jones, and then, packing up the portmanteau, he was departing with it towards his own house, but was stopped in his way by the landlady, who refused to suffer any removals till after the payment of the reckoning. The landlady was, as we have said, absolute governess in these regions. It was therefore necessary to comply with her rules. So the bill was presently written out, which amounted to a much larger sum than might have been expected from the entertainment which Jones had met with. But here we are obliged to disclose some maxims which publicans hold to be the grand mysteries of their trade. The first is, if they have anything good in their house, which indeed very seldom happens, to produce it only to persons who travel with great equipages. Secondly, to charge the same for the very worst provisions as if they were the best. And lastly, if any of their guests call but for little, to make them pay a double price for everything they have, so that the amount by the head may be much the same. The bill being made and discharged, Jones set forward with Partridge, carrying his knapsack. Nor did the landlady condescend to wish him a good journey, for this was, it seems, an inn frequented by people of fashion, and I know not whence it is, but all those who get their livelihood by people of fashion contract as much insolence to the rest of mankind as if they really belonged to that rank themselves. Chapter 8. Jones arrives at Gloucester and goes to the Bell, the character of that house, and of a pettifogger which he there meets with. Mr. Jones and Partridge, or Little Benjamin, which epithet of little was perhaps given him ironically, his being in reality near 6 feet high, having left their last quarters in the manner before described, travelled on to Gloucester without meeting any adventures worth relating. Being arrived here, they chose for their house of entertainment the sign of the Bell, an excellent house indeed, and which I do most seriously recommend to every reader who shall visit this ancient city. The master of it is brother to the great preacher Whitefield, but is absolutely untainted with the pernicious principles of Methodism, or of any other heretical sect. He is indeed a very honest plain man, and in my opinion not likely to create any disturbance either in church or state. His wife hath, I believe, had much pretension to beauty, and is still a very fine woman. Her person and deportment might have made a shining figure in the politest assemblies, but though she must be conscious of this and many other perfections, she seems perfectly contented with and resigned to that state of life in which she is called, and this resignation is entirely owing to the prudence and wisdom of her temper, for she is at present as free from any methodistical notions as her husband. I say at present, for she freely confesses that her brother's documents made at first some impression upon her, and that she had put herself to the expense of a long hood in order to attend the extraordinary emotions of the spirit. But having found, during an experiment of 3 weeks, no emotions, she says, worth a farthing, she very wisely laid by her hood, and abandoned the sect. To be concise, she is a very friendly, good-natured woman, and so industrious to oblige that the guests must be of a very morose disposition who are not extremely well satisfied in her house. Mrs. Whitefield happened to be in the yard when Jones and his attendant marched in. Her sagacity soon discovered in the air of our hero something which distinguished him from the vulgar. She ordered her servants, therefore, immediately show him into a room, and presently afterwards invited him to dinner with herself, which invitation he very thankfully accepted, for indeed much less agreeable company than that of Mrs. Whitefield, and a much worse entertainment than she had provided, would have been welcome after so long fasting and so long a walk. Besides Mr. Jones and the good governess of the mansion, there sat down at table an attorney of Salisbury, indeed the very same who had brought the news of Mrs. Blifil's death to Mr. Allworthy, and whose name, which I think we did not before mention, was Dowling. There was likewise present another person, who styled himself a lawyer, and who lived somewhere near Linlitch in Somersetshire. This fellow, I say, styled himself a lawyer, but was indeed a most vile pettifogger, without sense or knowledge of any kind, one of those who may be termed train-bearers to the law, a sort of supernumeraries in the profession, who are the hackneys of attorneys, and will ride more miles for half a crown than a postboy. During the time of dinner, the Somersetshire lawyer recollected the face of Jones, which he had seen at Mr. Allworthy's, for he had often visited in that gentleman's kitchen. He therefore took occasion to inquire after the good family there, with that familiarity which would have become an intimate friend or acquaintance of Mr. Allworthy. And indeed he did all in his power to insinuate himself to be such, though he had never had the honour of speaking to any person in that family higher than the butler. Jones answered all his questions with much civility, though he never remembered to have seen the pettifogger before, and though he concluded, from the outward appearance and behaviour of the man, that he usurped a freedom with his betters to which he was by no means entitled. As the conversation of fellows of this kind is of all others the most detestable to men of any sense, the cloth was no sooner removed than Mr. Jones withdrew, and a little barbarously left poor Mrs. Whitefield to do a penance, which I have often heard Mr. Timothy Harris and other publicans of good taste lament as the severest lot annexed to their calling, namely, that of being obliged to keep company with their guests. Jones had no sooner quitted the room than the pettifogger, in a whispering tone, asked Mrs. Whitefield if she knew who that fine Spuck was. She answered she had never seen the gentleman before. "The gentleman, indeed," replied the pettifogger. "A pretty gentleman, truly. Why, he's the bastard of a fellow who was hanged for horse-stealing. He was dropped at Squire Allworthy's door, where one of the servants found him in a box, so full of rain-water that he would certainly have been drowned had he not been reserved for another fate." "Ay, ay, you need not mention it, I protest. We understand what that fate is very well," cries Dowling, with a most facetious grin. "Well," continued the other, "the squire ordered him to be taken in, for he is a timbersome man, everybody knows, and was afraid of drawing himself into a scrape, and there the bastard was bred up and fed and clothified all to the world like any gentleman, and there he got one of the servant maids with child, and persuaded her to swear it to the squire himself, and afterwards he broke the arm of one Mr. Thwackum, a clergyman, only because he reprimanded him for following whores, and afterwards he snapped a pistol at Mr. Bliffle behind his back, and once when Squire Allworthy was sick he got a drum." And several dialogues between Jones and Partridge concerning love, cold, hunger, and other matters, with the lucky and narrow escape of Partridge, as he was on the very brink of making a fatal discovery to his friend. The shadows began now to descend larger from the high mountains. The feathered creation had betaken themselves to their rest. Now the highest order of mortals were sitting down to their dinners, and the lowest order to their suppers. In a word, the clock struck 5, just as Mr. Jones took his leave of Gloucester, an hour at which, as it was now midwinter, the dirty finger of night would have drawn her sable curtain over the universe, had not the moon forbid her, who now, with a face as broad and as red as those of some jolly mortals, who, like her, turn night into day, began to rise from her bed, where she had slumbered away the day, in order to sit up all night. Jones had not travelled far before he paid his compliments to that beautiful planet, and, turning to his companion, asked him if he had ever beheld so delicious an evening. Partridge making no ready answer to his question, he proceeded to comment on the beauty of the moon, and repeated some passages from Milton, who hath certainly excelled all other poets in his description of the heavenly luminaries. He then told Partridge the story from the Spectator of two lovers who had agreed to entertain themselves when they were at a great distance from each other, by repairing at a certain fixed hour to look at the moon, thus pleasing themselves with the thought that they were both employed in contemplating the same object at the same time. Those lovers, added he, must have had souls truly capable of feeling all the tenderness of the sublimest of all human passions. "Very probably," cries Partridge, "but I envy them more if they had bodies incapable of feeling cold, for I am almost frozen to death, and am very much afraid I shall lose a piece of my nose before we get to another house of entertainment. Nay, truly, we may expect some judgment should happen to us for our folly in running away so by night from one of the most excellent inns I ever set my foot into. I am sure I never saw more good things in my life, and the greatest lord in the land cannot live better in his own house than he may there. and to forsake such a house, and go a-rambling about the country, the Lord knows whither, per devia rura viarum, I say nothing for my part, but some people might not have charity enough to conclude we were in our sober senses." "Fie upon it, Mr. Partridge," says Jones, "have a better heart. Consider you are going to face an enemy, and are you afraid of facing a little cold? I wish indeed we had a guide to advise which of these roads we should take." "May I be so bold," says Partridge, "to offer my advice?" "Interdum stultus opportuna loquitur." "Why, which of them," cries Jones, "would you recommend?" "Truly, neither of them," answered Partridge. "The only road we can be certain of finding is the road we came. A good hearty pace will bring us back to Gloucester in an hour, but if we go forward, the Lord Harry knows when we shall arrive at any place, for I see at least 50 miles before me, and no house in all the way." "You see, indeed, a very fair prospect," says Jones, "which receives great additional beauty from the extreme lustre of the moon. However, I will keep the left-hand track, as that seems to lead directly to those hills which we were informed lie not far from Worcester. And here, if you are inclined to quit me, you may, and return back again. But for my part, I am resolved to go forward." "It is unkind in you, sir," says Partridge, "to suspect me of any such intention. What I have advised hath been as much on your account as on my own, but since you are determined to go on, I am as much determined to follow. I pray sequa te." They now travelled some miles without speaking to each other, during which suspense of discourse Jones often sighed, and Benjamin groaned as bitterly, though from a very different reason. At length Jones made a full stop, and turning about, cries, "Who knows, Partridge, but the loveliest creature in the universe may have her eyes now fixed on that very moon which I behold at this instant?" "Very likely, sir," answered Partridge, "and if my eyes were fixed on a good sirloin of roast beef, the devil might take the moon and her horns into the bargain." "Did ever Tramontane make such an answer?" cries Jones. "Prithee, Partridge, wast thou ever susceptible of love in thy life, or hath time worn away all the traces of it from thy memory?" "Alack a day," cries Partridge, "well would it have been for me if I had never known what love was. Infandum regina jubes renovare dolorem. I am sure I have tasted all the tenderness and sublimities and bitternesses of the passion." "Was your mistress unkind then?" says Jones. "Very unkind indeed, sir," answered Partridge, "for she married me, and made me one of the most confounded wives in the world. However, heaven be praised, she's gone, and if I believed she was in the moon, according to a book I once read, which teaches that to be the receptacle of departed spirits, I would never look at it for fear of seeing her. But I wish, sir, that the moon was a looking-glass for your sake, and that Miss Sophia Weston was now placed before it." "My dear Partridge," cries Jones, "what a thought was there! A thought which I am certain could never have entered into any mind but that of a lover. Oh, Partridge, could I hope once again to see that face! But alas, all those golden dreams are vanished for ever, and my only refuge from future misery is to forget the object of all my former happiness." "And do you really despair of ever seeing Miss Weston again?" answered Partridge. "If you will follow my advice, I will engage you shall not only see her, but have her in your arms." "Ah, do not awaken a thought of that nature," cries Jones. "I have struggled sufficiently to conquer all such wishes already." "Nay," answered Partridge, "if you do not wish to have your mistress in your arms, you are a most extraordinary lover indeed." "Well, well," says Jones, "let us avoid this subject. But pray, what is your advice?" "To give it you in the military phrase, then," says Partridge, "as we are soldiers, to the right about. Let us return the way we came. We may reach Gloucester to-night, though late. Whereas, if we proceed, we are likely, for aught I see, to ramble about for ever without coming either to house or home." "I have already told you my resolution is to go on," answered Jones, "but I would have you go back. I am obliged to you for your company hither, and I beg you to accept a guinea as a small instance of my gratitude. Nay, it would be cruel in me to suffer you to go any further, for, to deal plainly with you, my chief end and desire is a glorious death in the service of my king and country." "As for your money," replied Partridge, "I beg, sir, you will put it up. I will receive none of you at this time, for at present I am, I believe, the richer man of the two. And as your resolution is to go on, so mine is to follow you if you do. Nay, now my presence appears absolutely necessary to take care of you, since your intentions are so desperate, for I promise you my views are much more prudent. As you are resolved to fall in battle if you can, so I am resolved as firmly to come to no hurt if I can help it. And indeed I have the comfort to think there will be but little danger, for a popish priest told me the other day the business would soon be over, and he believed without a battle." "A popish priest," cries Jones, "I have heard, is not always to be believed when he speaks in behalf of his religion." "Yes, but so far," answered the other, "from speaking in behalf of his religion, he assured me the Catholics did not expect to be any gainers by the change, for that Prince Charles was as good a Protestant as any in England, and that nothing but regard to right made him and the rest of the popish party to be Jacobites." "I believe him to be as much a Protestant as I believe he hath any right," says Jones, "and I make no doubt of our success, but not without a battle, so that I am not so sanguine as your friend the popish priest." "Nay, to be sure, sir," answered Partridge, "all the prophecies I have ever read speak of a great deal of blood to be spilt in the quarrel, and the miller with 3 thumbs, who is now alive, is to hold the horses of 3 kings up to his knees in blood." "Lord have mercy upon us all, and send better times." "With what stuff and nonsense hast thou filled thy head?" answered Jones. "This too, I suppose, comes from the popish priest. Monsters and prodigies are the proper arguments to support monstrous and absurd doctrines. The cause of King George is the cause of liberty and true religion. In other words, it is the cause of common sense, my boy, and I warrant you will succeed, though Briareus himself was to rise again with his 300 thumbs and to turn miller." Partridge made no reply to this. He was indeed cast into the utmost confusion by this declaration of Jones. For, to inform the reader of a secret, which he had no proper opportunity of revealing before, Partridge was in truth a Jacobite, and had concluded that Jones was of the same party, and was now proceeding to join the rebels. An opinion which was not without foundation, for the tall, long-sided dame mentioned by Hudibras, that many-eyed, many-tongued, many-mouthed, many-eared monster of Virgil, had related the story of the quarrel between Jones and the officer with the usual regard to truth. She had indeed changed the name of Sophia into that of the Pretender, and had reported that drinking his health was the cause for which Jones was knocked down. This Partridge had heard and most firmly believed. 'Tis no wonder, therefore, that he had thence entertained the above-mentioned opinion of Jones, and which he had almost discovered to him before he found out his own mistake. And at this the reader will be less inclined to wonder, if he pleases to recollect the doubtful phrase in which Jones first communicated his resolution to Mr. Partridge, and indeed, had the words been less ambiguous, Partridge might very well have construed them as he did, being persuaded, as he was, that the whole nation were of the same inclination in their hearts. Nor did it stagger him that Jones had travelled in the company of soldiers, for he had the same opinion of the army which he had of the rest of the people. But however well affected he might be to James or Charles, he was still much more attached to little Benjamin than to either, for which reason he no sooner discovered the principles of his fellow traveller than he thought proper to conceal and outwardly give up his own to the man on whom he depended for the making his fortune, since he by no means believed the affairs of Jones to be so desperate as they really were with Mr. Allworthy. For, as he had kept a constant correspondence with some of the neighbours since he left that country, he had heard much, indeed more than was true, of the great affection Mr. Allworthy bore this young man, who, as Partridge had been instructed, was to be that gentleman's heir, and whom, as we have said, he did not in the least doubt to be his son. He imagined, therefore, that whatever quarrel was between them, it would be certainly made up at the return of Mr. Jones, an event from which he promised great advantages, if he could take this opportunity of ingratiating himself with that young gentleman. And if he could by any means be instrumental in procuring his return, he doubted not, as we have before said, but it would as highly advance him in the favour of Mr. Allworthy. We have already observed that he was a very good-natured fellow, and he hath himself declared the violent attachment he had to the person and character of Jones. But possibly the views which I have just before mentioned might likewise have some little share in prompting him to undertake this expedition, at least in urging him to continue it, after he had discovered that his master and himself, like some prudent fathers and sons, though they travelled together in great friendship, had embraced opposite parties. I am led into this conjecture by having remarked that though love, friendship, esteem, and such like have very powerful operations in the human mind, interest, however, is an ingredient seldom omitted by wise men when they would work others to their own purposes. This is indeed a most excellent medicine, and, like Ward's pill, flies at once to the particular part of the body on which you desire to operate, whether it be the tongue, the hand, or any other member, where it scarce ever fails of immediately producing the desired effect. Chapter 10, in which our travellers meet with a very extraordinary adventure. Just as Jones and his friend came to the end of their dialogue in the preceding chapter, they arrived at the bottom of a very steep hill. Here Jones stopped short, and directing his eyes upwards, stood for a while silent. At length he called to his companion and said, "Partridge, I wish I was at the top of this hill. It must certainly afford a most charming prospect, especially by this light, for the solemn gloom which the moon casts on all objects is beyond expression beautiful, especially to an imagination which is desirous of cultivating melancholy ideas." "Very probably," answered Partridge, "but if the top of the hill be properest to produce melancholy thoughts, I suppose the bottom is the likeliest to produce merry ones, and these I take to be much the better of the two. I protest you have made my blood run cold with the very mentioning the top of that mountain, which seems to me to be one of the highest in the world. No, no, if we look for anything, let it be for a place underground, to screen ourselves from the frost." "Do so," said Jones. "Let it be but within hearing of this place, and I will hallo to you at my return back." "Surely, sir, you are not mad," said Partridge. "Indeed I am," answered Jones, "if ascending this hill be madness. But as you complain so much of the cold already, I would have you stay below. I will certainly return to you within an hour." "Pardon me, sir," cries Partridge. "I have determined to follow you wherever you go." Indeed, he was now afraid to stay behind, for though he was coward enough in all respects, yet his chief fear was that of ghosts, with which the present time of night and the wildness of the place extremely well suited. At this instant Partridge espied a glimmering light through some trees, which seemed very near to them. He immediately cried out in a rapture, "Oh, sir, heaven hath at last heard my prayer, and hath brought us to a house. Perhaps it may be an inn. Let me beseech you, sir, if you have any compassion either for me or yourself, do not despise the goodness of Providence, but let us go directly to yon light. Whether it be a public house or no, I am sure if they be Christians that dwell there, they will not refuse a little house room to persons in our miserable condition." Jones at length yielded to the earnest supplications of Partridge, and both together made directly towards the place whence the light issued. They soon arrived at the door of this house or cottage, for it might be called either without much impropriety. Here Jones knocked several times without receiving any answer from within, at which Partridge, whose head was full of nothing but of ghosts, devils, witches, and such like, began to tremble, crying, "Lord have mercy upon us! Surely the people must be all dead. I can see no light neither now, and yet I am certain I saw a candle burning but a moment before. Well, I have heard of such things." "What hast thou heard of?" said Jones. "The people are either fast asleep, or probably, as this is a lonely place, are afraid to open their door." He then began to vociferate pretty loudly, and at last an old woman, opening an upper casement, asked who they were and what they wanted. Jones answered they were travellers who had lost their way, and, having seen a light in the window, had been led thither in hope of finding some fire to warm themselves. "Whoever you are," cries the woman, "you have no business here, nor shall I open the door to anyone at this time of night." Partridge, whom the sound of a human voice had recovered from his fright, fell to the most earnest supplications to be admitted for a few minutes to the fire, saying he was almost dead with the cold, to which fear had indeed contributed equally with the frost. He assured her that the gentleman who spoke to her was one of the greatest squires in the country, and made use of every argument save one, which Jones afterwards effectually added, and this was the promise of 50 crowns, a bribe too great to be resisted by such a person, especially as the genteel appearance of Jones, which the light of the moon plainly discovered to her, together with his affable behaviour, had entirely subdued those apprehensions of thieves which he had at first conceived. She agreed, therefore, at last to let them in, where Partridge, to his infinite joy, found a good fire ready for his reception. The poor fellow, however, had no sooner warmed himself than those thoughts which were always uppermost in his mind began a little to disturb his brain. There was no article of his creed in which he had a stronger faith than he had in witchcraft, nor can the reader conceive a figure more adapted to inspire this idea than the old woman who now stood before him. She answered exactly to that picture drawn by Otway in his Orphan. Indeed, if this woman had lived in the reign of James I, her appearance alone would have hanged her almost without any evidence. Many circumstances likewise conspired to confirm Partridge in his opinion. Her living, as he then imagined, by herself in so lonely a place, and in a house the outside of which seemed much too good for her, but its inside was furnished in the most neat and elegant manner. To say the truth, Jones himself was not a little surprised at what he saw, for, besides the extraordinary neatness of the room, it was adorned with a great number of knick-knacks and curiosities, which might have engaged the attention of a virtuoso. While Jones was admiring these things, and Partridge sat trembling with the firm belief that he was in the house of a witch, the old woman said, "I hope, gentlemen, you will make what haste you can, for I expect my master presently, and I would not for double the money he should find you here." "Then you have a master?" cried Jones. "Indeed, you will excuse me, good woman, but I was surprised to see all those fine things in your house." "Ay, sir," said she, "if the 20th part of these things were mine, I should think myself a rich woman. But pray, sir, do not stay much longer, for I look for him in every minute." "Why, sure he would not be angry with you," said Jones, "for doing a common act of charity." "Alack a day," said she, "he is a strange man, not at all like other people. He keeps no company with anybody, and seldom walks out but by night, for he doth not care to be seen, and all the country people are as much afraid of meeting him, for his dress is enough to frighten those who are not used to it. They call him the Man of the Hill, for there he walks by night, and the country people are not, I believe, more afraid of the devil himself. He would be terribly angry if he found you here." "Pray, sir," says Partridge, "don't let us offend the gentleman. I am ready to walk, and was never warmer in my life. Do, pray, sir, let us go. Here are pistols over the chimney. Who knows whether they be charged or no, or what he may do with them?" "Fear nothing, Partridge," cries Jones. "I will secure thee from danger." "Nay, for matter of that, he never doth any mischief," said the woman, "but to be sure it is necessary he should keep some arms for his own safety, for his house hath been beset more than once, and it is not many nights ago that we thought we heard thieves about it. For my own part, I have often wondered that he is not murdered by some villain or other as he walks out by himself at such hours. But then, as I said, the people are afraid of him, and besides, they think, I suppose, he hath nothing about him worth taking." "I should imagine by this collection of rarities," cries Jones, "that your master had been a traveller." "Yes, sir," answered she, "he hath been a very great one. There be few gentlemen that know more of all matters than he. I fancy he hath been crossed in love, or whatever it is, I know not, but I have lived with him above these 30 years, and in all that time he hath hardly spoke to 6 living people." She then again solicited their departure, in which he was backed by Partridge, but Jones purposely protracted the time, for his curiosity was greatly raised to see this extraordinary person. Though the old woman therefore concluded every one of her answers with desiring him to be gone, and Partridge proceeded so far as to pull him by the sleeve, he still continued to invent new questions, till the old woman, with an affrighted countenance, declared she heard her master's signal, and at the same instant more than one voice was heard without the door, crying, "Damn your blood! Show us your money this instant! Your money, you villain, or we will blow your brains about your ears!" "Oh, good heavens!" cries the old woman, "some villains to be sure have attacked my master. Oh, la! What shall I do? What shall I do?" "How?" cries Jones. "How? Are these pistols loaded?" "Oh, good sir, there is nothing in them indeed. Oh, pray don't murder us, gentlemen," for in reality she now had the same opinion of those within as she had of those without. Jones made her no answer, but snatching an old broadsword which hung in the room, he instantly sallied out, where he found the old gentleman struggling with 2 ruffians, and begging for mercy. Jones asked no questions, but fell so briskly to work with his broadsword that the fellows immediately quitted their hold, and without offering to attack our hero, betook themselves to their heels and made their escape, for he did not attempt to pursue them, being contented with having delivered the old gentleman. And indeed he concluded he had pretty well done their business, for both of them, as they ran off, cried out with bitter oaths that they were dead men. Jones presently ran to lift up the old gentleman, who had been thrown down in the scuffle, expressing at the same time great concern lest he should have received any harm from the villains. The old man stared a moment at Jones, and then cried, "No, sir, no, I have very little harm, I thank you. Lord have mercy upon me." "I see, sir," said Jones, "you are not free from apprehensions even of those who have had the happiness to be your deliverers, nor can I blame any suspicions which you may have. But indeed you have no real occasion for any. Here are none but your friends present. Having missed our way this cold night, we took the liberty of warming ourselves at your fire, whence we were just departing when we heard you call for assistance, which, I must say, Providence alone seems to have sent you." "Providence, indeed," cries the old gentleman, "if it be so." "So it is, I assure you," cries Jones. "Here is your own sword, sir. I have used it in your defence, and I now return it into your hand." The old man, having received the sword, which was stained with the blood of his enemies, looked steadfastly at Jones during some moments, and then with a cry sighed out, "You will pardon me, young gentleman. I was not always of a suspicious temper, nor am I a friend to ingratitude." "Be thankful, then," cries Jones, "to that Providence to which you owe your deliverance. As to my part, I have only discharged the common duties of humanity, and what I would have done for any fellow creature in your situation." "Let me look at you a little longer," cries the old gentleman. "You are a human creature, then? Well, perhaps you are. Come, pray walk into my little hut. You have been my deliverer, indeed." The old woman was distracted between the fears which she had of her master and for him, and Partridge was, if possible, in a greater fright. The former of these, however, when she heard her master speak kindly to Jones, and perceived what had happened, came again to herself. But Partridge no sooner saw the gentleman than the strangeness of his dress infused greater terrors into that poor fellow than he had felt before, either from the strange description which he had heard, or from the uproar which had happened at the door. To say the truth, it was an appearance which might have affected a more constant mind than that of Mr. Partridge. This person was of the tallest size, with a long beard as white as snow. His body was clothed with the skin of an ass, made something into the form of a coat. He wore likewise boots on his legs and a cap on his head, both composed of the skin of some other animals. As soon as the old gentleman came into his house, the old woman began her congratulations on his happy escape from the ruffians. "Yes," cries he, "I have escaped indeed, thanks to my preserver." "Oh, the blessing on him," answered she. "He is a good gentleman, I warrant him. I was afraid your worship would have been angry with me for letting him in, and to be certain I should not have done it had I not seen by the moonlight that he was a gentleman, and almost frozen to death. And to be certain it must have been some good angel that sent him hither and tempted me to do it." "I am afraid, sir," said the old gentleman to Jones, "that I have nothing in this house which you can either eat or drink, unless you will accept a dram of brandy, of which I can give you some most excellent, and which I have had by me these 30 years. Jones declined this offer in a very civil and proper speech, and then the other asked him whether he was travelling when he missed his way, saying, "I must own myself surprised to see such a person as you appear to be journeying on foot at this time of night. I suppose, sir, you are a gentleman of these parts, for you do not look like one who is used to travel far without horses." "Appearances," cried Jones, "are often deceitful. Men sometimes look what they are not. I assure you I am not of this country, and whether I am travelling in reality I scarce know myself." "Whoever you are, or whithersoever you are going," answered the old man, "I have obligations to you which I can never return." "I once more," replied Jones, "affirm that you have none, for there can be no merit in having hazarded that in your service on which I set no value, and nothing is so contemptible in my eyes as life." "I am sorry, young gentleman," answered the stranger, "that you have any reason to be so unhappy at your years." "Indeed I am, sir," answered Jones, "the most unhappy of mankind." "Perhaps you have had a friend or a mistress," replied the other. "How could you," cried Jones, "mention 2 words sufficient to drive me to distraction?" "Either of them are enough to drive any man to distraction," answered the old man. I inquire no farther, sir. Perhaps my curiosity hath led me too far already." "Indeed, sir," cries Jones, "I cannot censure a passion which I feel at this instant in the highest degree. You will pardon me when I assure you that everything which I have seen or heard since I first entered this house hath conspired to raise the greatest curiosity in me. Something very extraordinary must have determined you to this course of life, and I have reason to fear your own history is not without misfortunes." Here the old gentleman again sighed, and remained silent for some minutes. At last, looking earnestly on Jones, he said, "I have read that a good countenance is a letter of recommendation. If so, none ever can be more strongly recommended than yourself. If I did not feel some yearnings towards you from another consideration, I must be the most ungrateful monster upon earth, and I am really concerned, if no otherwise in my power than by words, to convince you of my gratitude." Jones, after a moment's hesitation, answered that it was in his power by words to gratify him extremely. "I have confessed to curiosity," said he. "Sir, need I say how much obliged I should be to you if you would condescend to gratify it? Will you suffer me, therefore, to beg, unless any consideration restrains you, that you would be pleased to acquaint me what motives have induced you thus to withdraw from the society of mankind, and to betake yourself to a course of life to which it sufficiently appears you were not born?" "I scarce think myself at liberty to refuse you anything after what hath happened," replied the old man. "If you desire, therefore, to hear the story of an unhappy man, I will relate it to you. Indeed, you judge rightly in thinking there is commonly something extraordinary in the fortunes of those who fly from society, for however it may seem a paradox, or even a contradiction, certain it is that great philanthropy chiefly inclines us to avoid and detest mankind, not on account so much of their private and selfish vices, but for those of a relative kind, such as envy, malice, treachery, cruelty, with every other species of malevolence. These are the vices which true philanthropy abhors, and which, rather than see and converse with, she avoids society itself. However, without a compliment to you, you do not appear to me one of those whom I should shun or detest. Nay, I must say, in what little hath dropped from you, there appears some parity in our fortunes. I hope, however, yours will conclude more successfully." Here some compliments passed between our hero and his host, and then the latter was going to begin his history, when Partridge interrupted him. His apprehensions had now pretty well left him, but some effects of his terrors remained. He therefore reminded the gentleman of that excellent brandy which he had mentioned. This was presently brought, and Partridge swallowed a large bumper. The gentleman then, without any farther preface, began as you may read in the next chapter. End of section 23. History. I was born in a village of Somersetshire called Mark in the year 1657. My father was one of those whom they called gentlemen farmers. He had a little estate of about £300 a year of his own, and rented another estate of near the same value. He was prudent and industrious, and so good a husbandman that he might have led a very easy and comfortable life, had not an arrant vixen of a wife soured his domestic quiet. But though this circumstance perhaps made him miserable, it did not make him poor, for he confined her almost entirely at home, and rather chose to bear eternal upbraidings in his own house than to injure his fortune by indulging her in the extravagancies she desired abroad. By this Xanthippe, so was the wife of Socrates called, said Partridge, by this Xanthippe he had 2 sons, of which I was the younger. He designed to give us both good education, but my elder brother, who, unhappily for him, was the favourite of my mother, utterly neglected his learning, insomuch that, after having been 5 or 6 years at school, with little or no improvement, my father, being told by his master that it would be to no purpose to keep him longer there, at last complied with my mother in taking him home from the hands of that tyrant, as she called his master, though indeed he gave the lad much less correction than his idleness deserved, but much more, it seems, than the young gentleman liked, who constantly complained to his mother of his severe treatment, and she as constantly gave him a hearing. "Yes, yes," cries Partridge, "I have seen such mothers. I have been abused myself by them, and very unjustly. Such parents deserve correction as much as their children." Jones chid the pedagogue for his interruption, and then the stranger proceeded. "My brother now, at the age of 15, bade adieu to all learning, and to everything else but to his dog and gun, with which latter he became so expert that, though perhaps you may think it incredible, he could not only hit a standing mark with great certainty, but hath actually shot a crow as it was flying in the air. He was likewise excellent at finding a hare sitting, and was soon reputed one of the best sportsmen in the country, a reputation which both he and his mother enjoyed as much as if he had been thought the finest scholar. The situation of my brother made me at first think my lot the harder in being continued at school, but I soon changed my opinion, for as I advanced pretty fast in learning, my labours became easy, and my exercise so delightful that holidays were my most unpleasant time, for my mother, who never loved me, now apprehending that I had the greater share of my father's affection, and finding, or at least thinking, that I was more taken notice of by some gentlemen of learning, and particularly by the parson of the parish, than my brother, she now hated my sight, and made home so disagreeable to me, that what is called by schoolboys Black Monday was to me the whitest in the whole year. Having at length gone through the school at Taunton, I was thence removed to Exeter College in Oxford, where I remained 4 years, at the end of which an accident took me off entirely from my studies, and hence I may truly date the rise of all which happened to me afterwards in life. There was at the same college with myself one Sir George Gresham, a young fellow who was entitled to a very considerable fortune, which he was not, by the will of his father, to come into full possession of till he arrived at the age of 25. However, the liberality of his guardians gave him little cause to regret the abundant caution of his father, for they allowed him £500 a year while he remained at the university, where he kept his horses and his whore, and lived as wicked and as profligate a life as he could have done had he been never so entirely master of his fortune, for besides the 500 a year which he received from his guardians, he found means to spend 1,000 more. He was above the age of 21, and had no difficulty in gaining what credit he pleased. This young fellow, among many other tolerable bad qualities, had one very diabolical. He had a great delight in destroying and ruining the youth of inferior fortune, by drawing them into expenses which they could not afford so well as himself, and the better and worthier and soberer any young man was, the greater pleasure and triumph had he in his destruction, thus acting the character which is recorded of the devil, and going about seeking whom he might devour. It was my misfortune to fall into an acquaintance and intimacy with this gentleman. My reputation of diligence in my studies made me a desirable object of his mischievous intention, and my own inclination made it sufficiently easy for him to effect his purpose, for though I had applied myself with much industry to books, in which I took great delight, there were other pleasures in which I was capable of taking much greater, for I was high-mettled, had a violent flow of animal spirits, was a little ambitious, and extremely amorous. I had not long contracted an intimacy with Sir George before I became a partaker of all his pleasures, and when I was once entered on that scene, neither my inclination nor my spirit would suffer me to play an under part. I was second to none of the company in any acts of debauchery. Nay, I soon distinguished myself so notably in all riots and disorders that my name generally stood first in the roll of delinquents, and instead of being lamented as the unfortunate pupil of Sir George, I was now accused as the person who had misled and debauched that hopeful young gentleman, for though he was the ringleader and promoter of all the mischief, he was never so considered. I fell at last under the censure of the Vice-Chancellor, and very narrowly escaped expulsion. You will easily believe, sir, that such a life as I am now describing must be incompatible with my further progress in learning, and that, in proportion as I addicted myself more and more to loose pleasure, I must grow more and more remiss in application to my studies. This was truly the consequence, but this was not all. My expenses now greatly exceeded not only my former income, but those additions which I extorted from my poor generous father, on pretence of sums being necessary for preparing for my approaching degree of Bachelor of Arts. These demands, however, grew at last so frequent and exorbitant that my father, by slow degrees, opened his ears to the accounts which he received from many quarters of my present behaviour, and which my mother failed not to echo very faithfully and loudly, adding, "Ay, this is the fine gentleman, the scholar who does so much honour to his family, and is to be the making of it. I thought what all this learning would come to. He is to be the ruin of us all, I find, after his elder brother hath been denied necessaries for his sake, to perfect his education, forsooth, for which he was to pay us such interest. I thought what the interest would come to, with much more of the same kind. But I have, I believe, satisfied you with this taste." My father, therefore, began now to return remonstrances instead of money to my demands, which brought my affairs perhaps a little sooner to a crisis. But had he remitted me his whole income, you will imagine it could have sufficed a very short time to support one who kept pace with the expenses of Sir George Gresham. It is more than possible that the distress I was now in for money, and the impracticability of going on in this manner, might have restored me at once to my senses and to my studies, had I opened my eyes before I became involved in debts from which I saw no hopes of ever extricating myself. This was indeed the great art of Sir George, and by which he accomplished the ruin of many, whom he afterwards laughed at as fools and coxcombs, for vying, as he called it, with a man of his fortune. To bring this about, he would now and then advance a little money himself, in order to support the credit of the unfortunate youth with other people, till, by means of that very credit, he was irretrievably undone. My mind being by these means grown as desperate as my fortune, there was scarce a wickedness which I did not meditate in order for my relief. Self-murder itself became the subject of my serious deliberation, and I had certainly resolved on it, had not a more shameful, though perhaps less sinful, thought expelled it from my head. Here he hesitated a moment, and then cried out, "I protest so many years have not washed away the shame of this act, and I shall blush while I relate it." Jones desired him to pass over anything that might give him pain in the relation, but Partridge eagerly cried out, "Oh, pray, sir, let us hear this. I had rather hear this than all the rest. As I hope to be saved, I will never mention a word of it." Jones was going to rebuke him, but the stranger prevented it by proceeding thus. "I had a chum, a very prudent, frugal young lad, who, though he had no very large allowance, had, by his parsimony, heaped up upwards of 40 guineas, which I knew he kept in his escritoire. I took therefore an opportunity of purloining his key from his breeches pocket while he was asleep, and thus made myself master of all his riches, after which I again conveyed his key into his pocket, and counterfeiting sleep, though I never once closed my eyes, lay in bed till after he arose and went to prayers, an exercise to which I had long been unaccustomed. Timorous thieves, by extreme caution, often subject themselves to discoveries, which those of a bolder kind escape. Thus it happened to me, for had I boldly broke open his escritoire, I had, perhaps, escaped even his suspicion, but as it was plain that the person who robbed him had possessed himself of his key, he had no doubt, when he first missed his money, but that his chum was certainly the thief. Now, as he was of a fearful disposition, and much my inferior in strength, and I believe in courage, he did not dare to confront me with my guilt, for fear of worse bodily consequences which might happen to him. He repaired, therefore, immediately to the Vice-Chancellor, and upon swearing to the robbery and to the circumstances of it, very easily obtained a warrant against one who had now so bad a character through the whole university. Luckily for me, I lay out of the college the next evening, for that day I attended a young lady in a chaise to Whitney, where we stayed all night, and in our return the next morning to Oxford, I met one of my cronies, who acquainted me with sufficient news concerning myself to make me turn my horse another way. "Pray, sir, did he mention anything of the warrant?" said Partridge. But Jones begged the gentleman to proceed without regarding any impertinent questions, which he did as follows. Having now abandoned all thoughts of returning to Oxford, the next thing which offered itself was a journey to London. I imparted this intention to my female companion, who at first remonstrated against it, but upon producing my wealth she immediately consented. We then struck across the country into the great Cirencester road, and made such haste that we spent the next evening, save one, in London. When you consider the place where I now was, and the company with whom I was, you will, I fancy, conceive that a very short time brought me to an end of that sum of which I had so iniquitously possessed myself. I was now reduced to a much higher degree of distress than before. The necessaries of life began to be numbered among my wants, and what made my case still the more grievous was that my paramour, of whom I was now grown immoderately fond, shared the same distress with myself. To see a woman you love in distress, to be unable to relieve her, and at the same time to reflect that you have brought her into this situation, is perhaps a curse of which no imagination can represent the horrors to those who have not felt it. "I believe it from my soul," cries Jones, "and I pity you from the bottom of my heart." He then took 2 or 3 disorderly turns about the room, and at last begged pardon, and flung himself into his chair, crying, "I thank heaven I have escaped that." This circumstance, continued the gentleman, so severely aggravated the horrors of my present situation that they became absolutely intolerable. I could with less pain endure the raging in my own natural unsatisfied appetites, even hunger or thirst, than I could submit to leave ungratified the most whimsical desires of a woman on whom I so extravagantly doted that, though I knew she had been the mistress of half my acquaintance, I firmly intended to marry her. But the good creature was unwilling to consent to an action which the world might think so much to my disadvantage, and as possibly she compassionated the daily anxieties which she must have perceived me suffer on her account, she resolved to put an end to my distress. She soon indeed found means to relieve me from my troublesome and perplexed situation, for while I was distracted with various inventions to supply her with pleasures, she very kindly betrayed me to one of her former lovers at Oxford, by whose care and diligence I was immediately apprehended and committed to jail. Here I first began seriously to reflect on the miscarriages of my former life, on the errors I had been guilty of, on the misfortunes which I had brought on myself, and on the grief which I must have occasioned to one of the best of fathers. When I added to all these the perfidy of my mistress, such was the horror of my mind, that life, instead of being no longer desirable, grew the object of my abhorrence, and I could have gladly embraced death as my dearest friend, if it had offered itself to my choice, unattended by shame. The time of the assizes soon came, and I was removed by habeas corpus to Oxford, where I expected certain conviction and condemnation. But, to my great surprise, none appeared against me, and I was, at the end of the sessions, discharged for want of prosecution. In short, my chum had left Oxford, and whether from indolence or from what other motive I am ignorant, had declined concerning himself any farther in the affair. "Perhaps," cries Partridge, "he did not care to have your blood upon his hands, and he was in the right on't. If any person was to be hanged upon my evidence, I should never be able to lie alone afterwards, for fear of seeing his ghost." "I shall shortly doubt, Partridge," says Jones, "whether thou art more brave or wise." "You may laugh at me, sir, if you please," answered Partridge, "but if you will hear a very short story which I can tell, and which is most certainly true, perhaps you may change your opinion. In the parish where I was born—" Here Jones would have silenced him, but the stranger interceded that he might be permitted to tell his story, and in the meantime promised to recollect the remainder of his own. Partridge then proceeded thus. "In the parish where I was born there lived a farmer whose name was Bridle, and he had a son named Francis, a good hopeful young fellow. I was at the grammar school with him, where I remember he was got into Ovid's epistles, and he could construe you 3 lines together sometimes without looking into a dictionary. Besides all this, he was a very good lad, never missed church o' Sundays, and was reckoned one of the best psalm singers in the whole parish. He would indeed now and then take a cup too much, and that was the only fault he had." "Well, but come to the ghost," cries Jones. "Never fear, sir, I shall come to him soon enough," answered Partridge. "You must know, then, that Farmer Bridle lost a mare, a sorrel one, to the best of my remembrance. And so it fell out that this young Francis, shortly afterwards, being at a fair at Hindon, and as I think it was I can't remember the day, and being as he was, what should he happen to meet but a man upon his father's mare? Frank called out presently, "Stop, thief!" and it being the middle of the fair, it was impossible, for the man to make his escape. So they apprehended him and carried him before the justice. I remember it was Justice Willoughby of Noyle, a very worthy good gentleman, and he committed him to prison, and bound Frank in a reconnaissance, I think they call it, a hard word compounded of remand cognosco, but it differs in its meaning from the use of the simple, as many other compounds do. Well, at last down came my Lord Justice Page to hold the assizes, and so the fellow was had up, and Frank was had up for a witness. To be sure, I shall never forget the face of the judge when he began to ask him what he had to say against the prisoner. He made poor Frank tremble and shake in his shoes. "Well, you fellow," says my lord, "what have you to say? Don't stand humming and hawing, but speak out." But, however, he soon turned altogether as civil to Frank, and began to thunder at the fellow, and when he asked him if he had anything to say for himself, the fellow said he had found the horse. "Ay," answered the judge, "thou art a lucky fellow. I have travelled the circuit these 40 years, and never found a horse in my life. But I'll tell thee what, friend, thou wast more lucky than thou didst know of, for thou did not only find a horse, but a halter too, I promise thee." To be sure, I shall never forget the word. Upon which everybody fell a-laughing, as how could they help it? Nay, and 20 other jests he made, which I can't remember now. There was something about his skill in horseflesh which made all the folks laugh. To be certain, the judge must have been a very brave man, as well as a man of much learning. My fellow collegiate had now entered me in a new scene of life. I soon became acquainted with the whole fraternity of sharpers, and was let into their secrets. I mean, into the knowledge of those gross cheats which are proper to impose upon the raw and unexperienced, for there are some tricks of a finer kind which are known only to a few of the gang who are at the head of their profession. A degree of honour beyond my expectation, for drink, to which I was immoderately addicted, and the natural warmth of my passions, prevented me from arriving at any great success in an art which requires as much coolness as the most austere school of philosophy. Mr. Watson, with whom I now lived in the closest amity, had unluckily the former failing to a very great excess, so that instead of making a fortune by his profession, as some others did, he was alternately rich and poor, and was often obliged to surrender to his cooler friends, over a bottle which they never tasted, that plunder that he had taken from culls at the public table. However, we both made a shift to pick up an uncomfortable livelihood, and for 2 years I continued of the calling, during which time I tasted all the varieties of fortune, sometimes flourishing in affluence, and at others being obliged to struggle with almost incredible difficulties. To-day wallowing in luxury, and to-morrow reduced to the coarsest and most homely fare, my fine clothes being often on my back in the evening, and at the pawn-shop the next morning. One night, as I was returning penniless from the gaming table, I observed a very great disturbance, and a large mob gathered together in the street. As I was in no danger from pickpockets, I ventured into the crowd, where, upon inquiry, I found that a man had been robbed and very ill used by some ruffians. The wounded man appeared very bloody, and seemed scarce able to support himself on his legs. As I had not, therefore, been deprived of my humanity by my present life and conversation, though they had left me very little of either honesty or shame, I immediately offered my assistance to the unhappy person, who thankfully accepted it, and putting himself under my conduct, begged me to convey him to some tavern where he might send for a surgeon, being, as he said, faint with loss of blood. He seemed indeed highly pleased at finding one who appeared in the dress of a gentleman, for as to all the rest of the company present, their outside was such that he could not wisely place any confidence in them. I took the poor man by the arm and led him to the tavern where we kept our rendezvous, as it happened to be the nearest at hand. A surgeon, happening luckily to be in the house, immediately attended, and applied himself to dressing his wounds, which I had the pleasure to hear were not likely to be mortal. The surgeon, having very expeditiously and dexterously finished his business, began to inquire in what part of the town the wounded man lodged, who answered that he was come to town that very morning, that his horse was at an inn in Piccadilly, and that he had no other lodging, and very little or no acquaintance in town. This surgeon, whose name I have forgot, though I remember it began with an R, had the first character in his profession, and was sergeant surgeon to the king. He had, moreover, many good qualities, and was a very generous, good-natured man, and ready to do any service to his fellow creatures. He offered his patient the use of his chariot to carry him to his inn, and at the same time whispered in his ear that if he wanted any money he would furnish him. The poor man was not now capable of returning thanks for this generous offer, for having had his eyes for some time steadfastly on me, he threw himself back in his chair, crying, "Oh, my son, my son!" and then fainted away. Many of the people present imagined this accident had happened through his loss of blood, but I, who at the same time began to recollect the features of my father, was now confirmed in my suspicion, and satisfied that it was he himself who appeared before me. I presently ran to him, raised him in my arms, and kissed his cold lips with the utmost eagerness. Here I must draw a curtain over a scene which I cannot describe, for though I did not lose my being, as my father for a while did, my senses were, however, so overpowered with affright and surprise that I am a stranger to what passed during some minutes, and indeed till my father had again recovered from his swoon, and I found myself in his arms, both tenderly embracing each other, while the tears trickled apace down the cheeks of each of us. Most of those present seemed affected by this scene, which we, who might be considered as the actors in it, were desirous of removing from the eyes of all spectators as fast as we could. My father therefore accepted the kind offer of the surgeon's chariot, and I attended him in it to his inn. When we were alone together, he gently upbraided me with having neglected to write to him during so long a time, but entirely omitted the mention of that crime which had occasioned it. He then informed me of my mother's death, and insisted on my returning home with him, saying that he had long suffered the greatest anxiety on my account, that he knew not whether he had most feared my death or wished it, since he had so many more dreadful apprehensions for me. At last, he said, a neighbouring gentleman, who had just recovered a son from the same place, informed him where I was, and that to reclaim me from this course of life was the sole cause of his journey to London. He thanked heaven he had succeeded so far as to find me out by means of an accident which had like to have proved fatal to him, and had the pleasure to think he partly owed his preservation to my humanity, with which he professed himself to be more delighted than he should have been with my filial piety, if I had known that the object of all my care was my own father. Vice had not so depraved my heart as to excite in it an insensibility of so much paternal affection, though so unworthily bestowed. I presently promised to obey his command in my return home with him, as soon as he was able to travel, which indeed he was in a very few days, by the assistance of that excellent surgeon who had undertaken his cure. The day preceding my father's journey, before which time I scarce ever left him, I went to take my leave of some of my most intimate acquaintance, particularly of Mr. Watson, who dissuaded me from burying myself, as he called it, out of a simple compliance with the fond desires of a foolish old fellow. Such solicitations, however, had no effect, and I once more saw my own home. My father now greatly solicited me to think of marriage, but my inclinations were utterly averse to any such thoughts. I had tasted of love already, and perhaps you know the extravagant excesses of that most tender and most violent passion. Here the old gentleman paused and looked earnestly at Jones, whose countenance, within a minute's space, displayed the extremities of both red and white. Upon which the old man, without making any observations, renewed his narrative. Being now provided with all the necessaries of life, I betook myself once again to study, and that with a more inordinate application than I had ever done formerly. The books which now employed my time solely were those, as well ancient as modern, which treat of true philosophy, a word which is by many thought to be the subject only of farce and ridicule. I now read over the works of Aristotle and Plato, with the rest of those inestimable treasures which ancient Greece had bequeathed to the world. These authors, though they instructed me in no science by which men may promise to themselves to acquire the least riches or worldly power, taught me, however, the art of despising the highest acquisitions of both. They elevate the mind, and steel and harden it against the capricious invasions of fortune. They not only instruct in the knowledge of wisdom, but confirm men in her habits, and demonstrate plainly that this must be our guide if we propose ever to arrive at the greatest worldly happiness, or to defend ourselves with any tolerable security against the misery which everywhere surrounds and invests us. To this I add another study, compared to which all the philosophy taught by the wisest heathens is little better than a dream, and is indeed as full of vanity as the silliest jester ever pleased to represent it. This is that divine wisdom which is alone to be found in the Holy Scriptures, for they impart to us the knowledge and assurance of things much more worthy our attention than all which this world can offer to our acceptance, of things which heaven itself hath condescended to reveal to us, and to the smallest knowledge of which the highest human wit, unassisted, could never ascend. I began now to think all the time I had spent with the best heathen writers was little more than labour lost, for however pleasant and delightful their lessons may be, or however adequate to the right regulation of our conduct with respect to this world only, yet when compared with the glory revealed in Scripture, their highest documents will appear as trifling and of as little consequence as the rules by which children regulate their childish little games and pastime. True it is that philosophy makes us wiser, but Christianity makes us better men. Philosophy elevates and steels the mind. Christianity softens and sweetens it. The former makes us the objects of human admiration, the latter of divine love. That ensures us a temporal, but this an eternal happiness. But I am afraid I tire you with my rhapsody. Not at all, cries Partridge. Lord forbid we should be tired with good things. I had spent, continued the stranger, about 4 years in the most delightful manner to myself, totally given up to contemplation, and entirely unembarrassed with the affairs of the world, when I lost the best of fathers, and one whom I so entirely loved that my grief at his loss exceeded all description. I now abandoned my books, and gave myself up for a whole month to the effects of melancholy and despair. Time, however, the best physician of the mind, at length brought me relief. Ay, tempus edax rerum, said Partridge. I then, continued the stranger, betook myself again to my former studies, which, I may say, perfected my cure, for philosophy and religion may be called the exercises of the mind, and when this is disordered, they are as wholesome as exercise can be to a distempered body. They do, indeed, produce similar effects with exercise, for they strengthen and confirm the mind, till man becomes, in the noble strain of Horace, fortis et in se ipso totus teres atque rotundus, externi nequid valeat per leve morari, in quem manca ruit semper fortuna. Firm in himself, who on himself relies, polished and round, who runs his proper course, and breaks misfortune with superior force. Mr. Francis. Here Jones smiled at some conceit which intruded itself into his imagination, but the stranger, I believe, perceived it not, and proceeded thus. My circumstances were now greatly altered by the death of that best of men, for my brother, who was now become master of the house, differed so widely from me in his inclinations, and our pursuits in life had been so very various, that we were the worst of company to each other. But what made our living together still more disagreeable was the little harmony which could subsist between the few who resorted to me, and the numerous train of sportsmen who often attended my brother from the field to the table. For such fellows, besides the noise and nonsense with which they persecute the ears of sober men, endeavour always to attack them with affront and contempt. This was so much the case that neither I myself nor my friends could ever sit down to a meal with them without being treated with derision, because we were unacquainted with the phrases of sportsmen. For men of true learning and almost universal knowledge always compassionate the ignorance of others, but fellows who excel in some little though contemptible art are always certain to despise those who are unacquainted with that art. In short, we soon separated, and I went, by the advice of a physician, to drink the Bath waters, for my violent affliction, added to a sedentary life, had thrown me into a kind of paralytic disorder, for which those waters are accounted an almost certain cure. The second day after my arrival, as I was walking by the river, The sun shone so intensely hot, though it was early in the year, that I retired to the shelter of some willows and sat down by the riverside. Here I had not been seated long before I heard a person on the other side of the willows sighing and bemoaning himself bitterly. On a sudden, having uttered a most impious oath, he cried, "I am resolved to bear it no longer," and directly threw himself into the water. I immediately started and ran towards the place, calling at the same time as loudly as I could for assistance. An angler happened luckily to be fishing a little below me, though some very high sedge had hid him from my sight. He immediately came up, and both of us together, not without some hazard of our lives, drew the body to the shore. At first we perceived no sign of life remaining, but having held the body up by the heels, for we soon had assistance enough, it discharged a vast quantity of water at the mouth, and at length began to discover some symptoms of breathing, and a little afterwards to move both its hands and its legs. An apothecary, who happened to be present among others, advised that the body, which seemed now to have pretty well emptied itself of water, and which began to have many convulsive motions, should be directly taken up and carried into a warm bed. This was accordingly performed, the apothecary and myself attending. As we were going towards an inn, for we knew not the man's lodgings, luckily a woman met us, who, after some violent screaming, told us that the gentleman lodged at her house. When I had seen the man safely deposited there, I left him to the care of the apothecary, who, I suppose, used all the right methods with him, for the next morning I heard he had perfectly recovered his senses. I then went to visit him, intending to search out, as well as I could, the cause of his having attempted so desperate an act, and to prevent, as far as I was able, his pursuing such wicked intentions for the future. I was no sooner admitted into his chamber than we both instantly knew each other, for who should this person be but my good friend Mr. Watson? Here I will not trouble you with what passed at our first interview, for I would avoid prolixity as much as possible. "Pray let us hear all," cries Partridge. "I want mightily to know what brought him to Bath." "You shall hear everything material," answered the stranger, and then proceeded to relate what we shall proceed to write, after we have given a short breathing time to both ourselves and the reader. Chapter 14, in which the man of the hill concludes his history. Mr. Watson, continued the stranger, very freely acquainted me that the unhappy situation of his circumstance, occasioned by a tide of ill luck, had in a manner forced him to a resolution of destroying himself. I now began to argue very seriously with him in opposition to this heathenish, or indeed diabolical, principle of the lawfulness of self-murder, and said everything which occurred to me on the subject. But, to my great concern, it seemed to have very little effect on him. He seemed not at all to repent of what he had done, and gave me reason to fear he would soon make a second attempt of the like horrible kind. When I had finished my discourse, instead of endeavouring to answer my arguments, he looked me steadfastly in the face, and with a smile said, "You are strangely altered, my good friend, since I remember you. I question whether any of our bishops could make a better argument against suicide than you have entertained me with. But unless you can find somebody who will lend me a cool 100, I must either hang or drown or starve, and in my opinion the last death is the most terrible of the three." I answered him very gravely that I was indeed altered since I had seen him last, that I had found leisure to look into my follies and to repent of them. I then advised him to pursue the same steps, and at last concluded with an assurance that I myself would lend him £100 if it would be of any service to his affairs, and he would not put it into the power of a die to deprive him of it. Mr. Watson, who seemed almost composed in slumber by the former part of my discourse, was roused by the latter. He seized my hand eagerly, gave me 1,000 thanks, and declared I was a friend indeed, adding that he hoped I had a better opinion of him than to imagine he had profited so little by experience as to put any confidence in those damned dice which had so often deceived him. "No, no," cries he, "let me but once handsomely be set up again, and if ever fortune makes a broken merchant of me afterwards, I will forgive her." I very well understood the language of setting up and broken merchant. I therefore said to him with a very grave face, "Mr. Watson, you must endeavour to find out some business or employment by which you may procure yourself a livelihood, and I promise you, could I see any probability of being repaid hereafter, I would advance a much larger sum than what you have mentioned, to equip you in any fair and honourable calling. But as to gaming, besides the baseness and wickedness of making it a profession, you are really, to my own knowledge, unfit for it, and it will end in your certain ruin." "Why, now, that's strange," answered he. "Neither you nor any of my friends would ever allow me to know anything of the matter, and yet I believe I am as good a hand at every game as any of you all, and I heartily wish I was to play with you only for your whole fortune. I should desire no better sport, and I would let you name your game into the bargain. But come, my dear boy, have you the 100 in your pocket?" I answered I had only a bill for £50, which I delivered him, and promised him to bring the rest next morning, and after giving him a little more advice, took my leave. I was indeed better than my word, for I returned to him that very afternoon. When I entered the room, I found him sitting up in his bed at cards with a notorious gamester. This sight, you will imagine, shocked me not a little, to which I may add the mortification of seeing my bill delivered by him to his antagonist, and 30 guineas only given in exchange for it. The other gamester presently quitted the room, and then Watson declared he was ashamed to see me. "But," says he, "I find luck run so damnably against me that I will resolve to leave off play for ever. I have thought of the kind proposal you made me ever since, and I promise you there shall be no fault in me if I do not put it in execution." Though I had no great faith in his promises, I produced him the remainder of the 100 in consequence of my own, for which he gave me a note, which was all I ever expected to see in return for my money. We were prevented from any further discourse at present by the arrival of the apothecary, who, with much joy in his countenance, and without even asking his patient how he did, proclaimed there was great news arrived in a letter to himself, which he said would shortly be public. That the Duke of Monmouth was landed in the west with a vast army of Dutch, and that another vast fleet hovered over the coast of Norfolk, and was to make a descent there, in order to favour the Duke's enterprise with a diversion on that side. This apothecary was one of the greatest politicians of his time. He was more delighted with the most paltry packet than with the best patient, and the highest joy he was capable of he received from having a piece of news in his possession an hour or two sooner than any other person in the town. His advices, however, were seldom authentic, for he would swallow almost anything as a truth, a humour which many made use of to impose upon him. Thus it happened with what he at present communicated, for it was known within a short time afterwards that the Duke was really landed, but that his army consisted only of a few attendants, and as to the diversion in Norfolk, it was entirely false. The apothecary stayed no longer in the room than while he acquainted us with his news, and then, without saying a syllable to his patient on any other subject, departed to spread his advices all over the town. Events of this nature in the public are generally apt to eclipse all private concerns. Our discourse, therefore, now became entirely political. For my own part, I had been for some time very seriously affected with the danger to which the Protestant religion was so visibly exposed under a popish prince, and thought the apprehension of it alone sufficient to justify that insurrection, for no real security can ever be found against the persecuting spirit of popery when armed with power, except the depriving it of that power, as woeful experience presently showed. You know how King James behaved after getting the better of this attempt, how little he valued either his royal word or coronation oath, or the liberties and rights of his people. But all had not the sense to foresee this at first, and therefore the Duke of Monmouth was weakly supported, yet all could feel when the evil came upon them, and therefore all united at last to drive out that king, against whose exclusion a great party amongst us had so warmly contended during the reign of his brother, and for whom they now fought with such zeal and affection. What you say, interrupted Jones, is very true, and it has often struck me as the most wonderful thing I ever read of in history, that so soon after this convincing experience, which brought our whole nation to join so unanimously in expelling King James for the preservation of our religion and liberties, there should be a party among us mad enough to desire the placing his family again on the throne. You are not in earnest, answered the old man. There can be no such party. As bad an opinion as I have of mankind, I cannot believe them infatuated to such a degree. There may be some hot-headed papists led by their priests to engage in this desperate cause, and I think it a holy war, but that Protestants that are members of the Church of England should be such apostates, such fellows to say, I cannot believe it. No, no, young man, unacquainted as I am with what has passed in the world for these last 30 years, I cannot be so imposed upon as to credit so foolish a tale. But I see you have a mind to sport with my ignorance. Can it be possible, replied Jones, that you have lived so much out of the world as not to know that during that time there have been 2 rebellions in favour of the son of King James, one of which is now actually raging in the very heart of the kingdom? At these words the old gentleman started up, and in a most solemn tone of voice conjured Jones by his Maker to tell him if what he said was really true, which the other, as solemnly affirming, he walked several turns about the room in a profound silence, then cried, then laughed, and at last fell down on his knees, and blessed God in a loud thanksgiving prayer for having delivered him from all society with human nature which could be capable of such monstrous extravagances. After which, being reminded by Jones that he had broke off his story, he resumed it again in this manner. As mankind in the days I was speaking of was not yet arrived at that pitch of madness which I find they are capable of now, and which, to be sure, I have only escaped by living alone and at a distance from the contagion, there was a considerable rising in favour of Monmouth, and my principles strongly inclining me to take the same part, I determined to join him, and Mr. Watson, from different motives, concurring in the same resolution, for the spirit of a gamester will carry a man as far upon such an occasion as the spirit of patriotism, we soon provided ourselves with all necessaries, and went to the Duke at Bridgewater. The unfortunate event of this enterprise you are, I conclude, as well acquainted with as myself. I escaped, together with Mr. Watson, from the battle at Sedgemoor, in which action I received a slight wound. We rode near 40 miles together on the Exeter road, and then, abandoning our horses, scrambled as well as we could through the fields and by-roads, till we arrived at a little wild hut on a common, where a poor old woman took all the care of us she could, and dressed my wound with salve, which quickly healed it. "Pray, sir, where was the wound?" says Partridge. The stranger satisfied him it was in his arm, and then continued his narrative. "Here, sir," said he, "Mr. Watson left me the next morning, in order, as he pretended, to get us some provision from the town of Columpton. But can I relate it, or can you believe it? This Mr. Watson, this friend, this base, barbarous, treacherous villain, betrayed me to a party of horse belonging to King James, and at his return delivered me into their hands. The soldiers, being 6 in number, had now seized me, and were conducting me to Taunton jail, but neither my present situation, nor the apprehensions of what might happen to me, were half so irksome to my mind as the company of my false friend, who, having surrendered himself, was likewise considered as a prisoner, though he was better treated, as being to make his peace at my expense. He at first endeavoured to excuse his treachery, but when he received nothing but scorn and upbraiding from me, he soon changed his note, abused me as the most atrocious and malicious rebel, and laid all his own guilt to my charge, who, as he declared, had solicited and even threatened him to make him take up arms against his gracious as well as lawful sovereign. This false evidence, for in reality he had been much the forwarder of the two, stung me to the quick, and raised an indignation scarce conceivable by those who have not felt it. However, fortune at length took pity on me, for as we were got a little beyond Wellington, in a narrow lane, my guards received a false alarm that near 50 of the enemy were at hand, upon which they shifted for themselves, and left me and my betrayer to do the same. That villain immediately ran from me, and I am glad he did, or I should have certainly endeavoured, though I had no arms, to have executed vengeance on his baseness. I was now once more at liberty, and immediately withdrawing from the highway into the fields, I travelled on, scarce knowing which way I went, and making it my chief care to avoid all public roads and all towns, nay, even the most homely houses, for I imagined every human creature whom I saw desirous of betraying me. At last, after rambling several days about the country, during which the fields afforded me the same bed and the same food which nature bestows on our savage brothers of the creation, I at length arrived at this place, by the solitude and wildness of the country, invited me to fix my abode. The first person with whom I took up my habitation was the mother of this old woman, with whom I remained concealed till the news of the glorious Revolution put an end to all my apprehensions of danger, and gave me an opportunity of once more visiting my own home, and of inquiring a little into my affairs, which I soon settled as agreeably to my brother as to myself, having resigned everything to him, for which he paid me the sum of £1,000, and settled on me an annuity for life. His behaviour in this last instance, as in all others, was selfish and ungenerous. I could not look on him as my friend, nor indeed did he desire that I should. So I presently took my leave of him, as well as of my other acquaintance, and from that day to this my history is little better than a blank. "And is it possible, sir," said Jones, "that you can have resided here from that day to this?" "Oh, no, sir," answered the gentleman. "I have been a great traveller, and there are few parts of Europe with which I am not acquainted." "I have not, sir," cried Jones, "the assurance to ask it of you now. Indeed, it would be cruel, after so much breath as you have already spent. But you will give me leave to wish for some further opportunity of hearing the excellent observations which a man of your sense and knowledge of the world must have made in so long a course of travels." "Indeed, young gentleman," answered the stranger, "I will endeavour to satisfy your curiosity on this head likewise, as far as I am able." Jones attempted fresh apologies, but was prevented, and while he and Partridge sat with greedy and impatient ears, the stranger proceeded, as in the next chapter. Note: the rest of this paragraph and the two following paragraphs in the first edition were as follows. For my own part, I had been some time very seriously affected with the danger to which the Protestant religion was so visibly exposed, that nothing but the immediate interposition of Providence seemed capable of preserving it, for King James had indeed declared war against the Protestant cause. He had brought known papists into the army, and attempted to bring them into the church and into the university. Popish priests swarmed through the nation, appeared publicly in their habits, and boasted that they should shortly walk in procession through the streets. Our own clergy were forbid to preach against popery, and bishops were ordered to suspend those who did, and to do the business at once, an illegal ecclesiastical commission was erected, little inferior to an inquisition, in which probably it was intended to be the ringleader. Thus, as our duty to the king can never be called more than our second duty, he had discharged us from this by making it incompatible with our preserving the first, which is surely to heaven. Besides this, he had dissolved his subjects from their allegiance by breaking his coronation oath, to which their allegiance is annexed. For he had imprisoned bishops because they would not give up their religion, and turned out judges because they would not absolutely surrender the law into his hands. Nay, he seized this himself, and when he claimed a dispensing power, he declared himself in fact as absolute as any tyrant ever was or can be. I have recapitulated these matters in full, lest some of them should have been omitted in history, and I think nothing less than such provocations as I have here mentioned, nothing less than certain and imminent danger to their religion and liberties, can justify or even mitigate the dreadful sin of rebellion in any people. "I promise you, sir," says Jones, "all these facts and more I have read in history, but I will tell you a fact which is not yet recorded, and of which I suppose you are ignorant. There is actually now a rebellion on foot in this kingdom in favour of the son of that very King James, a professed papist, more bigoted if possible than his father, and this carried on by Protestants against a king who hath never in one single instance made the least invasion on our liberties." "Prodigious indeed," answered the stranger. "You tell me what would be incredible of a nation which did not deserve the character that Virgil gives of a woman, varium et mutabile semper. Surely this is to be unworthy of the care which Providence seems to have taken of us in the preservation of our religion against the powerful designs and constant machinations of popery, a preservation so strange and unaccountable that I almost think we may appeal to it as to a miracle for the proof of its holiness. Prodigious indeed! A Protestant rebellion in favour of a popish prince! The folly of mankind is as wonderful as their knavery. But to conclude my story, I resolved to take arms in defence of my country, of my religion, and my liberty, and Mr. Watson joined in the same resolution. We soon provided ourselves with necessaries, and joined the Duke at Bridgewater. The unfortunate event of this enterprise you are perhaps better acquainted with than myself. I escaped, together with Mr. Watson, from the battle of Sedgemoor. Chapter 15. A brief history of Europe, and a curious discourse between Mr. Jones and the man of the hill. In Italy the landlords are very silent. In France they are more talkative, but yet civil. In Germany and Holland they are generally very impertinent. As for their honesty, I believe it is pretty equal in all those countries. The lacquais à louange are sure to lose no opportunity of cheating you. And as for the postilions, I think they are pretty much alike all the world over. These, sir, are the observations on men which I made in my travels, for these were the only men I ever conversed with. My design when I went abroad was to divert myself by seeing the wondrous variety of prospects, beasts, birds, fishes, insects, and vegetables with which God has been pleased to enrich the several parts of this globe. A variety which, as it must give great pleasure to a contemplative beholder, so doth it admirably display the power and wisdom and goodness of the Creator. Indeed, to say the truth, there is but one work in his whole creation that doth him any dishonour, and with that I have long since avoided holding any conversation. You will pardon me, cries Jones, but I have always imagined that there is in this very work you mention as great variety as in all the rest, for, besides the difference of inclination, customs, and climates, have, I am told, introduced the utmost diversity into human nature. Very little indeed, answered the other. Those who travel in order to acquaint themselves with the different manners of men might spare themselves much pains by going to a carnival at Venice, for there they will see at once all which they can discover in the several courts of Europe. The same hypocrisy, the same fraud, in short, the same follies and vices, dressed in different habits. In Spain these are equipped with much gravity, and in Italy with vast splendour. In France a knave is dressed like a fop, and in the northern countries like a sloven. But human nature is everywhere the same, everywhere the object of detestation and scorn. As for my own part, I passed through all these nations as you perhaps may have done through a crowd at a shoe-jostling to get by them, holding my nose with one hand and defending my pockets with the other, without speaking a word to any of them, while I was pressing on to see what I wanted to see, which, however entertaining it might be in itself, scarce made me amends for the trouble the company gave me. Did you not find some of the nations among which you travelled less troublesome to you than others? Said Jones. Oh, yes, replied the old man. The Turks were much more tolerable to me than the Christians, for they are men of profound taciturnity, and never disturb a stranger with questions. Now and then, indeed, they bestow a short curse upon him, or spit in his face as he walks the streets, but then they have done with him, and a man may live an age in their country without hearing a dozen words from them. But of all the people I ever saw, heaven defend me from the French, with their damned prate and civilities, and doing the honour of their nation to strangers, as they are pleased to call it, but indeed setting forth their own vanity. They are so troublesome that I had infinitely rather pass my life with the Hottentots than set my foot in Paris again. They are a nasty people, but their nastiness is mostly without, whereas in France and some other nations that I won't name, it is all within, and makes them stink much more to my reason than that of Hottentots does to my nose. Thus, sir, I have ended the history of my life, for as to all that series of years during which I have lived retired here, it affords no variety to entertain you, and may be almost considered as one day. The retirement has been so complete that I could hardly have enjoyed a more absolute solitude in the deserts of the Thebaid than here in the midst of this populous kingdom. As I have no estate, I am plagued with no tenants or stewards. My annuity is paid me pretty regularly, as indeed it ought to be, for it is much less than what I might have expected in return for what I gave up. Visits I admit none, and the old woman who keeps my house knows that her place entirely depends upon her saving me all the trouble of buying the things that I want, keeping off all solicitation or business from me, and holding her tongue whenever I am within hearing. As my walks are all by night, I am pretty secure in this wild, unfrequented place from meeting any company. Some few persons I have met by chance, and sent them home heartily frighted, as from the oddness of my dress and figure they took me for a ghost or a hobgoblin. But what has happened tonight shows that even here I cannot be safe from the villainy of men, for without your assistance I had not only been robbed, but very probably murdered." Jones thanked the stranger for the trouble he had taken in relating his story, and then expressed some wonder how he could possibly endure a life of such solitude, in which, says he, you may well complain of the want of variety. Indeed, I am astonished how you have filled up, or rather killed, so much of your time. "I am not at all surprised," answered the other, "that to one whose affections and thoughts are fixed on the world, my hours should appear to have wanted employment in this place. But there is one single act for which the whole life of man is infinitely too short. What time can suffice for the contemplation and worship of that glorious, immortal, and eternal Being, among the works of whose stupendous creation, not only this globe, but even those numberless luminaries, which we may here behold spangling all the sky, though they should many of them be suns lighting different systems of worlds, may possibly appear but as a few atoms opposed to the whole earth which we inhabit? Can a man who, by divine meditations, is admitted, as it were, into the conversation of this ineffable, incomprehensible majesty, think days, or years, or ages too long for the continuance of so ravishing an honour? Shall the trifling amusements, the palling pleasures, the silly business of the world roll away our hours too swiftly from us, and shall the pace of time seem sluggish to a mind exercised in studies so high, so important, and so glorious? As no time is sufficient, so no place is improper for this great concern. On what object can we cast our eyes which may not inspire us with ideas of his power, of his wisdom, and of his goodness? It is not necessary that the rising sun should dart his fiery glories over the eastern horizon, nor that the boisterous winds should rush from their caverns and shake the lofty forest, nor that the opening clouds should pour their deluge on the plains. It is not necessary, I say, that any of these should proclaim his majesty. There is not an insect, not a vegetable, of so low an order in the creation as not to be honoured with bearing marks of the attributes of its great Creator, marks not only of his power, but of his wisdom and goodness. Man alone, the king of this globe, the last and greatest work of the Supreme Being below the sun, man alone hath basely dishonoured his own nature, and by dishonesty, cruelty, ingratitude, and treachery hath called his Maker's goodness in question, by puzzling us to account how a benevolent being should form so foolish and so vile an animal. Yet this is the being from whose conversation you think, I suppose, that I have been unfortunately restrained, and without whose blessed society life, in your opinion, must be tedious and insipid." "In the former part of what you said," replied Jones, "I most heartily and readily concur, but I believe, as well as hope, that the abhorrence which you express for mankind in the conclusion is much too general. Indeed, you here fall into an error, which in my little experience I have observed to be a very common one, by taking the character of mankind from the worst and basest among them, whereas, indeed, as an excellent writer observes, nothing should be esteemed as characteristical of a species but what is to be found among the best and most perfect individuals of that species. This error, I believe, is generally committed by those who, from want of proper caution in the choice of their friends and acquaintance, have suffered injuries from bad and worthless men, 2 or 3 instances of which are very unjustly charged on all human nature." "I think I had experience enough of it," answered the other. "My first mistress and my first friend betrayed me in the basest manner, and in matters which threatened to be of the worst of consequences, even to bring me to a shameful death." "But you will pardon me," cries Jones, "if I desire you to reflect who that mistress and who that friend were." What better, my good sir, could be expected in love derived from the stews, or in friendship first produced and nourished at the gaming table? To take the character of women from the former instance, and of men from the latter, would be as unjust as to assert that air is a nauseous and unwholesome element, because we find it so in a jakes. I have lived but a short time in the world, and yet have known men worthy of the highest friendship, and women of the highest love. Alas, young man, answered the stranger, you have lived, you confess, but a very short time in the world. I was somewhat older than you when I was of the same opinion. You might have remained so still, replied Jones, if you had not been unfortunate, I will venture to say, incautious in the placing your affections. If there was, indeed, much more wickedness in the world than there is, it would not prove such general assertions against human nature, since much of this arrives by mere accident, and many a man who commits evil is not totally bad and corrupt in his heart. In truth, none seem to have any title to assert human nature to be necessarily and universally evil, but those whose own minds afford them one instance of this natural depravity, which is not, I am convinced, your case. And such, said the stranger, will be always the most backward to assert any such thing. Knaves will no more endeavour to persuade us of the baseness of mankind than a highwayman will inform you that there are thieves on the road. This would indeed be a method to put you on your guard, and to defeat their own purposes. For which reason, though knaves, as I remember, are very apt to abuse particular persons, yet they never cast any reflection on human nature in general. The old gentleman spoke this so warmly that, as Jones despaired of making a convert, and was unwilling to offend, he returned no answer. The day now began to send forth its first streams of light, when Jones made an apology to the stranger for having stayed so long, and perhaps detained him from his rest. The stranger answered, he never wanted rest less than at present, for that day and night were in different seasons to him, and that he commonly made use of the former for the time of his repose, and of the latter for his walks and lucubrations. However, said he, it is now a most lovely morning, and if you can bear any longer to be without your own rest or food, I will gladly entertain you with the sight of some very fine prospects which I believe you have not yet seen. Jones very readily embraced this offer, and they immediately set forward together from the cottage. As for Partridge, he had fallen into a profound repose just as the stranger had finished his story, for his curiosity was satisfied, and the subsequent discourse was not forcible enough in its operation to conjure down the charms of sleep. Jones therefore left him to enjoy his nap, and as the reader may perhaps be at this season glad of the same favour, we will here put an end to the 8th book of our history. End of section 25. Among other good uses for which I have thought proper to institute these several introductory chapters, I have considered them as a kind of mark or stamp, which may hereafter enable a very indifferent reader to distinguish what is true and genuine in this historic kind of writing from what is false and counterfeit. Indeed, it seems likely that some such mark may shortly become necessary, since the favourable reception which 2 or 3 authors have lately procured for their works of this nature from the public will probably serve as an encouragement to many others to undertake the like. Thus a swarm of foolish novels and monstrous romances will be produced, either to the great impoverishing of booksellers, or to the great loss of time and deprivation of those who are utterly incapable of any degree of reflection, and whose learning is not equal to an essay. I would not be here understood to insinuate that the greatest merit of such historical productions can ever lie in these introductory chapters, but in fact those parts which contain mere narrative only afford much more encouragement to the pen of an imitator than those which are composed of observation and reflection. Here I mean such imitators as Rowe was of Shakespeare, or as Horace hints some of the Romans were of Cato, by bare feet and sour faces. To invent good stories, and to tell them well, are possibly very rare talents, and yet I have observed few persons who have scrupled to aim at both. And if we examine the romances and novels with which the world abounds, I think we may fairly conclude that most of the authors would not have attempted to show their teeth, if the expression may be allowed me, in any other way of writing, nor could indeed have strung together a dozen sentences on any other subject whatever. Scribemus indocti doctique passim. Each desperate blockhead dares to write. Verse is the trade of every living wight. Francis. May be more truly said of the historian and biographer than of any other species of writing, for all the arts and sciences, even criticism itself, require some little degree of learning and knowledge. Poetry, indeed, may perhaps be thought an exception, but then it demands numbers, or something like numbers, whereas to the composition of novels and romances nothing is necessary but paper, pens, and ink, with the manual capacity of using them. This, I conceive, their productions show to be the opinion of the authors themselves, and this must be the opinion of their readers, if indeed there be any such. Hence we are to derive that universal contempt which the world, who always dominate the whole of the majority, have cast on all historical writers who do not draw their materials from records. And it is to the apprehension of this contempt that hath made us so cautiously avoid the term romance, a name with which we might otherwise have been well enough contented. Though, as we have good authority for all our characters, no less indeed than the vast authentic doomsday book of nature, as is elsewhere hinted, our labours have sufficient title to the name of history. Certainly they deserve some distinction from those works which one of the wittiest of men regarded only as proceeding from a pruritus, or indeed rather from a looseness of the brain. But besides the dishonour which is thus cast on one of the most useful as well as entertaining of all kinds of writing, there is just reason to apprehend that by encouraging such authors we shall propagate much dishonour of another kind, I mean to the characters of many good and valuable members of society. For the dullest writers, no more than the dullest companions, are always inoffensive. They have both enough of language to be indecent and abusive. And surely, if the opinion just above cited be true, we cannot wonder that works so nastily derived should be nasty themselves, or have a tendency to make others so. To prevent, therefore, for the future, such intemperate abuses of leisure, of letters, and of the liberty of the press, especially as the world seems at present to be more than usually threatened with them, I shall here venture to mention some qualifications, every one of which are in pretty high degree necessary to this order of historians. The first is genius, without a full vein of which no study, says Horace, can avail us. By genius I would understand that power, or rather those powers, of the mind which are capable of penetrating into all things within our reach and knowledge, and of distinguishing their essential differences. These are no other than invention and judgment, and they are both called by the collective name of genius, as they are of those gifts of nature which we bring with us into the world. Concerning each of which many seem to have fallen into very great errors. For by invention, I believe, is generally understood a creative faculty, which would indeed prove most romance writers to have the highest pretensions to it. Whereas by invention is really meant no more, and so the word signifies, than discovery, or finding out, or, to explain it at large, a quick and sagacious penetration into the true essence of all the objects of our contemplation. This, I think, can rarely exist without the concomitancy of judgment, for how we can be said to have discovered the true essence of two things without discerning their difference seems to me hard to conceive. Now this last is the undisputed province of judgment, and yet some few men of wit have agreed with all the dull fellows in the world in representing these two to have been seldom or never the property of one and the same person. But though they should be so, they are not sufficient for our purpose without a good share of learning, for which I could again cite the authority of Horace and of many others, if any was necessary, to prove that tools are of no service to a workman when they are not sharpened by art, or when he wants rules to direct him in his work, or hath no matter to work upon. All these uses are supplied by learning, for nature can only furnish us with capacity, or, as I have chose to illustrate it, with the tools of our profession. Learning must fit them for use, must direct them in it, and lastly, must contribute part at least of the materials. A competent knowledge of history and of the belles lettres is here absolutely necessary, and without this share of knowledge at least, to affect the character of an historian is as vain as to endeavour at building a house without timber or mortar, or brick or stone. Homer and Milton, who, though they added the ornament of numbers to their works, were both historians of our order, were masters of all the learning of their times. Again, there is another sort of knowledge beyond the power of learning to bestow, and this is to be had by conversation. So necessary is this to the understanding the characters of men, that none are more ignorant of them than those learned pedants whose lives have been entirely consumed in colleges and among books. For however exquisitely human nature may have been described by writers, the true practical system can be learnt only in the world. Indeed, the like happens in every other kind of knowledge. Neither physic nor law are to be practically known from books. Nay, the farmer, the planter, the gardener must perfect by experience what he hath acquired the rudiments of by reading. How accurately soever the ingenious Mr. Meller may have described the plant, he himself would advise his disciple to see it in the garden. As we must perceive that after the nicest strokes of a Shakespeare or a Johnson, of a Wycherley or an Otway, some touches of nature will escape the reader, which the judicious action of a Garrick, of a Cibber, of a Clive can convey to him, so on the real stage the character shows himself in a stronger and bolder light than he can be described. And if this be the case in those fine and nervous descriptions which great authors themselves have taken from life, how much more strongly will it hold when the writer himself takes his lines not from nature but from books? Such characters are only a faint copy of a copy, and can have neither the justness nor spirit of an original. Now this conversation in our historian must be universal, that is, with all ranks and degrees of men, for the knowledge of what is called high life will not instruct him in low, nor, e converso, will his being acquainted with the inferior part of mankind teach him the manners of the superior. And though it may be thought that the knowledge of either may sufficiently enable him to describe at least that in which he hath been conversant, yet he will even here fall greatly short of perfection, for the follies of either rank do in reality illustrate each other. For instance, the affectation of high life appears more glaring and ridiculous from the simplicity of the low, and again the rudeness and barbarity of this latter strikes with much stronger ideas of absurdity when contrasted with and opposed to the politeness which controls the former. Besides, to say the truth, the manners of our historian will be improved by both these conversations, for in the one he will easily find examples of plainness, honesty, and sincerity, in the other of refinement, elegance, and a liberality of spirit, which last quality I myself have scarce ever seen in men of low birth and education. Nor will all the qualities I have hitherto given my historian avail him, unless he have what is generally meant by a good heart, and be capable of feeling. The author who will make me weep, says Horace, must first weep himself. In reality, no man can paint a distress well which he doth not feel while he is painting it. Nor do I doubt but that the most pathetic and affecting scenes have been written with tears. In the same manner it is with the ridiculous. I am convinced I never make my reader laugh heartily but when I have laughed before him, unless it should happen at any time that instead of laughing with me he should be inclined to laugh at me. Perhaps this may have been the case at some passage in this chapter, from which apprehension I will here put an end to it. Chapter 2, containing a very surprising adventure indeed, which Mr. Jones met with in his walk with the man of the hill. Aurora now first opened her casement. Anglice, the day began to break, when Jones walked forth in company with the stranger, and mounted Mazard Hill, of which they had no sooner gained the summit than one of the most noble prospects in the world presented itself to their view, and which we would likewise present to the reader, but for two reasons. First, we despair of making those who have seen this prospect admire our description. Secondly, we very much doubt whether those who have not seen it would understand it. Jones stood for some minutes fixed in one posture, and directing his eyes towards the south, upon which the old gentleman asked what he was looking at with so much attention. "Alas, sir," answered he with a sigh, "I was endeavouring to trace out my own journey hither. Good heavens, what a distance is Gloucester from us! What a vast tract of land must be between me and my own home!" "Ay, ay, young gentleman," cries the other, "and by your sighing, from what you love better than your own home, or I am mistaken. I perceive now the object of your contemplation is not within your sight, and yet I fancy you have a pleasure in looking that way." Jones answered with a smile, "I find, old friend, you have not yet forgot the sensations of your youth. I own my thoughts were employed, as you have guessed." They now walked to that part of the hill which looks to the northwest, and which hangs over a vast and extensive wood. Here they were no sooner arrived than they heard at a distance the most violent screams of a woman proceeding from the wood below them. Jones listened a moment, and then, without saying a word to his companion, for indeed the occasion seemed sufficiently pressing, ran, or rather slid, down the hill, and without the least apprehension or concern for his own safety, made directly to the thicket whence the sound had issued. He had not entered far into the wood before he beheld a most shocking sight indeed. A woman stripped half naked under the hands of a ruffian, who had put his garter round her neck, and was endeavouring to draw her up to a tree. Jones asked no questions at this interval, but fell instantly upon the villain, and made such good use of his trusty oaken stick that he laid him sprawling on the ground before he could defend himself, indeed almost before he knew he was attacked. Nor did he cease the prosecution of his blows till the woman herself begged him to forbear, saying she believed he had sufficiently done his business. The poor wretch then fell upon her knees to Jones, and gave him 1,000 thanks for her deliverance. He presently lifted her up, and told her he was highly pleased with the extraordinary accident which had sent him thither for her relief, where it was so improbable she should find any, adding that heaven seemed to have designed him as the happy instrument of her protection. "Nay," answered she, "I could almost conceive you to be some good angel, and to say the truth, you look more like an angel than a man in my eye." Indeed, he was a charming figure, and if a very fine person and a most comely set of features, adorned with youth, health, strength, freshness, spirit, and good nature, can make a man resemble an angel, he certainly had that resemblance. The redeemed captive had not altogether so much of the human angelic species. She seemed to be at least of the middle age, nor had her face much appearance of beauty. But her clothes being torn from all the upper part of her body, her breasts, which were well formed and extremely white, attracted the eyes of her deliverer, and for a few moments they stood silent and gazing at each other, till the ruffian on the ground beginning to move, Jones took the garter, which had been intended for another purpose, and bound both his hands behind him. And now, on contemplating his face, he discovered, greatly to his surprise, and perhaps not a little to his satisfaction, this person to be no other than Ensign Northerton. Nor had the ensign forgotten his former antagonist, whom he knew the moment he came to himself. His surprise was equal to that of Jones, but I conceive his pleasure was rather less on this occasion. Jones helped Northerton upon his legs, and then looking him steadfastly in the face, "I fancy, sir," said he, "you did not expect to meet me any more in this world, and I confess I had as little expectation to find you here. However, fortune, I see, hath brought us once more together, and hath given me satisfaction for the injury I have received, even without my own knowledge." "It is very much like a man of honour indeed," answered Northerton, "to take satisfaction by knocking a man down behind his back. Neither am I capable of giving you satisfaction here, as I have no sword, but if you dare behave like a gentleman, let us go where I can furnish myself with one, and I will do by you as a man of honour ought." "Doth it become such a villain as you are," cries Jones, "to contaminate the name of honour by assuming it? But I shall waste no time in discourse with you. Justice requires satisfaction of you now, and shall have it." Then, turning to the woman, he asked her if she was near her home, or if not, whether she was acquainted with any house in the neighbourhood where she might procure herself some decent clothes, in order to proceed to a justice of the peace. She answered she was an entire stranger in that part of the world. Jones, then recollecting himself, said he had a friend near who would direct them. Indeed, he wondered at his not following, but in fact the good man of the hill, when our hero departed, sat himself down on the brow, where, though he had a gun in his hand, he, with great patience and unconcern, had attended the issue. Jones, then stepping without the wood, perceived the old man sitting as we have just described him. He presently exerted his utmost agility, and with surprising expedition ascended the hill. The old man advised him to carry the woman to Upton, which he said was the nearest town, and there he would be sure of furnishing her with all manner of conveniences. Jones, having received his direction to the place, took his leave of the man of the hill, and desiring him to direct Partridge the same way, returned hastily to the wood. Our hero, at his departure to make this inquiry of his friend, had considered that as the ruffian's hands were tied behind him, he was incapable of executing any wicked purposes on the poor woman. Besides, he knew he should not be beyond the reach of her voice, and could return soon enough to prevent any mischief. He had, moreover, declared to the villain that if he attempted the least insult, he would be himself immediately the executioner of vengeance on him. But Jones unluckily forgot that though the hands of Northerton were tied, his legs were at liberty, nor did he lay the least injunction on the prisoner that he should not make what use of these he pleased. Northerton, therefore, having given no parole of that kind, thought he might without any breach of honour depart, not being obliged, as he imagined, by any rules to wait for a formal discharge. He therefore took up his legs, which were at liberty, and walked off through the wood, which favoured his retreat. Nor did the woman, whose eyes were perhaps rather turned towards her deliverer, once think of his escape, or give herself any concern or trouble to prevent it. Jones, therefore, at his return, found the woman alone. He would have spent some time in searching for Northerton, but she would not permit him, earnestly entreating that he would accompany her to the town whither they had been directed. "As to the fellow's escape," said she, "it gives me no uneasiness, for philosophy and Christianity both preach up forgiveness of injuries. But for you, sir, I am concerned at the trouble I give you. Nay, indeed, my nakedness may well make me ashamed to look you in the face, and if it was not for the sake of your protection, I should wish to go alone." Jones offered her his coat, but I know not for what reason she absolutely refused the most earnest solicitations to accept it. He then begged her to forget both the causes of her confusion. "With regard to the former," says he, "I have done no more than my duty in protecting you, and as for the latter, I will entirely remove it by walking before you all the way, for I would not have my eyes offend you, and I could not answer for my power of resisting the attractive charms of so much beauty." Thus our hero and the redeemed lady walked in the same manner as Orpheus and Eurydice marked heretofore, but though I cannot believe that Jones was designedly tempted by his fair one to look behind him, yet as she frequently wanted his assistance to help her over stiles, and had, besides, many trips and other accidents, he was often obliged to turn about. However, he had better fortune than what attended poor Orpheus, for he brought his companion, or rather follower, safe into the famous town of Upton. Chapter 3. The arrival of Mr. Jones with his lady at the inn, with a very full description of the Battle of Upton. Though the reader, we doubt not, is very eager to know who this lady was, and how she fell into the hands of Mr. Northerton, we must beg him to suspend his curiosity for a short time, as we are obliged, for some very good reasons, which hereafter perhaps he may guess, to delay his satisfaction a little longer. Mr. Jones and his fair companion no sooner entered the town than they went directly to that inn which in their eyes presented the fairest appearance to the street. Here Jones, having ordered a servant to show a room above stairs, was ascending, when the dishevelled fair, hastily following, was laid hold on by the master of the house, who cried, "Heyday, where is that beggar wench going? Stay below stairs, I desire you." But Jones at that instant thundered from above, "Let the lady come up," in so authoritative a voice that the good man instantly withdrew his hands, and the lady made the best of her way to the chamber. Here Jones wished her joy of her safe arrival, and then departed, in order, as he promised, to send the landlady up with some clothes. The poor woman thanked him heartily for all his kindness, and said she hoped she should see him again soon, to thank him 1,000 times more. During this short conversation she covered her white bosom as well as she could possibly with her arms, for Jones could not avoid stealing a sly peep or two, though he took all imaginable care to avoid giving any offence. Our travellers had happened to take up their residence at a house of exceeding good repute, whither Irish ladies of strict virtue and many northern lasses of the same predicament were accustomed to resort in their way to Bath. The landlady therefore would by no means have admitted any conversation of a disreputable kind to pass under her roof. Indeed, so foul and contagious are all such proceedings that they contaminate the very innocent scenes where they are committed, and give the name of a bad house, or of a house of ill repute, to all those where they are suffered to be carried on. Not that I would intimate that such strict chastity as was preserved in the temple of Vesta can possibly be maintained at a public inn. My good landlady did not hope for such a blessing, nor would any of the ladies I have spoken of, or indeed any others of the most rigid note, have expected or insisted on any such thing. But to exclude all vulgar concubinage, and to drive all whores in rags from within the walls, is within the power of every one. This my landlady very strictly adhered to, and this her virtuous guests, who did not travel in rags, would very reasonably have expected of her. Now, it required no very blamable degree of suspicion to imagine that Mr. Jones and his ragged companion had certain purposes in their intention, which, though tolerated in some Christian countries, connived at in others, and practised in all, are, however, as expressly forbidden as murder or any other horrid vice by that religion which is universally believed in those countries. The landlady, therefore, had no sooner received an intimation of the entrance of the above-said persons than she began to meditate the most expeditious means for their expulsion. In order to this she had provided herself with a long and deadly instrument, with which, in times of peace, the chambermaid was wont to demolish the labours of the industrious spider. In vulgar phrase, she had taken up the broomstick, and was just about to sally from the kitchen, when Jones accosted her with a demand of a gown and other vestments to cover the half-naked woman upstairs. Nothing can be more provoking to the human temper, nor more dangerous to that cardinal virtue, patience, than solicitations of extraordinary offices of kindness on behalf of those very persons with whom we are highly incensed. For this reason Shakespeare hath artfully introduced his Desdemona soliciting favours for Cassio of her husband, as the means of inflaming not only his jealousy but his rage to the highest pitch of madness, and we find the unfortunate Moor less able to command his passion on this occasion than even when he beheld his valued present to his wife in the hands of his supposed rival. In fact, we regard these efforts as insults on our understanding, and to such the pride of man is very difficultly brought to submit. My landlady, though a very good-tempered woman, had, I suppose, some of this pride in her composition, for Jones had scarce ended his request when she fell upon him with a certain weapon, which, though it be neither long, nor sharp, nor hard, nor indeed threatens from its appearance with either death or wound, hath been, however, held in great dread and abhorrence by many wise men, nay, by many brave ones, insomuch that some who have dared to look into the mouth of a loaded cannon have not dared to look into a mouth where this weapon was brandished, and, rather than run the hazard of its execution, have contented themselves with making a most pitiful and sneaking figure in the eyes of all their acquaintance. To confess the truth, I am afraid Mr. Jones was one of these, for though he was attacked and violently belaboured with the aforesaid weapon, he could not be provoked to make any resistance, but in a most cowardly manner applied, with many entreaties, to his antagonist to desist from pursuing her blows. In plain English, he only begged her with the utmost earnestness to hear him. But before he could obtain his request, my landlord himself entered into the fray, and embraced that side of the cause which seemed to stand very little in need of assistance. There are a sort of heroes who are supposed to be determined in their choosing or avoiding a conflict by the character and behaviour of the person whom they are to engage. These are said to know their men, and Jones, I believe, knew his woman, for though he had been so submissive to leave her, he was no sooner attacked by her husband than he demonstrated an immediate spirit of resentment, and enjoined him silence under a very severe penalty, no less than that, I think, of being converted into fuel for his own fire. The husband, with great indignation, but with a mixture of pity, answered, "You must pray first to be made able. I believe I am a better man than yourself. Ay, in every way, that I am," and presently proceeded to discharge half a dozen "haws" at the lady above stairs, the last of which had scarce issued from his lips when a swingeing blow from the cudgel that Jones carried in his hand assaulted him over the shoulders. It is a question whether the landlord or the landlady was the most expeditious in returning this blow. My landlord, whose hands were empty, fell to with his fist, and the good wife, uplifting her broom and aiming at the head of Jones, had probably put an immediate end to the fray, and to Jones likewise, had not the descent of this broom been prevented, not by the miraculous intervention of any heathen deity, but by a very natural though fortunate accident, viz., by the arrival of Partridge, who entered the house at that instant, for fear had caused him to run every step from the hill, and who, seeing the danger which threatened his master or companion, which you choose to call him, prevented so sad a catastrophe by catching hold of the landlady's arm as it was brandished aloft in the air. The landlady soon perceived the impediment which prevented her blow, and being unable to rescue her arm from the hands of Partridge, she let fall the broom, and then leaving Jones to the discipline of her husband, she fell with the utmost fury on that poor fellow, who had already given some intimation of himself by crying, "Zounds, do you intend to kill my friend?" Partridge, though not much addicted to battle, would not, however, stand still when his friend was attacked, nor was he much displeased with that part of the combat which fell to his share. He therefore returned my landlady's blows as soon as he received them, and now the fight was obstinately maintained on all parts, and it seemed doubtful to which side fortune would incline, when the naked lady, who had listened at the top of the stairs to the dialogue which preceded the engagement, descended suddenly from above, and without weighing the unfair inequality of 2 to 1, fell upon the good woman who was boxing with Partridge. Nor did that great champion desist, but rather redoubled his fury when he found fresh succours were arrived to his assistance. Victory must now have fallen to the side of the travellers, for the bravest troops must yield to numbers, had not Susan, the chambermaid, come luckily to support her mistress. This Susan was as two-handed a wench, according to the phrase, as any in the country, and would, I believe, have beat the famed Thalestris herself, or any of her subject Amazons, for her form was robust and manlike, and every way made for such encounters. As her hands and arms were formed to give blows with great mischief to an enemy, so was her face as well contrived to receive blows without any great injury to herself, her nose being already flat to her face. Her lips were so large that no swelling could be perceived in them, and moreover they were so hard that a fist could hardly make any impression on them. Lastly, her cheekbones stood out as if nature had intended them for 2 bastions to defend her eyes in those encounters for which she seemed so well calculated, and to which she was most wonderfully well inclined. This fair creature, entering the field of battle, immediately filed to that wing where her mistress maintained so unequal a fight with one of either sex. Here she presently challenged Partridge to single combat. He accepted the challenge, and a most desperate fight began between them. Now the dogs of war, being let loose, began to lick their bloody lips. Now Victory, with golden wings, hung hovering in the air. Now Fortune, taking her scales from her shelf, began to weigh the fates of Tom Jones, his female companion, and Partridge, against the landlord, his wife, and maid, all which hung in exact balance before her, when a good-natured accident put suddenly an end to the bloody fray with which half of the combatants had already sufficiently feasted. This accident was the arrival of a coach and 4, upon which my landlord and landlady immediately desisted from fighting, and at their entreaty obtained the same favour of their antagonists. But Susan was not so kind to Partridge, for that Amazonian fair, having overthrown and bestrid her enemy, was now cuffing him lustily with both her hands, without any regard to his request for a cessation of arms, or to those loud exclamations of "Murder!" which he roared forth. No sooner, however, had Jones quitted the landlord than he flew to the rescue of his defeated companion, from whom he with much difficulty drew off the enraged chambermaid. But Partridge was not immediately sensible of his deliverance, for he still lay flat on the floor, guarding his face with his hands, nor did he cease roaring till Jones had forced him to look up and to perceive that the battle was at an end. The landlord, who had no visible hurt, and the landlady, hiding her well-scratched face with her handkerchief, ran both hastily to the door to attend the coach, from which a young lady and her maid now alighted. These the landlady presently ushered into that room where Mr. Jones had at first deposited his fair prize, as it was the best apartment in the house. Hither they were obliged to pass through the field of battle, which they did with the utmost haste, covering their faces with their handkerchiefs, as desirous to avoid the notice of anyone. Indeed, their caution was quite unnecessary, for the poor unfortunate Helen, the fatal cause of all the bloodshed, was entirely taken up in endeavouring to conceal her own face, and Jones was no less occupied in rescuing Partridge from the fury of Susan, which being happily effected, the poor fellow immediately departed to the pump to wash his face, and to stop that bloody torrent which Susan had plentifully set a-flowing from his nostrils. Chapter 4, in which the arrival of a man of war puts a final end to hostilities, and causes the conclusion of a firm and lasting peace between all parties. A sergeant and a file of musketeers, with a deserter in their custody, arrived about this time. The sergeant presently inquired for the principal magistrate of the town, and was informed by my landlord that he himself was vested in that office. He then demanded his billets, together with a mug of beer, and complaining it was cold, spread himself before the kitchen fire. Mr. Jones was at this time comforting the poor distressed lady, who sat down at a table in the kitchen, and leaning her hand upon her arms, was bemoaning her misfortunes. But lest my fair readers should be in pain concerning a particular circumstance, I think proper here to acquaint them that before she had quitted the rooms above stairs, she had so well covered herself with a pillow bier, which was there found, that her regard to decency was not in the least violated by the presence of so many men as were now in the room. One of the soldiers now went up to the sergeant and whispered something in his ear, upon which he steadfastly fixed his eyes on the lady, and having looked at her for near a minute, he came up to her, saying, "I ask pardon, madam, but I am certain I am not deceived. Can you be no other person than Captain Water's lady?" The poor woman, who in her present distress had very little regarded the face of any person present, no sooner looked at the sergeant than she presently recollected him, and calling him by his name, answered that she was indeed the unhappy person he imagined her to be, but added, "I wonder anyone should know me in this disguise." To which the sergeant replied, he was very much surprised to see her ladyship in such a dress, and was afraid some accident had happened to her. "An accident hath happened to me indeed," says she, "and I am highly obliged to this gentleman," pointing to Jones, "that it was not a fatal one, or that I am now living to mention it." "Whatever the gentleman hath done," cries the sergeant, "I am sure the captain will make him amends for it, and if I can be of any service, your ladyship may command me, and I shall think myself very happy to have it in my power to serve your ladyship, and so indeed may anyone, for I know the captain will well reward them for it." The landlady, who heard from the stairs all that passed between the sergeant and Mrs. Waters, came hastily down, and running directly up to her, began to ask pardon for the offences she had committed, begging that all might be imputed to ignorance of her quality. "For, Lud, madam," says she, "how should I have imagined that a lady of your fashion would appear in such a dress? I am sure, madam, if I had once suspected that your ladyship was your ladyship, I would sooner have burnt my tongue out than have said what I have said, and I hope your ladyship will accept of a gown till you can get your own clothes." "Prithee, woman," says Mrs. Waters, "cease your impertinence. How can you imagine I should concern myself about anything which comes from the lips of such a low creature as yourself? But I am surprised at your assurance in thinking, after what is past, that I will condescend to put on any of your dirty things. I would have you know, creature, I have a spirit above that." Here Jones interfered, and begged Mrs. Waters to forgive the landlady, and to accept her gown, For I must confess, cries he, our appearance was a little suspicious when first we came in, and I am well assured all this good woman did was, as she professed, out of regard to the reputation of her house. Yes, upon my truly was it, says she. The gentleman speaks very much like a gentleman, and I see very plainly is so, and to be certain the house is well known to be a house of as good reputation as any on the road, and though I say it, is frequented by gentry of the best quality, both Irish and English. I defy anybody to say black is my eye for that matter. And, as I was saying, if I had known your ladyship to be your ladyship, I would as soon have burnt my finger as have affronted your ladyship. But truly, where gentry come and spend their money, I am not willing that they should be scandalized by a set of poor shabby vermin, that wherever they go leave more lice than money behind them. Such folks never raise my compassion, for to be certain it is foolish to have any for them, and if our justices did as they ought, they would be all whipped out of the kingdom, for to be certain it is what is most fitting for them. But as for your ladyship, I am heartily sorry your ladyship hath had a misfortune, and if your ladyship will do me the honour to wear my clothes till you can get some of your ladyship's own, to be certain the best I have is at your ladyship's service. Whether cold, shame, or the persuasions of Mr. Jones prevailed most on Mrs. Waters, I will not determine, but she suffered herself to be pacified by this speech of my landlady, and retired with that good woman in order to apparel herself in a decent manner. My landlord was likewise beginning his oration to Jones, but was presently interrupted by that generous youth, who shook him heartily by the hand, and assured him of entire forgiveness, saying, "If you are satisfied, my worthy friend, I promise you I am." And indeed, in one sense, the landlord had the better reason to be satisfied, for he had received a bellyful of drubbing, whereas Jones had scarce felt a single blow. Partridge, who had been all this time washing his bloody nose at the pump, returned into the kitchen at the instant when his master and the landlord were shaking hands with each other. As he was of a peaceable disposition, he was pleased with those symptoms of reconciliation, and though his face bore some marks of Susan's fist, and many more of her nails, he rather chose to be contented with his fortune in the last battle than to endeavour at bettering it in another. The heroic Susan was likewise well contented with her victory, though it had cost her a black eye, which Partridge had given her at the first onset. Between these two, therefore, a league was struck, and those hands which had been the instruments of war became now the mediators of peace. Matters were thus restored to a perfect calm, at which the sergeant, though it may seem so contrary to the principles of his profession, testified his approbation. "Why now, that's friendly," said he. "Damn me, I hate to see two people bear ill will to one another after they have had a tussle. The only way, when friends quarrel, is to see it out fairly, in a friendly manner, as a man may call it, either with a fist or sword or pistol, according as they like, and then let it be all over. For my own part, damn me if I ever love my friend better than when I am fighting with him. To bear malice is more like a Frenchman than an Englishman." He then proposed a libation as a necessary part of the ceremony at all treaties of this kind. Perhaps the reader may here conclude that he was well versed in ancient history, but this, though highly probable, as he cited no authority to support the custom, I will not affirm with any confidence. Most likely indeed it is that he founded his opinion on very good authority, since he confirmed it with many violent oaths. Jones no sooner heard the proposal than, immediately agreeing with the learned sergeant, he ordered a bowl, or rather a large mug, filled with the liquor used on these occasions, to be brought in, and then began the ceremony himself. He placed his right hand on that of the landlord, and seizing the bowl with his left, uttered the usual words, and then made his libation, after which the same was observed by all present. Indeed, there is very little need of being particular in describing the whole form, as it differed so little from those libations of which so much is recorded in ancient authors and their modern transcribers. The principal difference lay in two instances. For first, the present company poured the liquor only down their throats, and secondly, the sergeant, who officiated as priest, drank the last, but he preserved, I believe, the ancient form, in swallowing much the largest draught of the whole company, and in being the only person present who contributed nothing towards the libation, besides his good offices in assisting at the performance. The good people now ranged themselves round the kitchen fire, where good humour seemed to maintain an absolute dominion, and Partridge not only forgot his shameful defeat, but converted hunger into thirst, and soon became extremely facetious. We must, however, quit this agreeable assembly for a while, and attend Mr. Jones to Mrs. Waters' apartment, where the dinner which he had bespoke was now on the table. Indeed, it took no long time in preparing, having been all dressed 3 days before, and required nothing more from the cook than to warm it over again. End of section 26. Who have good stomachs, with a description of a battle of the amorous kind. Heroes, notwithstanding the high ideas which, by the means of flatterers, they may entertain of themselves, or the world may conceive of them, have certainly more of mortal than divine about them. However elevated their minds may be, their bodies at least, which is much the major part of most, are liable to the worst infirmities, and subject to the vilest offices of human nature. Among these latter, the act of eating, which hath by several wise men been considered as extremely mean and derogatory from the philosophic dignity, must be in some measure performed by the greatest prince, hero, or philosopher upon earth. Nay, sometimes nature hath been so frolicsome as to exact of these dignified characters a much more exorbitant share of this office than she has obliged those of the lowest order to perform. To say the truth, as no known inhabitant of this globe is really more than man, so none need be ashamed of submitting to what the necessities of man demand. And when those great personages I have just mentioned condescend to aim at confirming such low offices to themselves, as when, by hoarding or destroying, they seem desirous to prevent any others from eating, then they surely become very low and despicable. Now, after this short preface, we think it no disparagement to our hero to mention the immoderate ardour with which he laid about him at this season. Indeed, it may be doubted whether Ulysses, who, by the way, seems to have had the best stomach of all the heroes in that eating poem of the Odyssey, ever made a better meal. 3 pounds at least of that flesh which formerly had contributed to the composition of an ox was now honoured with becoming part of the individual Mr. Jones. This particular we thought ourselves obliged to mention, as it may account for our hero's temporary neglect of his fair companion, who ate but very little, and was indeed employed in considerations of a very different nature, which passed unobserved by Jones, till he had entirely satisfied that appetite which a fast of 24 hours had procured him. But his dinner was no sooner ended than his attention to other matters revived. With these matters, therefore, we shall now proceed to acquaint the reader. Mr. Jones, of whose personal accomplishments we have hitherto said very little, was in reality one of the handsomest young fellows in the world. His face, besides being the picture of health, had in it the most apparent marks of sweetness and good nature. These qualities were indeed so characteristical in his countenance that, while the spirit and sensibility in his eyes, though they must have been perceived by an accurate observer, might have escaped the notice of the less discerning, so strongly was this good nature painted in his look that it was remarked by almost every one who saw him. It was perhaps as much owing to this as to a very fine complexion that his face had a delicacy in it almost inexpressible, and which might have given him an air rather too effeminate, had it not been joined to a most masculine person and mien, which latter had as much in them of the Hercules as the former had of the Adonis. He was, besides, active, genteel, gay, and good-humoured, and had a flow of animal spirits which enlivened every conversation where he was present. When the reader hath duly reflected on these many charms which all centred in our hero, and considers at the same time the fresh obligations which Mrs. Waters had to him, it will be a mark more of prudery than candour to entertain a bad opinion of her because she conceived a very good opinion of him. But whatever censure may be passed upon her, it is my business to relate matters of fact with veracity. Mrs. Waters had, in truth, not only a good opinion of our hero, but a very great affection for him. To speak out boldly at once, she was in love, according to the present universally received sense of that phrase, by which love is applied indiscriminately to the desirable objects of all our passions, appetites, and senses, and is understood to be that preference which we give to one kind of food rather than to another. But though the love to these several objects may possibly be one and the same in all cases, its operations, however, must be allowed to be different. For how much soever we may be in love with an excellent sirloin of beef or bottle of Burgundy, with a damask rose or Cremone fiddle, yet do we never smile, nor ogle, nor dress, nor flatter, nor endeavour by any arts or tricks to gain the affection of the said beef, etc. Sigh, indeed, we sometimes may, but it is generally in the absence, not in the presence of the beloved object. For otherwise we might possibly complain of their ingratitude and deafness, with the same reason as Pasiphae doth of her bull, whom she endeavoured to engage by all the coquetry practised with good success in the drawing-room on the much more sensible as well as tender hearts of the fine gentlemen there. The contrary happens in that love which operates between persons of the same species but of different sexes. Here we are no sooner in love than it becomes our principal care to engage the affection of the object beloved. For what other purpose, indeed, are our youth instructed in all the arts of rendering themselves agreeable? If it was not with a view to this love, I question whether any of those trades which deal in setting off and adorning the human person would procure a livelihood. Nay, those great polishers of our manners, who are by some thought to teach what principally distinguishes us from the brute creation, even dancing masters themselves, might possibly find no place in society. In short, all the graces which young ladies and young gentlemen too learn from others, and the many improvements which, by the help of a looking-glass, they add to their own, are in reality those very spicula et facies amoris so often mentioned by Ovid, or, as they are sometimes called in our own language, the whole artillery of love. Now, Mrs. Waters and our hero had no sooner sat down together than the former began to play this artillery upon the latter. But here, as we are about to attempt a description hitherto unassayed either in prose or verse, we think proper to invoke the assistance of certain aerial beings, who will, we doubt not, come kindly to our aid on this occasion. Say, then, ye graces, you that inhabit the heavenly mansions of Seraphina's countenance, for you are truly divine, are always in her presence, and well know all the arts of charming. Say, what were the weapons now used to captivate the heart of Mr. Jones? First, from two lovely blue eyes, whose bright orbs flashed lightning at their discharge, flew forth two pointed ogles, but, happily for our hero, hit only a vast piece of beef which he was then conveying into his plate, and harmless spent their force. The fair warrior perceived their miscarriage, and immediately from her fair bosom drew forth a deadly sigh. A sigh which none could have heard unmoved, and which was sufficient at once to have swept off a dozen beaux, so soft, so sweet, so tender, that the insinuating air must have found its subtle way to the heart of our hero, had it not luckily been driven from his ears by the coarse bubbling of some bottled ale, which at that time he was pouring forth. Many other weapons did she essay, but the god of eating, if there be any such deity, for I do not confidently assert it, preserved his votary. Or perhaps it may not be dignus vindice nodus, and the present security of Jones may be accounted for by natural means, for as love frequently preserves from the attacks of hunger, so may hunger, possibly, in some cases, defend us against love. The fair one, enraged at her frequent disappointments, determined on a short cessation of arms, which interval she employed in making ready every engine of amorous warfare for the renewing of the attack when dinner should be over. No sooner, then, was the cloth removed than she again began her operations. First, having planted her right eye sidewise against Mr. Jones, she shot from its corner a most penetrating glance, which, though great part of its force was spent before it reached our hero, did not vent itself absolutely without effect. Thus the fair one, perceiving, hastily withdrew her eyes, and levelled them downwards, as if she was concerned for what she had done, though by this means she designed only to draw him from his guard, and indeed to open his eyes, through which she intended to surprise his heart. And now, gently lifting up those two bright orbs which had already begun to make an impression on poor Jones, she discharged a volley of small charms at once from her whole countenance in a smile, not a smile of mirth, not of joy, but a smile of affection, which most ladies have always ready at their command, and which serves them to show at once their good humour, their pretty dimples, and their white teeth. This smile our hero received full in his eye, and was immediately staggered with its force. He then began to see the designs of the enemy, and indeed to feel their success. A parley now was set on foot between the parties, during which the artful fair so slyly and imperceptibly carried on her attack that she had almost subdued the heart of our hero before she again repaired to acts of hostility. To confess the truth, I am afraid Mr. Jones maintained a kind of Dutch defence, and treacherously delivered up the garrison, without duly weighing his allegiance to the fair Sophia. In short, no sooner had the amorous parley ended, and the lady had unmasked the royal battery by carelessly letting her handkerchief drop from her neck, than the heart of Mr. Jones was entirely taken, and the fair conqueror enjoyed the usual fruits of her victory. Here the Graces think proper to end their description, and here we think proper to end the chapter. Chapter 6. A friendly conversation in the kitchen, which had a very common, though not very friendly, conclusion. While our lovers were entertaining themselves in the manner which is partly described in the foregoing chapter, they were likewise furnishing out an entertainment for their good friends in the kitchen, and this in a double sense, by affording them matter for their conversation, and at the same time drink to enliven their spirits. They were now assembled round the kitchen fire, besides my landlord and landlady, who occasionally went backwards and forward, Mr. Partridge, the sergeant, and the coachman who drove the young lady and her maid. Partridge, having acquainted the company with what he had learnt from the man of the hill concerning the situation in which Mrs. Waters had been found by Jones, the sergeant proceeded to that part of her history which was known to him. He said she was the wife of Mr. Waters, who was a captain in their regiment, and had often been with him at quarters. Some folks, said he, used indeed to doubt whether they were lawfully married in a church or no, but for my part that's no business of mine. I must own, if I was put to my corporal oath, I believe she is little better than one of us, and I fancy the captain may go to heaven when the sun shines upon a rainy day. But if he does, that is neither here nor there, for he won't want company. And the lady, to give the devil his due, is a very good sort of lady, and loves the cloth, and is always desirous to do strict justice to it, for she hath begged off many a poor soldier, and by her good will would never have any of them punished. But yet, to be sure, Ensign Northerton and she were very well acquainted together at our last quarters. That is the very right and truth of the matter. But the captain, he knows nothing about it, and as long as there is enough for him too, what does it signify? He loves her not a bit the worse, and I am certain would run any man through the body that was to abuse her. Therefore I won't abuse her, for my part. I only repeat what other folks say, and to be certain what everybody says there must be some truth in. Ay, ay, a great deal of truth, I warrant you, cries Partridge. Veritas odium parit. All a parcel of scandalous stuff, answered the mistress of the house. I am sure now she is dressed she looks like a very good sort of lady, and she behaves herself like one, for she gave me a guinea for the use of my clothes. A very good lady indeed, cries the landlord, and if you had not been a little too hasty, you would not have quarrelled with her as you did at first. You need mention that with my truly, answered she. If it had not been for your nonsense, nothing had happened. You must be meddling with what did not belong to you, and throw in your fool's discourse. Well, well, answered he, what's past cannot be mended, so there's an end of the matter. Yes, cries she, for this once, but will it be mended ever the more hereafter? This is not the first time I have suffered for your numbskull's pate. I wish you would always hold your tongue in the house, and meddle only in matters without doors which concern you. Don't you remember what happened about 7 years ago? "Nay, my dear," returned he, "don't rip up old stories. Come, come, all's well, and I am sorry for what I have done." The landlady was going to reply, but was prevented by the peacemaking sergeant, sorely to the displeasure of Partridge, who was a great lover of what is called fun, and a great promoter of those harmless quarrels which tend rather to the production of comical than tragical incidents. The sergeant asked Partridge whither he and his master were travelling. "None of your magisters," answered Partridge. "I am no man's servant, I assure you, for though I have had misfortune in the world, I write gentleman after my name, and, as poor and simple as I may appear now, I have taught grammar school in my time, said hey me, non sum quod fui." "No offence, I hope, sir," said the sergeant. "Where, then, if I may venture to be so bold, may you and your friend be travelling?" "You have now denominated us right," says Partridge. "Amici sumus. And I promise you my friend is one of the greatest gentlemen in the kingdom," at which words both landlord and lady pricked up their ears. "He is the heir of Squire Allworthy." "What, the squire that doth so much good all over the country?" cries my landlady. "Even he," answered Partridge. "Then I warrant," says she, "he'll have a swingeing great estate hereafter." "Most certainly," answered Partridge. "Well," replied the landlady, "I thought the first moment I saw him he looked like a good sort of gentleman, but my husband here, to be sure, is wiser than anybody." "I own, my dear," cries he, "it was a mistake." "A mistake indeed," answered she, "but when did you ever know me to make such mistakes?" "But how comes it, sir," cries the landlord, "that such a great gentleman walks about the country afoot?" "I don't know," returned Partridge. "Great gentlemen have humours sometimes. He hath now a dozen horses and servants at Gloucester, but nothing would serve him but last night, it being very hot weather, he must cool himself with a walk to yon high hill, whither I likewise walked with him to bear him company. But if ever you catch me there again, for I was never so frightened in all my life, we met with the strangest man there." "I'll be hanged," cries the landlord, "if it was not the man of the hill, as they call him, if indeed he be a man. But I know several people who believe it is the devil that lives there." "Nay, nay, like enough," says Partridge, "and now you put me in the head of it, I verily and sincerely believe it was the devil, though I could not perceive his cloven foot. But perhaps he might have the power given him to hide that, since evil spirits can appear in what shapes they please." "And pray, sir," says the sergeant, "no offence, I hope, but pray what sort of a gentleman is the devil? For I have heard some of our officers say there is no such person, and that it is only a trick of the parsons to prevent their being broke, for if it was publicly known that there was no devil, the parsons would be of no more use than we are in time of peace." "Those officers," said Partridge, "are very great scholars, I suppose." "Not so much of scholars neither," answered the sergeant. "They have not half your learning, sir, I believe. And to be sure I thought there must be a devil, notwithstanding what they said, though one of them was a captain. For methought, thinks I to myself, if there be no devil, how can wicked people be sent to him? And I have read all that upon a book." "Some of your officers," quoth the landlord, "will find there is a devil, to their shame, I believe. I don't question but he'll pay off some old scores upon my account. Here was one quartered upon me half a year, who had the conscience to take up one of my best beds, though he hardly spent a shilling a day in the house, and suffered his men to roast cabbage at the kitchen fire, because I would not give them a dinner on a Sunday. Every good Christian must desire there should be a devil for the punishment of such wretches." "Harkee, landlord," said the sergeant, "don't abuse the cloth, for I won't take it." "Damn the cloth," answered the landlord, "I have suffered enough by them." "Bear witness, gentlemen," says the sergeant, "he curses the king, and that's high treason." "I curse the king, you villain!" said the landlord. "Yes, you did," cried the sergeant. "You cursed the cloth, and that's cursing the king. It's all one and the same, for every man who curses the cloth would curse the king if he durst, so for matter of that it's all one and the same thing." "Excuse me there, Mr. Sergeant," quoth Partridge, "that's a non sequitur." "None of your outlandish linguo," answered the sergeant, leaping from his seat. "I will not sit still and hear the cloth abused." "You mistake me, friend," cries Partridge. "I did not mean to abuse the cloth. I only said your conclusion was a non sequitur." "You are another," cries the sergeant, "and you come to that, no more a sequitur than yourself." You are a pack of rascals, and I'll prove it, for I will fight the best man of you all for £20. This challenge effectually silenced Partridge, whose stomach for drubbing did not so soon return after the hearty meal which he had lately been treated with. But the coachman, whose bones were less sore, and whose appetite for fighting was somewhat sharper, did not so easily brook the affront, of which he conceived some part at least fell to his share. He started therefore from his seat, and advancing to the sergeant, swore he looked on himself to be as good a man as any in the army, and offered to box for a guinea. The military man accepted the combat, but refused the wager, upon which both immediately stripped and engaged, till the driver of horses was so well mauled by the leader of men that he was obliged to exhaust his small remainder of breath in begging for quarter. The young lady was now desirous to depart, and had given orders for her coach to be prepared, but all in vain, for the coachman was disabled for performing his office for that evening. An ancient heathen would perhaps have imputed this disability to the god of drink no less than to the god of war, for in reality both the combatants had sacrificed as well to the former deity as to the latter. To speak plainly, they were both dead drunk, nor was Partridge in a much better situation. As for my landlord, drinking was his trade, and the liquor had no more effect on him than it had on any other vessel in his house. The mistress of the inn, being summoned to attend Mr. Jones and his companion at their tea, gave a full relation of the latter part of the foregoing scene, and at the same time expressed great concern for the young lady, who, she said, was under the utmost uneasiness at being prevented from pursuing her journey. "She is a sweet, pretty creature," added she, "and I am certain I have seen her face before. I fancy she is in love, and running away from her friends. Who knows but some young gentleman or other may be expecting her, with a heart as heavy as her own?" Jones fetched a heavy sigh at those words, of which, though Mrs. Waters observed it, she took no notice while the landlady continued in the room. But after the departure of that good woman, she could not forbear giving our hero certain hints on her suspecting some very dangerous rival in his affections. The awkward behaviour of Mr. Jones on this occasion convinced her of the truth, without his giving her a direct answer to any of her questions, but she was not nice enough in her amours to be greatly concerned at the discovery. The beauty of Jones highly charmed her eye, but as she could not see his heart, she gave herself no concern about it. She could feast heartily at the table of love, without reflecting that some other already had been, or hereafter might be, feasted with the same repast. A sentiment which, if it deals but little in refinement, deals, however, much in substance, and is less capricious, and perhaps less ill-natured and selfish, than the desires of those females who can be contented enough to abstain from the possession of their lovers, provided they are sufficiently satisfied that no one else possesses them. Chapter 7. Concerning a fuller account of Mrs. Waters, and by what means she came into that distressful situation from which she was rescued by Jones. Though nature hath by no means mixed up an equal share either of curiosity or vanity in every human composition, there is perhaps no individual to whom she hath not allotted such a proportion of both as requires much arts and pains to subdue and keep under. A conquest, however, absolutely necessary to every one who would in any degree deserve the characters of wisdom or good breeding. As Jones, therefore, might very justly be called a well-bred man, he had stifled all that curiosity which the extraordinary manner in which he had found Mrs. Waters must be supposed to have occasioned. He had, indeed, at first thrown out some few hints to the lady, but when he perceived her industriously avoiding any explanation, he was contented to remain in ignorance, the rather as he was not without suspicion that there were some circumstances which must have raised her blushes had she related the whole truth. Now, since it is possible that some of our readers may not so easily acquiesce under the same ignorance, and as we are very desirous to satisfy them all, we have taken uncommon pains to inform ourselves of the real fact, with the relation of which we shall conclude this book. This lady, then, had lived some years with one Captain Waters, who was a captain in the same regiment to which Mr. Northerton belonged. She passed for that gentleman's wife, and went by his name, And yet, as the sergeant said, there were some doubts concerning the reality of their marriage, which we shall not at present take upon us to resolve. Mrs. Waters, I am sorry to say, had for some time contracted an intimacy with the above-mentioned ensign, which did no great credit to her reputation. That she had a remarkable fondness for that young fellow is most certain, but whether she indulged this to any very criminal length is not so extremely clear, unless we will suppose that women never grant every favour to a man but one, without granting him that one also. The division in the regiment to which Captain Waters belonged had 2 days preceded the march of that company to which Mr. Northerton was the ensign, so that the former had reached Worcester the very day after the unfortunate re-encounter between Jones and Northerton, which we have before recorded. Now, it had been agreed between Mrs. Waters and the captain that she would accompany him in his march as far as Worcester, where they were to take their leave of each other, and she was thence to return to Bath, where she was to stay till the end of the winter's campaign against the rebels. With this agreement Mr. Northerton was made acquainted. To say the truth, the lady had made him an assignation at this very place, and promised to stay at Worcester till his division came thither, with what view and for what purpose must be left to the reader's divination, for though we are obliged to relate facts, we are not obliged to do a violence to our nature by any comments to the disadvantage of the loveliest part of the creation. Northerton no sooner obtained a release from his captivity, as we have seen, than he hastened away to overtake Mrs. Waters, which, as he was a very active, nimble fellow, he did at the last-mentioned city, some few hours after Captain Waters had left her. At his first arrival he made no scruple of acquainting her with the unfortunate accident, which he made appear very unfortunate indeed, for he totally extracted every particle of what could be called fault, at least in a court of honour, though he left some circumstances which might be questionable in a court of law. Women, to their glory be it spoken, are more generally capable of that violent and apparently disinterested passion of love which seeks only the good of its object than men. Mrs. Waters, therefore, was no sooner apprised of the danger to which her lover was exposed than she lost every consideration besides that of his safety, and this being a matter equally disagreeable to the gentleman, it became the immediate subject of debate between them. After much consultation on this matter, it was at length agreed that the ensign should go across the country to Hereford, whence he might find some conveyance to one of the seaports in Wales, and thence make his escape abroad. In all which expedition Mrs. Waters declared she would bear him company, and for which she was able to furnish him with money, a very material article to Mr. Northerton, she having then in her pocket 3 bank-notes to the amount of £90, besides some cash and a diamond ring of pretty considerable value on her finger. All which she, with the utmost confidence, revealed to this wicked man, little suspecting she should, by these means, inspire him with a design of robbing her. Now, as they must, by taking horses from Worcester, have furnished any pursuers with the means of hereafter discovering their route, the ensign proposed, and the lady presently agreed, to make their first stage on foot, for which purpose the hardness of the frost was very seasonable. The main part of the lady's baggage was already at Bath, and she had nothing with her at present beside a very small quantity of linen, which the gallant undertook to carry in his own pockets. All things, therefore, being settled in the evening, they arose early the next morning, and at 5 o'clock departed from Worcester, it being then above 2 hours before day. But the moon, which was then at the full, gave them all the light she was capable of affording. Mrs. Waters was not of that delicate race of women who are obliged to the invention of vehicles for the capacity of removing themselves from one place to another, and with whom, consequently, a coach is reckoned among the necessaries of life. Her limbs were indeed full of strength and agility, and as her mind was no less animated with spirit, she was perfectly able to keep pace with her nimble lover. Having travelled on for some miles in a high road, which Northerton said he was informed led to Hereford, they came at the break of day to the side of a large wood, where he suddenly stopped, and affecting to meditate a moment with himself, expressed some apprehensions from travelling any longer in so public a way. upon which he easily persuaded his fair companion to strike with him into a path which seemed to lead directly through the wood, and which at length brought them to the bottom of Mazard Hill. Whether the execrable scheme which he now attempted to execute was the effect of previous deliberation, or whether it now first came into his head, I cannot determine. But being arrived in this lonely place, where it was very improbable he should meet with any interruption, he suddenly slipped his garter from his leg, and laying violent hands on the poor woman, endeavoured to perpetrate that dreadful and detestable fact which we have before commemorated, and which the providential appearance of Jones did so fortunately prevent. Happy was it for Mrs. Waters that she was not of the weakest order of females, for no sooner did she perceive, by his tying a knot in his garter, and by his declaration what his hellish intentions were, than she stood stoutly to her defence, and so strongly struggled with her enemy, screaming all the while for assistance, that she delayed the execution of the villain's purpose several minutes, by which means Mr. Jones came to her relief at that very instant when her strength failed, and she was totally overpowered, and delivered her from the ruffian's hands, with no other loss than that of her clothes, which were torn from her back, and of the diamond ring, which during the contention either dropped from her finger or was wrenched from it by Northerton. Thus, reader, we have given thee the fruits of a very painful inquiry, which for thy satisfaction we have made into this matter. And here we have opened to thee a scene of folly as well as villainy, which we could scarce have believed a human creature capable of being guilty of, had we not remembered that this fellow was, at that time, firmly persuaded that he had already committed a murder, and had forfeited his life to the law. As he concluded, therefore, that his only safety lay in flight, he thought the possessing himself of this poor woman's money and ring would make him amends for the additional burthen he was to lay on his conscience. And here, reader, we must strictly caution thee that thou dost not take any occasion from the misbehaviour of such a wretch as this to reflect on so worthy and honourable a body of men as are the officers of our army in general. Thou wilt be pleased to consider that this fellow, as we have already informed thee, had neither the birth nor education of a gentleman, nor was a proper person to be enrolled among the number of such. If, therefore, his baseness can justly reflect on any besides himself, it must be only on those who gave him his commission. End of section 27. Instructions very necessary to be perused by modern critics. Reader, it is impossible we should know what sort of person thou wilt be. For perhaps thou mayst be as learned in human nature as Shakespeare himself was, and perhaps thou mayst be no wiser than some of his editors. Now, lest this latter should be the case, we think proper, before we go any farther together, to give thee a few wholesome admonitions, that thou mayest not as grossly misunderstand and misrepresent us as some of the said editors have misunderstood and misrepresented their author. Firstly, then, we warn thee not too hastily to condemn any of the incidents in this our history as impertinent and foreign to our main design, because thou dost not immediately conceive in what manner such incident may conduce to that design. This work may indeed be considered as a great creation of our own, and for a little reptile of a critic to presume to find fault with any of its parts without knowing the manner in which the whole is connected, and before he comes to the final catastrophe, is a most presumptuous absurdity. The allusion and metaphor we have here made use of, we must acknowledge to be infinitely too great for our occasion, but there is indeed no other which is at all adequate to express the difference between an author of the first rate and a critic of the lowest. Another caution we would give thee, my good reptile, is that thou dost not find out too near a resemblance between certain characters here introduced, as, for instance, between the landlady who appears in the 7th book and her in the 9th. Thou art to know, friend, that there are certain characteristics in which most individuals of every profession and occupation agree. To be able to preserve these characteristics, and at the same time to diversify their operation, is one talent of a good writer. Again, to mark the nice distinction between two persons actuated by the same vice or folly is another, And as this last talent is found in very few writers, so is the true discernment of it found in as few readers, though I believe the observation of this forms a very principal pleasure in those who are capable of the discovery. Every person, for instance, can distinguish between Sir Epicure Mammon and Sir Fopling Flutter, but to note the difference between Sir Fopling Flutter and Sir Courtly Nice requires a more exquisite judgment, for want of which vulgar spectators of plays very often do great injustice in the theatre, where I have sometimes known a poet in danger of being convicted as a thief, upon much worse evidence than the resemblance of hands hath been held to be in the law. In reality, I apprehend every amorous widow on the stage would run the hazard of being condemned as a servile imitation of Dido, but that happily very few of our playhouse critics understand enough of Latin to read Virgil. In the next place, we must admonish thee, my worthy friend, for perhaps thy heart may be better than thy head, not to condemn a character as a bad one because it is not perfectly a good one. If thou dost delight in these models of perfection, there are books enough written to gratify thy taste, but as we have not, in the course of our conversation, ever happened to meet with any such person, we have not chosen to introduce any such here. To say the truth, I a little question whether mere man ever arrived at this consummate degree of excellence, as well as whether there hath ever existed a monster bad enough to verify that nulla virtute redemptum a vitis, whose vices are not allayed with a single virtue, in Juvenal. Nor do I, indeed, conceive the good purposes served by inserting characters of such angelic perfection, or such diabolical depravity, in any work of invention, since, from contemplating either, the mind of man is more likely to be overwhelmed with sorrow and shame than to draw any good uses from such patterns. For, in the former instance, he may be both concerned and ashamed to see a pattern of excellence in his nature which he may reasonably despair of ever arriving at, and in contemplating the latter, he may be no less affected with those uneasy sensations at seeing the nature of which he is a partaker degraded into so odious and detestable a creature. In fact, if there be enough of goodness in a character to engage the admiration and affection of a well-disposed mind, though there should appear some of those little blemishes quas humana parum cavit natura, they will raise our compassion rather than our abhorrence. Indeed, nothing can be of more moral use than the imperfections which are seen in examples of this kind, since such form a kind of surprise, more apt to affect and dwell upon our minds than the faults of very vicious and wicked persons. The foibles and vices of men, in whom there is great mixture of good, become more glaring objects from the virtue which contrast them and show their deformity, and when we find such vices attended with their evil consequence to our favourite characters, we are not only taught to shun them for our own sake, but to hate them for the mischief they have already brought on those we love. And now, my friend, having given you these few admonitions, we will, if you please, once more set forward with our history. Chapter 2. Containing the arrival of an Irish gentleman, with very extraordinary adventures which ensued at the inn. Now the little trembling hare, which the dread of all her numerous enemies, and chiefly of that cunning, cruel, carnivorous animal man, had confined all day to her lurking-place, sports wantonly o'er the lawns. Now on some hollow tree the owl, shrill chorister of the night, hoots forth notes which might charm the ears of some modern connoisseurs in music. Now, in the imagination of the half-drunk clown, as he staggers through the churchyard, or rather charnel yard, to his home, fear paints the bloody hobgoblin. Now thieves and ruffians are awake, and honest watchmen fast asleep. In plain English, it was now midnight, and the company at the inn, as well as those who have been already mentioned in this history, as some others who arrived in the evening, were all in bed. Only Susan Chambermaid was now stirring, she being obliged to wash the kitchen before she retired to the arms of the fond expecting hostler. In this posture were affairs at the inn, when a gentleman arrived there post. He immediately alighted from his horse, and coming up to Susan, enquired of her, in a very abrupt and confused manner, being almost out of breath with eagerness, whether there was any lady in the house. The hour of night, and the behaviour of the man, who stared very wildly all the time, a little surprised Susan, so that she hesitated before she made any answer. Upon which the gentleman, with redoubled eagerness, begged her to give him a true information, saying he had lost his wife, and was come in pursuit of her. "Upon my soul," cries he, "I have been near catching her already in 2 or 3 places, if I had not found her gone just as I came up with her. If she be in the house, do carry me up in the dark and show her to me, and if she be gone away before me, do tell me which way I shall go after to meet her, and upon my soul I will make you the richest poor woman in the nation." He then pulled out a handful of guineas, a sight which would have bribed persons of much greater consequence than this poor wench to much worse purposes. Susan, from the account she had received of Mrs. Waters, made not the least doubt but that she was the very identical stray whom the right owner pursued. As she concluded, therefore, with great appearance of reason, that she never could get money in an honester way than by restoring a wife to her husband, she made no scruple of assuring the gentleman that the lady he wanted was then in the house, and was presently afterwards prevailed upon, by very liberal promises and some earnest paid into her hands, to conduct him to the bedchamber of Mrs. Waters. It hath been a custom long established under her roof, but the lady stopped her short, and having absolutely acquitted her of having had any share in the past disturbance, begged to be left to her repose, which, she said, she hoped to enjoy unmolested during the remainder of the night. Upon which the landlady, after much civility and many curtsies, took her leave. Chapter 3. A dialogue between the landlady and Susan the chambermaid, proper to be read by all innkeepers and their servants, with the arrival and affable behaviour of a beautiful young lady, which may teach persons of condition how they may acquire the love of the whole world. The landlady, remembering that Susan had been the only person out of bed when the door was burst open, resorted presently to her, to inquire into the first occasion of the disturbance, as well as who the strange gentleman was, and when and how he arrived. Susan related the whole story, which the reader knows already, varying the truth only in some circumstances as she saw convenient, and totally concealing the money which she had received. But whereas her mistress had, in the preface to her inquiry, spoken much in compassion for the fright which the lady had been in concerning any intended depredations on her virtue, Susan could not help endeavouring to quiet the concern which her mistress seemed to be under on that account, by swearing heartily she saw Jones leap from out her bed. The landlady fell into a violent rage at these words. "A likely story, truly," cried she, "that a woman should cry out and endeavour to expose herself, if that was the case. I desire to know what better proof any lady can give of her virtue than her crying out, which I believe 20 people can witness for her she did. I beg, madam, you would spread no such scandal of any of my guests, for it will not only reflect on them, but upon the house, and I am sure no vagabonds nor wicked beggarly people come here." "Well," says Susan, "then I must not believe my own eyes." "No, indeed, must you not always," answered her mistress. "I would not have believed my own eyes against such good gentlefolks. I have not had a better supper ordered this half year than they ordered last night, and so easy and good-humoured were they, that they found no fault with my Worcestershire perry, which I sold them for champagne, and to be sure it is as well tasted and as wholesome as the best champagne in the kingdom, otherwise I would scorn to give it 'em, and they drank 2 bottles. No, no, I will never believe any harm of such sober, good sort of people." Susan being thus silenced, her mistress proceeded to other matters. "And so you tell me," continued she, "that the strange gentleman came post, and there is a footman without with the horses? Why, then, he is certainly some of your great gentlefolks too. Why did you not ask him whether he'd have any supper? I think he is in the other gentleman's room. Go up and ask whether he called. Perhaps he'll order something when he finds anybody stirring in the house to dress it. Now don't commit any of your usual blunders by telling him the fire's out and the fowls alive. And if he should order mutton, don't blab out that we have none. The butcher, I know, killed a sheep just before I went to bed, and he never refuses to cut it up warm when I desire it. Go, remember there's all sorts of mutton and fowls. Go, open the door with, 'Gentlemen, d'ye call?' and if they say nothing, ask what his honour will be pleased to have for supper. Don't forget his honour. Go. If you don't mind all these matters better, you'll never come to anything." Susan departed, and soon returned with an account that the two gentlemen were got both into the same bed. "Two gentlemen," says the landlady, "in the same bed? That's impossible. They are two arrant scrubs, I'll warrant them, and I believe young Squire Allworthy guessed right, that the fellow intended to rob her ladyship, for if he had broke open the lady's door with any of the wicked designs of a gentleman, he would never have sneaked away to another room to save the expense of a supper and a bed to himself. They are certainly thieves, and their searching after a wife is nothing but a pretence." In these censures my landlady did Mr. Fitzpatrick great injustice, for he was really born a gentleman, though not worth a groat, and though perhaps he had some few blemishes in his heart as well as in his head, yet being a sneaking or a niggardly fellow was not one of them. In reality he was so generous a man that, whereas he had received a very handsome fortune with his wife, he had now spent every penny of it, except some little pittance which was settled upon her, and in order to possess himself of this, he had used her with such cruelty that, together with his jealousy, which was of the bitterest kind, it had forced the poor woman to run away from him. This gentleman, then being well tired with his long journey from Chester in one day, with which, and some good dry blows he had received in the scuffle, his bones were so sore, that, added to the soreness of his mind, it had quite deprived him of any appetite for eating. And being now so violently disappointed in the woman, whom, at the maid's instance, he had mistaken for his wife, it never once entered into his head that she might nevertheless be in the house, though he had erred in the first person he had attacked. He therefore yielded to the dissuasions of his friend from searching any farther after her that night, and accepted the kind offer of part of his bed. The footman and postboy were in a different disposition. They were more ready to order than the landlady was to provide. However, after being pretty well satisfied by them of the real truth of the case, and that Mr. Fitzpatrick was no thief, she was at length prevailed on to set some cold meat before them, which they were devouring with great greediness, when Partridge came into the kitchen. He had been first awakened by the hurry which we have before seen, and while he was endeavouring to compose himself again on his pillow, a screech owl had given him such a serenade at his window that he leapt in a most horrible affright from his bed, and huddling on his clothes with great expedition, ran down to the protection of the company, whom he heard talking below in the kitchen. His arrival detained my landlady from returning to her rest, for she was just about to leave the other two guests to the care of Susan, but the friend of young Squire Allworthy was not to be so neglected, especially as he called for a pint of wine to be mulled. She immediately obeyed, by putting the same quantity of perry to the fire, for this readily answered to the name of every kind of wine. The Irish footman was retired to bed, and the postboy was going to follow, but Partridge invited him to stay and partake of his wine, which the lad very thankfully accepted. The schoolmaster was indeed afraid to return to bed by himself, and as he did not know how soon he might lose the company of my landlady, he was resolved to secure that of the boy, in whose presence he apprehended no danger from the devil or any of his adherents. And now arrived another postboy at the gate, upon which Susan, being ordered out, returned, introducing two young women in riding habits, one of which was so very richly laced that Partridge and the postboy instantly started from their chairs, and my landlady fell to her curtsies and her ladyships with great eagerness. The lady in the rich habit said, with a smile of great condescension, "If you will give me leave, madam, I will warm myself a few minutes at your kitchen fire, for it is really very cold, but I must insist on disturbing no one from his seat." This was spoken on account of Partridge, who had retreated to the other end of the room, struck with the utmost awe and astonishment at the splendour of the lady's dress. Indeed, she had a much better title to respect than this, for she was one of the most beautiful creatures in the world. The lady earnestly desired Partridge to return to his seat, but could not prevail. She then pulled off her gloves, and displayed to the fire two hands which had every property of snow in them, except that of melting. Her companion, who was indeed her maid, likewise pulled off her gloves, and discovered what bore an exact resemblance in cold and colour to a piece of frozen beef. "I wish, madam," quoth the latter, "your ladyship would not think of going any farther to-night. I am terribly afraid your ladyship will not be able to bear the fatigue." "Why, sure," cries the landlady, "her ladyship's honour can never intend it." "Oh, bless me! Farther to-night, indeed! Let me beseech your ladyship not to think on it. But to be sure your ladyship can't. What will your honour be pleased to have for supper? I have mutton of all kinds, and some nice chicken." "I think, madam," said the lady, "it would be rather breakfast than supper, but I can't eat anything, and, if I stay, shall only lie down for an hour or two. However, if you please, madam, you may get me a little sack whey, made very small and thin." "Yes, madam," cries the mistress of the house, "I have some excellent white wine." "You have no sack, then?" says the lady. "Yes, and please your honour, I have. I may challenge the country for that, but let me beg your ladyship to eat something." "Upon my word, I can't eat a morsel," answered the lady, "and I shall be much obliged to you if you will please to get my apartment ready as soon as possible, for I am resolved to be on horseback again in 3 hours." "Why, Susan," cries the landlady, "is there a fire lit yet in the Wild Goose?" "I am sorry, madam, all my best rooms are full. Several people of the first quality are now in bed. Here is a great young squire, and many other great gentlefolks of quality." Susan answered that the Irish gentlemen were got into the Wild Goose. "Was ever anything like it?" says the mistress. "Why the devil you would not keep some of the best rooms for the quality, when you know scarce a day passes without some galling here. If they be gentlemen, I am certain, when they know it is for her ladyship, they will get up again." "Not upon my account," says the lady. "I will have no person disturbed for me. If you have a room that is commonly decent, it will serve me very well, though it be never so plain. I beg, madam, you..." If he did not find it, she charged her to take some method of conveying it before his eyes in the morning. Then, having paid for what Mrs. Honour had eaten, in which bill was included an account for what she herself might have eaten, she mounted her horse, and, once more assuring her companion that she was perfectly easy, continued her journey. End of section 28. The folly of Fitzpatrick. It was now past 5 in the morning, and other company began to rise and come to the kitchen, among whom were the sergeant and the coachman, who, being thoroughly reconciled, made a libation, or, in the English phrase, drank a hearty cup together. In this drinking nothing more remarkable happened than the behaviour of Partridge, who, when the sergeant drank a health to King George, repeated only the word King, nor could he be brought to utter more, for though he was going to fight against his own cause, yet he could not be prevailed upon to drink against it. Mr. Jones, being now returned to his own bed, but from whence he returned we must beg to be excused from relating, summoned Partridge from this agreeable company, who, after a ceremonious preface, having obtained leave to obtain his advice, delivered himself as follows. "It is, sir, an old saying, and a true one, that a wise man may sometimes learn counsel from a fool. I wish, therefore, I might be so bold as to offer you my advice, which is to return home again, and leave these horrida bella, these bloody wars, to fellows who are contented to swallow gunpowder because they have nothing else to eat. Now, everybody knows your honour wants for nothing at home. When that's the case, why should any man travel abroad?" "Partridge," cries Jones, "thou art certainly a coward. I wish, therefore, thou wouldst return home thyself, and trouble me no more." "I ask your honour's pardon," cries Partridge. "I spoke on your account more than my own, for as to me, heaven knows my circumstances are bad enough, and I am so far from being afraid that I value a pistol, or a blunderbuss, or any such thing, no more than a pop-gun. Every man must die once, and what signifies the manner how? Besides, perhaps I may come off with the loss only of an arm or a leg. I assure you, sir, I was never less afraid in my life, and so, if your honour is resolved to go on, I am resolved to follow you. But in that case I wish I might give my opinion. To be sure, it is a scandalous way of travelling for a great gentleman like you to walk afoot. Now here are 2 or 3 good horses in the stable, which the landlord will certainly make no scruple of trusting you with, But if he should, I can easily contrive to take them, and let the worst come to the worst, the king would certainly pardon you, as you are going to fight in his cause." Now, as the honesty of Partridge was equal to his understanding, and both dealt only in small matters, he would never have attempted a roguery of this kind had he not imagined it altogether safe, for he was one of those who have more consideration of the gallows than of the fitness of things. But in reality he thought he might have committed this felony without any danger, for besides that he doubted not but the name of Mr. Allworthy would sufficiently quiet the landlord, he conceived they should be altogether safe, whatever turn might take, as Jones he imagined would have friends enough on one side, and as his friends would as well secure him on the other. When Mr. Jones found that Partridge was in earnest in this proposal, he very severely rebuked him, and that in such bitter terms that the other attempted to laugh it off, and presently turned the discourse to other matters, saying he believed they were then in a bawdy house, and that he had with much ado prevented 2 wenches from disturbing his honour in the middle of the night. "Hey day," says he, "I believe they got into your chamber, whether I would or no, for here lies the muff of one of them on the ground." Indeed, as Jones returned to his bed in the dark, he had never perceived the muff on the quilt, and in leaping into his bed he had tumbled it on the floor. This Partridge now took up, and was going to put into his pocket, when Jones desired to see it. The muff was so very remarkable that our hero might possibly have recollected it without the information annexed. But his memory was not put to that hard office, for at the same instant he saw and read the words Sophia Weston upon the paper which was pinned to it. His looks now grew frantic in a moment, and he eagerly cried out, "Oh, heavens! How came this muff here?" "I know no more than your honour," cried Partridge, "but I saw it upon the arm of one of the women who would have disturbed you if I would have suffered them." "Where are they?" cries Jones, jumping out of bed and laying hold of his clothes. "Many miles off, I believe, by this time," said Partridge. And now Jones, upon further inquiry, was sufficiently assured that the bearer of this muff was no other than the lovely Sophia herself. The behaviour of Jones on this occasion, his thoughts, his looks, his words, his actions, were such as beggar all description. After many bitter execrations on Partridge, and not fewer on himself, he ordered the poor fellow, who was frightened out of his wits, to run down and hire him horses at any rate, and a very few minutes afterwards, having shuffled on his clothes, he hastened downstairs to execute the orders himself, which he had just before given. But before we proceed to what passed on his arrival in the kitchen, it will be necessary to recur to what had there happened since Partridge had first left it on his master's summons. The sergeant was just marched off with his party when the 2 Irish gentlemen arose and came downstairs, both complaining that they had been so often waked by the noises in the inn that they had never once been able to close their eyes all night. The coach which had brought the young lady and her maid, and which perhaps the reader may have hitherto concluded was her own, was indeed a returned coach belonging to Mr. King of Bath, one of the worthiest and honestest men that ever dealt in horseflesh, and whose coaches we heartily recommend to all our readers who travel that road, by which means they may perhaps have the pleasure of riding in the very coach, and being driven by the very coachman that is recorded in this history. The coachman, having but 2 passengers, and hearing Mr. Maclaughlan was going to Bath, offered to carry him thither at a very moderate price. He was induced to this by the report of the hostler, who said that the horse which Mr. Maclaughlan had hired from Worcester would be much more pleased with returning to his friends there than to prosecute a long journey, for that the said horse was rather a 2-legged than a 4-legged animal. Mr. Maclaughlan immediately closed with the proposal of the coachman, and at the same time persuaded his friend Fitzpatrick to accept of the 4th place in the coach. This conveyance the soreness of his bones made more agreeable to him than a horse, and being well assured of meeting with his wife at Bath, he thought a little delay would be of no consequence. Maclaughlan, who was much the sharper man of the 2, no sooner heard that this lady came from Chester, with the other circumstances which he learned from the hostler, than it came into his head that she might possibly be his friend's wife, and presently acquainted him with this suspicion, which had never once occurred to Fitzpatrick himself. To say the truth, he was one of those compositions which nature makes up in too great a hurry, and forgets to put any brains into their head. Now, it happens to this sort of men, as to bad hounds, who never hit off a fault themselves, but no sooner doth a dog of sagacity open his mouth than they immediately do the same, and without the guidance of any scent run directly forwards as fast as they are able. In the same manner, the very moment Mr. Maclaughlan had mentioned his apprehension, Mr. Fitzpatrick instantly concurred, and flew directly upstairs, to surprise his wife before he knew where she was. And unluckily, as fortune loves to play tricks with those gentlemen who put themselves entirely under her conduct, ran his head against several doors and posts to no purpose. Much kinder was she to me when she suggested that simile of the hounds just before inserted, since the poor wife may, on these occasions, be so justly compared to a hunted hare. Like that little wretched animal, she pricks up her ears to listen after the voice of her pursuer. Like her, flies away trembling when she hears it, and like her, is generally overtaken and destroyed in the end. This was not, however, the case at present, for after a long fruitless search, Mr. Fitzpatrick returned to the kitchen, where, as if this had been a real chase, entered a gentleman hallooing as hunters do when the hounds are at fault. He was just alighted from his horse, and had many attendants at his heels. Here, reader, it may be necessary to acquaint thee with some matters which, if thou dost know already, thou art wiser than I take thee to be. And this information thou shalt receive in the next chapter. Chapter 7, in which are concluded the adventures that happened at the inn at Upton. In the first place, then, this gentleman just arrived was no other person than Squire Weston himself, who was come hither in pursuit of his daughter. And had he fortunately been 2 hours earlier, he had not only found her, but his niece into the bargain, for such was the wife of Mr. Fitzpatrick, who had run away with her 5 years before, out of the custody of that sage lady, Madam Weston. Now this lady had departed from the inn much about the same time with Sophia, for, having been waked by the voice of her husband, she had sent up for the landlady, and being by her apprised of the matter, had bribed the good woman, at an extravagant price, to furnish her with horses for her escape. Such prevalence had money in this family, and though the mistress would have turned away her maid for a corrupt hussy if she had known as much as the reader, yet she was no more proof against corruption herself than poor Susan had been. Mr. Weston and his nephew were not known to one another, nor indeed would the former have taken any notice of the latter if he had known him, for, this being a stolen match, and consequently an unnatural one in the opinion of the good squire, he had, from the time of her committing it, abandoned the poor young creature, who was then no more than 18, as a monster, and had never since suffered her to be named in his presence. The kitchen was now a scene of universal confusion, Weston inquiring after his daughter, and Fitzpatrick as eagerly after his wife, when Jones entered the room, unfortunately having Sophia's muff in his hand. As soon as Weston saw Jones, he set up the same holler as is used by sportsmen when their game is in view. He then immediately ran up and laid hold of Jones, crying, "We have got the dog, Fox. I warrant the bitch is not far off." The jargon which followed for some minutes, where many spoke different things at the same time, as it would be very difficult to describe, so would it be no less unpleasant to read. Jones having at length shaken Mr. Weston off, and some of the company having interfered between them, our hero protested his innocence as to knowing anything of the lady, when Parson Supple stepped up and said, "It is folly to deny it, for why, the marks of guilt are in thy hands. I will myself asseverate and bind it by an oath, that the muff thou bearest in thy hand belongeth unto Madam Sophia, for I have frequently observed her, of later days, to bear it about her." "My daughter's muff!" cries the squire in a rage. "Hath he got my daughter's muff? Bear witness the goods are found upon him. I'll have him before a justice of peace this instant. Where is my daughter, villain?" "Sir," said Jones, "I beg you would be pacified. The muff, I acknowledge, is the young lady's, but upon my honour I have never seen her." At these words Weston lost all patience, and grew inarticulate with rage. Some of the servants had acquainted Fitzpatrick who Mr. Weston was. The good Irishman, therefore, thinking he had now an opportunity to do an act of service to his uncle, and by that means might possibly obtain his favour, stepped up to Jones and cried out, "Upon my conscience, sir, you may be ashamed of denying your having seen the gentleman's daughter before my face, when you know I found you there upon the bed together." Then, turning to Weston, he offered to conduct him immediately to the room where his daughter was, which offer being accepted, he, the squire, the parson, and some others, ascended directly to Mrs. Waters' chamber, which they entered with no less violence than Mr. Fitzpatrick had done before. The poor lady started from her sleep with as much amazement as terror, and beheld at her bedside a figure which might very well suppose to have escaped out of Bedlam. Such wildness and confusion were in the looks of Mr. Weston, who no sooner saw the lady than he started back, showing sufficiently by his manner, before he spoke, that this was not the person sought after. So much more tenderly do women value their reputation than their person, that though the latter seemed now in more danger than before, yet as the former was secure, the lady screamed not with such violence as she had done on the other occasion. However, she no sooner found herself alone than she abandoned all thoughts of further repose, and as she had sufficient reason to be dissatisfied with her present lodging, she dressed herself with all possible expedition. Mr. Weston now proceeded to search the whole house, but to as little purpose as he had disturbed poor Mrs. Waters. He then returned disconsolate into the kitchen, where he found Jones in the custody of his servants. This violent uproar had raised all the people in the house, though it was yet scarcely daylight. Among these was a grave gentleman who had the honour to be in the commission of the peace for the county of Worcester, of which Mr. Weston was no sooner informed than he offered to lay his complaint before him. The justice declined executing his office, as he said he had no clerk present, nor no book about justice business, and that he could not carry all the law in his head about stealing away daughters, and such sort of things. Here Mr. Fitzpatrick offered to lend him his assistance, informing the company that he had been himself bred to the law. As indeed he had served 3 years as clerk to an attorney in the north of Ireland, when, choosing a genteeler walk of life, he quitted his master, came over to England, and set up that business which requires no apprenticeship, namely that of a gentleman, in which he had succeeded, as hath been already partly mentioned. Mr. Fitzpatrick declared that the law concerning daughters was out of the present case, that stealing a muff was undoubtedly felony, and the goods being found upon the person were sufficient evidence of the fact. The magistrate, upon the encouragement of so learned a coadjutor, and upon the violent intercession of the squire, was at length prevailed upon to seat himself in the chair of justice, where, being placed, upon viewing the muff which Jones still held in his hand, and upon the parson's swearing it to be the property of Mr. Weston, he desired Mr. Fitzpatrick to draw up a commitment, which he said he would sign. Jones now desired to be heard, which was at last, with difficulty, granted him. He then produced the evidence of Mr. Partridge as to the finding it, but what was still more, Susan deposed that Sophia herself had delivered the muff to her, and had ordered her to convey it into the chamber where Mr. Jones had found it. Whether a natural love of justice, or the extraordinary comeliness of Jones, had wrought on Susan to make the discovery, I will not determine, but such were the effects of her evidence that the magistrate, throwing himself back in his chair, declared that the matter was now altogether as clear on the side of the prisoner as it had been before against him, with which the parson concurred, saying the Lord forbid he should be instrumental in committing an innocent person to durance. The justice then arose, acquitted the prisoner, and broke up the court. Mr. Weston now gave everyone present a hearty curse, and immediately ordering his horses, departed in pursuit of his daughter, without taking the least notice of his nephew Fitzpatrick, or returning any answer to his claim of kindred, notwithstanding all the obligations he had just received from that gentleman. In the violence, moreover, of his hurry, and of his passion, he luckily forgot to demand the muff of Jones. I say luckily, for he would have died on the spot rather than have parted with it. Jones, likewise, with his friend Partridge, set forward the moment he had paid his reckoning, in quest of his lovely Sophia, whom he now resolved never more to abandon the pursuit of. nor could he bring himself even to take leave of Mrs. Waters, of whom he detested the very thoughts, as she had been, though not designedly, the occasion of his missing the happiest interview with Sophia, to whom he now vowed eternal constancy. As for Mrs. Waters, she took the opportunity of the coach which was going to Bath, for which place she set out in company with the 2 Irish gentlemen, the landlady kindly lending her clothes, in return for which she was contented only to receive about double their value as a recompense for the loan. Upon the road she was perfectly reconciled to Mr. Fitzpatrick, who was a very handsome fellow, and indeed did all she could to console him in the absence of his wife. Thus ended the many odd adventures which Mr. Jones encountered at his inn at Upton, where they talk to this day of the beauty and lovely behaviour of the charming Sophia, by the name of the Somersetshire Angel. Chapter 8, in which the history goes backward. Before we proceed any farther in our history, it may be proper to look a little back, in order to account for the extraordinary appearance of Sophia and her father at the inn at Upton. The reader may be pleased to remember that in the 9th chapter of the 7th book of our history we left Sophia, after a long debate between love and duty, deciding the cause, as it usually, I believe, happens, in favour of the former. This debate had arisen, as we have there shown, from a visit which her father had just before made her, in order to force her consent to a marriage with Blifil, and which he had understood to be fully implied in her acknowledgment that she neither must nor could refuse any absolute command of his. Now, from this visit the squire retired to his evening potation, overjoyed at the success he had gained with his daughter, and as he was of a social disposition, and willing to have partakers in his happiness, the beer was ordered to flow very liberally in the kitchen, so that before 11 in the evening there was not a single person sober in the house, except only Mrs. Weston herself and the charming Sophia. Early in the morning a messenger was dispatched to summon Mr. Blifil, for though the squire imagined that young gentleman had been much less acquainted than he really was with the former aversion of his daughter, as he had not, however, yet received her consent, he longed impatiently to communicate it to him, not doubting but that the intended bride herself would confirm it with her lips. As to the wedding, it had the evening before been fixed, by the male parties, to be celebrated on the next morning save one. Breakfast was now set forth in the parlour, where Mr. Blifil attended, and where the squire and his sister likewise were assembled, and now Sophia was ordered to be called. "O Shakespeare, had I thy pen! O Hogarth, had I thy pencil! Then I would draw the picture of the poor serving-man, who, with pale countenance, staring eyes, chattering teeth, faltering tongue, and trembling lips, in such a man, so faint, so spiritless, so dull, so dead in look, so woe-begone, drew Priam's curtains in the dead of night, as would have told him half his Troy was burned," entered the room, and declared that Madam Sophia was not to be found. "Not to be found!" cries the squire, starting from his chair. "Zounds and damnation! Blood and fury! Where? When? How? What? Not to be found? Where?" "La, bravo!" says Mrs. Weston, with true political coldness. "You are always throwing yourself into such violent passions for nothing. My niece, I suppose, has only walked out into the garden. I protest you are grown so unreasonable that it is impossible to live in the house with you." "Nay, nay," answered the squire, returning as suddenly to himself as he had gone from himself. "If that be all the matter, it signifies not much. But upon my soul, my mind misgave me when the fellow said she was not to be found." He then gave orders for the bell to be rung in the garden, and sat himself contentedly down. No two things could be more the reverse of each other than were the brother and sister in most instances, particularly in this, that as the brother never foresaw anything at a distance, but was most sagacious in immediately seeing everything the moment it had happened, so the sister eternally foresaw at a distance, but was not so quick-sighted to objects before her eyes. Of both these the reader may have observed examples, and indeed both their several talents were excessive, for as the sister often foresaw what never came to pass, so the brother often saw much more than was actually the truth. This was not, however, the case at present. The same report was brought from the garden as before had been brought from the chamber, that Madame Sophia was not to be found. The squire himself now sallied forth, and began to roar forth the name of Sophia as loudly and in as hoarse a voice as whilom did Hercules that of Hylas, and as the poet tells us that the whole shore echoed back the name of that beautiful youth, so did the house, the garden, and all the neighbouring fields resound nothing but the name of Sophia in the hoarse voices of the men and in the shrill pipes of the women, while Echo seemed so pleased to repeat the beloved sound that, if there is really such a person, I believe Ovid hath belied her sex. Nothing reigned for a long time but confusion, till at last the squire, having sufficiently spent his breath, returned to the parlour, where he found Mrs. Weston and Mr. Blifil, and threw himself, with the utmost dejection in his countenance, into a great chair. Here Mrs. Weston began to apply the following consolation. "Brother, I am sorry for what hath happened, and that my niece should have behaved herself in a manner so unbecoming her family, but it is all your own doings, and you have nobody to thank but yourself. You know she hath been educated always in a manner directly contrary to my advice, and now you see the consequence. Have I not 1,000 times argued with you about giving my niece her own will? But you know I never could prevail upon you, and when I had taken so much pains to eradicate her headstrong opinions, and to rectify your errors in policy, you know she was taken out of my hands, so that I have nothing to answer for. Had I been trusted entirely with the care of her education, no such accident as this had ever befallen you, so that you must comfort yourself by thinking it was all your own doing, and indeed what else could be expected from such indulgence?" "Zounds, sister," answered he, "you are enough to make one mad. Have I indulged her? Have I given her her will? It was no longer ago than last night that I threatened, if she disobeyed me, to confine her to a chamber upon bread and water as long as she lived. You would provoke the patience of Job." "Did ever mortal hear the like?" replied she. "Brother, if I have not the patience of 50 Jobs, you would make me forget all decency and decorum. Why would you interfere? Did I not beg you, did I not entreat you to leave the whole conduct to me? You have defeated all the operations of the campaign by one false step. Would any man in his senses have provoked a daughter by such threats as these? How often have I told you that English women are not to be treated like Circassian slaves? We have the protection of the world. We are to be won by gentle means only, and not to be hectored and bullied and beat into compliance. I thank heaven no Salic law governs here. Brother, you have a roughness in your manner which no woman but myself would bear. I do not wonder my niece was frightened and terrified into taking this measure, and to speak honestly, I think my niece will be justified to the world for what she hath done. I repeat it to you again, brother. You must comfort yourself by remembering that it is all your own fault. How often have I advised—" Here Weston rose hastily from his chair, and venting 2 or 3 horrid imprecations, ran out of the room. When he was departed, his sister expressed more bitterness, if possible, against him than she had done while he was present, for the truth of which she appealed to Mr. Blifil, who, with great complaisance, acquiesced entirely in all she said, but excused all the faults of Mr. Weston, as they must be considered, he said, to have proceeded from the too inordinate fondness of a father, which must be allowed the name of an amiable weakness. "So much the more inexcusable," answered the lady, "for whom doth he ruin by his fondness but his own child?" To which Blifil immediately agreed. Mrs. Weston then began to express great confusion on the account of Mr. Blifil, and of the usage which he had received from a family to which he intended so much honour. On this subject she treated the folly of her niece with great severity, but concluded with throwing the whole on her brother, who, she said, was inexcusable to have proceeded so far without better assurance of his daughter's consent. "But he was," says she, "always of a violent, headstrong temper, and I can scarce forgive myself for all the advice I have thrown away upon him." After much of this kind of conversation, which perhaps would not greatly entertain the reader, was it here particularly related, Mr. Blifil took his leave and returned home, not highly pleased with his disappointment, which, however, the philosophy which he had acquired from Square, and the religion infused into him by Thwackum, together with somewhat else, taught him to bear rather better than more passionate lovers bear these kinds of evils. Chapter 9. The Escape of Sophia. It is now time to look after Sophia, whom the reader, if he loves her half so well as I do, will rejoice to find escaped from the clutches of her passionate father and from those of her dispassionate lover. 12 times did the iron register of time beat on the sonorous bell-metal, summoning the ghosts to rise and walk their nightly round. In plainer language, it was 12 o'clock, and all the family, as we have said, lay buried in drink and sleep, except only Mrs. Weston, who was deeply engaged in reading a political pamphlet, and except our heroine, who now softly stole downstairs, and having unbarred and unlocked one of the house doors, sallied forth and hastened to the place of appointment. Notwithstanding the many pretty arts which ladies sometimes practise to display their fears on every little occasion, almost as many as the other sex uses to conceal theirs, certainly there is a degree of courage which not only becomes a woman, but is often necessary to enable her to discharge her duty. It is, indeed, the idea of fierceness, and not of bravery, which destroys the female character, for who can read the story of the justly celebrated Arria without conceiving as high an opinion of her gentleness and tenderness as of her fortitude? At the same time, perhaps, many a woman who shrieks at a mouse or a rat may be capable of poisoning a husband, or, what is worse, of driving him to poison himself. Sophia, with all the gentleness which a woman can have, had all the spirit which she ought to have. When, therefore, she came to the place of appointment, and, instead of meeting her maid, as was agreed, saw a man ride directly up to her, she neither screamed out nor fainted away. Not that her pulse then beat with its usual regularity, for she was at first under some surprise and apprehension, but these were relieved almost as soon as raised, when the man, pulling off his hat, asked her in a very submissive manner if her ladyship did not expect to meet another lady, and then proceeded to inform her that he was sent to conduct her to that lady. Sophia could have no possible suspicion of any falsehood in this account. She therefore mounted resolutely behind the fellow, who conveyed her safe to a town about 5 miles distant, where she had the satisfaction of finding the good Mrs. Honour. For, as the soul of the waiting woman was wrapped up in those very habiliments which used to enwrap her body, she could by no means bring herself to trust them out of her sight. Upon these, therefore, she kept guard in person, while she detached the aforesaid fellow after her mistress, having given him all proper instructions. They now debated what course to take, in order to avoid the pursuit of Mr. Weston, who they knew would send after them in a few hours. The London road had such charms for Honour that she was desirous of going on directly, alleging that, as Sophia could not be missed till 8 or 9 the next morning, her pursuers would not be able to overtake her, even though they knew which way she had gone. But Sophia had too much at stake to venture anything to chance, nor did she dare trust too much to her tender limbs in a contest which was to be decided only by swiftness. She resolved therefore to travel across the country for at least 20 or 30 miles, and then to take the direct road to London. So, having hired horses to go 20 miles one way, when she intended to go 20 miles the other, she set forward with the same guide behind whom she had ridden from her father's house, the guide having now taken up behind him, in the room of Sophia, a much heavier as well as much less lovely burden, being indeed a huge portmanteau, well stuffed with those outside ornaments by means of which the fair Honour hoped to gain many conquests, and finally to make her fortune in London city. When they had gone about 200 paces from the inn on the London road, Sophia rode up to the guide, and with a voice much fuller of honey than was ever that of Plato, though his mouth is supposed to have been a beehive, begged him to take the first turning which led towards Bristol. Reader, I am not superstitious, nor any great believer of modern miracles. I do not, therefore, deliver the following as a certain truth, for indeed I can scarce credit it myself. But the fidelity of an historian obliges me to relate what hath been confidently asserted. The horse, then, on which the guide rode, is reported to have been so charmed by Sophia's voice that he made a full stop, and expressed an unwillingness to proceed any farther. Perhaps, however, the fact may be true, and less miraculous than it hath been represented, since the natural cause seems adequate to the effect. For, as the guide at that moment desisted from a constant application of his armed right heel, for, like Hudibras, he wore but one spur, It is more than possible that this omission alone might occasion the beast to stop, especially as this was very frequent with him at other times. But if the voice of Sophia had really an effect on the horse, it had very little on the rider. He answered somewhat surlily that Mr. had ordered him to go a different way, and that he should lose his place if he went any other than that he was ordered. Sophia, finding all her persuasions had no effect, began now to add irresistible charms to her voice, charms which, according to the proverb, makes the old mare trot instead of standing still, charms to which modern ages have attributed all that irresistible force which the ancients imputed to perfect oratory. In a word, she promised she would reward him to his utmost expectation. The lad was not totally deaf to these promises, but he disliked their being indefinite, for though perhaps he had never heard that word, yet that in fact was his objection. He said gentlefolks did not consider the case of poor folks, that he had to have been turned away the other day for riding about the country with a gentleman from Squire Allworthy's, who did not reward him as he should have done. "With whom?" says Sophia eagerly. "With a gentleman from Squire Allworthy's," repeated the lad. "The squire's son, I think they call him." "Whither? Which way did he go?" says Sophia. "Why, a little on one side of Bristol, about 20 miles off," answered the lad. "Guide me," says Sophia, "to the same place, and I'll give thee a guinea, or 2, if one is not sufficient." "To be certain," said the boy, "it is honestly worth 2, when your ladyship considers what a risk I run. But, however, if your ladyship will promise me 2 guineas, I'll even venture. To be certain, it is a sinful thing to ride about my master's horses, but one comfort is, I can only be turned away, and 2 guineas will partly make me amends." The bargain being thus struck, the lad turned aside into the Bristol road, and Sophia set forward in pursuit of Jones, highly contrary to the remonstrances of Mrs. Honour, who had much more desire to see London than to see Mr. Jones. For indeed she was not his friend with her mistress, as he had been guilty of some neglect in certain pecuniary civilities, which are by custom due to the waiting gentlewomen in all love affairs, and more especially in those of a clandestine kind. This we impute rather to the carelessness of his temper than to any want of generosity, but perhaps she derived it from the latter motive. Certain it is that she hated him very bitterly on that account, and resolved to take every opportunity of injuring him with her mistress. It was, therefore, highly unlucky for her that she had gone to the very same town and inn whence Jones had started, and still more unlucky was she in having stumbled on the same guide, and on this accidental discovery which Sophia had made. Our travellers arrived at Hambrook at the break of day, where Honour was against her will charged to inquire the route which Mr. Jones had taken. Of this, indeed, the guide himself could have informed them, but Sophia, I know not for what reason, never asked him the question. When Mrs. Honour had made her report from the landlord, Sophia, with much difficulty, procured some indifferent horses, which brought her to the inn where Jones had been confined rather by the misfortune of meeting with a surgeon than by having met with a broken head. Here Honour, being again charged with the commission of inquiry, had no sooner applied herself to the landlady, and had described the person of Mr. Jones, than that sagacious woman began, in the vulgar phrase, to smell a rat. When Sophia therefore entered the room, instead of answering the maid, the landlady, addressing herself to the mistress, began the following speech. "Good lack-a-day! Why, there now, who would have thought it? I protest the loveliest couple that ever eye beheld. I fackins, madam, it is no wonder the squire run on so about your ladyship. He told me, indeed, you was the finest lady in the world, and to be sure so you be. Mercy on him, poor heart! I bepitied him, so I did, when he used to hug his pillow and call it his dear Madam Sophia. I did all I could to dissuade him from going to the wars. I told him there were men enough that were good for nothing else but to be killed, that had not the love of such fine ladies." "Sure," says Sophia, "the good woman is distracted." "No, no," cries the landlady, "I am not distracted. What, doth your ladyship think I don't know, then? I assure you he told me all." "What saucy fellow," cries Honour, "told you anything of my lady?" "No saucy fellow," answered the landlady, "but the young gentleman you inquired after, and a very pretty young gentleman he is, and he loves Madam Sophia Weston to the bottom of his soul." "He loved my lady? I'll have you to know, woman, she is meat for his master." "Nay, honour," said Sophia, interrupting her, "don't be angry with the good woman. She intends no harm." "No, marry, don't I?" answered the landlady, emboldened by the soft accents of Sophia, and then launched into a long narrative, too tedious to be here set down, in which some passages dropped that gave a little offence to Sophia, and much more to her waiting woman, who hence took occasion to abuse poor Jones to her mistress the moment they were alone together, saying that he must be a very pitiful fellow, and could have no love for a lady whose name he would thus prostitute in an ale-house. Sophia did not see his behaviour in so very disadvantageous a light, and was perhaps more pleased with the violent raptures of his love, which the landlady exaggerated as much as she had done every other circumstance, than she was offended with the rest. And indeed she imputed the whole to the extravagance, or rather ebullience, of his passion, and to the openness of his heart. This incident, however, being afterwards reviewed in her mind, and placed in the most odious colours by Honour, served to heighten and give credit to those unlucky occurrences at Upton, and assisted the waiting woman in her endeavours to make her mistress depart from that inn without seeing Jones. The landlady, finding Sophia intended to stay no longer than till her horses were ready, and that without either eating or drinking, soon withdrew, when Honour began to take her mistress to task, for indeed she used great freedom, and after a long harangue, in which she reminded her of her intention to go to London, and gave frequent hints of the impropriety of pursuing a young fellow, she at last concluded with this serious exhortation: "For heaven's sake, madam, consider what you are about, and whither you are going." This advice to a lady who had already rode near 40 miles, and in no very agreeable season, may seem foolish enough. It may be supposed she had well considered and resolved this already. Nay, Mrs. Honour, by the hints she threw out, seemed to think so, and this, I doubt not, is the opinion of many readers, who have, I make no doubt, been long since well convinced of the purpose of our heroine, and have heartily condemned her for it as a wanton baggage. But in reality this was not the case. Sophia had been lately so distracted between hope and fear, her duty and love to her father, her hatred to Blifil, her compassion, and, why should we not confess the truth, her love for Jones, which last the behaviour of her father, of her aunt, of every one else, and more particularly of Jones himself, had blown into a flame, that her mind was in that confused state which may be truly said to make us ignorant of what we do, or whither we go, or rather, indeed, indifferent as to the consequence of either. The prudent and sage advice of her maid produced, however, some cool reflection, and she at length determined to go to Gloucester, and thence to proceed directly to London. But, unluckily, a few miles before she entered that town, she met the hack attorney, who, as is before mentioned, had dined there with Mr. Jones. This fellow, being well known to Mrs. Honour, stopped and spoke to her, of which Sophia at that time took little notice, more than to inquire who he was. But having had a more particular account from Honour of this man afterwards at Gloucester, and hearing of the great expedition he usually made in travelling, for which, as hath been before observed, he was particularly famous, recollecting likewise that she had overheard Mrs. Honour inform him that they were going to Gloucester, she began to fear lest her father might, by this fellow's means, be able to trace her to that city. Wherefore, if she should there strike into the London road, she apprehended he would certainly be able to overtake her. She therefore altered her resolution, and having hired horses to go a week's journey away which she did not intend to travel, she again set forward after a light refreshment, contrary to the desire and earnest entreaties of her maid, and to the no less vehement remonstrances of Mrs. Whitefield, who, from good breeding, or perhaps from good nature, for the poor young lady appeared much fatigued, pressed her very heartily to stay that evening at Gloucester. Having refreshed herself only with some tea, and with lying about 2 hours on the bed while her horses were getting ready, she resolutely left Mrs. Whitefield's about 11 at night, and striking directly into the Worcester road, within less than 4 hours arrived at that very inn where we last saw her. Having thus traced our heroine very particularly back from her departure till her arrival at Upton, we shall, in a very few words, bring her father to the same place, who, having received the first scent from the post-boy, who conducted his daughter to Hambrook, very easily traced her afterwards to Gloucester, whence he pursued her to Upton, as he had learned Mr. Jones had taken that route, For Partridge, to use the squire's expression, left everywhere a strong scent behind him, and he doubted not in the least but Sophia travelled, or as he phrased it, ran, the same way. He used indeed a very coarse expression, which need not be here inserted, as fox-hunters, who alone will understand it, will easily suggest it to themselves. End of section 29. In our last initial chapter, we may be supposed to have treated that formidable set of men who are called critics with more freedom than becomes us, since they exact, and indeed generally receive, great condescension from authors. We shall in this, therefore, give the reasons of our conduct to this august body, and here we shall perhaps place them in a light in which they have not hitherto been seen. This word critic is of Greek derivation, and signifies judgment. Hence, I presume, some persons who have not understood the original, and have seen the English translation of the primitive, have concluded that it meant judgment in the legal sense, in which it is frequently used as equivalent to condemnation. I am the rather inclined to be of that opinion, as the greatest number of critics have of late years been found amongst the lawyers. Many of these gentlemen, from despair perhaps of ever rising to the bench in Westminster Hall, have placed themselves on the benches at the playhouse, where they have exerted their judicial capacity, and have given judgment, i.e., condemned without mercy. The gentlemen would perhaps be well enough pleased if we were to leave them thus compared to one of the most important and honourable officers in the Commonwealth, and if we intended to apply to their favour, we would do so. But as we design to deal very sincerely and plainly too with them, we must remind them of another office of justice of a much lower rank, to whom, as they not only pronounce but execute their own judgment, they bear likewise some remote resemblance. But in reality there is another light in which these modern critics may, with great justice and propriety, be seen, and this is that of a common slanderer. If a person who pries into the character of others, with no other design but to discover their faults and to publish them to the world, deserves the title of a slanderer of the reputations of men, why should not a critic, who reads with the same malevolent view, be as properly styled the slanderer of the reputation of books? Vice hath not, I believe, a more abject slave. Society produces not a more odious vermin, nor can the devil receive a guest more worthy of him, nor possibly more welcome to him, than a slanderer. The world, I am afraid, regards not this monster with half the abhorrence which he deserves, and I am more afraid to assign the reason of this criminal lenity shown towards him. Yet it is certain that the thief looks innocent in the comparison. Nay, the murderer himself can seldom stand in competition with his guilt, for slander is a more cruel weapon than a sword, as the wounds which the former give are always incurable. One method, indeed, there is of killing, and that of the basest and most execrable of all, which bears an exact analogy to the vice here disclaimed against, and that is poison, a means of revenge so base and yet so horrible that it was once wisely distinguished by our laws from all other murders in the peculiar severity of the punishment. Besides the dreadful mischiefs done by slander, and the baseness of the means by which they are effected, there are other circumstances that highly aggravate its atrocious quality, for it often proceeds from no provocation, and seldom promises itself any reward, unless some black and infernal mind may propose a reward in the thoughts of having procured the ruin and misery of another. Shakespeare hath nobly touched this vice when he says, "Who steals my purse steals trash, 'tis something nothing. 'Twas mine, 'tis his, and hath been slave to thousands, but he that filches from me my good name robs me of that which not enriches him, but makes me poor indeed." With all this my good reader will doubtless agree, but much of it will probably seem too severe when applied to the slanderer of books. But let it here be considered that both proceed from the same wicked disposition of mind, and are alike void of the excuse of temptation. Nor shall we conclude the injury done this way to be very slight, when we consider a book as the author's offspring, and indeed as the child of his brain. The reader who hath suffered his muse to continue hitherto in a virgin state can have but a very inadequate idea of this kind of paternal fondness. To such we may parody the tender exclamation of Macduff, "Alas, thou hast written no book!" But the author whose muse hath brought forth will feel the pathetic strain, perhaps will accompany me with tears, especially if his darling be already no more, while I mention the uneasiness with which the big muse bears about her burden, the painful labour with which she produces it, and lastly, the care, the fondness with which the tender father nourishes his favourite till it be brought to maturity and produced into the world. Nor is there any paternal fondness which seems less to savour of absolute instinct, and which may so well be reconciled to worldly wisdom as this. These children may most truly be called the riches of their father, and many of them have with true filial piety fed their parent in his old age, so that not only the affection but the interest of the author may be highly injured by these slanderers, whose poisonous breath brings his book to an untimely end. Lastly, the slander of a book is, in truth, the slander of the author, for as no one can call another bastard without calling the mother a whore, so neither can anyone give the name of sad stuff, horrid nonsense, etc., to a book without calling the author a blockhead, which, though in a moral sense it is a preferable appellation to that of villain, is perhaps rather more injurious to his worldly interest. Now, however ludicrous all this may appear to some, others, I doubt not, will feel and acknowledge the truth of it. Civilities passed between these two ladies, for Mrs. Honour had now given place to the fine habit of the stranger, and had fallen into the rear. But though Sophia had great curiosity to know why the other lady continued to travel on through the same by-roads with herself, nay, though this gave her some uneasiness, yet fear or modesty or some other consideration restrained her from asking the question. The strange lady now laboured under a difficulty which appears almost below the dignity of history to mention. Her bonnet had been blown from her head not less than 5 times within the last mile, nor could she come at any ribbon or handkerchief to tie it under her chin. When Sophia was informed of this, she immediately supplied her with a handkerchief for this purpose, which, while she was pulling it from her pocket, she perhaps too much neglected the management of her horse, for the beast, now unluckily making a false step, fell upon his forelegs and threw his fair rider from his back. Though Sophia came head foremost to the ground, she happily received not the least damage, and the same circumstance which had perhaps contributed to her fall now preserved her from confusion, for the lane which they were then passing was narrow and very much overgrown with trees, so that the moon could here afford very little light, and was, moreover, at present so obscured in a cloud that it was almost perfectly dark. By these means the young lady's modesty, which was extremely delicate, escaped as free from injury as her limbs, and she was once more reinstated in her saddle, having received no other harm than a little fright by her fall. Daylight at length appeared in its full lustre, and now the two ladies, who were riding over a common side by side, looking steadfastly at each other, at the same moment both their eyes became fixed, both their horses stopped, and both, speaking together with equal joy, pronounced the one the name of Sophia, and the other that of Harriet. This unexpected encounter surprised the ladies much more than I believe it will the sagacious reader, who must have imagined that the strange lady could be no other than Mrs. Fitzpatrick, the cousin of Miss Weston, whom we before mentioned to have sallied from the inn a few minutes after her. So great was the surprise and joy which these two cousins conceived at this meeting, for they had formerly been most intimate acquaintance and friends, and had long lived together with their Aunt Weston, that it is impossible to recount half the congratulations which passed between them, before either asked a very natural question of the other, namely, whither she was going. This at last, however, came first from Mrs. Fitzpatrick, but, easy and natural as the question may seem, Sophia found it difficult to give it a very ready and certain answer. She begged her cousin, therefore, to suspend all curiosity till they arrived at some inn, which, I suppose, says she, can hardly be far distant. And believe me, Harriet, I suspend as much curiosity on my side, for indeed I believe our astonishment is pretty equal. The conversation which passed between these ladies on the road was, I apprehend, little worth relating, and less certainly was that between the two waiting women, for they likewise began to pay their compliments to each other. As for the guides, they were debarred from the pleasures of discourse, the one being placed in the van, and the other obliged to bring up the rear. In this posture they travelled many hours, till they came into a wide and well-beaten road, which, as they turned to the right, soon brought them to a very fair promising inn, where they all alighted. But so fatigued was Sophia, that as she had sat her horse during the last 5 or 6 miles with great difficulty, so she was now incapable of dismounting from him without assistance. This the landlord, who had hold of her horse, presently perceiving, offered to lift her in his arms from her saddle, and she too readily accepted the tender of his service. Indeed, fortune seems to have resolved to put Sophia to the blush that day, and the second malicious attempt succeeded better than the first, for my landlord had no sooner received the young lady in his arms than his feet, which the gout had lately very severely handled, gave way, and down he tumbled, but at the same time, with no less dexterity than gallantry, contrived to throw himself under his charming burden, so that he alone received any bruise from the fall, for the great injury which happened to Sophia was a violent shock given to her modesty by an immoderate grin, which, at her rising from the ground, she observed in the countenance of most of the bystanders. This made her suspect what had really happened, and what we shall not here relate for the indulgence of those readers who are capable of laughing at the offence given to a young lady's delicacy. Accidents of this kind we have never regarded in a comical light, nor will we scruple to say that he must have a very inadequate idea of the modesty of a beautiful young woman who would wish to sacrifice it to so paltry a satisfaction as can arise from laughter. This fright and shock, joined to the violent fatigue which both her mind and body had undergone, almost overcame the excellent constitution of Sophia, and she had scarce strength sufficient to totter into the inn, leaning on the arm of her maid. Here she was no sooner seated than she called for a glass of water, but Mrs. Honour, very judiciously, in my opinion, changed it into a glass of wine. Mrs. Fitzpatrick, hearing from Mrs. Honour that Sophia had not been in bed during the 2 last nights, and observing her to look very pale and wan with her fatigue, earnestly entreated her to refresh herself with some sleep. She was yet a stranger to her history or her apprehensions, but had she known both, she would have given the same advice, for rest was visibly necessary for her, and their long journey through by-roads so entirely removed all danger of pursuit that she was herself perfectly easy on that account. Sophia was easily prevailed on to follow the counsel of her friend, which was heartily seconded by her maid. Mrs. Fitzpatrick likewise offered to bear her cousin company, which Sophia, with much complaisance, accepted. The mistress was no sooner in bed than the maid prepared to follow her example. She began to make many apologies to her sister Abigail for leaving her alone in so horrid a place as an inn, but the other stopped her short, being as well inclined to a nap as herself, and desired the honour of being her bedfellow. Sophia's maid agreed to give her a share of her bed, but put in her claim to all the honour. So, after many curtsies and compliments, to bed together went the waiting women, as their mistresses had done before them. It was usual with my landlord, as indeed it is with the whole fraternity, to inquire particularly of all coachmen, footmen, postboys, and others, into the names of all his guests, what their estate was, and where it lay. It cannot therefore be wondered at that the many particular circumstances which attended our travellers, and especially their retiring all to sleep at so extraordinary and unusual an hour as 10 in the morning, should excite his curiosity. As soon, therefore, as the guides entered the kitchen, he began to examine who the ladies were, and whence they came. But the guides, though they faithfully related all they knew, gave him very little satisfaction. On the contrary, they rather inflamed his curiosity than extinguished it. This landlord had the character, among all his neighbours, of being a very sagacious fellow. He was thought to see farther and deeper into things than any man in the parish, the parson himself not excepted. Perhaps his look had contributed not a little to procure him this reputation, for there was in this something wonderfully wise and significant, especially when he had a pipe in his mouth, which indeed he seldom was without. His behaviour likewise greatly assisted in promoting the opinion of his wisdom. In his deportment he was solemn, if not sullen, and when he spoke, which was seldom, he always delivered himself in a slow voice, and though his sentences were short, they were still interrupted with many hums and ha's and ayes and other expletives, so that though he accompanied his words with certain explanatory gestures, such as shaking or nodding the head or pointing with his forefinger, he generally left his hearers to understand more than he expressed. Nay, he commonly gave them a hint that he knew much more than he thought proper to disclose. This last circumstance alone may, indeed, very well account for his character of wisdom, since men are strangely inclined to worship what they do not understand. A grand secret, upon which several imposers on mankind have totally relied for the success of their frauds. This polite person, now taking his wife aside, asked her what she thought of the ladies lately arrived. "Think of them," said the wife. "Why, what should I think of them?" "I know," answered he, "what I think. The guides tell strange stories. One pretends to come from Gloucester, and the other from Upton, and neither of them, for what I can find, can tell whither they are going. But what people ever travel across the country from Upton hither, especially to London?" And one of the maidservants, before she alighted from her horse, asked if this was not the London road. Now, I have put all these circumstances together, and whom do you think I have found them out to be? "Nay," answered she, "you know I never pretend to guess at your discoveries." "It is a good girl," replied he, chucking her under the chin. "I must own you have always submitted to my knowledge of these matters. Why, then, depend upon it, mind what I say, depend upon it, they are certainly some of the rebel ladies who they say travel with the young Chevalier, and have taken a roundabout way to escape the Duke's army." "Husband," quoth the wife, "you have certainly hit it, for one of them is dressed as fine as any princess, and to be sure she looks for all the world like one. But yet, when I consider one thing—" "When you consider!" cries the landlord contemptuously. "Come, pray, let's hear what you consider." "Why, it is," answered the wife, "that she is too humble to be any very great lady, for while our Betty was warming the bed, she called her nothing but child, and my dear, and sweetheart, and when Betty offered to pull off her shoes and stockings, she would not suffer her, saying she would not give her the trouble." "Bah!" answered the husband, "that is nothing. Dost think, because you have seen some great ladies rude and uncivil to persons below them, that none of them know how to behave themselves when they come before their inferiors? I think I know people of fashion when I see them. I think I do. Did not she call for a glass of water when she came in? Another sort of woman would have called for a dram. You know they would. If she be not a woman of very great quality, sell me for a fool, and I believe those who buy me will have a bad bargain. Now, would a woman of her quality travel without a footman, unless upon some such extraordinary occasion?" "Nay, to be sure, husband," cries she, "you know these matters better than I, or most folk." "I think I do know something," said he. "To be sure," answered the wife, "the poor little heart looked so piteous when she sat down in the chair, I protest I could not help having a compassion for her, almost as much as if she had been a poor body. But what's to be done, husband? If and she be a rebel, I suppose you intend to betray her up to the court. Well, she's a sweet-tempered, good-humoured lady, be she what she will, and I shall hardly refrain from crying when I hear she is hanged or beheaded." "Bah!" answered the husband. "But as to what's to be done, it is not so easy a matter to determine. I hope before she goes away we shall have the news of a battle, for if the Chevalier should get the better, she may gain us interest at court, and make our fortunes without betraying her." "Why, that's true," replied the wife, "and I heartily hope she will have it in her power. Certainly she's a sweet, good lady. It would go horribly against me to have her come to any harm." "Bah!" cries the landlord, "women are always so tender-hearted. Why, you would not harbour rebels, would you?" "No, certainly," answered the wife, "and as for betraying her, come what will on it, nobody can blame us. It is what anybody would do in our case." While our politic landlord, who had not, we see, undeservedly the reputation of great wisdom among his neighbours, was engaged in debating this matter with himself, for he paid little attention to the opinion of his wife, news arrived that the rebels had given the Duke the slip, and had got a day's march towards London, And soon after arrived a famous Jacobite squire, who with great joy in his countenance shook the landlord by the hand, saying, "All's our own, boy. 10,000 honest Frenchmen are landed in Suffolk. Old England for ever. 10,000 French, my brave lad. I'm going to tap away directly." This news determined the opinion of the wise man, and he resolved to make his court to the young lady when she arose, for he had now, he said, discovered that she was no other than Madam Jenny Cameron herself. Chapter 3. A very short chapter, in which, however, is a sun, a moon, a star, and an angel. The sun, for he keeps very good hours at this time of the year, had been some time retired to rest, when Sophia arose greatly refreshed by her sleep, which, short as it was, nothing but her extreme fatigue could have occasioned, for though she had told her maid, and perhaps herself too, that she was perfectly easy when she left Upton, yet it is certain her mind was a little affected with that malady which is attended with all the restless symptoms of a fever, and is perhaps the very distemper which physicians mean, if they mean anything, by the fever on the spirits. Mrs. Fitzpatrick likewise left her bed at the same time, and having summoned her maid, immediately dressed herself. She was really a very pretty woman, and, had she been in any other company but that of Sophia, might have been thought beautiful, but when Mrs. Honour of her own accord attended, for her mistress would not suffer her to be waked, and had equipped our heroine, the charms of Mrs. Fitzpatrick, who had performed the office of the morning star, and had preceded greater glories, shared the fate of that star, and were totally eclipsed the moment those glories shone forth. Perhaps Sophia never looked more beautiful than she did at this instant. We ought not, therefore, to condemn the maid of the inn for her hyperbole, who, when she descended, after having lighted the fire, declared, and ratified it with an oath, that if ever there was an angel upon earth, she was now above stairs. Sophia had acquainted her cousin with her design to go to London, and Mrs. Fitzpatrick had agreed to accompany her, for the arrival of her husband at Upton had put an end to her design of going to Bath, or to her Aunt Weston. They had therefore no sooner finished their tea than Sophia proposed to set out, the moon then shining extremely bright, and as for the frost, she defied it, nor had she any of those apprehensions which many young ladies would have felt at travelling by night, for she had, as we have before observed, some little degree of natural courage, and this, her present sensations, which bordered somewhat on despair, greatly increased. Besides, as she had already travelled twice with safety by the light of the moon, she was the better emboldened to trust to it a third time. The disposition of Mrs. Fitzpatrick was more timorous, for though the greater terrors had conquered the less, and the presence of her husband had driven her away at so unseasonable an hour from Upton, yet, being now arrived at a place where she thought herself safe from his pursuit, these lesser terrors of I know not what operated so strongly that she earnestly entreated her cousin to stay till the next morning, and not expose herself to the dangers of travelling by night. Sophia, who was yielding to an excess when she could neither laugh nor reason her cousin out of these apprehensions, at last gave way to them. Perhaps, indeed, had she known of her father's arrival at Upton, it might have been more difficult to have persuaded her, for as to Jones, she had, I am afraid, no great horror at the thought of being overtaken by him. Nay, to confess the truth, I believe she rather wished than feared it, though I might honestly enough have concealed this wish from the reader, as it was one of those secret, spontaneous emotions of the soul, to which the reason is often a stranger. When our young ladies had determined to remain all that evening at their inn, they were attended by the landlady, who desired to know what their ladyships would be pleased to eat. Such charms were there in the voice, in the manner, and in the affable deportment of Sophia, that she ravished the landlady to the highest degree, and that good woman, concluding that she had attended Jenny Cameron, became in a moment a stanch Jacobite, and wished heartily well to the young pretender's cause, from the great sweetness and affability with which he had been treated by his supposed mistress. The two cousins began now to impart to each other their reciprocal curiosity to know what extraordinary accidents on both sides occasioned this so strange and unexpected meeting. At last Mrs. Fitzpatrick, having obtained of Sophia a promise of communicating likewise in her turn, began to relate what the reader, if he is desirous to know her history, may read in the ensuing chapter. Chapter 4. The History of Mrs. Fitzpatrick. Mrs. Fitzpatrick, after a silence of a few moments, fetching a deep sigh, thus began. It is natural to the unhappy to feel a secret concern in recollecting those periods of their lives which have been most delightful to them. The remembrance of past pleasure affects us with a kind of tender grief, like what we suffer for departed friends, and the ideas of both may be said to haunt our imaginations. For this reason I never reflect without sorrow on those days, the happiest far of my life, which we spent together when we were both under the care of my Aunt Weston. Alas, why are Miss Graveairs and Miss Giddy no more? You remember, I am sure, when we knew each other by no other names. Indeed, you gave the latter appellation with too much cause. I have since experienced how much I deserved it. You, my Sophia, was always my superior in everything, and I heartily hope you will be so in your fortune. I shall never forget the wise and matronly advice you once gave me when I lamented being disappointed of a ball, though you could not be then 14 years old. Oh, my Sophie, how blessed must have been my situation when I could think such a disappointment a misfortune, and when indeed it was the greatest I had ever known. And yet, my dear Harriet, answered Sophia, it was then a serious matter with you. Comfort yourself, therefore, with thinking that whatever you now lament may hereafter appear as trifling and contemptible as a ball would at this time. Alas, my Sophia, replied the other lady, you yourself will think otherwise of my present situation, for greatly must that tender heart be altered if my misfortune do not draw many a sigh, nay, many a tear from you. The knowledge of this should perhaps deter me from relating what I am convinced will so much affect you. Here Mrs. Fitzpatrick stopped, till, at the repeated entreaties of Sophia, she thus proceeded. Though you must have heard much of my marriage, yet, as matters may probably have been misrepresented, I will set out from the very commencement of my unfortunate acquaintance with my present husband, which was at Bath, soon after you left my aunt, and returned home to your father. Among the gay young fellows who were at this season at Bath, Mr. Fitzpatrick was one. He was handsome, dégagé, extremely elegant, and in his dress exceeded most others. In short, my dear, if you was unluckily to see him now, I could describe him no better than by telling you he was the very reverse of everything which he is, for he hath rusticated himself so long that he is become an absolute wild Irishman. But to proceed in my story. The qualifications which he then possessed so well recommended him, that though the people of quality at that time lived separate from the rest of the company, and excluded them from all their parties, Mr. Fitzpatrick found means to gain admittance. It was perhaps no easy matter to avoid him, for he required very little or no invitation, and as, being handsome and genteel, he found it no very difficult matter to ingratiate himself with the ladies, so, he having frequently drawn his sword, the men did not care publicly to affront him. Had it not been for some such reason, I believe he would have been soon expelled by his own sex, for surely he had no strict title to be preferred to the English gentry, nor did they seem inclined to show him any extraordinary favour. They all abused him behind his back, which might probably proceed from envy, for by the women he was well received, and very particularly distinguished by them. My aunt, though no person of quality herself, as she had always lived about the court, was enrolled in that party, for by whatever means you get into the polite circle, when you are once there, it is sufficient merit for you that you are there. This observation, young as you was, you could scarce avoid making from my aunt, who was free or reserved with all people, just as they had more or less of this merit. This merit, I believe it was, which principally recommended Mr. Fitzpatrick to her favour, in which he so well succeeded that he was always one of her private parties. Nor was he backward in returning such distinctions, for he soon grew so very particular in his behaviour to her that the Scandal Club first began to take notice of it, and the better disposed persons made a match between them. For my own part, I confess I made no doubt but that his designs were strictly honourable, as the phrase is, that is, to rob the lady of her fortune by way of marriage. My aunt was, I conceived, neither young enough nor handsome enough to attract much wicked inclination, but she had matrimonial charms in great abundance. I was the more confirmed in this opinion from the extraordinary respect which he showed to myself from the first moment of our acquaintance. This I understood as an attempt to lessen, if possible, that disinclination which my interest might be supposed to give me towards the match, and I know not but in some measure it had that effect, for as I was well contented with my own fortune, and of all people the least a slave to interested views, so I could not be violently the enemy of a man with whose behaviour to me I was greatly pleased, and the more so as I was the only object of such respect, for he behaved at the same time to many women of quality without any respect at all. Agreeable as this was to me, he soon changed it into another kind of behaviour, which was perhaps more so. He now put on much softness and tenderness, and languished and sighed abundantly. At times, indeed, whether from art or nature I will not determine, he gave his usual loose to gaiety and mirth, but this was always in general company and with other women, for even in a country dance, when he was not my partner, he became grave, and put on the softest look imaginable the moment he approached me. Indeed, he was in all things so very particular towards me that I must have been blind not to have discovered it. And you were more pleased still, my dear Harriet, cries Sophia. You need not be ashamed, added she, sighing, for there are irresistible charms in tenderness which too many men are able to affect. True, answered her cousin. Men who in all other instances want common sense are very much Machiavels in the art of loving. I wish I did not know an instance. Well, scandal now began to be as busy with me as it had been before with my aunt, and some good ladies did not scruple to affirm that Mr. Fitzpatrick had an intrigue with us both. But what may seem astonishing, my aunt never saw, nor in the least seemed to suspect, that which was visible enough, I believe, from both our behaviours. One would indeed think that love quite put out the eyes of an old woman. In fact, they so greedily swallow the addresses which are made to them that, like an outrageous glutton, they are not at leisure to observe what passes among others at the same table. This I have observed in more cases than my own, and this was so strongly verified by my aunt that, though she often found us together at her return from the pump, the least canting word of his, pretending impatience at her absence, effectually smothered all suspicion. One artifice succeeded with her to admiration. This was his treating me like a little child, and never calling me by any other name in her presence but that of pretty miss. This indeed did him some disservice with your humble servant, but I soon saw through it, especially as in her absence he behaved to me, as I have said, in a different manner. However, if I was not greatly disobliged by a conduct of which I had discovered the design, I smarted very severely for it, for my aunt really conceived me to be what her lover, as she thought him, called me, and treated me in all respects as a perfect infant. To say the truth, I wonder she had not insisted on my again wearing leading strings. At last my lover, for so he was, thought proper, in a most solemn manner, to disclose a secret which I had known long before. He now placed all the love which he had pretended to my aunt to my account. He lamented, in very pathetic terms, the encouragement she had given him, and made a high merit of the tedious hours in which he had undergone her conversation. What shall I tell you, my dear Sophia? Then I will confess the truth. I was pleased with my man. I was pleased with my conquest. To rival my aunt delighted me. To rival so many other women charmed me. In short, I am afraid I did not behave as I should do, even upon the very first declaration. I wish I did not almost give him positive encouragement before we parted. The bath now talked loudly. I might almost say roared against me. Several young women affected to shun my acquaintance, not so much perhaps from any real suspicion as from a desire of banishing me from a company in which I too much engrossed their favourite man. And here I cannot omit expressing my gratitude to the kindness intended me by Mr. Nash, who took me one day aside and gave me advice which, if I had followed, I had been a happy woman. "Child," says he, "I am sorry to see the familiarity which subsists between you and a fellow who is altogether unworthy of you, and I am afraid will prove your ruin. As for your old stinking aunt, if it was to be no injury to you and my pretty Sophie Weston, I assure you, I repeat his words, I should be heartily glad that the fellow was in possession of all that belongs to her. I never advise old women, for if they take it into their heads to go to the devil, it is no more possible than worth while to keep them from him. Innocence and youth and beauty are worthy of a better fate, and I would save them from his clutches. Let me advise you, therefore, dear child, never suffer this fellow to be particular with you again." Many more things he said to me, which I have now forgotten, and indeed I attended very little to them at the time, for inclination contradicted all he said. And besides, I could not be persuaded that women of quality would condescend to familiarity with such a person as he described. But I am afraid, my dear, I shall tire you with a detail of so many minute circumstances. To be concise, therefore, imagine me married, imagine me with my husband, at the feet of my aunt, and then imagine the maddest woman in Bedlam, in a raving fit, and your imagination will suggest to you no more than what really happened. The very next day my aunt left the place, partly to avoid seeing Mr. Fitzpatrick or myself, and as much perhaps to avoid seeing any one else, for, though I am told she hath since denied everything stoutly, I believe she was then a little confounded at her disappointment. Since that time I have written to her many letters, but never could obtain an answer, which I must own sits somewhat the heavier, as she herself was, though undesignedly, the occasion of all my sufferings, for had it not been under the colour of paying his addresses to her, Mr. Fitzpatrick would never have found sufficient opportunities to have engaged my heart, which, in other circumstances, I still flatter myself, would not have been an easy conquest to such a person. Indeed, I believe I should not have erred so greatly in my choice if I had relied on my own judgment, but I trusted totally in the opinion of others, and very foolishly took the merit of a man for granted whom I saw so universally well received by the women. What is the reason, my dear, that we, who have understandings equal to the wisest and greatest of the other sex, so often make choices of the silliest fellows for companions and favourites? It raises my indignation to the highest pitch to reflect on the numbers of women of sense who have been undone by fools." Here she paused a moment, but Sophia making no answer, she proceeded as in the next chapter. End of section 30. We remained at Bath no longer than a fortnight after our wedding, for as to any reconciliation with my aunt there were no hopes, and of my fortune not 1 farthing could be touched till I was of age, of which I now wanted more than 2 years. My husband, therefore, was resolved to set out for Ireland, against which I remonstrated very earnestly, and insisted on a promise which he had made me before our marriage, that I should never take this journey against my consent. And indeed I never intended to consent to it, nor will anybody, I believe, blame me for that resolution. But this, however, I never mentioned to my husband, and petitioned only for the reprieve of a month. But he had fixed the day, and to that day he obstinately adhered. The evening before our departure, as we were disputing this point with great eagerness on both sides, he started suddenly from his chair, and left me abruptly, saying he was going to the rooms. He was hardly out of the house when I saw a paper lying on the floor, which I suppose he had carelessly pulled from his pocket, together with his handkerchief. This paper I took up, and finding it to be a letter, I made no scruple to open and read it. And indeed I read it so often that I can repeat it to you almost word for word. This, then, was the letter. To Mr. Brian Fitzpatrick, Sir, yours received, and am surprised you should use me in this manner, as have never seen any of your cash, unless for one linsey woolsey coat, and your bill now is upwards of £150. Consider, sir, how often you have fobbed me off with your being shortly to be married to this lady or t'other lady, but I can neither live on hopes or promises, nor will my woollen draper take any such in payment. You tell me you are secure of having either the aunt or the niece, and that you might have married the aunt before this, whose jointure you say is immense, and that you prefer the niece on account of her ready money. Pray, sir, take a fool's advice for once, and marry the first you can get. You will pardon my offering my advice, as you know I sincerely wish you well. Shall draw on you per next post, in favour of Monsieur Jean Draget and Company, at 14 days, which doubt not your honouring, and am, sir, your humble servant, Sam Crossgrave. This was the letter word for word. Guess, my dear girl, guess how this letter affected me. You prefer the niece on account of her ready money. If every one of those words had been a dagger, I could with pleasure have stabbed them into his heart, but I will not recount my frantic behaviour on the occasion. I had pretty well spent my tears before his return home, but sufficient remains of them appeared in my swollen eyes. He threw himself sullenly into his chair, and for a long time we were both silent. At length, in a haughty tone, he said, "I hope, madam, your servants have packed up all your things, for the coach will be ready by 6 in the morning." My patience was totally subdued by this provocation, and I answered, "No, sir, there is a letter still remains unpacked," and then, throwing it on the table, I fell to upbraiding him with the most bitter language I could invent. Whether guilt or shame or prudence restrained him, I cannot say, but though he is the most passionate of men, he exerted no rage on this occasion. He endeavoured, on the contrary, to pacify me by the most gentle means. He swore the phrase in the letter to which I principally objected was not his, nor had he ever written any such. He owned, indeed, the having mentioned his marriage, and that preference which he had given to myself, but denied with many oaths the having mentioned any such matter at all on account of the straits he was in for money, arising, he said, from his having too long neglected his estate in Ireland. And this, he said, which he could not bear to discover to me, was the only reason of his having so strenuously insisted on our journey. He then used several very endearing expressions, and concluded by a very fond caress, and many violent protestations of love. There was one circumstance which, though he did not appeal to it, had much weight with me in his favour, and that was the word jointure in the tailor's letter, whereas my aunt never had been married, and this Mr. Fitzpatrick well knew. As I imagined, therefore, that the fellow must have inserted this of his own head, or from hearsay, I persuaded myself he might have ventured likewise on that odious line on no better authority. What reasoning was this, my dear? Was I not an advocate rather than a judge? But why do I mention such a circumstance as this, or appeal to it for the justification of my forgiveness? In short, had he been guilty of 20 times as much, half the tenderness and fondness which he used would have prevailed on me to have forgiven him. I now made no farther objections to our setting out, which we did the next morning, and in a little more than a week arrived at the seat of Mr. Fitzpatrick. Your curiosity will excuse me from relating any occurrences which passed during our journey, for it would indeed be highly disagreeable to travel it over again, and no less so for you to travel it over with me. This seat, then, is an ancient mansion house. If I was in one of those merry humours in which you have so often seen me, I could describe it to you ridiculously enough. It looked as if it had been formerly inhabited by a gentleman. Here was room enough, and not the less room on account of the furniture, for indeed there was very little in it. An old woman, who seemed coeval with the building, and greatly resembled her whom Chamont mentions in The Orphan, received us at the gate, and in a howl scarce human, and to me unintelligible, welcomed her master home. In short, the whole scene was so gloomy and melancholy that it threw my spirits into the lowest dejection, which my husband, discerning, instead of relieving, increased by 2 or 3 malicious observations. "There are good houses, madam," says he, "as you find in other places besides England, but perhaps you would rather be in a dirty lodging at Bath." Happy, my dear, is the woman who, in any state of life, hath a cherished, good-natured companion to support and comfort her. But why do I reflect on happy situations, only to aggravate my own misery? My companion, far from clearing up the gloom of solitude, soon convinced me that I must have been wretched with him in any place and in any condition. In a word, he was a very surly fellow, a character perhaps you have never seen, for, indeed, no woman ever sees it exemplified but in a father, a brother, or a husband, and though you have a father, he is not of that character. This surly fellow had formerly appeared to me the very reverse, and so he did still to every other person. Good heavens! How is it possible for a man to maintain a constant lie in his appearance abroad and in company, and to content himself with showing disagreeable truth only at home? Here, my dear, they make themselves amends for the uneasy restraint which they put on their tempers in the world, for I have observed, the more merry and gay and good-humoured my husband hath at any time been in company, the more sullen and morose he was sure to become at our next private meeting. How shall I describe his barbarity? To my fondness he was cold and insensible. My little comical ways, which you, my Sophy, and which others have called so agreeable, he treated with contempt. In my most serious moments he sung and whistled, and whenever I was thoroughly dejected and miserable, he was angry and abused me. For though he was never pleased with my good humour, nor ascribed it to my satisfaction in him, yet my low spirits always offended him, and those he imputed to my repentance of having, as he said, married an Irishman. You will easily conceive, my dear grave heirs, I ask your pardon, I really forgot myself, that when a woman makes an imprudent match in the sense of the world, that is, when she is not an arrant prostitute to pecuniary interest, she must necessarily have some inclination and affection for her man. You will as easily believe that this affection may possibly be lessened. Nay, I do assure you, contempt will wholly eradicate it. This contempt I now began to entertain for my husband, whom I now discovered to be, I must use the expression, an arrant blockhead. Perhaps you will wonder I did not make this discovery long before, but women will suggest 1,000 excuses to themselves for the folly of those they like. Besides, give me leave to tell you, it requires a most penetrating eye to discern a fool through the disguises of gaiety and good breeding. It will be easily imagined that when I once despised my husband, as I confess to you I soon did, I must consequently dislike his company, and indeed I had the happiness of being very little troubled with it, for our house was now most elegantly furnished, our cellars well stocked, and dogs and horses provided in great abundance. As my gentleman therefore entertained his neighbours with great hospitality, so his neighbours resorted to him with great alacrity, and sports and drinking consumed so much of his time that a small part of his conversation, that is to say, of his ill humours, fell to my share. Happy would it have been for me if I could as easily have avoided all other disagreeable company, but alas, I was confined to some which constantly tormented me, and the more as I saw no prospect of being relieved from them. These companions were my own racking thoughts, which plagued and in a manner haunted me night and day. In this situation I passed through a scene, the horrors of which can neither be painted nor imagined. Think, my dear, to such a superiority. Promise me, Sophy, you will take this advice, for you will hereafter find its importance. It is very likely I shall never marry at all, answered Sophia. I think at least I shall never marry a man in whose understanding I see any defects before marriage, and I promise you I would rather give up my own than see any such afterwards. Give up your understanding, replied Mrs. Fitzpatrick. Oh, fie, child, I will not believe so meanly of you. Everything else I might myself be brought to give up, but never this. Nature would not have allotted this superiority to the wife in so many instances if she had intended we should all of us have surrendered it to the husband. This, indeed, men of sense never expect of us, of which the lieutenant I have just mentioned was one notable example, for though he had a very good understanding, he always acknowledged, as was really true, that his wife had a better, and this perhaps was one reason of the hatred my tyrant bore her. Before he would be so governed by a wife, he said, especially by an ugly bitch, for indeed she was not a regular beauty, but very agreeable and extremely genteel, he would see all the women upon earth at the devil, which was a very usual phrase with him. He said he wondered what I could see in her to be so charmed with her company. Since this woman, says he, has come among us, there is an end of your beloved reading, which you pretended to like so much that you could not afford time to return the visits of the ladies in this country. And I must confess I had been guilty of a little rudeness this way, for the ladies there are at least no better than the mere country ladies here, and I think I need make no other excuse to you for declining any intimacy with them. This correspondence, however, continued a whole year, even all the while the lieutenant was quartered in that town, for which I was contented to pay the tax of being constantly abused in the manner above mentioned by my husband. I mean when he was at home, for he was frequently absent a month at a time at Dublin, and once made a journey of 2 months to London, in all which journeys I thought it a very singular happiness that he never once desired my company. Nay, by his frequent censure on men who could not travel, as he phrased it, without a wife tied up to their tail, he sufficiently intimated that, had I been never so desirous of accompanying him, my wishes would have been in vain. But heaven knows such wishes were very far from my thoughts. At length my friend was removed from me, and I was again left to my solitude, to the tormenting conversation with my own reflections, and to apply to books for my only comfort. I now read almost all day long. How many books do you think I read in 3 months? I can't guess, indeed, cousin, answered Sophia. Perhaps half a score. Half a score? Half 1,000, child, answered the other. I read a good deal in Daniel's English History of France, a great deal in Plutarch's Lives, the Atlantis, Pope's Homer, Dryden's Plays, Chillingworth, the Countess d'Aulnoy, and Locke's Human Understanding. During this interval I wrote 3 very supplicating, and I thought moving letters to my aunt, but as I received no answer to any of them, my disdain would not suffer me to continue my application. Here she stopped, and looking earnestly at Sophia, said, Methinks, my dear, I read something in your eyes which reproaches me of a neglect in another place, where I should have met with a kinder return. Indeed, dear Harriet, answered Sophia, your story is an apology for any neglect, but indeed I feel that I have been guilty of a remissness without so good an excuse. Yet pray proceed, for I long, though I tremble, to hear the end. Thus then Mrs. Fitzpatrick resumed her narrative. My husband now took a second journey to England, where he continued upward of 3 months. During the greater part of this time I led a life which nothing but having led a worse could make me think tolerable, for perfect solitude can never be reconciled to a social mind like mine, but when it relieves you from the company of those you hate. What added to my wretchedness was the loss of my little infant. Not that I pretend to have felt for it that extravagant tenderness of which I believe I might have been capable under other circumstances, but I resolved in every instance to discharge the duty of the tenderest mother, and this care prevented me from feeling the weight of that heaviest of all things, when it can be at all said to lie heavy on our hands. I had spent full 10 weeks almost entirely by myself, having seen nobody all that time except my servants and a very few visitors, when a young lady, a relation of my husband, came from a distant part of Ireland to visit me. She had stayed once before a week at my house, and then I gave her a pressing invitation to return, for she was a very agreeable woman, and had improved good natural parts by a proper education. Indeed, she was to me a welcome guest. A few days after her arrival, perceiving me in very low spirits, without inquiring the cause, which indeed she very well knew, the young lady fell to compassionating my case. She said, though politeness had prevented me from complaining to my husband's relations of his behaviour, yet they were all very sensible of it, and felt great concern upon that account, but none more than herself. After some more general discourse on this head, which I own I could not forbear countenancing, at last, after much previous precaution and enjoined concealment, she communicated to me, as a profound secret, that my husband kept a mistress. You will certainly imagine I heard this news with the utmost insensibility. Upon my word, if you do, your imagination will mislead you. Contempt had not so kept down my anger to my husband, but that hatred rose again on this occasion. What can be the reason of this? Are we so abominably selfish that we can be concerned at others having possession even of what we despise? Or are we not rather abominably vain, and is not this the greatest injury done to our vanity? What think you, Sophia? I don't know, indeed, answered Sophia. I have never troubled myself with any of these deep contemplations, but I think the lady did very ill in communicating to you such a secret. "And yet, my dear, this conduct is natural," replied Mrs. Fitzpatrick, "and when you have seen and read as much as myself, you will acknowledge it to be so." "I am sorry to hear it is natural," replied Sophia, "for I want neither reading nor experience to convince me that it is very dishonourable and very ill-natured. Say, it is surely as ill-bred to tell a husband or wife of the faults of each other as to tell them of their own." "Well," continued Mrs. Fitzpatrick, "my husband at last returned, and if I am thoroughly acquainted with my own thoughts, I hated him now more than ever, but I despised him rather less, for certainly nothing so much weakens our contempt as an injury done to our pride or our vanity. He now assumed a carriage to me so very different from what he had lately worn, and so nearly resembling his behaviour the first week of our marriage, that had I now any spark of love remaining, he might possibly have rekindled my fondness for him. But though hatred may succeed to contempt, and may perhaps get the better of it, love, I believe, cannot. The truth is, the passion of love is too restless to remain contented without the gratification which it receives from its object, and one can no more be inclined to love without loving than we can have eyes without seeing. When a husband, therefore, ceases to be the object of this passion, it is most probable some other man— I say, my dear, if your husband grows indifferent to you, if you once come to despise him, I say, that is, if you have the passion of love in you— Lord, I have bewildered myself so. But one is apt, in these abstracted considerations, to lose the concatenation of ideas, as Mr. Locke says. In short, the truth is— in short, I scarce know what it is. But as I was saying, my husband returned, and his behaviour at first greatly surprised me, but he soon acquainted me with the motive, and taught me to account for it. In a word, then, he had spent and lost all the ready money of my fortune, and as he could mortgage his own estate no deeper, he was now desirous to supply himself with cash for his extravagance by selling a little estate of mine, which he could not do without my assistance, and to obtain this favour was the whole and sole motive of all the fondness which he now put on. With this I peremptorily refused to comply. I told him, and I told him truly, that had I been possessed of the Indies at our first marriage, he might have commanded it all, for it had been a constant maxim with me that where a woman disposes of her heart, she should always deposit her fortune. But as he had been so kind long ago to restore the former into my possession, I was resolved likewise to retain what little remained of the latter. I will not describe to you the passion into which these words, and the resolute air in which they were spoken, threw him, nor will I trouble you with the whole scene which succeeded between us. Out came, you may be well assured, the story of the mistress, and out it did come, with all the embellishments which anger and disdain could bestow upon it. Mr. Fitzpatrick seemed a little thunderstruck with this, and more confused than I had seen him, though his ideas are always confused enough, heaven knows. He did not, however, endeavour to exculpate himself, but took a method which almost equally confounded me. What was this but recrimination? He affected to be jealous. He may, for aught I know, be inclined enough to jealousy in his natural temper. Nay, he must have had it from nature, or the devil must have put it into his head, for I defy all the world to cast a just aspersion on my character. Nay, the most scandalous tongues have never dared censure my reputation. My fame, I thank heaven, hath always been as spotless as my life, and let falsehood itself accuse that if it dare. No, my dear grave heirs, however provoked, however ill-treated, however injured in my love, I have firmly resolved never to give the least room for censure on this account. And yet, my dear, there are some people so malicious, some tongues so venomous, that no innocence can escape them. The most undesigned word, the most accidental look, the least familiarity, the most innocuous freedom, will be misconstrued and magnified into I know not what by some people. But I despise, my dear grave heirs, I despise all such slander. No such malice, I assure you, ever gave me an uneasy moment. No, no, I promise you, I am above all that. But where was I? Oh, let me see. I told you my husband was jealous. And of whom, I pray? Why, of whom but the lieutenant I mentioned to you before? He was obliged to resort above a year and more back to find an object for this unaccountable passion, if indeed he really felt any such, and was not an arrant counterfeit in order to abuse me. But I have tired you already with too many particulars. I will now bring my story to a very speedy conclusion. In short, then, after many scenes, very unworthy to be repeated, in which my cousin engaged so heartily on my side that Mr. Fitzpatrick at last turned her out of doors, when he found I was neither to be soothed nor bullied into compliance, he took a very violent method indeed. Perhaps you will conclude he beat me, but this, though he hath approached very near to it, he never actually did. He confined me to my room, without suffering me to have either pen, ink, paper, or book, and a servant every day made my bed and brought me my food. When I had remained a week under this imprisonment, he made me a visit, and with the voice of a schoolmaster, or what is often much the same, of a tyrant, asked me if I would yet comply. I answered very stoutly that I would die first. "Then so you shall, and be damned," cries he, "for you shall never go alive out of this room." Here I remained a fortnight longer, and, to say the truth, my constancy was almost subdued, and I began to think of submission, when, one day, in the absence of my husband, who was gone abroad for some time, by the greatest good fortune in the world, an accident happened. At a time when I began to give way to the utmost despair, everything would be excusable at such a time, at that very time I received— but it would take up an hour to tell you all the particulars. In one word, then, for I will not tire you with circumstances, gold, the common key to all padlocks, opened my door, and set me at liberty. I now made haste to Dublin, where I immediately procured a passage to England, and was proceeding to Bath, in order to throw myself into the protection of my aunt, or of your father, or of any relation who would afford it me. My husband overtook me last night at the inn where I lay, and which you left a few minutes before me, but I had the good luck to escape him, and to follow you. And thus, my dear, ends my history, a tragical one, I am sure it is to myself, but perhaps I ought rather to apologize to you for its dullness. Sophia heaved a deep sigh, and answered, "Indeed, Harriet, I pity you from my soul. But what could you expect? Why would you marry an Irishman?" "Upon my word," replied her cousin, "your censure is unjust. There are among the Irish men of as much worth and honour as any among the English. Nay, to speak the truth, generosity of spirit is rather more common among them. I have known some examples there, too, of good husbands, and I believe these are not very plenty in England. Ask me rather what I could expect when I married a fool, and I will tell you a solemn truth. I did not know him to be so." "Can no man," said Sophia, in a very low and altered voice, "do you think, make a bad husband who is not a fool?" "That," answered the other, "is too general a negative, but none, I believe, is so likely as a fool to prove so. Among my acquaintance the silliest fellows are the worst husbands, and I will venture to assert as a fact that a man of sense rarely behaves very ill to a wife who deserves very well. End of section 31. Book 11, chapters 8 to 10. Chapter 8. A dreadful alarm in the inn, with the arrival of an unexpected friend of Mrs. Fitzpatrick. Sophia now, at the desire of her cousin, related, not what follows, but what hath gone before in this history, for which reason the reader will, I suppose, excuse me for not repeating it over again. One remark, however, I cannot forbear making on her narrative, namely, that she made no more mention of Jones, from the beginning to the end, than if there had been no such person alive. This I will neither endeavour to account for, nor to excuse. Indeed, if this may be called a kind of dishonesty, it seems the more inexcusable from the apparent openness and explicit sincerity of the other lady. But so it was. Just as Sophia arrived at the conclusion of her story, there arrived in the room where the two ladies were sitting a noise not unlike in loudness to that of a pack of hounds just let out from their kennel, nor in shrillness to cats when caterwauling, or to screech owls, or indeed more like, for what animal can resemble a human voice, to those sounds which, in the pleasant mansions of that gate which seems to derive its name from a duplicity of tongues, issue from the mouth and sometimes from the nostrils of those fair river nymphs yclept of old the Naiades, in the vulgar tongue translated oyster-wenches. For when, instead of the ancient libations of milk and honey and oil, the rich distillations from the juniper berry, or perhaps from malt, hath, by the early devotion of their votaries, been poured forth in great abundance, should any daring tongue with unhallowed licence profane, i.e. depreciate, the delicate fat Milton oyster, the plaice sound and firm, the flounder as much alive as when in the water, the shrimp as big as a prawn, the fine cod alive but a few hours ago, or any other of the various treasures which those water deities who fish the sea and rivers have committed to the care of the nymphs, the angry Naiades lift up their immortal voices, and the profane wretch is struck deaf for his impiety. Such was the noise which now burst from one of the rooms below, and soon the thunder, which long had rattled at a distance, began to approach nearer and nearer, till, having ascended by degrees upstairs, it at last entered the apartments where the ladies were. In short, to drop all metaphor and figure, Mrs. Honour, having scolded violently below stairs, and continued the same all the way up, came in to her mistress in a most outrageous passion, crying out, "What doth your ladyship think? Would you imagine that this impudent villain, the master of this house, hath had the impudence to tell me, nay, to stand it out to my face, that your ladyship is that nasty, stinking whore, Jenny Cameron they call her, that runs about the country with the Pretender? Nay, the lying, saucy villain had the assurance to tell me that your ladyship had owned yourself to be so, but I have clawed the rascal. I have left the marks of my nails in his impudent face. 'My lady,' says I, 'you saucy scoundrel, my lady is meat to no pretenders. She is a young lady of as good fashion and family and fortune as any in Somersetshire. Did you never hear of the great Squire Weston, sirrah? She is his only daughter. She is, and heiress to all his great estate. My lady is to be called nasty Scotch whore by such a varlet. To be sure, I wish I had knocked his brains out with a punch-bowl.'" The principal uneasiness with which Sophia was affected on this occasion Honour had herself caused, by having in her passion discovered who she was. However, as this mistake of the landlord sufficiently accounted for those passages which Sophia had before mistaken, she acquired some ease on that account, nor could she, upon the whole, forbear smiling. This enraged Honour, and she cried, "Indeed, madam, I did not think your ladyship would have made a laughing matter of it, to be called whore by such an impudent low rascal. Your ladyship may be angry with me, for aught I know, for taking your part, since proffered service, they say, stinks, but to be sure I could never bear to hear a lady of mine called whore, nor will I bear it. I am sure your ladyship is as virtuous a lady as ever set foot on English ground, and I will claw any villain's eyes out who dares for to offer to presume for to say the least word to the contrary. Nobody could ever say the least ill of the character of any lady that ever I waited upon." Hinculae lachrymae. In plain truth, Honour had as much love for her mistress as most servants have, that is to say, but besides this, her pride obliged her to support the character of the lady she waited on, for she thought her own was in a very close manner connected with it. In proportion as the character of her mistress was raised, hers likewise, as she conceived, was raised with it, and, on the contrary, she thought the one could not be lowered without the other. On this subject, reader, I must stop a moment to tell thee a story. The famous Nell Gwynn, stepping one day from a house where she had made a short visit, into her coach, saw a great mob assembled, and her footman all bloody and dirty. The fellow, being asked by his mistress the reason of his being in that condition, answered, "I have been fighting, madam, with an impudent rascal who calls your ladyship a whore." "You blockhead," replied Mrs. Gwynn, "at this rate you must fight every day of your life. Why, you fool, all the world knows it." "Do they?" cries the fellow, in a muttering voice, after he had shut the coach door. "They shan't call me a whore's footman for all that." Thus the passion of Mrs. Honour appears natural enough, even if it were to be no otherwise accounted for. But in reality there was another cause of her anger, for which we must beg leave to remind our reader of a circumstance mentioned in the above simile. There are indeed certain liquors which, being applied to our passions, or to fire, produce effects the very reverse of those produced by water, as they serve to kindle and inflame rather than to extinguish. Among these the generous liquor called punch is one. It was not therefore without reason that the learned Dr. Cheney used to call drinking punch pouring liquid fire down your throat. Now Mrs. Honour had unluckily poured so much of this liquid fire down her throat that the smoke of it began to ascend into her pericranium and blinded the eyes of reason, which is there supposed to keep her residence, while the fire itself from the stomach easily reached the heart, and there inflamed the noble passion of pride. So that, upon the whole, we shall cease to wonder at the violent rage of the waiting woman, though at first sight we must confess the cause seems inadequate to the effect. Sophia and her cousin both did all in their power to extinguish these flames which had roared so loudly all over the house. They at length prevailed, or, to carry the metaphor one step further, the fire, having consumed all the fuel which the language affords, to wit, every reproachful term in it, at last went out of its own accord. But though tranquillity was restored above stairs, it was not so below, where my landlady, highly resenting the injury done to the beauty of her husband by the flesh-spades of Mrs. Honour, called aloud for revenge and justice. As to the poor man who had principally suffered in the engagement, he was perfectly quiet. Perhaps the blood which he lost might have cooled his anger, for the enemy had not only applied her nails to his cheeks, but likewise her fist to his nostrils, which lamented the blow with tears of blood in great abundance. To this we may add reflections on his mistake, but indeed nothing so effectually silenced his resentment as the manner in which he now discovered his error, for as to the behaviour of Mrs. Honour, it had the more confirmed him in his suspicion, but he was now assured by a person of great figure, and who was attended by a great equipage, that one of the ladies was a woman of fashion, and his intimate acquaintance. By the orders of this person the landlord now ascended, and acquainted our fair travellers that a great gentleman below desired to do them the honour of waiting on them. Sophia turned pale and trembled at this message, though the reader will conclude it was too civil, notwithstanding the landlord's blunder, to have come from her father. But fear hath the common fault of a justice of peace, and is apt to conclude hastily from every slight circumstance, without examining the evidence on both sides. To ease the reader's curiosity, therefore, rather than his apprehensions, we proceed to inform him that an Irish peer had arrived very late that evening at the inn, in his way to London. This nobleman, having sallied from his supper at the Hurricane before commemorated, had seen the attendant of Mrs. Fitzpatrick, and upon a short inquiry was informed that her lady, with whom he was very particularly acquainted, was above. This information he had no sooner received than he addressed himself to the landlord, pacified him, and sent him upstairs with compliments rather civiller than those which were delivered. It may perhaps be wondered at that the waiting woman herself was not the messenger employed on this occasion, but we are sorry to say she was not at present qualified for that, or indeed for any other office. The rum, for so the landlord chose to call the distillation from malt, had basely taken the advantage of the fatigue which the poor woman had undergone, and had made terrible depredations on her noble faculties, at a time when they were very unable to resist the attack. We shall not describe the tragical scene too fully, but we thought ourselves obliged, by that historic integrity which we profess, shortly to hint a matter which we would otherwise have been glad to have spared. Many historians, indeed, for want of this integrity, or of diligence, to say no worse, often leave the reader to find out these little circumstances in the dark, and sometimes to his great confusion and perplexity. Sophia was very soon eased of her causeless fright by the entry of the noble peer, who was not only an intimate acquaintance of Mrs. Fitzpatrick, but in reality a very particular friend of that lady. To say truth, it was by his assistance that she had been enabled to escape from her husband, for this nobleman had the same gallant disposition with those renowned knights of whom we read in heroic story, and had delivered many an imprisoned nymph from durance. He was indeed as bitter an enemy to the savage authority too often exercised by husbands and fathers over the young and lovely of the other sex as ever knight-errant was to the barbarous power of enchanters. Nay, to say truth, I have often suspected that those very enchanters with which romance everywhere abounds were in reality no other than the husbands of those days, and matrimony itself was perhaps the enchanted castle in which the nymphs were said to be confined. This nobleman had an estate in the neighbourhood of Fitzpatrick, and had been for some time acquainted with the lady. No sooner, therefore, did he hear of her confinement than he earnestly applied himself to procure her liberty, which he presently effected, not by storming the castle, according to the example of ancient heroes, but by corrupting the governor, in conformity with the modern art of war, in which craft is held to be preferable to valour, and gold is found to be more irresistible than either lead or steel. This circumstance, however, as the lady did not think it material enough to relate to her friend, we would not at that time impart it to the reader. We rather chose to leave him a while under a supposition that she had found, or coined by some very extraordinary, perhaps supernatural means, had possessed herself of the money with which she had bribed her keeper, rather than to interrupt the narrative by giving a hint of what seemed to her of too little importance to be mentioned. The peer, after a short conversation, could not forbear expressing some surprise at meeting the lady in that place, nor could he refrain from telling her he imagined she had gone to Bath. Mrs. Fitzpatrick very freely answered that she had been prevented in her purpose by the arrival of a person she need not mention. In short, says she, I was overtaken by my husband, for I need not affect to conceal what the world knows too well already. I had the good fortune to escape in a most surprising manner, and am now going to London with this young lady, who is a near relation of mine, and who hath escaped from as great a tyrant as my own. His lordship, concluding that this tyrant was likewise a husband, made a speech full of compliments to both the ladies, and as full of invectives against his own sex, nor indeed did he avoid some oblique glances at the matrimonial institution itself, and at the unjust powers given by it to man over the more sensible and more meritorious part of the species. He ended his oration with an offer of his protection, and of his coach and six, which was instantly accepted by Mrs. Fitzpatrick, and at last, upon her persuasions, by Sophia. Matters being thus adjusted, his lordship took his leave, and the ladies retired to rest, where Mrs. Fitzpatrick entertained her cousin with many high encomiums on the character of the noble peer, and enlarged very particularly on his great fondness for his wife, saying she believed he was almost the only person of high rank who was entirely constant to the marriage bed. Indeed, added she, my dear Sophy, that is a very rare virtue amongst men of condition. Never expect it when you marry, for believe me, if you do, you will certainly be deceived. A gentle sigh stole from Sophia at these words, which perhaps contributed to form a dream of no very pleasant kind, but as she never revealed this dream to any one, so the reader cannot expect to see it related here. Chapter 9. The morning introduced in some pretty writing. A stagecoach. The civility of chambermaids. The heroic temper of Sophia, her generosity, the return to it, the departure of the company, and their arrival at London, with some remarks for the use of travellers. Those members of society who are born to furnish the blessings of life now begin to light their candles, in order to pursue their daily labours for the use of those who are born to enjoy these blessings. The sturdy hind now attends the levee of his fellow labourer, the ox. The cunning artificer, the diligent mechanic, spring from their hard mattresses, and now the bonny housemaid begins to repair the disordered drum-room, while the riotous authors of that disorder, in broken, interrupted slumbers, tumble and toss, as if the hardness of down disquieted their repose. In simple phrase, the clock had no sooner struck 7 than the ladies were ready for their journey, and, at their desire, his lordship and his equipage were prepared to attend them. And now a matter of some difficulty arose, and this was how his lordship himself should be conveyed. For though in stage-coaches, where passengers are properly considered as so much luggage, the ingenious coachman stows half a dozen with perfect ease into the place of 4, For well he contrives that the fat hostess or well-fed alderman may take up no more room than the slim miss or taper master, it being the nature of guts, when well squeezed, to give way, and to lie in a narrow compass. Yet in these vehicles, which are called, for distinction's sake, gentlemen's coaches, though they are often larger than the others, this method of packing is never attempted. His lordship would have put a short end to the difficulty by very gallantly desiring to mount his horse, but Mrs. Fitzpatrick would by no means consent to it. It was therefore concluded that the Abigails should, by turns, relieve each other on one of his lordship's horses, which was presently equipped with a side saddle for that purpose. Everything being settled at the inn, the ladies discharged their former guides, and Sophia made a present to the landlord, partly to repair the bruise which he had received under herself, and partly on account of what he had suffered under the hands of her enraged waiting-woman. And now Sophia first discovered a loss which gave her some uneasiness, and this was of the £100 bank bill which her father had given her at their last meeting, and which, within a very inconsiderable trifle, was all the treasure she was at present worth. She searched everywhere, and shook and tumbled all her things to no purpose. The bill was not to be found, and she was at last fully persuaded that she had lost it from her pocket, when she had the misfortune of tumbling from her horse in the dark lane, as before recorded, a fact that seemed the more probable, as she now recollected some discomposure of her pocket which had happened at that time, and the great difficulty with which she had drawn forth her handkerchief the very instant before her fall, in order to relieve the distress of Mrs. Fitzpatrick. Misfortunes of this kind, whatever inconveniencies they may be attended with, are incapable of subduing a mind in which there is any strength without the assistance of avarice. Sophia, therefore, though nothing could be worse timed than this accident at such a season, immediately got the better of her concern, and with her wonted serenity and cheerfulness of countenance returned to her company. His lordship conducted the ladies into the vehicle, as he did likewise Mrs. Honour, who, after many civilities and more dear madams, at last yielded to the well-bred importunities of her sister Abigail, and submitted to be complimented with the first ride in the coach, in which, indeed, she would afterwards have been contented to have pursued her whole journey, had not her mistress, after several fruitless intimations, at length forced her to take her turn on horseback. The coach, now having received its company, began to move forwards, attended by many servants, and led by 2 captains, who had before rode with his lordship, and who would have been dismissed from the vehicle upon a much less worthy occasion than this was of accommodating 2 ladies. In this they acted only as gentlemen, but they were ready at any time to have performed the office of a footman, or indeed would have condescended lower, for the honour of his lordship's company, and for the convenience of his table. My landlord was so pleased with the present he had received from Sophia, that he rather rejoiced in than regretted his bruise or his scratches. The reader will perhaps be curious to know the quantum of this present, but we cannot satisfy his curiosity. Whatever it was, it satisfied the landlord for his bodily hurt, but he lamented he had not known before how little the lady valued her money. For to be sure, says he, one might have charged every article double, and she would have made no cavil at the reckoning. His wife, however, was far from drawing this conclusion. Whether she really felt any injury done to her husband more than he did himself, I will not say. Certain it is, she was much less satisfied with the generosity of Sophia. "Indeed," cries she, "my dear, the lady knows better how to dispose of her money than you imagine. She might very well think we should not put up such a business without some satisfaction, and the law would have cost her an infinite deal more than this poor little matter, which I wonder you would take." "You are always so bloodily wise," quoth the husband. "It would have cost her more, would it? Dost fancy I don't know that as well as thee? But would any of that more and so much have come into our pockets? Indeed, if son Tom the lawyer had been alive, I could have been glad to have put such a pretty business into his hands. He would have got a good picking out of it, but I have no relation now who is a lawyer, and why should I go to law for the benefit of strangers?" "Nay, to be sure," answered she, "you must know best." "I believe I do," replied he. "I fancy when money is to be got I can smell it out as well as another. Everybody, let me tell you, would not have talked people out of this. Mind that, I say. Everybody would not have cajoled this out of her. Mind that." The wife then joined in the applause of her husband's sagacity, and thus ended the short dialogue between them on this occasion. We will, therefore, take our leave of these good people, and attend his lordship and his fair companions, who made such good expedition that they performed a journey of 90 miles in 2 days, and on the second evening arrived in London, without having encountered any one adventure on the road worthy the dignity of this history to relate. Our pen, therefore, shall imitate the expedition which it describes, and our history shall keep pace with the travellers who are its subject. Good writers will, indeed, do well to imitate the ingenious traveller in this instance, who always proportions his stay at any place to the beauties, elegancies, and curiosities which it affords. At Esthar, at Stowe, at Wilton, at Eastbury, and at Prior's Park, days are too short for the ravished imagination, while we admire the wondrous power of art in improving nature. In some of these, art chiefly engages our admiration, in others nature and art contend for our applause, but in the last the former seems to triumph. Here nature appears in her richest attire, and art, dressed with the modestest simplicity, attends her benignant mistress. Here nature indeed pours forth the choicest treasures which she hath lavished on this world, and here human nature presents you with an object which can be exceeded only in the other. The same taste, the same imagination, which luxuriously riots in these elegant scenes, can be amused with objects of far inferior note. The wood, the river, the lawns of Devon and of Dorset attract the eye of the ingenious traveller, and retard his pace, which delay he afterwards compensates by swiftly scouring over the gloomy heath of Bagshot, or that pleasant plain which extends itself westward from Stockbridge, where no other object than one single tree only in 16 miles presents itself to the view, unless the clouds, in compassion to our tired spirits, kindly open their variegated mansions to our prospect. Not so travels the money-meditating tradesman, the sagacious justice, the dignified doctor, the warm-clad grazier, with all the numerous offspring of wealth and dullness. On they jog with equal pace through the verdant meadows or over the barren heath, their horses measuring 4 miles and a half per hour with the utmost exactness, the eyes of the beast and of his master being alike directed forwards and employed in contemplating the same objects in the same manner. With equal rapture the good rider surveys the proudest boasts of the architect, and those fair buildings with which some unknown name hath adorned the rich clothing town, where heaps of bricks are piled up as a kind of monument to show that heaps of money have been piled there before. And now, reader, as we are in haste to attend our heroine, we will leave to thy sagacity to apply all this to the Boeotian writers, and to those authors who are their opposites. This thou wilt be abundantly able to perform without our aid. Bestir thyself, therefore, on this occasion, for though we will always lend thee proper assistance in difficult places, as we do not, like some others, expect thee to use the arts of divination to discover our meaning, yet we shall not indulge thy laziness where nothing but thy own attention is required, for thou art highly mistaken if thou dost imagine that we intended, when we began this great work, to leave thy sagacity nothing to do, or that, without sometimes exercising this talent, thou wilt be able to travel through our pages with any pleasure or profit to thyself. Chapter 10. Containing a hint or two concerning virtue, and a few more concerning suspicion. Our company, being arrived at London, was set down at his lordship's house, where, while they refreshed themselves after the fatigue of their journey, servants were dispatched to provide a lodging for the 2 ladies. For, as her ladyship was not then in town, Mrs. Fitzpatrick would by no means consent to accept a bed in the mansion of the peer. Some readers will, perhaps, condemn this extraordinary delicacy, as I may call it, of virtue, as too nice and scrupulous, but we must make allowances for her situation, which must be owned to have been very ticklish. And when we consider the malice of censorious tongues, we must allow, if it was a fault, the fault was an excess on the right side, and which every woman who is in the selfsame situation will do well to imitate. The most formal appearance of virtue, when it is only an appearance, may perhaps, in very abstracted considerations, seem to be rather less commendable than virtue itself without this formality. but it will, however, be always more commended, and this I believe will be granted by all, that it is necessary, unless in some very particular cases, for every woman to support either the one or the other. A lodging being prepared, Sophia accompanied her cousin for that evening, but resolved early in the morning to inquire after the lady into whose protection, as we have formerly mentioned, she had determined to throw herself when she quitted her father's house. And this she was the more eager in doing from some observation she had made during her journey in the coach. Now, as we would by no means fix the odious character of suspicion on Sophia, we are almost afraid to open to our readers the conceits which filled her mind concerning Mrs. Fitzpatrick, of whom she certainly entertained at present some doubts, which, as they are very apt to enter into the bosoms of the worst of people, we think proper not to mention more plainly till we have first suggested a word or two to our reader touching suspicion in general. Of this there have always appeared to me to be 2 degrees. The first of these I choose to derive from the heart, as the extreme velocity of its discernment seems to denote some previous inward impulse, and the rather, as this superlative degree often forms its own objects, sees what is not, and always more than really exists. This is that quick-sighted penetration whose hawk's eyes no symptom of evil can escape, which observes not only upon the actions but upon the words and looks of men, and as it proceeds from the heart of the observer, so it dives into the heart of the observed, and there espies evil, as it were, in the first embryo, nay, sometimes before it can be said to be conceived. An admirable faculty if it were infallible, but as this degree of perfection is not even claimed by more than one mortal being, so from the fallibility of such acute discernment have arisen many sad mischiefs and most grievous heartaches to innocence and virtue. I cannot help, therefore, regarding this vast quick-sightedness into evil as a vicious excess, and as a very pernicious evil in itself. And I am the more inclined to this opinion, as I am afraid it always proceeds from a bad heart, for the reasons I have above mentioned, and for one more, namely, because I never knew it the property of a good one. Now, from this degree of suspicion, I entirely and absolutely acquit Sophia. A second degree of this quality seems to arise from the head. This is indeed no other than the faculty of seeing what is before your eyes, and of drawing conclusions from what you see. The former of these is unavoidable by those who have any eyes, and the latter is perhaps no less certain and necessary a consequence of our having any brains. This is altogether as bitter an enemy to guilt as the former is to innocence, nor can I see it in an unamiable light, even though, through human fallibility, it should be sometimes mistaken. For instance, if a husband should accidentally surprise his wife in the lap or in the embrace of some of those pretty young gentlemen who profess the art of cuckold-making, I should not highly, I think, blame him for concluding something more than what he saw from the familiarities which he really had seen, and which we are at least favourable enough to when we call them innocent freedoms. The reader will easily suggest great plenty of instances to himself. I shall add but one more, which, however unchristian it may be thought by some, I cannot help esteeming to be strictly justifiable, and this is a suspicion that a man is capable of doing what he hath done already, and that it is possible for one who hath been a villain once to act the same part again. And, to confess the truth, of this degree of suspicion I believe Sophia was guilty. From this degree of suspicion she had, in fact, conceived an opinion that her cousin was really not better than she should be. The case, it seems, was this. Mrs. Fitzpatrick wisely considered that the virtue of a young lady is, in the world, in the same situation with the poor hare, which is certain, whenever it ventures abroad, to meet its enemies, for it can hardly meet any other. No sooner, therefore, was she determined to take the first opportunity of quitting the protection of her husband, than she resolved to cast herself under the protection of some other man, and whom could she so properly choose to be her guardian as a person of quality, of fortune, of honour, and who, besides a gallant disposition which inclines men to knight-errantry, that is, to be the champion of ladies in distress, had often declared a violent attachment to herself, and had already given her all the instances of it in his power. But as the law hath foolishly omitted this office of vice-husband, or guardian to an eloped lady, and as malice is apt to denominate him by a more disagreeable appellation, it was concluded that his lordship should perform all such kind offices to the lady in secret, and without publicly assuming the character of her protector. Nay, to prevent any other person from seeing him in this light, it was agreed that the lady should proceed directly to Bath, and that his lordship should first go to London, and then should go down to that place by the advice of his physicians. Now all this Sophia very plainly understood, not from the lips or behaviour of Mrs. Fitzpatrick, but from the peer, who was infinitely less expert at retaining a secret than was the good lady, and perhaps the exact secrecy which Mrs. Fitzpatrick had observed on this head in her narrative served not a little to heighten those suspicions which were now risen in the mind of her cousin. Sophia very easily found out the lady she sought, for indeed there was not a chairman in town to whom her house was not perfectly well known, and as she received in return for her first message a most pressing invitation, she immediately accepted it. Mrs. Fitzpatrick, indeed, did not desire her cousin to stay with her with more earnestness than civility required. Whether she had discerned and resented the suspicion above mentioned, or from what other motive it arose, I cannot say, but certain it is she was full as desirous of parting with Sophia as Sophia herself could be of going. The young lady, when she came to take leave of her cousin, could not avoid giving her a short hint of advice. She begged her, for heaven's sake, to take care of herself, and to consider in how dangerous a situation she stood, adding she hoped some method could be found of reconciling her to her husband. "You must remember, my dear," says she, "the maxim which my Aunt Weston hath so often repeated to us both, that whenever the matrimonial alliance is broke and war declared between husband and wife, she can hardly make a disadvantageous peace for herself on any conditions." These are my aunt's very words, and she hath had a great deal of experience in the world. Mrs. Fitzpatrick answered with a contemptuous smile, "Never fear me, child. Take care of yourself, for you are younger than I. I will come and visit you in a few days. But, dear Sophy, let me give you one piece of advice. Leave the character of grave airs in the country, for believe me, it will sit very awkwardly upon you in this town." Thus the two cousins parted, and Sophia repaired directly to Lady Bellaston, where she found a most hearty as well as a most polite welcome. The lady had taken a great fancy to her when she had seen her formerly with her Aunt Weston. She was, indeed, extremely glad to see her, and was no sooner acquainted with the reasons which induced her to leave the squire and to fly to London than she highly applauded her sense and resolution, and after expressing the highest satisfaction in the opinion which Sophie had declared she entertained of her ladyship by choosing her house for an asylum, she promised her all the protection which it was in her power to give. As we have now brought Sophia into safe hands, the reader will, I apprehend, be contented to deposit her there a while, and to look a little after other personages, and particularly poor Jones, whom we have left long enough to do penance for his past offences, which, as is the nature of vice, brought sufficient punishment upon him themselves. End of section 32. As lawful prize. The learned reader must have observed that in the course of this mighty work I have often translated passages out of the best ancient authors, without quoting the original, or without taking the least notice of the book from whence they were borrowed. This conduct in writing is placated in a very proper light by the ingenious Abbé Barnier in his preface to his Mythology, a work of great erudition and of equal judgment. "It will be easy," says he, "for the reader to observe that I have frequently had greater regard to him than to my own reputation, for an author certainly pays him a considerable compliment when, for his sake, he suppresses learned quotations that come in his way, and which would have cost him but the bare trouble of transcribing. To fill up a work with these scraps may indeed be considered as a downright cheat on the learned world, who are by no means imposed upon to buy a second time, in fragments and by retail, what they have already in gross, if not in their memories, upon their shelves. And it is still more cruel upon the illiterate, who are drawn in to pay for what is of no manner of use to them. A writer who intermixes great quantity of Greek and Latin with his works deals by the ladies and fine gentlemen in the same paltry manner with which they are treated by the auctioneers, who often endeavour so to confound and mix up their lots that in order to purchase the commodity you want, you are obliged at the same time to purchase that which will do you no service. And yet, as there is no conduct so fair and disinterested but that it may be misunderstood by ignorance and misrepresented by malice, I have been sometimes tempted to preserve my own reputation at the expense of my reader, and to transcribe the original, or at least to quote chapter and verse, whenever I have made use either of the thought or expression of another. I am, indeed, in some doubt that I have often suffered by the contrary method, and that, by suppressing the original author's name, I have been rather suspected of plagiarism than reputed to act from the amiable motive assigned by that justly celebrated Frenchman. Now, to obviate all such imputations for the future, I do here confess and justify the fact. The ancients may be considered as a rich common, where every person who hath the smallest tenement in Parnassus hath a free right to fatten his muse. Or, to place it in a clearer light, we moderns are to the ancients what the poor are to the rich. By the poor, here I mean that large and venerable body which in English we call the mob. Now, whoever hath the honour to be admitted to any degree of intimacy with this mob must well know that it is one of their established maxims to plunder and pillage their rich neighbours without any reluctance, and that this is held to be neither sin nor shame among them. And so constantly do they abide and act by this maxim, that in every parish almost in the kingdom there is a kind of confederacy ever carrying on against a certain person of opulence called the squire, whose property is considered as free booty by all his poor neighbours, who, as they conclude that there is no manner of guilt in such depredations, look upon it as a point of honour and moral obligation to conceal and to preserve each other from punishment on all such occasions. In like manner are the ancients, such as Homer, Virgil, Horace, Cicero, and the rest, to be esteemed among us writers as so many wealthy squires, from whom we, the poor of Parnassus, claim an immemorial custom of taking whatever we can come at. This liberty I demand, and this I am as ready to allow again to my poor neighbours in their turn. All I profess, and all I require of my brethren, is to maintain the same strict honesty among ourselves which the mob show to one another. To steal from one another is indeed highly criminal and indecent, for this may be strictly styled defrauding the poor, sometimes perhaps those who are poorer than ourselves, or, to set it under the most opprobrious colours, robbing the spittle. Since, therefore, upon the strictest examination, my own conscience cannot lay any such pitiful theft to my charge, I am contented to plead guilty to the former accusation, nor shall I ever scruple to take to myself any passage which I shall find in an ancient author to my purpose, without setting down the name of the author from whence it was taken. Nay, I absolutely claim a property in all such sentiments the moment they are transcribed into my writings, and I expect all readers henceforward to regard them as purely and entirely my own. This claim, however, I desire to be allowed me only on condition that I preserve strict honesty towards my poor brethren, from whom, if ever I borrow any of that little of which they are possessed, I shall never fail to put their mark upon it, that it may be at all times ready to be restored to the right owner. The omission of this was highly blamable in one Mr. Moore, who, having formerly borrowed some lines of Pope and Company, took the liberty to transcribe 6 of them into his play of the Rival Modes. Mr. Pope, however, very luckily found them in the said play, and laying violent hands on his own property, transferred it back again into his own works, and, for a further punishment, imprisoned the said Moore in the loathsome dungeon of the Dunciad, where his unhappy memory now remains, and eternally will remain, as a proper punishment for such his unjust dealings in the poetical trade. Chapter 2. In which, though the squire doth not find his daughter, something is found which puts an end to his pursuit. The history now returns to the inn at Upton, whence we shall first trace the footsteps of Squire Weston, for as he will soon arrive at the end of his journey, we shall have then full leisure to attend our hero. The reader may be pleased to remember that the said squire departed from the inn in great fury, and in that fury he pursued his daughter. The hostler having informed him that she had crossed the Severn, he likewise passed that river with his equipage, and rode full speed, vowing the utmost vengeance against poor Sophia, if he should but overtake her. He had not gone far before he arrived at a crossway. Here he called a short council of war, in which, after hearing different opinions, he at last gave the direction of his pursuit to Fortune, and struck directly into the Worcester road. In this road he proceeded about 2 miles, when he began to bemoan himself most bitterly, frequently crying out, "What pity is it? Sure never was so unlucky a dog as myself," and then burst forth a volley of oaths and execrations. The parson attempted to administer comfort to him on this occasion. "Sorrow not, sir," says he, "like those without hope. Howbeit we have not yet been able to overtake young madam, we may account it some good fortune that we have hitherto traced her course aright. Peradventure she will soon be fatigued with her journey, and will tarry in some inn in order to renovate her corporeal functions, and in that case, in all moral certainty, you will very briefly be compos voti." "Pah! Damn the slut," answered the squire, "I am lamenting the loss of so fine a morning for hunting. It is confounded hard to lose one of the best scenting days, in all appearance, which hath been this season, and especially after so long a frost." Whether Fortune, who now and then shows some compassion in her wantonest tricks, might not take pity of the squire, and as she had determined not to let him overtake his daughter, might not resolve to make him amends some other way, I will not assert. But he had hardly uttered the words just before commemorated, and 2 or 3 oaths at their heels, when a pack of hounds began to open their melodious throats at a small distance from them, which the squire's horse and his rider both perceiving, both immediately pricked up their ears, and the squire crying, "She's gone, she's gone, damn me if she is not gone," instantly clapped spurs to the beast, who little needed it, having indeed the same inclination with his master. And now the whole company, crossing into a cornfield, rode directly towards the hounds, with much hallooing and whooping, while the poor parson, blessing himself, brought up the rear. Thus fable reports that the fair Grimalkin, whom Venus, at the desire of a passionate lover, converted from a cat into a fine woman, no sooner perceived a mouse than, mindful of her former sport, and still retaining her pristine nature, she leapt from the bed of her husband to pursue the little animal. What are we to understand by this? Not that the bride was displeased with the embraces of her amorous bridegroom, for though some have remarked that cats are subject to ingratitude, yet women and cats too will be pleased and purr on certain occasions. The truth is, as the sagacious Sir Roger Lestrange observes in his deep reflections, that if we shut nature out at the door, she will come in at the window, and that puss, though a madam, will be a mouse still. In the same manner we are not to arraign the squire of any want of love for his daughter, for in reality he had a great deal. We are only to consider that he was a squire and a sportsman, and then we may apply the fable to him, and the judicious reflections likewise. The hounds ran very hard, as it is called, and the squire pursued over hedge and ditch, with all his usual vociferation and alacrity, and with all his usual pleasure. Nor did the thoughts of Sophia ever once intrude themselves to allay the satisfaction he enjoyed in the chase, which he said was one of the finest he ever saw, and which he swore was very well worth going 50 miles for. As the squire forgot his daughter, the servants, we may easily believe, forgot their mistress, and the parson, after having expressed much astonishment, in Latin, to himself, at length likewise abandoned all farther thoughts of the young lady, and, jogging on at a distance behind, began to meditate a portion of doctrine for the ensuing Sunday. The squire who owned the hounds was highly pleased with the arrival of his brother squire and sportsman, for all men approve merit in their own way, and no man was more expert in the field than Mr. Weston, nor did any other better know how to encourage the dogs with his voice, and to animate the hunt with his "Hola!" Sportsmen, in the warmth of a chase, are too much engaged to attend to any manner of ceremony, nay, even to the offices of humanity, For if any of them meet with an accident by tumbling into a ditch or into a river, the rest pass on regardless, and generally leave him to his fate. During this time, therefore, the two squires, though often close to each other, interchanged not a single word. The master of the hunt, however, often saw and approved the great judgment of the stranger in drawing the dogs when they were at fault, and hence conceived a very high opinion of his understanding, as the number of his attendants inspired no small reverence to his quality. As soon, therefore, as the sport was ended by the death of the little animal which had occasioned it, the two squires met, and in all squire-like greeting saluted each other. The conversation was entertaining enough, and what we may perhaps relate in an appendix or on some other occasion, but as it nowise concerns this history, we cannot prevail on ourselves to give it a place here. It concluded with a second chase, and that with an invitation to dinner. This being accepted, was followed by a hearty bout of drinking, which ended in as heavy a nap on the part of Squire Weston. Our squire was by no means a match either for his host or for Parson Supple at his cups that evening, for which the violent fatigue of mind as well as body that he had undergone may very well account, without the least derogation from his honour. He was indeed, according to the vulgar phrase, whistle drunk, for before he had swallowed the third bottle he became so entirely overpowered that though he was not carried off to bed till long after, the parson considered him as absent, and having acquainted the other squire with all relating to Sophia, he obtained his promise of seconding those arguments which he intended to urge the next morning for Mr. Weston's return. No sooner, therefore, had the good squire shaken off his evening and begun to call for his morning draught, and to summon his horses in order to renew his pursuit, than Mr. Supple began his dissuasives, which the host so strongly seconded that they at length prevailed, and Mr. Weston agreed to return home, being principally moved by one argument, viz., that he knew not which way to go, and might probably be riding farther from his daughter instead of towards her. He then took leave of his brother sportsman, and expressing great joy that the frost was broken, which might perhaps be no small motive to his hastening home, set forwards, or rather backwards, for Somersetshire, but not before he had first dispatched part of his retinue in quest of his daughter, after whom he likewise sent a volley of the most bitter execrations which he could invent. Chapter 3. The departure of Jones from Upton, with what passed between him and Partridge on the road. At length we are once more come to our hero, and, to say truth, we have been obliged to part with him so long, that, considering the condition in which we left him, I apprehend many of our readers have concluded we intended to abandon him for ever, he being at present in that situation in which prudent people usually desist from inquiring any farther after their friends, lest they should be shocked by hearing such friends had hanged themselves. But in reality, if we have not all the virtues, I will boldly say, neither have we all the vices of a prudent character, and though it is not easy to conceive circumstances much more miserable than those of poor Jones at present, we shall return to him, and attend upon him with the same diligence as if he was wantoning in the brightest beams of fortune. Mr. Jones then, and his companion Partridge, left the inn a few minutes after the departure of Squire Weston, and pursued the same road on foot, for the ostler told them that no horses were by any means to be at that time procured at Upton. On they marched with heavy hearts, for though their disquiet proceeded from very different reasons, yet displeased they were both, and if Jones sighed bitterly, Partridge grunted altogether as sadly at every step. When they came to the crossroads where the squire had stopped to take counsel, Jones stopped likewise, and, turning to Partridge, asked his opinion which track they should pursue. "Ah, sir," answered Partridge, "I wish your honour would follow my advice." "Why should I not?" replied Jones, "for it is now indifferent to me whither I go, or what becomes of me." "My advice, then," said Partridge, "is that you immediately face about and return home, for who that hath such a home to return to as your honour would travel thus about the country like a vagabond? I asked pardon, said vox ea sola reperta est." "Alas," cries Jones, "I have no home to return to. But if my friend, my father, would receive me, could I bear the country from which Sophia is flown? Cruel Sophia, cruel! No, let me blame myself. No, let me blame thee. Damnation seize thee, fool, blockhead! Thou hast undone me, and I will tear thy soul from thy body." At which words he laid violent hands on the collar of poor Partridge, and shook him more heartily than an ague fit or his own fears had ever done before. Partridge fell trembling on his knees, and begged for mercy, vowing he had meant no harm, when Jones, after staring wildly on him for a moment, quitted his hold, and discharged a rage on himself that, had it fallen on the other, would certainly have put more adventures which Mr. Jones and his companion met on the road. Our travellers now walked so fast that they had very little time for breath for conversation, Jones meditating all the way on Sophia, and Partridge on the bank bill, which, though it gave him some pleasure, caused him at the same time to repine at fortune, which in all his walks had never given him such an opportunity of showing his honesty. They had proceeded above 3 miles, when Partridge, being unable any longer to keep up with Jones, called to him, and begged him a little to slacken his pace. With this he was the more ready to comply, as he had for some time lost the footsteps of the horses, which the thaw had enabled him to trace for several miles, and he was now upon a wide common, where were several roads. He here therefore stopped to consider which of these roads he should pursue, when, on a sudden, they heard the noise of a drum that seemed at no great distance. This sound presently alarmed the fears of Partridge, and he cried out, "Lord have mercy upon us all! They are certainly a-coming." "Who is coming?" cries Jones, for fear had long since given place to softer ideas in his mind, and since his adventure with the lame man he had been totally intent on pursuing Sophia, without entertaining one thought of an enemy. "Who?" cries Partridge. "Why, the rebels." "But why should I call them rebels? They may be very honest gentlemen, for anything I know to the contrary." "The devil take him that affronts them, I say. I am sure if they have nothing to say to me, I will have nothing to say to them, but in a civil way. For heaven's sake, sir, don't affront them if they should come, and perhaps they may do us no harm. But would it not be the wiser way to creep into some of yonder bushes till they are gone by? What can 2 unarmed men do, perhaps, against 50,000? Certainly nobody but a madman. I hope your honour is not offended, but certainly no man who hath mens sana in corpore sano—" Here Jones interrupted this torrent of eloquence which fear had inspired, saying that by the drum he perceived they were near some town. He then made directly towards the place whence the noise proceeded, bidding Partridge take courage, for that he would lead him into no danger, and adding it was impossible the rebels should be so near. Partridge was a little comforted with this last assurance, and though he would more gladly have gone the contrary way, he followed his leader, his heart beating time, but not after the manner of heroes, to the music of the drum, which ceased not till they had traversed the common and were come into a narrow lane. And now Partridge, who kept even pace with Jones, discovered something painted flying in the air a very few yards before him, which, fancying to be the colours of the enemy, he fell a-bellowing, "Oh, Lord, sir, here they are! There is the crown and coffin! Oh, Lord, I never saw anything so terrible, and we are within gunshot of them already." Jones no sooner looked up than he plainly perceived what it was which Partridge had thus mistaken. "Partridge," says he, "I fancy you will be able to engage this whole army yourself, for by the colours I guess what the drum was which we heard before, and which beats up for recruits to a puppet show." "A puppet show!" answered Partridge with most eager transport, "and is it really no more than that? I love a puppet show of all the pastimes upon earth. Do, good sir, let us tarry and see it. Besides, I am quite famished to death, for it is now almost dark, and I have not ate a morsel since 3 o'clock in the morning." They now arrived at an inn, or indeed an ale-house, where Jones was prevailed upon to stop, the rather as he had no longer any assurance of being in the road he desired. They walked both directly into the kitchen, where Jones began to inquire if no ladies had passed that way in the morning, and Partridge as eagerly examined into the state of their provisions, and indeed his inquiry met with the better success, for Jones could not hear news of Sophia, but Partridge, to his great satisfaction, found good reason to expect very shortly the agreeable sight of an excellent smoking dish of eggs and bacon. In strong and healthy constitutions, love hath a very different effect from what it causes in the puny part of the species. In the latter, it generally destroys all that appetite which tends towards the conservation of the individual, but in the former, though it often induces forgetfulness and a neglect of food as well as of everything else, yet place a good piece of well-powdered buttock before a hungry lover, and he seldom fails very handsomely to play his part. Thus it happened in the present case. For though Jones perhaps wanted a prompter, and might have travelled much farther, had he been alone with an empty stomach, yet no sooner did he sit down to the bacon and eggs, than he fell to as heartily and voraciously as Partridge himself. Before our travellers had finished their dinner, night came on, and as the moon was now past the full, it was extremely dark. Partridge therefore prevailed on Jones to stay and see the puppet show, which was just going to begin, and to which they were very eagerly invited by the master of the said show, who declared that his figures were the finest which the world had ever produced, and that they had given great satisfaction to all the quality in every town in England. The puppet show was performed with great regularity and decency. It was called the fine and serious part of the provoked husband, and it was indeed a very grave and solemn entertainment, without any low wit or humour or jests, or, to do it no more than justice, without anything which could provoke a laugh. The audience were all highly pleased. A grave matron told the master she would bring her 2 daughters the next night, as he did not show any stuff, and an attorney's clerk and an exciseman both declared that the characters of Lord and Lady Townley were well preserved and highly in nature. Partridge likewise concurred with this opinion. The master was so highly elated with these encomiums that he could not refrain from adding some more of his own. He said, the present age was not improved in anything so much as in their puppet shows, which, by throwing out Punch and his wife Joan, and such idle trumpery, were at last brought to be a rational entertainment. I remember, said he, when I first took to the business, there was a great deal of low stuff that did very well to make folk laugh, but was never calculated to improve the morals of young people, which certainly ought to be principally aimed at in every puppet show. For why may not good and instructive lessons be conveyed this way as well as any other? My figures are as big as the life, and they represent the life in every particular, and I question not but people rise from my little drama as much improved as they do from the great. I would by no means degrade the ingenuity of your profession, answered Jones, but I should have been glad to have seen my old acquaintance Master Punch for all that, and so far from improving, I think by leaving him out and his merry wife Joan, you have spoiled your puppet show. The dancer of wires conceived an immediate and high contempt for Jones from these words, and with much disdain in his countenance he replied, Very probably, sir, that may be your opinion, but I have the satisfaction to know the best judges differ from you, and it is impossible to please every taste. I confess, indeed, some of the quality at Bath 2 or 3 years ago wanted mightily to bring Punch again upon the stage. I believe I lost some money for not agreeing to it. But let others do as they will. A little matter shall never bribe me to degrade my own profession, nor will I ever willingly consent to the spoiling the decency and regularity of my stage by introducing any such low stuff upon it. Right, friend, cries the clerk, you are very right. Always avoid what is low. There are several of my acquaintance in London who are resolved to drive everything which is low from the stage. Nothing can be more proper, cries the exciseman, pulling his pipe from his mouth. I remember, added he, for I then lived with my lord, I was in the footman's gallery the night when this play of the provoked husband was acted first. There was a great deal of low stuff in it about a country gentleman come up to town to stand for Parliament man, and there they brought a parcel of his servants upon the stage, his coachman, I remember particularly, but the gentlemen in our gallery could not bear anything so low, and they damned it. I observe, friend, you have left all that matter out, and you are to be commended for it. Nay, gentlemen, cries Jones, I can never maintain my opinion against so many. Indeed, if the generality of his audience dislike him, the learned gentleman who conducts the show might have done very right in dismissing Punch from his service. The master of the show then began a second harangue, and said much of the great force of example, and how much the inferior part of mankind would be deterred from vice by observing how odious it was in their superiors, when he was unluckily interrupted by an incident which, though perhaps we might have omitted it at another time, we cannot help relating at present, but not in this chapter. Chapter 6, from which it may be inferred that the best things are liable to be misunderstood and misinterpreted. A violent uproar now arose in the entry, where my landlady was well cuffing her maids, both with her fist and tongue. She had indeed missed the wench from her employment, and after a little search had found her on the puppet show stage in company with the Merry Andrew, and in a situation not very proper to be described. Though Grace, for that was her name, had forfeited all title to modesty, yet had she not impudence enough to deny a fact in which she was actually surprised. She therefore took another turn, and attempted to mitigate the offence. "Why do you beat me in this manner, mistress?" cries the wench. "If you don't like my doings, you may turn me away. If I am a whore," for the others had liberally bestowed that appellation on her, "my betters are so well as I. What was the fine lady in the puppet show just now? I suppose she did not lie all night out from her husband for nothing?" The landlady now burst into the kitchen, and fell foul on both her husband and the poor puppet mover. "Here, husband," says she, "you see the consequence of harbouring these people in your house. If one doth draw a little drink, the more for them one is hardly made amends for the litter they make, and then to have one's house made a bawdy house of by such lousy vermin. In short, I desire you would be gone to-morrow morning, for I will tolerate no more such doings. It is only the way to teach our servants idleness and nonsense, for to be sure nothing better can be learned by such idle shows as these. I remember when puppet shows were made of good scripture stories, as Jephthah's rash vow and such good things, and when wicked people were carried away by the devil. There was some sense in those matters, but as the parson told us last Sunday, nobody believes in the devil nowadays, and here you bring about a parcel of puppets dressed up like lords and ladies, only to turn the heads of poor country wenches, and when their heads are once turned topsy-turvy, no wonder everything else is so. Virgil, I think, tells us that when the mob are assembled in a riotous and tumultuous manner, and all sorts of missile weapons fly about, if a man of gravity and authority appears amongst them, the tumult is presently appeased, and the mob, which, when collected into one body, may be well compared to an ass, erect their long ears at the grave man's discourse. On the contrary, when a set of grave men and philosophers are disputing, when wisdom herself may in a manner be considered as present and administering arguments to the disputants, should a tumult arise among the mob, or should one scold, who is herself equal in noise to a mighty mob, appear among the said philosophers, their disputes cease in a moment. Wisdom no longer performs her ministerial office, and the attention of every one is immediately attracted by the scold alone. Thus the uproar aforesaid, and the arrival of the landlady, silenced the master of the puppet show, and put a speedy and final end to that grave and solemn harangue of which we have given the reader a sufficient taste already. Nothing, indeed, could have happened so very inopportune as this accident. The most wanton malice of fortune could not have contrived such another stratagem to confound the poor fellow, while he was so triumphantly descanting on the good morals inculcated by his exhibitions. His mouth was now as effectually stopped as that of a quack must be, if in the midst of a declamation on the great virtues of his pills and powders, the corpse of one of his martyrs should be brought forth and deposited before the stage as a testimony of his skill. Instead, therefore, of answering my landlady, the puppet show man ran out to punish his Merry Andrews, and now the moon beginning to put forth her silver light, as the poets call it, though she looked at that time more like a piece of copper, Jones called for his reckoning, and ordered Partridge, whom my landlady had just awakened from a profound nap, to prepare for his journey. But Partridge, having lately carried 2 points, as my reader hath seen before, was emboldened to attempt a third, which was to prevail with Jones to take up a lodging that evening in the house where he then was. He introduced this with an affected surprise at the intention which Mr. Jones declared of removing, and after urging many excellent arguments against it, he at last insisted strongly that it could be to no manner of purpose whatever, for that, unless Jones knew which way the lady was gone, every step he took might very possibly lead him the farther from her. "For you find, sir," said he, "by all the people in the house, that she is not gone this way." How much better, therefore, would it be to stay till the morning, when we may expect to meet with somebody to inquire of?" This last argument had indeed some effect on Jones, and while he was weighing it, the landlord threw all the rhetoric of which he was master into the same scale. "Sure, sir," says he, "your servant gives you most excellent advice, for who would travel by night at this time of the year?" He then began in the usual style to trumpet forth the excellent accommodation which his house afforded, and my landlady likewise opened on the occasion. But, not to detain the reader with what is common to every host and hostess, it is sufficient to tell him Jones was at last prevailed on to stay and refresh himself with a few hours' rest, which indeed he very much wanted, for he had hardly shut his eyes since he had left the inn where the accident of the broken head had happened. As soon as Jones had taken a resolution to proceed no farther that night, he presently retired to rest with his two bedfellows, the pocket-book and the muff. But Partridge, who at several times had refreshed himself with several naps, was more inclined to eating than to sleeping, and more to drinking than to either. And now the storm which Grace had raised being at an end, and my landlady being again reconciled to the puppet-man, who on his side forgave the indecent reflections which the good woman in her passion had cast on his performances, a face of perfect peace and tranquillity reigned in the kitchen, where sat assembled round the fire the landlord and landlady of the house, the master of the puppet show, the attorney's clerk, the exciseman, and the ingenious Mr. Partridge, in which company passed the agreeable conversation which will be found in the next chapter. Chapter 7, containing a remark or two of our own, and many more of the good company assembled in the kitchen. Though the pride of Partridge did not submit to acknowledge himself a servant, yet he condescended in most particulars to imitate the manners of that rank. One instance of this was his greatly magnifying the fortune of his companion, as he called Jones. Such is a general custom with all servants among strangers, as none of them would willingly be thought the attendant on a beggar, for the higher the situation of the master is, the higher consequently is that of the man in his own opinion, the truth of which observation appears from the behaviour of all the footmen of the nobility. But though title and fortune communicate a splendour all around them, and the footmen of men of quality and of estate think themselves entitled to a part of that respect which is paid to the quality and estate of their masters, it is clearly otherwise with regard to virtue and understanding. These advantages are strictly personal, and swallow themselves all the respect which is paid to them. To say the truth, this is so very little that they cannot well afford to let any others partake with them. As these therefore reflect no honour on the domestic, so neither is he at all dishonoured by the most deplorable want of both in his master. Indeed, it is otherwise in the want of what is called virtue in a mistress, the consequence of which we have before seen, for in this dishonour there is a kind of contagion, which, like that of poverty, communicates itself to all who approach it. Now, for these reasons, we are not to wonder that servants, I mean among the men only, should have so great regard for the reputation of the wealth of their masters, and little or none at all for their character in other points, and that though they would be ashamed to be the footman of a beggar, they are not so to attend upon a rogue or a blockhead, and do consequently make no scruple to spread the fame of the iniquities and follies of their said masters as far as possible, and this often with great humour and merriment. In reality, a footman is often a wit as well as a beau, at the expense of the gentleman whose livery he wears. After Partridge, therefore, had enlarged greatly on the vast fortune to which Mr. Jones was heir, he very freely communicated an apprehension which he had begun to conceive the day before, and for which, as we hinted at that very time, the behaviour of Jones seemed to have furnished a sufficient foundation. In short, he was now pretty well confirmed in an opinion that his master was out of his wits, with which opinion he very bluntly acquainted the good company round the fire. With this sentiment the puppet show man immediately coincided. "I own," said he, "the gentleman surprised me very much when he talked so absurdly about puppet shows. It is indeed hardly to be conceived that any man in his senses should be so much mistaken. What you say now accounts very well for all his monstrous notions. Poor gentleman! I am heartily concerned for him indeed. He hath a strange wildness about his eyes, which I took notice of before, though I did not mention it." The landlord agreed with this last assertion, and likewise claimed the sagacity of having observed it. "And certainly," added he, "it must be so, for no one but a madman would have thought of leaving so good a house to ramble about the country at that time of night." The exciseman, pulling his pipe from his mouth, said he thought the gentleman looked and talked a little wildly, and then turning to Partridge, "If he be a madman," says he should not be suffered to travel thus about the country, for possibly he may do some mischief. It is a pity he was not secured and sent home to his relations." Now some conceits of this kind were likewise lurking in the mind of Partridge, for as he was now persuaded that Jones had run away from Mr Allworthy, he promised himself the highest rewards if he could by any means convey him back. But fear of Jones, of whose fierceness and strength he had seen, and indeed felt, some instances, had, however, represented any such scheme as impossible to be executed, and had discouraged him from applying himself to form any regular plan for the purpose. But no sooner did he hear the sentiments of the exciseman than he embraced that opportunity of declaring his own, and expressed a hearty wish that such a matter could be brought about. "Could be brought about," says the exciseman. "Why, there is nothing easier." "Ah, sir," answered Partridge, "you don't know what a devil of a fellow he is. He can take me up with one hand and throw me out at window, and he would too, if he did but imagine—" "Pah," says the exciseman, "I believe I am as good a man as he. Besides, here are 5 of us." "I don't know what 5," cries the landlady. "My husband shall have nothing to do in it, nor shall any violent hands be laid upon anybody in my house. The young gentleman is as pretty a young gentleman as ever I saw in my life, and I believe he is no more mad than any of us. What do you tell of his having a wild look with his eyes? They are the prettiest eyes I ever saw, and he hath the prettiest look with them, and a very modest, civil young man he is. I am sure I have pitied him heartily ever since the gentleman there in the corner told us he was crossed in love. Certainly that is enough to make any man, especially such a sweet young gentleman as he is, to look a little otherwise than he did before. Lady, indeed! What the devil would the lady have better than such a handsome man with a great estate? I suppose she is one of your quality folks, one of your townly ladies that we saw last night in the puppet show, who don't know what they would be at." The attorney's clerk likewise declared he would have no concern in the business without the advice of counsel. "Suppose," says he, "an action of false imprisonment should be brought against us, what defence could we make? Who knows what may be sufficient evidence of madness to a jury? But I only speak upon my own account, for it don't look well for a lawyer to be concerned in these matters, unless it be as a lawyer. Juries are always less favourable to us than to other people. I don't therefore dissuade you, Mr. Thompson," to the exciseman, "nor the gentleman, nor anybody else." The exciseman shook his head at this speech, and the puppet show man said, "Madness was sometimes a difficult matter for a jury to decide, for I remember," says he, "I was once present at a trial of madness, where 20 witnesses swore that the person was as mad as a March hare, and 20 others that he was as much in his senses as any man in England. And indeed it was the opinion of most people that it was only a trick of his relations to rob the poor man of his right." "Very likely," cries the landlady. "I myself knew a poor gentleman who was kept in a madhouse all his life by his family, and they enjoyed his estate, but it did them no good, for though the law gave it them, it was the right of another." "Pah!" cries the clerk with great contempt. "Who hath any right but what the law gives them? If the law gave me the best estate in the country, I should never trouble myself much who had the right." "If it be so," says Partridge, "felix quem faciunt aliena pericula cautum." My landlord, who had been called out by the arrival of a horseman at the gate, now returned into the kitchen, and with an affrighted countenance cried out, "What do you think, gentlemen? The rebels have given the Duke the slip, and are got almost to London. It is certainly true, for a man on horseback just now told me so." "I am glad of it, with all my heart," cries Partridge. "Then there will be no fighting in these parts." "I am glad," cries the clerk, "for a better reason, for I would always have right take place." "Ay, but," answered the landlord, "I have heard some people say this man hath no right." "I will prove the contrary in a moment," cries the clerk. "If a father dies, seized of a right," do you mind me? "Seized of a right, I say, doth not that right descend to his son? And doth not one right descend as well as another?" "But how can he have any right to make us Papists?" says the landlord. "Never fear that," cries Partridge. "As to the matter of right, the gentleman there hath proved it as clear as the sun, and as to the matter of religion, it is quite out of the case. The Papists themselves don't expect any such thing. A Popish priest, whom I know very well, and who is a very honest man, told me upon his word and honour they had no such design." "And another priest of my acquaintance," said the landlady, "hath told me the same thing, but my husband is always so afraid of Papishes. I know a great many Papishes that are very honest sort of people, and spend their money very freely, and it is always a maxim with me that one man's money is as good as another's." "Very true, mistress," said the puppet show man. "I don't care what religion comes, provided the Presbyterians are not uppermost, for they are enemies to puppet shows." "And so you would sacrifice your religion to your interest," cries the exciseman, "and are desirous to see popery brought in, are you?" "Not I, truly," answered the other. "I hate popery as much as any man, but yet it is a comfort to one that one should be able to live under it, which I could not do among the Presbyterians. To be sure, every man values his livelihood first, that must be granted, and I warrant, if you would confess the truth, you are more afraid of losing your place than anything else. But never fear, friend, there will be an excise under another government as well as under this." "Why, certainly," replied the exciseman, "I should be a very ill man if I did not honour the king whose bread I eat. That is no more than natural, as a man may say, for what signifies it to me that there should be an excise office under another government, since my friends would be out, and I could expect no better than to follow them? No, no, friend, I shall never be bubbled out of my religion in hopes only of keeping my place under another government, for I should certainly be no better, and very probably might be worse." "Why, that is what I say," cries the landlord, "whenever folks say who knows what may happen. Odsooks, should I not be a blockhead to lend my money to I know not who, because mayhap he may return it again? I am sure it is safe in my own bureau, and there I will keep it." The attorney's clerk had taken a great fancy to the sagacity of Partridge. Whether this proceeded from the great discernment which the former had into men as well as things, or whether it arose from the sympathy between their minds, for they were both truly Jacobites in principle, they now shook hands heartily, and drank bumpers of strong beer to health, which we think proper to bury in oblivion. These healths were afterwards pledged by all present, and even by my landlord himself, though reluctantly. But he could not withstand the menaces of the clerk, who swore he would never set his foot within his house again if he refused. The bumpers which were swallowed on this occasion soon put an end to the conversation. Here, therefore, we will put an end to the chapter. End of section 34. I've hitherto seen her. As there is no wholesomer, so perhaps there are few stronger sleeping potions than fatigue. Of this Jones might be said to have taken a very large dose, and it operated very forcibly upon him. He had already slept 9 hours, and might perhaps have slept longer, had he not been awakened by a most violent noise at his chamber door, where the sound of many heavy blows was accompanied with many exclamations of "Murder!" Jones presently leapt from his bed, where he found the master of the puppet show belabouring the back and ribs of his poor Merry Andrew, without either mercy or moderation. Jones instantly interposed on behalf of the suffering party, and pinned the insulting conqueror up to the wall, for the puppet show man was no more able to contend with Jones than the poor party-coloured gesture had been to contend with this puppet man. But though the Merry Andrew was a little fellow, and not very strong, he had nevertheless some choler about him. He therefore no sooner found himself delivered from the enemy than he began to attack him with the only weapon at which he was his equal. From this he first discharged a volley of general abusive words, and thence proceeded to some particular accusations. "Damn your blood, you rascal," says he, "I have not only supported you, for to me you owe all the money you get, but I have saved you from the gallows. Did you not want to rob the lady of her fine riding habit no longer ago than yesterday, in the back lane here? Can you deny that you wish to have her alone in a wood, to strip her, to strip one of the prettiest ladies that ever was seen in the world? and here you have fallen upon me, and have almost murdered me, for doing no harm to a girl as willing as myself, only because she likes me better than you." Jones no sooner heard this than he quitted the master, laying on him at the same time the most violent injunctions of forbearance from any further insult on the Merry Andrew, and then taking the poor wretch with him into his own apartment, he soon learned tidings of his Sophia, whom the fellow, as he was attending his master with his drum the day before, had seen pass by. He easily prevailed with the lad to show him the exact place, and then, having summoned Partridge, he departed with the utmost expedition. It was almost 8 of the clock before all matters could be got ready for his departure, for Partridge was not in any haste, nor could the reckoning be presently adjusted, and when both these were settled and over, Jones would not quit the place before he had perfectly reconciled all differences between the master and the man. When this was happily accomplished, he set forward, and was, by the trusty Merry Andrew, conducted to the spot by which Sophia had passed, and then, having handsomely rewarded his conductor, he again pushed on with the utmost eagerness, being highly delighted with the extraordinary manner in which he received his intelligence. Of this Partridge was no sooner acquainted than he, with great earnestness, began to prophesy, and assured Jones that he would certainly have good success in the end, for, he said, two such accidents could never have happened to direct him after his mistress, if Providence had not designed to bring them together at last. And this was the first time that Jones lent any attention to the superstitious doctrines of his companion. They had not gone above 2 miles when a violent storm of rain overtook them, and as they happened to be at the same time in sight of an alehouse, Partridge, with much earnest entreaty, prevailed with Jones to enter and weather the storm. Hunger is an enemy, if indeed it may be called one, which partakes more of the English than of the French disposition, for, though you subdue this never so often, it will always rally again in time, and so it did with Partridge, who was no sooner arrived within the kitchen than he began to ask the same questions which he had asked the night before. The consequence of this was an excellent cold chine being produced upon the table, upon which not only Partridge but Jones himself made a very hearty breakfast, though the latter began to grow again uneasy, as the people of the house could give him no fresh information concerning Sophia. Their meal being over, Jones was again preparing to sally, notwithstanding the violence of the storm still continued, but Partridge begged heartily for another mug, and at last, casting his eyes on a lad at the fire who had entered the kitchen, and who at that instant was looking as earnestly at him, he turned suddenly to Jones and cried, "Master, give me your hand. A single mug shan't serve the turn this bout. Why, here's more news of Madam Sophia come to town. The boy there, standing by the fire, is the very lad that rode before her. I can swear to my own plaster on his face." "Heavens bless you, sir," cries the boy, "it is your own plaster, sure enough. I shall have always reason to remember your goodness, for it hath almost cured me." At these words Jones started from his chair, and bidding the boy follow him immediately, departed from the kitchen into a private apartment, for so delicate was he with regard to Sophia that he never willingly mentioned her name in the presence of many people, and though he had, as it were, from the overflowings of his heart, given Sophia as a toast among the officers where he thought it was impossible she should be known, yet even there the reader may remember how difficultly he was prevailed upon to mention her surname. Hard, therefore, was it, and perhaps in the opinion of many sagacious readers, very absurd and monstrous, that he should principally owe his present misfortune to the supposed want of that delicacy with which he so abounded. For, in reality, Sophia was much more offended at the freedoms which she thought, and not without good reason, he had taken with her name and character, than at any freedoms in which, under his present circumstances, he had indulged himself with the person of another woman. And, to say truth, I believe honour could never have prevailed on her to leave Upton without her seeing Jones, had it not been for those 2 strong instances of a levity in his behaviour, so void of respect, and indeed so highly inconsistent with any degree of love and tenderness in great and delicate minds. But so matters fell out, and so I must relate them, and if any reader is shocked at their appearing unnatural, I cannot help it. I must remind such persons that I am not writing a system, but a history, and I am not obliged to reconcile every matter to the received notions concerning truth and nature. But if this was never so easy to do, perhaps it might be more prudent in me to avoid it, For instance, as the fact at present before us now stands, without any comment of mine upon it, though it may at first sight offend some readers, yet upon more mature consideration it must please all, for wise and good men may consider what happened to Jones at Upton as a just punishment for his wickedness with regard to women, of which it was, indeed, the immediate consequence. And silly and bad persons may comfort themselves in their vices by flattering their own hearts that the characters of men are rather owing to accident than to virtue. Now, perhaps the reflections which we should be here inclined to draw would alike contradict both these conclusions, and would show that these incidents contribute only to confirm the great, useful, and uncommon doctrine which it is the purpose of this whole work to inculcate, and which we must not fill up our pages by frequently repeating, as an ordinary parson fills his sermon by repeating his text at the end of every paragraph. We are contented that it must appear, however unhappily Sophia had erred in her opinion of Jones, she had sufficiently reason for her opinion, since, I believe, every other young lady would, in her situation, have erred in the same manner. Nay, had she followed her lover at this very time, and had entered this very alehouse the moment he was departed from it, she would have found the landlord as well acquainted with her name and person as the wench at Upton had appeared to be. For, while Jones was examining his boy in whispers in an inner room, Partridge, who had no such delicacy in his disposition, was in the kitchen very openly catechising the other guide who had attended Mrs. Fitzpatrick, by which means the landlord, whose ears were open on all such occasions, became perfectly well acquainted with the tumble of Sophia from her horse, etc., with the mistake concerning Jenny Cameron, with the many consequences of the punch, and in short with almost everything which had happened at the inn whence we dispatched our ladies in a coach and six when we last took our leaves of them. Chapter 9, containing little more than a few odd observations. Jones had been absent a full half-hour, when he returned into the kitchen in a hurry, desiring the landlord to let him know that instant what was to pay. And now the concern which Partridge felt at being obliged to quit the warm chimney-corner and a cup of excellent liquor was somewhat compensated by hearing that he was to proceed no farther on foot, for Jones, by golden arguments, had prevailed with the boy to attend him back to the inn whither he had before conducted Sophia. But to this, however, the lad consented upon condition that the other guide would wait for him at the alehouse, because, as the landlord at Upton was an intimate acquaintance of the landlord at Gloucester, it might some time or other come to the ears of the latter that his horses had been let to more than one person, and so the boy might be brought to account for money which he wisely intended to put in his own pocket. We were obliged to mention this circumstance, trifling as it may seem, since it retarded Mr. Jones a considerable time in his setting out, for the honesty of this latter boy was somewhat high, that is, somewhat high-priced, and would indeed have cost Jones very dear, had not Partridge, who, as we have said, was a very cunning fellow, artfully thrown in half-a-crown to be spent at that very alehouse, while the boy was waiting for his companion. This half-crown the landlord no sooner got scent of than he opened after it with such vehement and persuasive outcry that the boy was soon overcome, and consented to take half-a-crown more for his stay. Here we cannot help observing that, as there is so much of policy in the lowest life, great men often overvalue themselves on those refinements in imposture in which they are frequently excelled by some of the lowest of the human species. The horses being now produced, Jones directly leapt into the side-saddle on which his dear Sophia had rid. The lad, indeed, very civilly offered him the use of his, but he chose the side-saddle, probably because it was softer. Partridge, however, though full as effeminate as Jones, could not bear the thoughts of degrading his manhood. He therefore accepted the boy's offer. And now, Jones being mounted on the side-saddle of his Sophia, the boy on that of Mrs. Honour, and Partridge bestriding the third horse, they set forwards on their journey, and within 4 hours arrived at the inn where the reader hath already spent so much time. Partridge was in very high spirits during the whole way, and often mentioned to Jones the many good omens of his future success which had lately befriended him, and which the reader, without being the least superstitious, must allow to have been particularly fortunate. Partridge was, moreover, better pleased with the present pursuit of his companion than he had been with his pursuit of glory, and from these very omens, which assured the pedagogue of success, he likewise first acquired a clear idea of the amour between Jones and Sophia, to which he had before given very little attention, as he had originally taken a wrong scent concerning the reasons of Jones' departure. And as to what happened at Upton, he was too much frightened just before and after his leaving that place to draw any other conclusion from thence than that poor Jones was a downright madman, a conceit which was not at all disagreeable to the opinion he before had of his extraordinary wildness, of which he thought his behaviour on their quitting Gloucester so well justified all the accounts he had formerly received. He was now, however, pretty well satisfied with his present expedition, and henceforth began to conceive much worthier sentiments of his friend's understanding. The clock had just struck 3 when they arrived, and Jones immediately bespoke post-horses, but unluckily there was not a horse to be procured in the whole place, which the reader will not wonder at when he considers the hurry in which the whole nation, and especially this part of it, was at this time engaged, when expresses were passing and repassing every hour of the day and night. Jones endeavoured all he could to prevail with his former guide to escort him to Coventry, but he was inexorable. While he was arguing with the boy in the inn-yard, a person came up to him, and saluting him by his name, inquired how all the good family did in Somersetshire. And now Jones, casting his eyes upon this person, presently discovered him to be Mr. Dowling, the lawyer, with whom he had dined at Gloucester, and with much courtesy returned the salutation. Dowling very earnestly pressed Mr. Jones to go no further that night, and backed his solicitations with many unanswerable arguments, such as that it was almost dark, that the roads were very dirty, and that he would be able to travel much better by daylight, with many others equally good, some of which Jones had probably suggested to himself before. But as they were then ineffectual, so they were still, and he continued resolute in his design, even though he should be obliged to set out on foot. When the good attorney found he could not prevail on Jones to stay, he as strenuously applied himself to persuade the guide to accompany him. He urged many motives to induce him to undertake this short journey, and at last concluded with saying, "Do you think the gentleman won't very well reward you for your trouble?" 2 to 1 are odds at every other thing, as well as at football. But the advantage which this united force hath in persuasion or entreaty must have been visible to a curious observer, for he must have often seen that when a father, a master, a wife, or any other person in authority have stoutly adhered to a denial against all the reasons which a single man could produce, they have afterwards yielded to the repetition of the same sentiments by a second or third person, who hath undertaken the cause without attempting to advance anything new in its behalf. And hence perhaps proceeds the phrase of seconding an argument or a motion, and the great consequence this is of in all assemblies of public debate. Hence, likewise, probably it is that in our courts of law we often hear a learned gentleman, generally a serjeant, repeating for an hour together what another learned gentleman, who spoke just before him, had been saying. Instead of accounting for this, we shall proceed in our usual manner to exemplify it in the conduct of the lad above mentioned, who submitted to the persuasion of Mr. Dowling, and promised once more to admit Jones into his side-saddle, but insisted on first giving the poor creature a good bait, saying they had travelled a great way, and been rid very hard. Indeed, this caution of the boy was needless, for Jones, notwithstanding his hurry and impatience, would have ordered this of himself, for he by no means agreed with the opinion of those who consider animals as mere machines, and when they bury their spurs in the belly of their horse, imagine the spur and the horse to have an equal capacity of feeling pain. While the beasts were eating their corn, or rather were supposed to eat it, for as the boy was taking care of himself in the kitchen, the ostler took great care that his corn should not be consumed in the stable, Mr. Jones, at the earnest desire of Mr. Dowling, accompanied that gentleman into his room, where they sat down together over a bottle of wine. Chapter 10. In which Mr. Jones and Mr. Dowling drink a bottle together. Mr. Dowling, pouring out a glass of wine, named the health of the good Squire Allworthy, adding, "If you please, sir, we will likewise remember his nephew and heir, the young squire. Come, sir, here's Mr. Blifil to you, a very pretty young gentleman, and who, I dare swear, will hereafter make a very considerable figure in his country. I have a borough for him myself in my eye." "Sir," answered Jones, "I am convinced you don't intend to affront me, so I shall not resent it. But I promise you, you have joined two persons very improperly together, for one is the glory of the human species, and the other is a rascal who dishonours the name of man." Dowling stared at this. He said he thought both the gentlemen had a very unexceptionable character. "As for Squire Allworthy himself," says he, "I never had the happiness to see him, but all the world talks of his goodness. And indeed, as to the young gentleman, I never saw him but once, when I carried him the news of the loss of his mother, and then I was so hurried, and drove and tore with the multiplicity of business, that I had hardly time to converse with him. But he looked so like a very honest gentleman, and behaved himself so prettily, that I protest I never was more delighted with my gentleman since I was born." "I don't wonder," answered Jones, "that he should impose on you in so short an acquaintance, for he hath the cunning of the devil himself, and you may live with him many years without discovering him. I was bred up with him from my infancy, and we were hardly ever asunder, but it is very lately only that I have discovered half the villainy which is in him. I own I never greatly liked him. I thought he wanted that generosity of spirit which is the sure foundation of all that is great and noble in human nature. I saw a selfishness in him long ago which I despised, but it is lately, very lately, that I have found him capable of the basest and blackest designs. For indeed I have at last found out that he hath taken the advantage of the openness of my own temper, and hath concerted the deepest project, by a long train of wicked artifice, to work my ruin, which at last he hath effected." "Ay, ay," cries Dowling, "I protest then it is a pity such a person should inherit the great estate of your uncle Allworthy." "Alas, sir," cries Jones, "you do me an honour to which I have no title. It is true, indeed, his goodness once allowed me the liberty of calling him by a much nearer name, but as this was only a voluntary act of goodness, I can complain of no injustice when he thinks proper to deprive me of this honour, since the loss cannot be more unmerited than the gift originally was. I assure you, sir, I am no relation of Mr. Allworthy, and if the world, who are incapable of setting a true value on his virtue, should think, in his behaviour to me, he hath dealt hardly by a relation, they do an injustice to the best of men. For but I ask your pardon, I shall trouble you with no particulars relating to myself, only as you seem to think me a relation of Mr. Allworthy, I thought proper to set you right in a matter that might draw some censure upon him, which I promise you I would rather lose my life than give occasion to." "I protest, sir," cries Dowling, "you talk very much like a man of honour, but instead of giving me any trouble, I protest it would give me great pleasure to know how you came to be thought a relation of Mr. Allworthy's, if you are not. Your horses won't be ready this half hour, and as you have sufficient opportunity, I wish you would tell me how all that happened, for I protest it seems very surprising that you should pass for a relation of a gentleman without being so." Jones, who in the compliance of his disposition, though not in his prudence, a little resembled his lovely Sophia, was easily prevailed on to satisfy Mr. Dowling's curiosity by relating the history of his birth and education, which he did so like Othello, even from his boyish years to the very moment he was bade to tell. The which to hear, Dowling, like Desdemona, did seriously incline. He swore 'twas strange, 'twas passing strange, 'twas pitiful, 'twas wondrous pitiful. Mr. Dowling was indeed very greatly affected with this relation, for he had not divested himself of humanity by being an attorney. Indeed, nothing is more unjust than to carry our prejudices against a profession into private life, and to borrow our idea of a man from our opinion of his calling. Habit, it is true, lessens the horror of those actions which the profession makes necessary, and consequently habitual. But in all other instances nature works in men of all professions alike, nay, perhaps even more strongly with those who give her, as it were, a holiday when they are following their ordinary business. A butcher, I make no doubt, would feel compunction at the slaughter of a fine horse, and though a surgeon can feel no pain in cutting off a limb, I have known him compassionate a man in a fit of the gout. The common hangman, who hath stretched the necks of hundreds, is known to have trembled at his first operation on a head. And the very professors of human bloodshedding, who in their trade of war butcher thousands, not only of their fellow professors, but often of women and children, without remorse, even these, I say, in times of peace, when drums and trumpets are laid aside, often lay aside all their ferocity, and become very gentle members of civil society. In the same manner, an attorney may feel all the miseries and distresses of his fellow creatures, provided he happens not to be concerned against them. Jones, as the reader knows, was yet unacquainted with the very black colours in which he had been represented to Mr. Allworthy, and as to other matters, he did not show them in the most disadvantageous light, for though he was unwilling to cast any blame on his former friend and patron, yet he was not very desirous of heaping too much upon himself. Dowling therefore observed, and not without reason, that very ill offices must have been done him by somebody. "For certainly," cries he, "the squire would never have disinherited you only for a few faults which any young gentleman might have committed. Indeed, I cannot properly say disinherited, for to be sure by law you cannot claim as heir. That's certain, that nobody need go to council for. Yet when a gentleman had in a manner adopted you thus as his own son, you might reasonably have expected some very considerable part, if not the whole. Nay, if you had expected the whole, I should not have blamed you, for certainly all men are forgetting as much as they can, and they are not to be blamed on that account." "Indeed you wrong me," said Jones. "I should have been contented with very little. I never had any view upon Mr. Allworthy's fortune. Nay, I believe I may truly say I never once considered what he could or might give me. This I solemnly declare. If he had done a prejudice to his nephew in my favour, I would have undone it again. I had rather enjoy my own mind than the fortune of another man. What is the poor pride arising from a magnificent house, a numerous equipage, a splendid table, and from all the other advantages or appearances of fortune, compared to the warm, solid content, the swelling satisfaction, the thrilling transports, and the exulting triumphs which a good mind enjoys in the contemplation of a generous, virtuous, noble, benevolent action? I envy not Blifil in the prospect of his wealth, nor shall I envy him in the possession of it. I would not think myself a rascal half an hour to exchange situations. I believe, indeed, Mr. Blifil suspected me of the views you mention, and I suppose these suspicions, as they arose from the baseness of his own heart, so they occasioned his baseness to me. But I thank heaven, I know, I feel my innocence, my friend, and I would not part with that feeling for the world. For as long as I know I have never done nor ever designed an injury to any being whatsoever, pone mi pigris ubi nulla campis, arbor estiva recreata aura, quod latus mundi nebulae mollusque Jupiter erget. Pone sub curu nimium propinqui, soles in terra dominibus negata, dulce redentem lalagen amabo, dulce loquentem. Place me where never summer breeze unbinds the glebe or warms the trees, where ever lowering clouds appear, and angry love deforms the inclement year. Place me beneath the burning ray, where rolls the rapid car of day. Love and the nymphs shall charm my toils, the nymph who sweetly speaks and sweetly smiles. Mr. Francis. He then filled a bumper of wine, and drunk it off to the health of his dear Lalage, and filling Dowling's glass likewise up to the brim, insisted on his pledging him. "Why then, here's Miss Lalage's health, with all my heart," cries Dowling. "I have heard her toasted often, I profess, though I never saw her, but they say she's extremely handsome." Though the Latin was not the only part of this speech which Dowling did not perfectly understand, yet there was somewhat in it that made a very strong impression upon him, and though he endeavoured, by winking, nodding, sneering, and grinning, to hide the impression from Jones, for we are as often ashamed of thinking right as of thinking wrong, it is certain he secretly approved as much of his sentiments as he understood, and really felt a very strong impulse of compassion for him. But we may possibly take some other opportunity of commenting upon this, especially if we should happen to meet Mr. Dowling any more in the course of our history. At present we are obliged to take our leave of that gentleman a little abruptly, in imitation of Mr. Jones, who was no sooner informed by Partridge that his horses were ready than he deposited his reckoning, wished his companion a good night, mounted, and set forward towards Coventry, though the night was dark, and it just then began to rain very hard. Chapter 11. The disasters which befell Jones on his departure for Coventry, with the sage remarks of Partridge. No road can be plainer than that from the place where they now were to Coventry, and though neither Jones nor Partridge nor the guide had ever travelled it before, it would have been almost impossible to have missed their way, had it not been for the two reasons mentioned in the conclusion of the last chapter. These two circumstances, however, happening both unfortunately to intervene, our travellers deviated into a much less frequented track, and after riding full 6 miles, instead of arriving at the stately spires of Coventry, they found themselves still in a very dirty lane, where they saw no symptoms of approaching the suburbs of a large city. Jones now declared that they must certainly have lost their way, but this the guide insisted upon was impossible, a word which, in common conversation, is often used to signify not only improbable, but often what is really very likely, and sometimes what hath certainly happened, an hyperbolical violence like that which is so frequently offered to the words infinite and eternal, by the former of which it is usual to express a distance of half a yard, and by the latter a duration of 5 minutes. And thus it is usual to assert the impossibility of losing what is already actually lost. This was in fact the case at present, for notwithstanding all the confident assertions of the lad to the contrary, it is certain they were no more in the right road to Coventry than the fraudulent, griping, cruel, canting miser is in the right road to heaven. It is not perhaps easy for a reader, who hath never been in those circumstances, to imagine the horror with which darkness, rain, and wind fill persons who have lost their way in the night, and who, consequently, have not the pleasant prospect of warm fires, dry clothes, and other refreshments to support their minds in struggling with the inclemencies of the weather. A very imperfect idea of this horror will, however, serve sufficiently to account for the conceit which now filled the head of Partridge, and which we shall presently be obliged to open. Jones grew more and more positive that they were out of their road, and the boy himself at last acknowledged he believed they were not in the right road to Coventry, though he affirmed at the same time it was impossible they should have missed the way. But Partridge was of a different opinion. He said, when they first set out, he imagined some mischief or other would happen. "Did you not observe, sir," said he to Jones, "that old woman who stood at the door, just as you were taking horse? I wish you had given her a small matter with all my heart, for she said then you might repent it, and at that very instant it began to rain, and the wind hath continued rising ever since. Whatever some people may think, I am very certain it is in the power of witches to raise the wind whenever they please. I have seen it happen very often in my time, and if ever I saw a witch in all my life, that old woman was certainly one. I thought so to myself at that very time, and if I had had any halfpence in my pocket I would have given her some, for to be sure it is always good to be charitable to those sort of people, for fear what may happen, and many a person hath lost his cattle by saving a halfpenny." Jones, though he was horridly vexed at the delay which this mistake was likely to occasion in his journey, could not help smiling at the superstition of his friend, whom an accident now greatly confirmed in his opinion. This was a tumble from his horse, by which, however, he received no other injury than what the dirt conferred on his clothes. Partridge had no sooner recovered his legs than he appealed to his fall as conclusive evidence of all he had asserted. But Jones, finding he was unhurt, answered with a smile, "This witch of yours, Partridge, is a most ungrateful jade, and doth not, I find, distinguish her friends from others." Relates that Mr. Jones continued his journey, contrary to the advice of Partridge, with what happened on that occasion. They now discovered a light at some distance, to the great pleasure of Jones, and to the no small terror of Partridge, who firmly believed himself to be bewitched, and that this light was a jack with a lantern, or somewhat more mischievous. But how were these fears increased, when, as they approached nearer to this light, or lights as they now appeared, they heard a confused sound of human voices, of singing, laughing, and hallooing, together with a strange noise that seemed to proceed from some instruments, but could hardly be allowed the name of music. Indeed, to favour a little the opinion of Partridge, it might very well be called music bewitched. It is impossible to conceive a much greater degree of horror than what now seized on Partridge, the contagion of which had reached the postboy, who had been very attentive to many things that the other had uttered. He now, therefore, joined in petitioning Jones to return, saying he firmly believed what Partridge had just before said, that though the horses seemed to go on, they had not moved a step forwards during at least the last half-hour. Jones could not help smiling in the midst of his vexation at the fears of these poor fellows. "Either we advance," says he, "towards the lights, or the lights have advanced towards us, for we are now at a very little distance from them. But how can either of you be afraid of a set of people who appear only to be merry-making?" "Merry-making, sir!" cries Partridge. "Who could be merry-making at this time of night, and in such a place, and such weather? They can be nothing but ghosts, or witches, or some evil spirits or other, that's certain." "Let them be what they will," cries Jones, "I am resolved to go up to them, and inquire the way to Coventry. All witches, Partridge, are not such ill-natured hags as that which we had the misfortune to meet with last." "Oh Lord, sir," cries Partridge, "there is no knowing what humour they will be in. To be sure, it is always best to be civil to them. But what if we should meet with something worse than witches, with evil spirits themselves? Pray, sir, be advised. Pray, sir, do. If you had read so many terrible accounts as I have of these matters, you would not be so foolhardy. The Lord knows whither we have got already, or whither we are going. For sure such darkness was never seen upon earth, and I question whether it can be darker in the other world." Jones put forwards as fast as he could, notwithstanding all these hints and cautions, and poor Partridge was obliged to follow, for though he hardly dared to advance, he dared still less to stay behind by himself. At length they arrived at the place whence the lights and different noises had issued. This Jones perceived to be no other than a barn, where a great number of men and women were assembled, and diverting themselves with much apparent jollity. Jones no sooner appeared before the great doors of the barn, which were open, than a masculine and very rough voice from within demanded who was there, to which Jones gently answered, "A friend," and immediately asked the road to Coventry. "If you are a friend," cries another of the men in the barn, "you had better alight till the storm is over," for indeed it was now much more violent than ever. "You are very welcome to put up your horse, for there is sufficient room for him at the end of the barn." "You are very obliging," returned Jones, "and I will accept your offer for a few minutes whilst the rain continues, and here are two more who will be glad of the same favour." This was accorded with more good will than it was accepted, for Partridge would rather have submitted to the utmost inclemency of the weather than have trusted to the clemency of those whom he took to be hobgoblins, and the poor postboy was now infected with the same apprehensions. But they were both obliged to follow the example of Jones, the one because he durst not leave his horse, and the other because he feared nothing so much as being left by himself. Had this history been writ in the days of superstition, I should have had too much compassion for the reader to have left him so long in suspense whether Beelzebub or Satan was about actually to appear in person, with all his hellish retinue. But as these doctrines are at present very unfortunate, and have but few, if any, believers, I have not been much aware of conveying any such terrors. To say truth, the whole furniture of the infernal regions hath long been appropriated by the managers of playhouses, who seem lately to have laid them by as rubbish, capable only of affecting the upper gallery, a place in which few of our readers ever sit. However, though we do not suspect raising any great terror on this occasion, we have reason to fear some other apprehensions may here arise in our reader, into which we would not willingly betray him. I mean that we are going to take a voyage into fairyland, and introduce a set of beings into our history which scarce anyone was ever childish enough to believe, though many have been foolish enough to spend their time in writing and reading their adventures. To prevent, therefore, any such suspicion, so prejudicial to the credit of an historian who professes to draw his materials from nature only, we shall now proceed to acquaint the reader who these people were, whose sudden appearance had struck such terrors into Partridge, had more than half frightened the postboy, and had a little surprised even Mr. Jones himself. The people then assembled in this barn were no other than a company of Egyptians, or as they are vulgarly called, gypsies, and they were now celebrating the wedding of one of their society. It is impossible to conceive a happier set of people than appeared here to be met together. The utmost mirth, indeed, showed itself in every countenance, nor was their ball totally void of all order and decorum. Perhaps it had more than a country assembly is sometimes conducted with, for these people are subject to a formal government and laws of their own, and all pay obedience to one great magistrate, whom they call their king. Greater plenty, likewise, was nowhere to be seen than what flourished in this barn. Here was indeed no nicety nor elegance, nor did the keen appetite of the guests require any. Here was good store of bacon, fowls, and mutton, to which every one present provided better sauce himself than the best and dearest French cook can prepare. Aeneas is not described under more consternation in the temple of Juno, dum stupet ob tutique haeret defixus in Juno, than was our hero at what he saw in this barn. While he was looking everywhere around him with astonishment, a venerable person approached him with many friendly salutations, rather of too hearty a kind to be called courtly. This was no other than the king of the gypsies himself. He was very little distinguished in dress from his subjects, nor had he any regalia of majesty to support his dignity, and yet there seemed, as Mr. Jones said, to be somewhat in his air which denoted authority, and inspired the beholders with an idea of awe and respect, though all this was perhaps imaginary in Jones, and the truth may be that such ideas are incident to power and almost inseparable from it. There was somewhat in the open countenance and courteous behaviour of Jones, which, being accompanied with much comeliness of person, greatly recommended him at first sight to every beholder. These were, perhaps, a little heightened in the present instance by that profound respect which he paid to the king of the gypsies, the moment he was acquainted with his dignity, and which was the sweeter to his gypsaian majesty, as he was not used to receive such homage from any but his own subjects. The king ordered a table to be spread with the choicest of their provisions for this accommodation, and having placed himself at his right hand, his majesty began to discourse with our hero in the following manner. Me doubt not, sir, but you have often seen some of my people, who are what you call de parties détachées, for they go about everywhere. But me fancy you imagine not we be so considerable body as we be, and maybe you will be surprised more when you hear de gypsy be as orderly and well-governed people as any upon face of de earth. Me have honour, as me say, to be their king, and no monarch can do boast of more dutiful subject, nay, no more affectionate. How far me deserve their goodwill, me no say, but this me can say, that me never design anything but to do them good. Me shall no do boast of that neither, for what can me do otherwise than consider of the good of those poor people who go about all day to give me always the best of what they get. They love and honour me, therefore, because me do love and take care of them. That is all, me know no other reason. About 1,000 or 2,000 years ago, me cannot tell to a year or two, as can neither write nor read, there was a great what you call evolution among the gypsy, for there was the Lord Gypsy in those days, and the Lord did quarrel with one another about the place, but the king of the gypsy did demolish them all, and made all his subjects equal with each other, and since that time they have agreed very well, for they no think of being king, and maybe it be better for them as they be. For me assure you, it be very troublesome thing to be king, and always to do justice. Me have often wished to be the private gypsy when me have to be forced to punish my dear friend and relation, for though we never put to death, our punishment be very severe. They make the gypsy ashamed of themselves, and that be very terrible punishment. Me have scarce ever known the gypsies so punished to harm any more. The king then proceeded to express some wonder that there was no such punishment as shame in other governments, upon which Jones assured him to the contrary, for that there were many crimes for which shame was inflicted by the English laws, and that it was indeed one consequence of all punishment. That be very strange, said the king, for me know and hear a good deal of your people, though me no live among them, and me have often hear that shame is the consequence and the cause too of many of your rewards. Are your rewards and punishments, then, the same thing? While his Majesty was thus discoursing with Jones, a sudden uproar arose in the barn, and it seems upon this occasion the courtesy of these people had by degrees removed all the apprehensions of Partridge, and he was prevailed upon not only to stuff himself with their food, but to taste some of their liquors, which by degrees entirely expelled all fear from his composition, and in its stead introduced much more agreeable sensations. A young female gipsy, more remarkable for her wit than her beauty, had decoyed the honest fellow aside, pretending to tell his fortune. Now, when they were alone together in a remote part of the barn, whether it proceeded from the strong liquor, which is never so apt to inflame inordinate desire as after moderate fatigue, or whether the fair gipsy herself threw aside the delicacy and decency of her sex, and tempted the youth Partridge with express solicitations, but they were discovered in a very improper manner by the husband of the gipsy, who from jealousy, it seems, had kept a watchful eye over his wife, and had dogged her to the place, where he found her in the arms of her gallant. To the great confusion of Jones, Partridge was now hurried before the king, who heard the accusation, and likewise the culprit's defence, which was indeed very trifling, for the poor fellow was confounded by the plain evidence which appeared against him, and had very little to say for himself. His Majesty, then turning towards Jones, said, "Sir, you have heard what they say. What punishment do you think your man deserve?" Jones answered he was sorry for what had happened, and that Partridge should make the husband all the amends in his power. He said he had very little money about him at that time, and, putting his hand into his pocket, offered the fellow a guinea, to which he immediately answered he hoped his honour would not think of giving him less than 5. This sum, after some altercation, was reduced to 2, and Jones, having stipulated for the full forgiveness of both Partridge and the wife, was going to pay the money, when his Majesty, restraining his hand, turned to the witness and asked him at what time he had discovered the criminals, to which he answered that he had been desired by the husband to watch the motions of his wife from her first speaking to the stranger, and that he had never lost sight of her afterwards till the crime had been committed. The king then asked if the husband was with him all that time in his lurking place, to which he answered in the affirmative. His Egyptian Majesty then addressed himself to the husband as follows: "I may be sorry to see any gipsy that have no more honour than to sell the honour of his wife for money. If you had the love of your wife, you would have prevented this matter, and not endeavoured to make her of the whore that you might discover her. Me do order that you have no money given you, for you deserve punishment, not reward. Me do order, therefore, that you be the infamous gipsy, and do wear pair of horns upon your forehead for 1 month, and that your wife be called the whore, and pointed at all that time, for you be the infamous gipsy, but she be no less the infamous whore." The gipsies immediately proceeded to execute the sentence, and left Jones and Partridge alone with his Majesty. Jones greatly applauded the justice of the sentence, upon which the king, turning to him, said, "Me believe you be surprised, for me suppose you have very bad opinion of my people. Me suppose you think us all the thieves." "I must confess, sir," said Jones, "I have not heard so favourable an account of them as they seem to deserve." "Me will tell you," said the king, "how the difference is between you and us. My people rob your people, and your people rob one another." Jones afterwards proceeded very gravely to sing forth the happiness of those subjects who live under such a magistrate. Indeed, their happiness appears to have been so complete that we are aware lest some advocate for arbitrary power should hereafter quote the case of those people as an instance of the great advantages which attend that government above all others. And here we will make a concession which would not perhaps have been expected from us, that no limited form of government is capable of rising to the same degree of perfection, or of producing the same benefits to society, with this. Mankind have never been so happy as when the greatest part of the then known world was under the dominion of a single master, and this state of their felicity continued during the reign of 5 successive princes. This was the true era of the Golden Age, and the only Golden Age which ever had any existence, unless in the warm imagination of the poets, from the expulsion from Eden down to this day. In reality, I know but of one solid objection to absolute monarchy. the only defect in which excellent constitution seems to be the difficulty of finding any man adequate to the office of an absolute monarch, for this indispensably requires three qualities, very difficult, as it appears from history, to be found in princely natures. First, a sufficient quantity of moderation in the prince to be contented with all the power which is possible for him to have. Secondly, enough of wisdom to know his own happiness. And thirdly, goodness sufficient to support the happiness of others, when not only compatible with, but instrumental to, his own. Now, if an absolute monarch with all these great and rare qualifications should be allowed capable of conferring the greatest good on society, it must be surely granted, on the contrary, that absolute power vested in the hands of one who is deficient in them all is likely to be attended with no less a degree of evil. In short, our own religion furnishes us with adequate ideas of the blessing as well as the curse which may attend absolute power. The pictures of heaven and of hell will place a very lively image of both before our eyes, for though the prince of the latter can have no power but what he originally derives from the omnipotent sovereign in the former, yet it plainly appears from Scripture that absolute power in his infernal dominions is granted to their diabolical ruler. This is indeed the only absolute power which can, by Scripture, be derived from heaven. If, therefore, the several tyrannies upon earth can prove any title to a divine authority, it must be derived from this original grant to the Prince of Darkness, and these subordinate deputations must consequently come immediately from him whose stamp they so expressly bear. To conclude, as the examples of all ages show us that mankind in general desires power only to do harm, and when they obtain it, use it for no other purpose, it is not consonant with even the least degree of prudence to hazard an alteration, where our hopes are poorly kept in countenance by only 2 or 3 exceptions out of 1,000 instances to alarm our fears. In this case it will be much wiser to submit to a few inconveniences arising from the dispassionate deafness of laws than to remedy them by applying to the passionate open ears of a tyrant. Nor can the example of the gipsies, though possibly they may have long been happy under this form of government, be here urged, since we must remember the very material respect in which they differ from all other people, and to which perhaps this their happiness is entirely owing, namely, that they have no false honours among them, and that they look on shame as the most grievous punishment in the world. Chapter 13. A dialogue between Jones and Partridge. The honest lovers of liberty will, we doubt not, pardon that long digression into which we were led at the close of the last chapter, to prevent our history from being applied to the use of the most pernicious doctrine which priestcraft had ever the wickedness or the impudence to preach. We will now proceed with Mr. Jones, who, when the storm was over, took leave of his Egyptian Majesty, after many thanks for his courteous behaviour and kind entertainment, and set out for Coventry, to which place, for it was still dark, a gipsy was ordered to conduct him. Jones having, by reason of his deviation, travelled 11 miles instead of 6, and most of those through very execrable roads, where no expedition could have been made in quest of a midwife, did not arrive at Coventry till 12, nor could he possibly get again into the saddle till past 2, for post-horses were now not easy to get, nor were the ostler or post-boy in half so great a hurry as himself, but chose rather to imitate the tranquil disposition of Partridge, who, being denied the nourishment of sleep, took all opportunities to supply its place with every other kind of nourishment, and was never better pleased than when he arrived at an inn, nor ever more dissatisfied than when he was again forced to leave it. Jones now travelled post. We will follow him, therefore, according to our custom and to the rules of Longinus, in the same manner. From Coventry he arrived at Daventry, from Daventry at Stratford, and from Stratford at Dunstable, whither he came the next day a little after noon, and within a few hours after Sophia had left it. And though he was obliged to stay here longer than he wished, while a smith, with great deliberation, shoed the post-horse he was to ride, he doubted not but to overtake his Sophia before she should set out from St. Albans, at which place he concluded, and very reasonably, that his lordship would stop and dine. and had he been right in this conjecture, he most probably would have overtaken his angel at the aforesaid place, but unluckily my lord had appointed a dinner to be prepared for him at his own house in London, and in order to enable him to reach that place in proper time, he had ordered a relay of horses to meet him at St. Albans. When Jones therefore arrived there, he was informed that the coach and six had set out 2 hours before. If fresh post-horses had now been ready, as they were not, it seemed so apparently impossible to overtake the coach before it reached London that Partridge thought he had now a proper opportunity to remind his friend of a matter which he seemed entirely to have forgotten. What this was, the reader will guess, when we inform him that Jones had ate nothing more than 1 poached egg since he had left the ale-house where he had first met the guide returning from Sophia, for with the gipsies he had feasted only his understanding. The landlord so entirely agreed with the opinion of Mr. Partridge that he no sooner heard the latter desire his friend to stay and dine than he very readily put in his word, and retracting his promise before given of furnishing the horses immediately, he assured Mr. Jones he would lose no time in bespeaking a dinner, which, he said, could be got ready sooner than it was possible to get the horses up from grass, and to prepare them from their journey by a feed of corn. Jones was at length prevailed on, chiefly by the latter argument of the landlord, and now a joint of mutton was put down to the fire. While this was preparing, Partridge, being admitted into the same apartment with his friend or master, began to harangue in the following manner. "Certainly, sir, if ever man deserved a young lady, you deserve young Madam Weston, for what a vast quantity of love must a man have to be able to live upon it without any other food, as you do. I am positive I have ate 30 times as much within these last 24 hours as your honour, and yet I am almost famished, for nothing makes a man so hungry as travelling, especially in this cold, raw weather. And yet I can't tell how it is, but your honour is seemingly in perfect good health, and you never looked better nor fresher in your life. It must be certainly love that you live upon." "And a very rich diet too, Partridge," answered Jones. "But did not fortune send me an excellent dainty yesterday? Dost thou imagine I cannot live more than 24 hours on this dear pocket-book?" "Undoubtedly," cries Partridge, "there is enough in that pocket-book to purchase many a good meal. Fortune sent it to your honour very opportunely for present use, as your honour's money must be almost out by this time." "What do you mean?" answered Jones. "I hope you don't imagine I should be dishonest enough, even if it belonged to any other person besides Miss Weston." "Dishonest!" replied Partridge. "Heaven forbid I should wrong your honour so much. But where's the dishonesty in borrowing a little for present spending, since you will be so well able to pay the lady hereafter? No, indeed, I would have your honour pay it again, as soon as it is convenient, by all means, but where can be the harm in making use of it now you want it? Indeed, if it belonged to a poor body, it would be another thing, but so great a lady, to be sure, can never want it, especially now as she is along with a lord, who, it can't be doubted, will let her have whatever she hath need of. Besides, if she should want a little, she can't want the whole, therefore I would give her a little, but I would be hanged before I mentioned the having found it at first, and before I got some money of my own, for London, I have heard, is the very worst of places to be in without money. Indeed, if I had not known to whom it belonged, I might have thought it was the devil's money, and have been afraid to use it, but as you know otherwise, and came honestly by it, it would be an affront to fortune to part with it all again, at the very time when you want it most. You can hardly expect she should ever do you such another good turn, for fortuna nunquam perpetua est bona. You will do as you please, notwithstanding all I say, but for my part I would be hanged before I mentioned a word of the matter." "By what I can see, Partridge," cries Jones, "hanging is a matter no longe alienum asque volle studiis." "You should say alienus," says Partridge. "I remember the passage. It is an example under communis alienus immunes variis casibus serviunt." "If you do remember it," cries Jones, "I find you don't understand it. But I tell thee, friend, in plain English, that he who finds another's property, and wilfully detains it from the known owner, deserves in foro conscientiae to be hanged, no less than if he had stolen it. And as for this very identical bill, which is the property of my angel, and was once in her dear possession, I will not deliver it into any hands but her own, upon any consideration whatever, No, though I was as hungry as thou art, and had no other means to satisfy my craving appetite. This I hope to do before I sleep, but if it should happen otherwise, I charge thee, if thou wouldst not incur my displeasure for ever, not to shock me any more by the bare mention of such detestable baseness." "I should not have mentioned it now," cries Partridge, "if it had appeared so to me, for I am sure I scorn any wickedness as much as another, but perhaps you know better, and yet I might have imagined that I should not have lived so many years, and have taught school so long, without being able to distinguish between fas et nefas. But it seems we are all to live and learn. I remember my old schoolmaster, who was a prodigious great scholar, used often to say, "Polymatete Craitan is my daskalon." The English of which he told us was, that a child may sometimes teach his grandmother to suck eggs. I have lived to a fine purpose, truly, if I am to be taught my grammar at this time of day. Perhaps, young gentleman, you may change your opinion if you live to my years, for I remember I thought myself as wise when I was a stripling of 1 or 2 and 20 as I am now. I am sure I always taught alienus, and my master read it so before me." There were not many instances in which Partridge could provoke Jones, nor were there many in which Partridge himself could have been hurried out of his respect. Unluckily, however, they had both hit on one of these. We have already seen Partridge could not bear to have his learning attacked, nor could Jones bear some passage or other in the foregoing speech. And now, looking upon his companion with a contemptuous and disdainful air, a thing not usual with him, he cried, "Partridge, I see thou art a conceited old fool, and I wish thou art not likewise an old rogue. Indeed, if I was as well convinced of the latter as I am of the former, thou shouldst travel no farther in my company." The sage pedagogue was contented with the vent which he had already given to his indignation, and, as the vulgar phrase is, immediately drew in his horns. He said he was sorry he had uttered anything which might give offence, for that he had never intended it, but nemo omnibus horis sapit. As Jones had the vices of a warm disposition, he was entirely free from those of a cold one, and if his friends must have confessed his temper to have been a little too easily ruffled, his enemies must at the same time have confessed that it was soon subsided, nor did it at all resemble the sea, whose swelling is more violent and dangerous after a storm is over than while the storm itself subsists. He instantly accepted the submission of Partridge, shook him by the hand, and, with the most benign aspect imaginable, said 20 kind things, and at the same time very severely condemned himself, though not half so severely as he will most probably be condemned by many of our good readers. Partridge was now highly comforted, as his fears of having offended were at once abolished, and his pride completely satisfied by Jones having owned himself in the wrong, which submission he instantly applied to what had principally nettled him, and repeated in a muttering voice, "To be sure, sir, your knowledge may be superior to mine in some things, but as to the grammar, I think I may challenge any man living. I think, at least, I have that at my fingers' end." If anything could add to the satisfaction which the poor man now enjoyed, he received this addition by the arrival of an excellent shoulder of mutton that at this instant came smoking to the table, on which, having both plentifully feasted, they again mounted their horses and set forward to London. Chapter 14. What happened to Mr. Jones in his journey from St. Albans. They were got about 2 miles beyond Barnet, and it was now the dusk of the evening, when a genteel-looking man, but upon a very shabby horse, rode up to Jones and asked him whether he was going to London, to which Jones answered in the affirmative. The gentleman replied, "I should be obliged to you, sir, if you will accept of my company, for it is very late, and I am a stranger to the road." Jones readily complied with the request, and on they travelled together, holding that sort of discourse which is usual on such occasions. Of this, indeed, robbery was the principal topic, upon which subject the stranger expressed great apprehensions, but Jones declared he had very little to lose, and consequently as little to fear. Here Partridge could not forbear putting in his word. "Your honour," said he, "may think it a little, but I am sure if I had £100 bank-note in my pocket, as you have, I would be very sorry to lose it. But for my part I never was less afraid in my life, for we are 4 of us, and if we all stand by one another, the best man in England can't rob us. Suppose he should have a pistol, he can kill but one of us, and a man can die but once. That's my comfort. A man can die but once. Besides the reliance on superior numbers, a kind of valour which hath raised a certain nation among the moderns to a high pitch of glory, there was another reason for the extraordinary courage which Partridge now discovered, for he had at present as much of that quality as was in the power of liquor to bestow. Our company were now arrived within a mile of Highgate, when the stranger turned short upon Jones, and, pulling out a pistol, demanded that little bank-note which Partridge had mentioned. Jones was at first somewhat shocked at this unexpected demand. However, he presently recollected himself, and told the highwayman all the money he had in his pocket was entirely at his service, and so saying, he pulled out upwards of 3 guineas, and offered to deliver it. But the other answered with an oath that would not do. Jones answered coolly he was very sorry for it, and returned the money into his pocket. The highwayman then threatened, if he did not deliver the bank-note that moment, he must shoot him, holding his pistol at the same time very near to his breast. Jones instantly caught hold of the fellow's hand, which trembled so that he could scarce hold the pistol in it, and turned the muzzle from him. A struggle then ensued, in which the former wrested the pistol from the hand of his antagonist, and both came from their horses on the ground together, the highwayman upon his back, and the victorious Jones upon him. The poor fellow now began to implore mercy of the conqueror, for, to say the truth, he was in strength by no means a match for Jones. "Indeed, sir," says he, "I could have had no intention to shoot you, for you will find the pistol was not loaded. This is the first robbery I ever attempted, and I have been driven by distress to this." At this instant, at about 150 yards distance, lay another person on the ground, roaring for mercy in a much louder voice than the highwayman. This was no other than Partridge himself, who, endeavouring to make his escape from the engagement, had been thrown from his horse, and lay flat on his face, not daring to look up, and expecting every minute to be shot. In this posture he lay, till the guide, who was no otherwise concerned than for his horses, having secured the stumbling beast, came up to him, and told him his master had got the better of the highwayman. Partridge leapt up at this news, and ran back to the place where Jones stood with his sword drawn in his hand to guard the poor fellow, which Partridge no sooner saw than he cried out, "Kill the villain, sir! Run him through the body! Kill him this instant!" Luckily, however, for the poor wretch, he had fallen into more merciful hands, for Jones, having examined the pistol and found it to be really unloaded, began to believe all the man had told him before Partridge came up, namely, that he was a novice in the trade, and that he had been driven to it by the distress he mentioned, the greatest indeed imaginable, that of 5 hungry children, and a wife lying in of the 6th, in the utmost want and misery. The truth of all which the highwayman most vehemently asserted, and offered to convince Mr. Jones of it, if he would take the trouble to go to his house, which was not above 2 miles off, saying that he desired no favour, but upon condition of proving all he had alleged. Jones at first pretended that he would take the fellow at his word, and go with him, declaring that his fate should depend entirely on the truth of his story. Upon this the poor fellow immediately expressed so much alacrity that Jones was perfectly satisfied with his veracity, and began now to entertain sentiments of compassion for him. He returned the fellow his empty pistol, advised him to think of honester means of relieving his distress, and gave him a couple of guineas for the immediate support of his wife and family, adding he wished he had more for his sake, for the £100 that had been mentioned was not his own. Our readers will probably be divided in their opinions concerning this action. Some may applaud it perhaps as an act of extraordinary humanity, while those of a more saturnine temper will consider it as a want of regard to that justice which every man owes his country. Partridge certainly saw it in that light, for he testified much dissatisfaction on the occasion, quoted an old proverb, and said he should not wonder if the rogue attacked them again before they reached London. The highwayman was full of expressions of thankfulness and gratitude. He actually dropped tears, or pretended to do so. He vowed he would immediately return home, and would never afterwards commit such a transgression. Whether he kept his word or no, perhaps may appear hereafter. Our travellers, having remounted their horses, arrived in town without encountering any new mishap. On the road much pleasant discourse passed between Jones and Partridge on the subject of their last adventure, in which Jones expressed a great compassion for those highwaymen who are, by unavoidable distress, driven, as it were, to such illegal courses as generally bring them to a shameful death. "I mean," said he, "those only whose highest guilt extends no farther than to robbery, and who are never guilty of cruelty nor insult to any person, which is a circumstance that, I must say, to the honour of our country, distinguishes the robbers of England from those of all other nations, for murder is, amongst those, almost inseparably incident to robbery." "No doubt," answered Partridge, "it is better to take away one's money than one's life, and yet it is very hard upon honest men that they can't travel about their business without being in danger of these villains. And to be sure it would be better that all rogues were hanged out of the way than that one honest man should suffer. For my own part, indeed, I should not care to have the blood of any of them on my own hands, but it is very proper for the law to hang them all. What right hath any man to take sixpence from me unless I give it to him? Is there any honesty in such a man?" "No, surely," cries Jones, "no more than there is in him who takes the horses out of another man's stable, or who applies to his own use the money which he finds when he knows the right owner." These hints stopped the mouth of Partridge, nor did he open it again till Jones, having thrown some sarcastical jokes on his cowardice, he offered to excuse himself on the inequality of firearms, saying, "1,000 naked men are nothing to one pistol, for though it is true it will kill but one at a single discharge, yet who can tell but that one may be himself?" End of section 36. Book 13, chapters 1 to 5, containing the space of 12 days. Chapter 1, An Invocation. Come, bright love of fame, inspire my glowing breast. Not thee I will call, who over swelling tides of blood and tears dost bear the heroes on to glory, while sighs of millions waft his spreading sails. But thee, fair gentle maid, whom Nisus, happy nymph, first on the banks of Hebrus did produce. Thee whom Maeonia educated, whom Mantua charmed, and who on that fair hill which overlooks the proud metropolis of Britain satst with thy Milton, sweetly tuning the heroic lyre, fill my ravished fancy with the hopes of charming ages yet to come. Foretell me that some tender maid, whose grandmother is yet unborn, hereafter, when under the fictitious name of Sophia she reads the real worth which once existed in my Charlotte, shall from her sympathetic breast send forth the heaving sigh. Do thou teach me not only to foresee, but to enjoy, nay, even to feed on future praise. Comfort me by a solemn assurance that when the little parlour in which I sit at this instant shall be reduced to a worse furnished box, I shall be read with honour by those who never knew nor saw me, and whom I shall neither know nor see. And thou, much plumper dame, whom no airy forms nor phantoms of imagination clothe, whom the well-seasoned beef and pudding, richly stained with plums, delight, thee I call, of whom, in a trekschuiter in some Dutch canal, the fat Juffrouw Gelt, impregnated by a jolly merchant of Amsterdam, was delivered. In Grub Street school didst thou suck in the elements of thy erudition. Here hast thou, in thy maturer age, taught poetry, to tickle not the fancy, but the pride of the patron. Comedy from thee learns a grave and solemn air, while tragedy storms aloud, and renders the affrighted theatres with its thunders. To soothe thy wearied limbs in slumber, Alderman History tells his tedious tale, and again, to awaken thee, Monsieur Romance performs his surprising tricks of dexterity. Nor less thy well-fed bookseller obeys thy influence. By thy advice the heavy, unread folio lump, which long hath dozed on the dusty shelf, piecemealed into numbers, runs nimbly through the nation. Instructed by thee, some books, like quacks, impose on the world by promising wonders, while others turn bows and trust all their merits to a gilded outside. Come, thou jolly substance, with thy shining face, keep back thy inspiration, but hold forth thy tempting rewards. thy shining, chinking heap, thy quickly convertible bank bill, big with unseen riches, thy often varying stock, the warm, the comfortable house, and lastly, a fair portion of that bounteous mother whose flowing breasts yield redundant sustenance for all her numerous offspring, did not some too greedily and wantonly drive their brethren from the teat. Come thou, and if I am too tasteless of thy valuable treasures, warm my heart with the transporting thought of conveying them to others. Tell me that through thy bounty the prattling babes, whose innocent play hath often been interrupted by my labours, may one time be amply rewarded for them. And now this ill-yoked pair, this lean shadow, and this fat substance have prompted me to write. Whose assistance shall I invoke to direct my pen? First, genius, thou gift of heaven, without whose aid in vain we struggle against the stream of nature. Thou who dost sow the generous seeds which art nourishes and brings to perfection. Do thou kindly take me by the hand, and lead me through all the mazes, the winding labyrinths of nature. Initiate me into all those mysteries which profane eyes never beheld. Teach me, which to thee is no difficult task, to know mankind better than they know themselves. Remove that mist which dims the intellects of mortals, and causes them to adore men for their art, or to detest them for their cunning in deceiving others, when they are, in reality, the objects only of ridicule for deceiving themselves. Strip off the thin disguise of wisdom from self-conceit, of plenty from avarice, and of glory from ambition. Come, thou that hast inspired thy Aristophanes, thy Lucian, thy Cervantes, thy Rabelais, thy Molière, thy Shakespeare, thy Swift, thy Marivaux, fill my pages with humour, till mankind learn the good nature to laugh only at the follies of others, and the humility to grieve at their own. And thou, almost the constant attendant on true genius, humanity, bring all thy tender sensations. If thou hast already disposed of them all between thy Allen and thy Littleton, steal them a little while from their bosoms. Not without these the tender scene is painted. From these alone proceed the noble, disinterested friendship, the melting love, the generous sentiment, the ardent gratitude, the soft compassion, the candid opinion, and all those strong energies of a good mind, which fill the moistened eyes with tears, the glowing cheeks with blood, and swell the heart with tides of grief, joy, and benevolence. And thou, O learning, for without thy assistance nothing pure, nothing correct can genius produce, do thou guide my pen. Thee in thy favourite fields, where the limpid, gentle rolling Thames washes thy Etonian banks, in early youth I have worshipped. To thee at thy birchen altar, with true Spartan devotion, I have sacrificed my blood. Come then, and from thy vast luxuriant stores, in long antiquity piled up, pour forth a rich profusion. Open thy Maeonian and thy Mantuan coffers with whatever else includes thy philosophic, thy poetic, and thy historical treasures, whether with Greek or Roman characters thou hast chosen to inscribe the ponderous chests. Give me a while that key to all thy treasure, which to thy Warburton thou hast entrusted. Lastly, come experience, long conversant with the wise, the good, the learned, and the polite. Nor with them only, but with every kind of character, from the minister at his levee to the bailiff in his sponging house, from the duchess at her drum to the landlady behind her bar. From thee only can the manner of mankind be known, to which the recluse pedant, however great his parts or extensive his learning may be, hath ever been a stranger. Come, all these, and more, if possible, for arduous is the task I have undertaken, and without all your assistance will, I find, be too heavy for me to support. But if you all smile on my labours, I hope still to bring them to a happy conclusion. Chapter 2. What befell Mr. Jones on his arrival in London. The learned Dr. Misorban used to say that the proper direction to him was to Dr. Misorban in the world, intimating that there were few people in it to whom his great reputation was not known. and perhaps upon a very nice examination into the matter we shall find that this circumstance bears no inconsiderable part among the many blessings of grandeur. The great happiness of being known to posterity, with the hopes of which we so delighted ourselves in the preceding chapter, is the portion of few. To have the several elements which compose our names, as Sydenham expresses it, repeated 1,000 years hence, is a gift beyond the power of title and wealth, and is scarce to be purchased, unless by the sword and the pen. But to avoid the scandalous imputation, while we yet live, of being one whom nobody knows, a scandal, by the way, as old as the days of Homer, will always be the envied portion of those who have a legal title either to honour or estate. From that figure, therefore, which the Irish peer, who brought Sophia to town, hath already made in this history, the reader will conclude, doubtless, it must have been an easy matter to have discovered his house in London, without knowing the particular street or square which he inhabited, since he must have been one whom everybody knew. To say the truth, so it would have been to any of those tradesmen who are accustomed to attend the regions of the great, for the doors of the great are generally no less easy to find than it is difficult to get entrance into them. But Jones, as well as Partridge, was an entire stranger in London, and as he happened to arrive first in a quarter of the town, the inhabitants of which have very little intercourse with the householders of Hanover or Grosvenor Square, for he entered through Gray's Inn Lane, so he rambled about some time before he could even find his way to those happy mansions where fortune segregates from the vulgar those magnanimous heroes, the descendants of ancient Britons, Saxons, or Danes, whose ancestors, being born in better days, by sundry kinds of merit, have entailed riches and honour on their posterity. Jones, being at length arrived at those terrestrial Elysian fields, would now soon have discovered his lordship's mansion, but the peer unluckily quitted his former house when he went for Ireland, and as he was just entered into a new one, the fame of his equipage had not yet sufficiently blazed in the neighbourhood, so that, after a successless inquiry till the clock had struck 11, Jones at last yielded to the advice of Partridge, and retreated to the Bull and Gate in Holborn, that being the inn where he had first alighted, and where he retired to enjoy that kind of repose which usually attends persons in his circumstances. Early in the morning he again set forth in pursuit of Sophia, and many a weary step he took to no better purpose than before. At last, whether it was that fortune relented, or whether it was no longer in her power to disappoint him, he came into the very street which was honoured by his lordship's residence, and being directed to the house, he gave one gentle rap at the door. The porter, who from the modesty of the knock had conceived no high idea of the person approaching, conceived but little better from the appearance of Mr. Jones, who was dressed in a suit of fustian, and had by his side the weapon formerly purchased of the sergeant, of which, though the blade might be composed of well-tempered steel, the handle was composed only of brass, and that none of the brightest. When Jones, therefore, inquired after the young lady who had come to town with his lordship, this fellow answered surlily that there were no ladies there. Jones then desired to see the master of the house, but was informed that his lordship would see nobody that morning. And upon growing more pressing, the porter said, he had positive orders to let no person in, but if you think proper, said he, to leave your name, I will acquaint his lordship, and if you call another time, you shall know when he will see you. Jones now declared that he had very particular business with the young lady, and could not depart without seeing her. Upon which the porter, with no very agreeable voice or aspect, affirmed that there was no young lady in that house, and consequently none could he see, adding, sure you are the strangest man I ever met with, for you will not take an answer. I have often thought that by the particular description of Cerberus, the porter of hell, in the 6th Aeneid, Virgil might possibly intend to satirize the porters of the great men of his time. The picture at least resembles those who have the honour to attend at the doors of our great men. The porter in his lodge answers exactly to Cerberus in his den, and like him must be appeased by a sop before access can be gained to his master. Perhaps Jones might have seen him in that light, and have recollected the passage where the Sibyl, in order to procure an entrance for Aeneas, presents the keeper of the Stygian avenue with such a sop. Jones, in like manner, now began to offer a bribe to the human Cerberus, which a footman, overhearing, instantly advanced, and declared if Mr. Jones would give him the sum proposed, he would conduct him to the lady. Jones instantly agreed, and was forthwith conducted to the lodging of Mrs. Fitzpatrick by the very fellow who had attended the ladies thither the day before. Nothing more aggravates ill success than the near approach to good. The gamester who loses his party at piquet by a single point laments his bad luck 10 times as much as he who never came within a prospect of the game. So in a lottery the proprietors of the next number to that which wins vain, for it may be truly said, non acuta sic geminant corbantis aera. The priests of Cybele do not so rattle their sounding brass. In short, a footman knocked, or rather thundered at the door. Jones was a little surprised at the sound, having never heard it before, but Mrs. Fitzpatrick very calmly said that, as some company were coming, she could not make him any answer now, but if he pleased to stay till they were gone, she intimated she had something to say to him. The door of the room now flew open, and after pushing in her hoop sideways before her, entered Lady Bellaston, who, having first made a very low courtesy to Mrs. Fitzpatrick, and as low a one to Mr. Jones, was ushered to the upper end of the room. We mention these minute matters for the sake of some country ladies of our acquaintance, who think it contrary to the rules of modesty to bend their knees to a man. The company were hardly well settled before the arrival of the peer lately mentioned caused a fresh disturbance and a repetition of ceremonials. These being over, the conversation began to be, as the phrase is, extremely brilliant. However, as nothing passed in it which can be thought material to this history, or indeed very material in itself, I shall omit the relation, the rather, as I have known some very fine polite conversation grow extremely dull when transcribed into books or repeated on the stage. Indeed, this mental repast is a dainty of which those who are excluded from polite assemblies must be contented to remain as ignorant as they must of the several dainties of French cookery, which are served only at the tables of the great. To say the truth, as neither of these are adapted to every taste, they might both be often thrown away on the vulgar. Poor Jones was rather a spectator of this elegant scene than an actor in it, for though, in the short interval between the peer's arrival, Lady Bellaston first, and afterwards Mrs. Fitzpatrick, had addressed some of their discourse to him, yet no sooner was the noble lord entered than he engrossed the whole attention of the 2 ladies to himself, and as he took no more notice of Jones than if no person had been present, unless by now and then staring at him, the ladies followed his example. The company had now stayed so long that Mrs. Fitzpatrick plainly perceived they all designed to stay out each other. She therefore resolved to rid herself of Jones, he being the visitant to whom she thought the least ceremony was due. Taking therefore an opportunity of a cessation of chat, she addressed herself gravely to him, and said, "Sir, I shall not possibly be able to give you an answer to-night as to that business, but if you please to leave word where I may send to you to-morrow." Jones had natural, but not artificial, good breeding. Instead, therefore, of communicating the secret of his lodgings to a servant, he acquainted the lady herself with it particularly, and soon after very ceremoniously withdrew. He was no sooner gone than the great personages, who had taken no notice of him present, began to take much notice of him in his absence. But if the reader hath already excused us from relating the more brilliant part of this conversation, he will surely be very ready to excuse the repetition of what may be called vulgar abuse, though perhaps it may be material to our history to mention an observation of Lady Bellaston, who took her leave in a few minutes after him, and then said to Mrs. Fitzpatrick at her departure, "I am satisfied on the account of my cousin. She can be in no danger from this fellow." Our history shall follow the example of Lady Bellaston, and take leave of the present company, which was now reduced to 2 persons, between whom, as nothing passed which in the least concerns us or our reader, we shall not suffer ourselves to be diverted by it from matters which must seem of more consequence to all those who are at all interested in the affairs of our hero. Chapter 5. An adventure which happened to Mr. Jones at his lodgings, with some account of a young gentleman who lodged there, and of the mistress of the house and her 2 daughters. The next morning, as early as it was decent, Jones attended at Mrs. Fitzpatrick's door, where he was answered that the lady was not at home, an answer which surprised him the more as he had walked backwards and forwards in the street from break of day, and if she had gone out he must have seen her. This answer, however, he was obliged to receive, and not only now, but to 5 several visits which he made her that day. To be plain with the reader, the noble peer had, for some reason or other, perhaps from a regard for the lady's honour, insisted that she should not see Mr. Jones, whom he regarded on as a scrub, any more, and the lady had complied in making that promise to which we now see her so strictly adhere. But as our gentle reader may possibly have a better opinion of the young gentleman than her ladyship, and may even have some concern, should it be apprehended that, during this unhappy separation from Sophia, he took up his residence either at an inn or in the street, we shall now give an account of his lodging, which was indeed in a very reputable house, and in a very good part of the town. Mr. Jones, then, had often heard Mr. Allworthy mention the gentlewoman at whose house he used to lodge when he was in town. This person, who, as Jones likewise knew, lived in Bond Street, was the widow of a clergyman, and was left by him, at his decease, in possession of 2 daughters, and of a complete set of manuscript sermons. Of these 2 daughters, Nancy, the elder, was now arrived at the age of 17, and Betty, the younger, at that of 10. Hither Jones had dispatched Partridge, and in this house he was provided with a room for himself in the 2nd floor, and with one for Partridge in the 4th. The 1st floor was inhabited by one of those young gentlemen who, in the last age, were called men of wit and pleasure about town, and properly enough, for as men are usually denominated from their business or profession, so pleasure may be said to have been the only business or profession of those gentlemen to whom fortune had made all useful occupation unnecessary. Playhouses, coffee-houses, and taverns were the scenes of their rendezvous. Wit and humour were the entertainment of their looser hours, and love was the business of their more serious moments. Wine and the Muses conspired to kindle the brightest flames in their breasts, nor did they only admire, but some were able to celebrate the beauty they admired, and all to judge of the merit of such compositions. Such, therefore, were properly called the men of wit and pleasure, but I question whether the same appellation may, with the same propriety, be given to those young gentlemen of our times who have the same ambition to be distinguished for parts. Wit, certainly, they have nothing to do with. To give them their due, they soar a step higher than their predecessors, and may be called men of wisdom and virtue. Take heed you do not read virtue. Thus, at an age when the gentlemen above mentioned employ their time in toasting the charms of a woman, or in making sonnets in her praise, in giving their opinion of a play at the theatre, or of a poem at Will's or Button's, these gentlemen are considering the methods to bribe a corporation, or meditating speeches for the House of Commons, or rather for the magazines. But the science of gaming is that which above all others employs their thoughts. These are the studies of their graver hours, while for their amusements they have the vast circle of connoisseurship, painting, music, statuary, and natural philosophy, or rather unnatural, which deals in the wonderful and knows nothing of nature except her monsters and imperfections. When Jones had spent the whole day in vain inquiries after Mrs. Fitzpatrick, he returned at last disconsolate to his apartment. Here, while he was venting his grief in private, he heard a violent uproar below stairs, and soon after a female voice begged him for heaven's sake to come and prevent murder. Jones, who was never backward on any occasion to help the distressed, immediately ran downstairs, when, stepping into the dining-room, whence all the noise issued, he beheld the young gentleman of wisdom and virtue, just before mentioned, pinned close to the wall by his footman, and a young woman standing by, wringing her hands and crying out, "He will be murdered! He will be murdered!" And indeed the poor gentleman seemed in some danger of being choked, when Jones flew hastily to his assistance, and rescued him, just as he was breathing his last, from the unmerciful clutches of the enemy. Though the fellow had received several kicks and cuffs from the little gentleman, who had more spirit than strength, he had made it a kind of scruple of conscience to strike his master, and would have contented himself with only choking him, but towards Jones he bore no such respect. He no sooner therefore found himself a little roughly handled by his new antagonist than he gave him one of those punches in the guts which, though the spectators at Broughton's amphitheatre have such exquisite delight in seeing them, convey but very little pleasure in the feeling. The lusty youth had no sooner received this blow than he meditated a most grateful return, and now ensued a combat between Jones and the footman, which was very fierce but short, for this fellow was no more able to contend with Jones than his master had before been able to contend with him. And now Fortune, according to her usual custom, reversed the face of affairs. The former victor lay breathless on the ground, and the vanquished gentleman had recovered breath enough to thank Mr. Jones for his seasonable assistance. He received likewise the hearty thanks of the young woman present, who was indeed no other than Miss Nancy, the eldest daughter of the house. The footman, having now recovered his legs, shook his head at Jones, and with a sagacious look cried, "Oh, damn me, I'll have nothing more to do with you. You've been upon the stage, or I'm damnably mistaken." And indeed we may forgive this his suspicion, for such was the agility and strength of our hero that he was perhaps a match for one of the first-rate boxers, and could with great ease have beaten all the muffled graduates of Mr. Broughton's school. Lest posterity should be puzzled by this epithet, I think proper to explain it by an advertisement which was published February the 1st, 1747. N.B. Mr. Broughton proposes, with proper assistance, to open an academy at his house in the Haymarket for the instruction of those who are willing to be initiated in the mystery of boxing, where the whole theory and practice of that truly British art, with all the various stops, blows, cross buttocks, etc., incident to combatants, will be fully taught and explained, and that persons of quality and distinction may not be deterred from entering into a course of those lectures. They will be given with the utmost tenderness and regard to the delicacy of the frame and constitution of the pupil, for which reason muffles are provided that will effectually secure them from the inconveniency of black eyes, broken jaws, and bloody noses. The master, foaming with wrath, ordered his man immediately to strip, to which the latter very readily agreed, on condition of receiving his wages. This condition was presently complied with, and the fellow was discharged. And now the young gentleman, whose name was Nightingale, very strenuously insisted that his deliverer should take part of a bottle of wine with him, to which Jones, after much entreaty, consented, though more out of complaisance than inclination, for the uneasiness of his mind fitted him very little for conversation at this time. Miss Nancy likewise, who was the only female then in the house, her mamma and sister both being gone to the play, condescended to favour them with her company. When the bottle and glasses were on the table, the gentleman began to relate the occasion of the preceding disturbance. "I hope, sir," said he to Jones, "you will not from this accident conclude that I make a custom of striking my servants, for I assure you this is the first time I have been guilty of it in my remembrance, and I have passed by many provoking faults in this very fellow before he could provoke me to it. But when you hear what hath happened this evening, you will, I believe, think me excusable. I happened to come home several hours before my usual time, when I found 4 gentlemen of the cloth at whist by my fire, and my hoyle, sir, my best hoyle, which cost me a guinea, lying open on the table, with a quantity of porter spilt on one of the most material leaves of the whole book. This, you will allow, was provoking, but I said nothing till the rest of the honest company were gone, and then gave the fellow a gentle rebuke, who, instead of expressing any concern, made me a pert answer, that servants must have their diversions as well as other people, that he was sorry for the accident which had happened to the book, but that several of his acquaintance had bought the same for a shilling, and that I might stop as much in his wages if I pleased. I now gave him a severer reprimand than before, when the rascal had the insolence to— in short, he imputed my early coming home to— in short, he cast a reflection. He mentioned the name of a young lady in a manner that incensed me beyond all patience, and in my passion I struck him. Jones answered that he believed no person living would blame him. For my part, said he, I confess I should, on the last mentioned provocation, have done the same thing. Our company had not sat long before they were joined by the mother and daughter at their return from the play. And now they all spent a very cheerful evening together, for all but Jones were heartily merry, and even he put on as much constrained mirth as possible. Indeed, half his natural flow of animal spirits, joined to the sweetness of his temper, was sufficient to make a most amiable companion, and notwithstanding the heaviness of his heart, so agreeable did he make himself on the present occasion that, at their breaking up, the young gentleman earnestly desired his further acquaintance. Miss Nancy was well pleased with him, and the widow, quite charmed with her new lodger, invited him with the other next morning to breakfast. Jones, on his part, was no less satisfied. As for Miss Nancy, though a very little creature, she was extremely pretty, and the widow had all the charms which can adorn a woman near 50. As she was one of the most innocent creatures in the world, so she was one of the most cheerful. She never thought, nor spoke, nor wished any ill, and had constantly that desire of pleasing which may be called the happiest of all desires, in this, that it scarce ever fails of attaining its ends, when not disgraced by affectation. In short, though her power was very small, she was, in her heart, one of the warmest friends. She had been a most affectionate wife, and was a most fond and tender mother. As our history doth not, like a newspaper, give great characters to people who never were heard of before, nor will ever be heard of again, the reader may hence conclude that this excellent woman will hereafter appear to be of some importance in our history. Nor was Jones a little pleased with the young gentleman himself, whose wine he had been drinking. He thought he discerned in him much good sense, though a little too much tainted with town foppery. But what recommended him most to Jones were some sentiments of great generosity and humanity which occasionally dropped from him, and particularly many expressions of the highest disinterestedness in the affair of love. On which subject the young gentleman delivered himself in a language which might have very well become an Arcadian shepherd of old, and which appeared very extraordinary when proceeding from the lips of a modern fine gentleman. But he was only won by imitation, and meant by nature for a much better character. End of section 37. But arrived while the company were at breakfast, with some hints concerning the government of daughters. Our company brought together in the morning the same good inclinations towards each other with which they had separated the evening before. But poor Jones was extremely disconsolate, for he had just received information from Partridge that Mrs. Fitzpatrick had left her lodgings, and that he could not learn whither she was gone. This news highly afflicted him, and his countenance, as well as his behaviour, in defiance of all his endeavours to the contrary, betrayed manifest indications of a disordered mind. The discourse turned at present, as before, on love, and Mr. Nightingale again expressed many of those warm, generous, and disinterested sentiments upon this subject which wise and sober men call romantic, but which wise and sober women generally regard in a better light. Mrs. Miller, for so the mistress of the house was called, greatly approved these sentiments. But when the young gentleman appealed to Miss Nancy, she answered only that she believed the gentleman who had spoke the least was capable of feeling most. This compliment was so apparently directed to Jones that we should have been sorry had he passed it by unregarded. He made her, indeed, a very polite answer, and concluded with an oblique hint that her own silence subjected her to a suspicion of the same kind, for indeed she had scarce opened her lips, either now or the last evening. "I am glad, Nanny," says Mrs. Miller, "the gentleman hath made the observation. I protest I am almost of his opinion. What can be the matter with you, child? I never saw such an alteration. What is become of all your gaiety? Would you think, sir, I used to call her my little prattler? She hath not spoke 20 words this week." Here their conversation was interrupted by the entrance of a maidservant, who brought a bundle in her hand, which, she said, was delivered by a porter for Mr. Jones. She added that the man immediately went away, saying it required no answer. Jones expressed some surprise on this occasion, and declared it must be some mistake, but the maid persisting that she was certain of the name, all the women were desirous of having the bundle immediately opened, which operation was at length performed by little Betsy, with the consent of Mr. Jones, and the contents were found to be a domino, a mask, and a masquerade ticket. Jones was now more positive than ever in asserting that these things must have been delivered by mistake, and Mrs. Miller herself expressed some doubt, and said she knew not what to think. But when Mr. Nightingale was asked, he delivered a very different opinion. "All I can conclude from it, sir," said he, "is that you are a very happy man, for I make no doubt but these were sent you by some lady whom you will have the happiness of meeting at the masquerade." Jones had not a sufficient degree of vanity to entertain any such flattering imagination, nor did Mrs. Miller herself give much assent to what Mr. Nightingale had said, till Miss Nancy, having lifted up the domino, a card dropped from the sleeve, in which was written as follows: "To Mr. Jones, the Queen of the Fairies sends you this. Use her favours not amiss." Mrs. Miller and Miss Nancy now both agreed with Mr. Nightingale. Nay, Jones himself was almost persuaded to be of the same opinion. And as no other lady but Mrs. Fitzpatrick, he thought, knew his lodging, he began to flatter himself with some hopes that it came from her, and that he might possibly see his Sophia. These hopes had surely very little foundation, but as the conduct of Mrs. Fitzpatrick, in not seeing him according to her promise, and in quitting her lodgings, had been very odd and unaccountable, he conceived some faint hopes that she, of whom he had formerly heard a very whimsical character, might possibly intend to do him that service in a strange manner which he declined doing by more ordinary methods. To say the truth, as nothing certain could be concluded from so odd and uncommon an incident, he had the greatest latitude to draw what imaginary conclusions from it he pleased. As his temper, therefore, was naturally sanguine, he indulged it on this occasion, and his imagination worked up 1,000 conceits to favour and support his expectations of meeting his dear Sophia in the evening. Reader, if thou hast any good wishes towards me, I will fully repay them by wishing thee to be possessed of this sanguine disposition of mind, since, after having read much and considered long on that subject of happiness which hath employed so many great pens, I am almost inclined to fix it in the possession of this temper, which puts us, in a manner, out of the reach of fortune, and makes us happy without her assistance. Indeed, the sensations of pleasure it gives are much more constant, as well as much keener, than those which that blind lady bestows, nature having wisely contrived that some satiety and languor should be annexed to all our real enjoyments, lest we should be so taken up by them as to be stopped from further pursuits. I make no manner of doubt but that, in this light, we may see the imaginary future Chancellor just called to the bar, the Archbishop in crape, and the Prime Minister at the tail of an opposition, more truly happy than those who are invested with all the power and profit of those respective offices. Mr. Jones having now determined to go to the masquerade that evening, Mr. Nightingale offered to conduct him thither. The young gentleman at the same time offered tickets to Miss Nancy and her mother, but the good woman would not accept them. She said she did not conceive the harm which some people imagined in a masquerade, but that such extravagant diversions were proper only for persons of quality and fortune, and not for young women who were to get their living, and could at best hope to be married to a good tradesman. "A tradesman!" cries Nightingale. "You shan't undervalue my Nancy. There is not a nobleman upon earth above her merit." "Oh, fie, Mr. Nightingale," answered Mrs. Miller. "You must not fill the girl's head with such fancies. But if it was her good luck," says the mother with a simper, "to find a gentleman of your generous way of thinking, I hope she would make a better return to his generosity than to give her mind up to extravagant pleasures. Indeed, where young ladies bring great fortunes themselves, they have some right to insist on spending what is their own, and on that account I have heard the gentleman say, a man has sometimes a better bargain with a poor wife than with a rich one. But let my daughters marry whom they will, I shall endeavour to make them blessings to their husbands. I beg, therefore, I may hear of no more masquerades. Nancy is, I am certain, too good a girl to desire to go, for she must remember when you carried her thither the last year, it almost turned her head, and she did not return to herself or to her needle in a month afterwards." Though a gentle sigh which stole from the bosom of Nancy seemed to argue some secret disapprobation of these sentiments, she did not dare openly to oppose them. For as this good woman had all the tenderness, so she had preserved all the authority of a parent, and as her indulgence to the desires of her children was restrained only by her fears for their safety and future welfare, so she never suffered those commands which proceeded from such fears to be either disobeyed or disputed. And this the young gentleman, who had lodged 2 years in the house, knew so well that he presently acquiesced in the refusal. Mr. Nightingale, who grew every minute fonder of Jones, was very desirous of his company that day to dinner at the tavern, where he offered to introduce him to some of his acquaintance. But Jones begged to be excused, as his clothes, he said, were not yet come to town. To confess the truth, Mr. Jones was now in a situation which sometimes happens to be the case of young gentlemen of much better figure than himself. In short, he had not 1 penny in his pocket, a situation in much greater credit among the ancient philosophers than among the modern wise men who live in Lombard Street, or those who frequent White's Chocolate House. And perhaps the great honours which those philosophers have ascribed to an empty pocket may be one of the reasons of that high contempt in which they are held in the aforesaid street and chocolate house. Now, if the ancient opinion that men might live very comfortably on virtue only be, as the modern wise men just above mentioned pretend to have discovered, a notorious error, no less false is, I apprehend, that position of some writers of romance, that a man can live altogether on love. For however delicious repasts this may afford to some of our senses or appetites, it is most certain it can afford none to others. Those, therefore, who have placed too great a confidence in such writers have experienced their error when it was too late, and have found that love was no more capable of allaying hunger than a rose is capable of delighting the ear, or the violin of gratifying the smell. Notwithstanding, therefore, all the delicacies which love had set before him, namely the hopes of seeing Sophia at the masquerade, on which, however ill-founded his imagination might be, he had voluptuously feasted during the whole day, the evening no sooner came than Mr. Jones began to languish for some food of a grosser kind. Partridge discovered this by intuition, and took the occasion to give some oblique hints concerning the bank bill, and when these were rejected with disdain, he collected courage enough once more to mention a return to Mr. Allworthy. "Partridge," cries Jones, "you cannot see my fortune in a more desperate light than I see it myself, and I begin heartily to repent that I suffered you to leave a place where you was settled, and to follow me. However, I insist now on your returning home, and for the expense and trouble which you have so kindly put yourself to on my account, all the clothes I left behind in your care I desire you would take as your own. I am sorry I can make you no other acknowledgment." He spoke these words with so pathetic an account that Partridge, among whose vices ill nature or hardness of heart were not numbered, burst into tears, and after swearing he would not quit him in his distress, he began with the most earnest entreaties to urge his return home. "For heaven's sake, sir," says he, "do but consider. What can your honour do? How is it possible you can live in this town without money? Do what you will, sir, or go wherever you please. I am resolved not to desert you. But pray, sir, consider. Do, pray, sir, for your own sake, take it into your consideration, and I am sure," says he, "that your own good sense will bid you return home." "How often shall I tell thee," answered Jones, "that I have no home to return to? Had I any hopes that Mr. Allworthy's doors would be open to receive me, I want no distress to urge me. Nay, there is no other cause upon earth which could detain me a moment from flying to his presence. But alas, that I am for ever banished from. His last words were— oh, Partridge, they ring in my ears. His last words were, when he gave me a sum of money, what it was I know not, but considerable, I'm sure it was. His last words were, 'I am resolved from this day forward on no account to converse with you any more.'" Here passion stopped the mouth of Jones, as surprise for a moment did that of Partridge, but he soon recovered the use of speech, and after a short preface, in which he declared he had no inquisitiveness in his temper, inquired what Jones meant by a considerable sum, he knew not how much, and what was become of the money. In both these points he now received full satisfaction, on which he was proceeding to comment, when he was interrupted by a message from Mr. Nightingale, who desired his master's company in his apartment. When the 2 gentlemen were both attired for the masquerade, and Mr. Nightingale had given orders for chairs to be sent for, a circumstance of distress occurred to Jones, which will appear very ridiculous to many of my readers. This was how to procure a shilling, But if such readers will reflect a little on what they have themselves felt from the want of £1,000, or perhaps of 10 or 20, to execute a favourite scheme, they will have a perfect idea of what Mr. Jones felt on this occasion. For this sum, therefore, he applied to Partridge, which was the first he had permitted him to advance, and was the last he intended that poor fellow should advance in his service. To say the truth, Partridge had lately made no offer of this kind. Whether it was that he desired to see the bank bill broke in upon, or that distress should prevail on Jones to return home, or from what other motive it proceeded, I will not determine. Chapter 7. Containing the whole humours of a masquerade. Our cavaliers now arrived at that temple where Heidegger, the great arbiter deliciarum, the great high priest of pleasure, presides, and like other heathen priests imposes on his votaries by the pretended presence of the deity, when in reality no such deity is there. Mr. Nightingale, having taken a turn or two with his companion, soon left him and walked off with a female, saying, "Now you are here, sir, you must beat about for your own game." Jones began to entertain strong hopes that his Sophia was present, and these hopes gave him more spirits than the lights, the music, and the company, though these are pretty strong antidotes against the spleen. He now accosted every woman he saw whose stature, shape, or air bore any resemblance to his angel. To all of whom he endeavoured to say something smart, in order to engage an answer, by which he might discover that voice which he thought it impossible he should mistake. Some of these answered by a question in a squeaking voice, "Do you know me?" Much the greater number said, "I don't know you, sir," and nothing more. Some called him an impertinent fellow, some made him no answer at all. Some said, "Indeed, I don't know your voice, and I shall have nothing to say to you," and many gave him as kind answers as he could wish, but not in the voice he desired to hear. Whilst he was talking with one of these last, who was in the habit of a shepherdess, a lady in a domino came up to him, and slapping him on the shoulder, whispered him at the same time in the ear, "If you talk any longer with that trollop, I will acquaint Miss Weston." Jones no sooner heard that name than, immediately quitting his former companion, he applied to the domino, begging and entreating her to show him the lady she had mentioned, if she was then in the room. The mask walked hastily to the upper end of the innermost apartment before she spoke, and then, instead of answering him, sat down and declared she was tired. Jones sat down by her, and still persisted in his entreaties. At last the lady coldly answered, "I imagined Mr. Jones had been a more discerning lover than to suffer any disguise to conceal his mistress from him." "Is she here, then, madam?" replied Jones with some vehemence. Upon which the lady cried, "Hush, sir, you will be observed. I promise you, upon my honour, Miss Weston is not here." Jones, now taking the mask by the hand, fell to entreating her in the most earnest manner to acquaint him where he might find Sophia, and when he could obtain no direct answer, he began to upbraid her gently for having disappointed him the day before, and concluded, saying, "Indeed, my good fairy queen, I know your majesty very well, notwithstanding the affected disguise of your voice. Indeed, Mrs. Fitzpatrick, it is a little cruel to divert yourself at the expense of my torments." The mask answered, "Though you have so ingeniously discovered me, I must still speak in the same voice, lest it should be known by others. And do you think, good sir, that I have no greater regard for my cousin than to assist in carrying on an affair between you two, which must end in her ruin as well as your own? Besides, I promise you, my cousin is not mad enough to consent to her own destruction, if you are so much her enemy as to tempt her to it." "Alas, madam," said Jones, "you little know my heart when you call me an enemy of Sophia." "And yet to ruin any one," cries the other, "you will allow is the act of an enemy, and when by the same act you must knowingly and certainly bring ruin on yourself, is it not folly or madness as well as guilt? Now, sir, my cousin hath very little more than her father will please to give her, very little for one of her fashion. You know him, and you know your own situation." Jones vowed he had no such design on Sophia, that he would rather suffer the most violent of deaths than sacrifice her interest to his desires. He said he knew how unworthy he was of her every way, that he had long ago resolved to quit all such aspiring thoughts, but that some strange accidents had made him desirous to see her once more, when he promised he would take leave of her for ever. "No, madam," concluded he, My love is not of that base kind which seeks its own satisfaction at the expense of what is most dear to its object. I would sacrifice everything to the possession of my Sophia, but Sophia herself. Though the reader may have already conceived no very sublime idea of the virtue of the lady in the mask, and though possibly she may hereafter appear not to deserve one of the first characters of her sex, yet it is certain these generous sentiments made a strong impression upon her, and greatly added to the affection she had before conceived for our young hero. The lady now, after silence of a few moments, said she did not see his pretensions to Sophia so much in the light of presumption as of imprudence. "Young fellows," says she, "can never have too aspiring thoughts. I love ambition in a young man, and I would have you cultivate it as much as possible. Perhaps you may succeed with those who are infinitely superior in fortune. Nay, I am convinced there are women. But don't you think me a strange creature, Mr. Jones, to be thus giving advice to a man with whom I am so little acquainted, and one with whose behaviour to me I have so little reason to be pleased?" Here Jones began to apologize, and to hope he had not offended in anything he had said of her cousin. To which the mask answered, "And are you so little vexed in the sex to imagine you can well affront a lady more than by entertaining her with your passion for another woman? If the fairy queen had conceived no better opinion of your gallantry, she would scarce have appointed you to meet her at the masquerade." Jones had never less inclination to an amour than at present, but gallantry to the ladies was among his principles of honour, and he held it as much incumbent on him to accept a challenge to love as if it had been a challenge to fight. Nay, his very love to Sophia made it necessary for him to keep well with the lady, as he made no doubt but she was capable of bringing him into the presence of the other. He began therefore to make a very warm answer to her last speech, when a mask, in the character of an old woman, joined them. This mask was one of those ladies who go to a masquerade only to vent ill nature by telling people rude truths, and by endeavouring, as the phrase is, to spoil as much sport as they are able. This good lady, therefore, having observed Jones and his friend, whom she well knew, in close consultation together in a corner of the room, concluded she could nowhere satisfy her spleen better than by interrupting them. She attacked them, therefore, and soon drove them from their retirement. Nor was she contented with this, but pursued them to every place which they shifted to avoid her, till Mr. Nightingale, seeing the distress of his friend, at last relieved him, and engaged the old woman in another pursuit. While Jones and his mask were walking together about the room to rid themselves of the teaser, he observed his lady speak to several masks with the same freedom of acquaintance as if they had been barefaced. He could not help expressing his surprise at this, saying, "Sure, madam, you have infinite discernment to know people in all disguises." To which the lady answered, "You cannot conceive anything more insipid and childish than a masquerade to the people of fashion, who in general know one another as well here as when they meet in an assembly or a drawing-room, nor will any woman of condition converse with a person with whom she is not acquainted. In short, the generality of persons whom you see here may more properly be said to kill time in this place than in any other, and generally retire from hence more tired than from the longest sermon. To say the truth, I begin to be in that situation myself, and if I have any facility at guessing, you are not much better pleased. I protest it would be almost charity in me to go home for your sake." "I know but one charity equal to it," cries Jones, "and that is to suffer me to wait on you home." "Sure," answered the lady, "you have a strange opinion of me, to imagine that upon such an acquaintance I would let you into my doors at this time of night. I fancy you impute the friendship I have shown my cousin to some other motive. Confess honestly, don't you consider this contrived interview as little better than a downright assignation? Are you used, Mr. Jones, to make these sudden conquests?" "I am not used, madam," said Jones, "to submit to such sudden conquests, but as you have taken my heart by surprise, the rest of my body hath a right to follow, so you must pardon me if I resolve to attend you wherever you go." He accomplished these words with some proper actions, upon which the lady, after a gentle rebuke, and saying their familiarity would be observed, told him she was going to sup with an acquaintance, whether she hoped he would not follow her. "For if you should," said she, "I shall be thought an unaccountable creature, though my friend indeed is not censorious. Yet I hope you won't follow me. I protest I shall not know what to say if you do." The lady presently after quitted the masquerade, and Jones, notwithstanding the severe prohibition he had received, presumed to attend her. He was now reduced to the same dilemma we have mentioned before, namely, the want of a shilling, and could not relieve it by borrowing as before. He therefore walked boldly on after the chair in which his lady rode, pursued by a grand huzzah from all the chairmen present, who wisely take the best care they can to discountenance all walking afoot by their betters. Luckily, however, the gentry who attended at the Opera House were too busy to quit their station, and as the lateness of the hour prevented him from meeting many of their brethren in the street, he proceeded without molestation, in a dress which at another occasion would have certainly raised a mob at his heels. The lady was set down in a street not far from Hanover Square, where the door being presently opened, she was carried in, and the gentleman, without any ceremony, walked in after her. Jones and his companion were now together in a very well-furnished and well-warmed room, when the female, still speaking in her masquerade voice, said she was surprised at her friend, who must absolutely have forgot her appointment, at which, after venting much resentment, she suddenly experienced some apprehension from Jones, and asked him what the world would think of their having been alone together in a house at that time of night. But instead of a direct answer to so important a question, Jones began to be very importunate with the lady to unmask, and at length, having prevailed, there appeared not Mrs. Fitzpatrick, but the Lady Bellaston herself. It would be tedious to give the particular conversation, which consisted of very common and ordinary occurrences, and which lasted from 2 till 6 o'clock in the morning. It is sufficient to mention all of it that is anywise material to this history, and this was a promise that the lady would endeavour to find out Sophia, and in a few days bring him to an interview with her, on condition that he would then take his leave of her. When this was thoroughly settled, and a second meeting in the evening appointed at the same place, they separated. The lady returned to her house, and Jones to his lodgings. Chapter 8. Containing a scene of distress, which will appear very extraordinary to most of our readers. Jones, having refreshed himself with a few hours' sleep, summoned Partridge to his presence, and delivering him a bank-note of £50, ordered him to go and change it. Partridge received this with sparkling eyes, though when he came to reflect farther, it raised in him some suspicions not very advantageous to the honour of his master. To these the dreadful idea he had of the masquerade, the disguise in which his master had gone out and returned, and his having been abroad all night, contributed. In plain language, the only way he could possibly find to account for the possession of this note was by a robbery, and to confess the truth, the reader, unless he should suspect it was owing to the generosity of Lady Bellaston, can hardly imagine any other. To clear, therefore, the honour of Mr. Jones, and to do justice to the liberality of the lady, he had really received this present from her, who, though she did not give much into the hackney charities of the age, such as building hospitals, etc., was not, however, entirely void of that Christian virtue, and conceived, very rightly I think, that a young fellow of merit, without a shilling in the world, was no improper object of this virtue. Mr. Jones and Mr. Nightingale had been invited to dine this day with Mrs. Miller. At the appointed hour, therefore, the two young gentlemen, with the two girls, attended in the parlour, where they waited from 3 till almost 5 before the good woman appeared. She had been out of town to visit a relation, of whom at her return she gave the following account. "I hope, gentlemen, you will pardon my making you wait. I am sure if you knew the occasion, I have been to see a cousin of mine about 6 miles off, who now lies in. It should be a warning to all persons," says she, looking at her daughters, "how they marry indiscreetly. There is no happiness in this world without a competency. Oh, Nancy, how shall I describe the wretched condition in which I found your poor cousin? She hath scarce lain in a week, and there was she, this dreadful weather, in a cold room, without any curtains to her bed, and not a bushel of coals in her house to supply her with fire. Her second son, that sweet little fellow, lies ill of a quinsy in the same bed with his mother, for there is no other bed in the house. Poor little Tommy! I believe, Nancy, you will never see your favourite any more, for he is really very ill. The rest of the children are in pretty good health, but Molly, I am afraid, will do herself an injury. She is but 13 years old, Mr. Nightingale, and yet in my life I never saw a better nurse. She tends both her mother and her brother, and what is wonderful in a creature so young, she shows all the cheerfulness in the world to her mother. And yet I saw her. I saw the poor child, Mr. Nightingale, turn about and privately wipe the tears from her eyes." Here Mrs. Miller was prevented by her own tears from going on, and there was not, I believe, a person present who did not accompany her in them. At length she a little recovered herself, and proceeded thus: "In all this distress the mother supports her spirits in a surprising manner. The danger of her son sits heaviest upon her, and yet she endeavours as much as possible to conceal even this concern on her husband's account. Her grief, however, sometimes gets the better of all her endeavours, for she was always extravagantly fond of this boy, and a most sensible, sweet-tempered creature it is. I protest I was never more affected in my life than when I heard the little wretch, who was hardly yet 7 years old, while his mother was wetting him with her tears, beg her to be comforted. 'Indeed, mamma,' cried the child, 'I shan't die. God Almighty, I am sure, won't take Tommy away. Let heaven be ever so fine a place. I had rather stay here and starve with you and my papa than go to it.' 'Pardon me, gentlemen, I can't help it,' says she, wiping her eyes. 'Such sensibility and affection in a child! And yet perhaps he is least the object of pity, for a day or two will most probably place him beyond the reach of all human evils. The father is indeed most worthy of compassion. Poor man, his countenance is the very picture of horror, and he looks like one rather dead than alive. Oh, heavens, what a scene did I behold at my first coming into the room! The good creature was lying behind the bolster, supporting at once both his child and his wife. He had nothing on but a thin waistcoat, for his coat was spread over the bed to supply the want of blankets. When he rose up at my entrance, I scarce knew him. As comely a man, Mr. Jones, within this fortnight as you ever beheld. Mr. Nightingale hath seen him. His eyes sunk, his face pale, with a long beard, his body shivering with cold and worn with hunger too, for my cousin says she can hardly prevail upon him to eat. He told me himself in a whisper. He told me, I can't repeat it. He said he could not bear to eat the bread his children wanted. And yet, can you believe it, gentlemen? In all this misery his wife has as good caudle as if she lay in the midst of the greatest affluence. I tasted it, and I scarce ever tasted better. The means of procuring her this, he said, he believed was sent him by an angel from heaven. I know not what he meant, for I had not spirits enough to ask a single question. This was a love match, as they call it, on both sides. That is, a match between two beggars. I must indeed say I never saw a fonder couple, but what is their fondness good for but to torment each other? Indeed, mamma, cries Nancy, I have always looked on my cousin Anderson, for that was her name, as one of the happiest of women. I am sure, says Mrs. Miller, the case at present is much otherwise, for any one might have discerned that the tender consideration of each other's suffering makes the most intolerable part of their calamity, both to the husband and wife. Compared to which, hunger and cold, as they affect their own persons only, are scarce evils. Nay, the very children, the youngest, which is not 2 years old, excepted, feel it in the same manner, for they are a most loving family, and if they had but a bare competency, would be the happiest people in the world. I never saw the least sign of misery at her house, replied Nancy. I am sure my heart bleeds for what you now tell me. Oh, child, answered the mother, she hath always endeavoured to make the best of everything. They have always been in great distress, but indeed this absolute ruin hath been brought upon them by others. The poor man was bail for the villain his brother, and about a week ago, the very day before her lying in, their goods were all carried away and sold by an execution. He sent a letter to me of it by one of the bailiffs, which the villain never delivered. What must he think of my suffering a week to pass before he heard of me? It was not with dry eyes that Jones heard this narrative. When it was ended, he took Mrs. Miller apart with him into another room, and delivering her his purse, in which was the sum of £50, desired her to send as much of it as she thought proper to these poor people. The look which Mrs. Miller gave Jones on this occasion was not easy to be described. She burst into a kind of agony of transport, and cried out, "Good heavens! Is there such a man in the world?" But recollecting herself, she said, "Indeed, I know one such, but can there be another?" "I hope, madam," cries Jones, "there are many who have common humanity, for to relieve such distresses in our fellow creatures can hardly be called more." Mrs. Mellor then took 10 guineas, which were the utmost he could prevail with her to accept, and said she would find some means of conveying them early the next morning, adding that she had herself done some little matter for the poor people, and had not left them in quite so much misery as she found them. They then returned to the parlour, where Nightingale expressed much concern at the dreadful situation of these wretches, whom indeed he knew, for he had seen them more than once at Mrs. Miller's. He inveighed against the folly of making oneself liable for the debts of others, vented many bitter execrations against the brother, and concluded with wishing something could be done for the unfortunate family. "Suppose, madam," said he, "you should recommend them to Mr. Allworthy, or what think you of a collection? I will give them a guinea with all my heart." Mrs. Miller made no answer, and Nancy, to whom her mother had whispered the generosity of Jones, turned pale upon the occasion, though if either of them was angry with Nightingale, it was surely without reason. For the liberality of Jones, if he had known it, was not an example which he had any obligation to follow, and there are thousands who would not have contributed a single halfpenny, as indeed he did not in effect, for he made no tender of anything, and therefore, as the others thought proper to make no demand, he kept his money in his pocket. I have in truth observed, and shall never have a better opportunity than at present to communicate my observation, that the world are in general divided into 2 opinions concerning charity, which are the very reverse of each other. One party seems to hold that all acts of this kind are to be esteemed as voluntary gifts, and however little you give, if indeed no more than your good wishes, you acquire a great degree of merit in so doing. Others, on the contrary, appear to be as firmly persuaded that beneficence is a positive duty, and that whenever the rich fall greatly short of their ability in relieving the distress of the poor, their pitiful largesses are so far from being meritorious that they have only performed their duty by halves, and are in some sense more contemptible than those who have entirely neglected it. To reconcile these different opinions is not in my power. I shall only add that the givers are generally of the former sentiment, and the receivers are almost universally inclined to the latter. End of section 38. Chapter. In the evening Jones met his lady again, and a long conversation again ensued between them. But as it consisted only of the same ordinary occurrences as before, we shall avoid mentioning particulars, which we despair of rendering agreeable to the reader, unless he is one whose devotion to the fair sex, like that of the Papists to their saints, wants to be raised by the help of pictures. But I am so far from desiring to exhibit such pictures to the public that I would wish to draw a curtain over those that have been lately set forth in certain French novels, very bungling copies of which have been presented us here under the name of translations. Jones grew still more and more impatient to see Sophia, and finding, after repeated interviews with Lady Bellaston, no likelihood of obtaining this by her means, for, on the contrary, the lady began to treat even the mention of the name of Sophia with resentment, he resolved to try some other method. He made no doubt but that Lady Bellaston knew where his angel was, so he thought it most likely that some of her servants should be acquainted with the same secret. Partridge, therefore, was employed to get acquainted with those servants, in order to fish this secret out of them. Few situations can be imagined more uneasy than that to which his poor master was at present reduced, for besides the difficulties he met with in discovering Sophia, besides the fears he had of having disobliged her, and the assurances he had received from Lady Bellaston of the resolution which Sophia had taken against him, and of her having purposely concealed herself from him, which he had sufficient reason to believe might be true, he had still a difficulty to combat which it was not in the power of his mistress to remove, however kind her inclination might have been. This was the exposing of her to be disinherited of all her father's estate, the almost inevitable consequence of their coming together without a consent, which he had no hopes of ever obtaining. Add to all these the many obligations which Lady Bellaston, whose violent fondness we can no longer conceal, had heaped upon him, so that by her means he was now become one of the best-dressed men about town, and was not only relieved from those ridiculous distresses we have before mentioned, but was actually raised to a state of affluence beyond what he had ever known. Now, though there are many gentlemen who very well reconcile it to their conscience to possess themselves of the whole fortune of a woman without making her any kind of return, yet to a mind the proprietor of which doth not deserve to be hanged, nothing is, I believe, more irksome than to support love with gratitude only, especially where inclination pulls the heart a contrary way. Such was the unhappy case of Jones. For though the virtuous love he bore to Sophia, and which left very little affection for any other woman, had been entirely out of the question, he could never have been able to have made any adequate return to the generous passion of this lady, who had indeed been once an object of desire, but was now entered at least into the autumn of life, though she wore all the gaiety of youth, both in her dress and manner. Nay, she contrived still to maintain the roses in her cheeks, but these, like flowers forced out of season by art, had none of that lively blooming freshness with which nature, at the proper time, bedecks her own productions. She had, besides, a certain imperfection which renders some flowers, though very beautiful to the eye, very improper to be placed in a wilderness of sweets, and what above all others is most disagreeable to the breath of love. Though Jones saw all these discouragements on the one side, he felt his obligations full as strongly on the other, nor did he less plainly discern the ardent passion whence these obligations proceeded, the extreme violence of which, if he failed to equal, he well knew the lady would think him ungrateful, and, what is worse, he would have thought himself so. He knew the tacit consideration upon which all her favours were conferred, and as his necessity obliged him to accept them, so his honour, he concluded, forced him to pay the price. This, therefore, he resolved to do, whatever misery it cost him, and to devote himself to her, from that great principle of justice, by which the laws of some countries oblige a debtor, who is no otherwise capable of discharging his debt, to become the slave of his creditor. While he was meditating on these matters, he received the following note from the lady. A very foolish but a very perverse accident hath happened since our last meeting, which makes it improper I should see you any more at the usual place. I will, if possible, contrive some other place by tomorrow. In the meantime, adieu. This disappointment, perhaps, the reader may conclude, was not very great, but if it was, he was quickly relieved, for in less than an hour afterwards another note was brought him from the same hand, which contained as follows. I have altered my mind since I wrote, a change which, if you are no stranger to the tenderest of all passions, you will not wonder at. I am now resolved to see you this evening at my own house, whatever may be the consequence. Come to me exactly at 7. I dine abroad, but will be at home by that time. A day, I find, to those that sincerely love, seems longer than I imagined. If you should accidentally be a few moments before me, bid them show you into the drawing-room. To confess the truth, Jones was less pleased with this last epistle than he had been with the former, as he was prevented by it from complying with the earnest entreaties of Mr. Nightingale, with whom he had now contracted much intimacy and friendship. These entreaties were to go with that young gentleman and his company to a new play, which was to be acted that evening, and which a very large party had agreed to damn, from some dislike they had taken to the author, who was a friend to one of Mr. Nightingale's acquaintance. And this sort of fun our hero, we are ashamed to confess, would willingly have preferred to the above kind appointment, but his honour got the better of his inclination. Before we attend him to this intended interview with the lady, we think proper to account for both the preceding notes, as the reader may possibly be not a little surprised at the imprudence of Lady Bellaston in bringing her lover to the very house where her rival was lodged. First, then, the mistress of the house where these lovers had hitherto met, and who had been for some years a pensioner to that lady, was now become a Methodist, and had that very morning waited upon her ladyship, and after rebuking her very severely for her past life, had positively declared that she would on no account be instrumental in carrying on any of her affairs for the future. The hurry of spirits into which this accident threw the lady made her despair of possibly finding any other convenience to meet Jones that evening, but as she began a little to recover from her uneasiness at the disappointment, she set her thoughts to work, when, luckily, it came into her head to propose to Sophia to go to the play, which was immediately consented to, and a proper lady provided for her companion. Mrs. Honour was likewise dispatched with Mrs. Ettoff on the same errand of pleasure, and thus her own house was left free for the safe reception of Mr. Jones, with whom she promised herself 2 or 3 hours of uninterrupted conversation after her return from the place where she dined, which was at a friend's house in a pretty distant part of the town, near her old place of assignation, where she had engaged herself before she was well apprised of the revolution that had happened in the mind and morals of her late confidant. Chapter 10. A chapter which, though short, may draw tears from some eyes. Mr. Jones was just dressed to wait on Lady Bellaston when Mrs. Miller rapped at his door, and, being admitted, very earnestly desired his company below stairs to drink tea in the parlour. Upon his entrance into the room, she presently introduced a person to him, saying, "This, sir, is my cousin, who hath been so greatly beholden to your goodness, for which he begs to return you his sincerest thanks." The man had scarce entered upon that speech which Mrs. Miller had so kindly prefaced, when both Jones and he, looking steadfastly at each other, showed at once the utmost tokens of surprise. The voice of the latter began instantly to falter, and instead of finishing his speech, he sunk down into a chair, crying, "It is so! I am convinced it is so!" "Bless me, what's the meaning of this?" cries Mrs. Miller. "You are not ill, I hope, cousin? Some water, a dram, this instant." "Be not frightened, madam," cries Jones. "I have almost as much need of a dram as your cousin. We are equally surprised at this unexpected meeting. Your cousin is an acquaintance of mine, Mrs. Miller." "An acquaintance!" cries the man. "Oh, heaven!" "Ay, an acquaintance," repeated Jones, "and an honoured acquaintance too. When I do not love and honour the man who dares venture everything to preserve his wife and children from instant destruction, may I have a friend capable of disowning me in adversity." "Oh, you are an excellent young man," cries Mrs. Miller. "Yes, indeed, poor creature, he hath ventured everything. If he had not had one of the best constitutions, it must have killed him." "Cousin," cries the man, who had now pretty well recovered himself, "this is the angel from heaven whom I meant. This is he to whom, before I saw you, I owed the preservation of my Peggy. He it was to whose generosity every comfort, every support which I have procured for her was owing. He is indeed the worthiest, bravest, noblest of all human beings. Oh, cousin, I have obligations to this gentleman of such a nature." "Mention nothing of obligations," cries Jones eagerly. "Not a word, I insist upon it, not a word," meaning, I suppose, that he would not have him betray the affair of the robbery to any person. "If by the trifle you have received from me I have preserved a whole family, sure pleasure was never bought so cheap." "Oh, sir," cries the man, "I wish you could this instant see my house. If any person had ever a right to the pleasure you mention, I am convinced it is yourself. My cousin tells me she acquainted you with the distress in which she found us. That, sir, is all greatly removed, and chiefly by your goodness. My children have now a bed to lie on, and they have eternal blessings reward you for it, they have bread to eat. My little boy is recovered, my wife is out of danger, and I am happy. All owing to you, sir, and to my cousin here, one of the best of women. Indeed, sir, I must see you at my house. Indeed, my wife must see you, and thank you. My children, too, must express their gratitude. Indeed, sir, they are not without a sense of their obligation. But what is my feeling when I reflect to whom I owe that they are now capable of expressing their gratitude? Oh, sir, the little hearts which you have warmed had now been cold as ice without your assistance." Here Jones attempted to prevent the poor man from proceeding, but indeed the overflowing of his own heart would of itself have stopped his words. And now Mrs. Miller likewise began to pour forth thanksgivings, as well in her own name as in that of her cousin, and concluded with saying she doubted not but such goodness would meet a glorious reward. Jones answered, he had been sufficiently rewarded already. "Your cousin's account, madam," said he, "hath given me a sensation more pleasing than I have ever known. He must be a wretch who is unmoved at hearing such a story. How transporting, then, must be the thought of having happily acted a part in this scene! If there are men who cannot feel the delight of giving happiness to others, I sincerely pity them, as they are incapable of tasting what is, in my opinion, a greater honour, a higher interest, and a sweeter pleasure than the ambitious, the avaricious, or the voluptuous man can ever obtain. The hour of appointment being now come, Jones was forced to take a hasty leave, but not before he had heartily shaken his friend by the hand, and desired to see him again as soon as possible, promising that he would himself take the first opportunity of visiting him at his own house. He then stepped into his chair, and proceeded to Lady Bellaston's, greatly exulting in the happiness which he had procured for this poor family. Nor could he forbear reflecting, without horror, on the dreadful consequences which must have attended them, had he listened rather to the voice of strict justice than to that of mercy, when he was attacked on the high road. Mrs. Miller sung forth the praises of Jones during the whole evening, in which Mr. Anderson, while he stayed, so passionately accompanied her that he was often on the very point of mentioning the circumstance of the robbery. However, he luckily recollected himself, and avoided an indiscretion which would have been so much the greater, as he knew Mrs. Miller to be extremely strict and nice in her principles. He was likewise well apprised of the loquacity of this lady, and yet such was his gratitude that it almost got the better both of discretion and shame, and made him publish that which would have defamed his own character, rather than omit any circumstances which might do the fullest honour to his benefactor. Chapter 11, in which the reader will be surprised. Mr. Jones was rather earlier than the time appointed, and earlier than the lady, whose arrival was hindered, not only by the distance of the place where she dined, but by some other cross accidents very vexatious to one in her situation of mind. He was accordingly shown into the drawing-room, where he had not been many minutes before the door opened, and in came no other than Sophia herself, who had left the play before the end of the first act, for this, as we have already said, being a new play, at which two large parties met, the one to damn and the other to applaud, a violent uproar and an engagement between the two parties had so terrified our heroine that she was glad to put herself under the protection of a young gentleman, who safely conveyed her to her chair. As Lady Bellaston had acquainted her that she should not be at home till late, Sophia, expecting to find no one in the room, came hastily in, and went directly to a glass which almost fronted her, without once looking towards the upper end of the room, where the statue of Jones now stood motionless. In this glass it was, after contemplating her own lovely face, that she first discovered the said statue, when, instantly turning about, she perceived the reality of the vision, upon which she gave a violent scream, and scarce preserved herself from fainting, till Jones was able to move to her and support her in his arms. To paint the looks or thoughts of either of these lovers is beyond my power. As their sensations from their mutual silence may be judged to have been too big for their own utterance, it cannot be supposed that I should be able to express them, and the misfortune is that few of my readers have been enough in love to feel by their own hearts what passed at this time in theirs. After a short pause, Jones, with faltering accent, said, "I see, madam, you are surprised." "Surprised," answered she. "Oh, heavens! Indeed I am surprised. I almost doubt whether you are the person you seem." "Indeed," cries he, "my Sophia, pardon me, madam, for this once calling you so. I am that very wretched Jones, whom fortune, after so many disappointments, hath at last kindly conducted to you." "Oh, my Sophia, did you know the 1,000 torments I have suffered in this long fruitless pursuit?" "Pursuit of whom?" said Sophia, a little recollecting herself, and assuming a reserved air. "Can you be so cruel to ask that question?" cries Jones. "Need I say of you?" "Of me!" answered Sophia. "Hath Mr. Jones, then, any such important business with me?" "To some, madam," cries Jones, "this might seem an important business," giving her the pocket-book. "I hope, madam, you will find it of the same value as when it was lost." Sophia took the pocket-book, and was going to speak, when he interrupted her thus: "Let us not, I beseech you, lose one of these precious moments which fortune hath so kindly sent us. Oh, my Sophia, I have business of a much superior kind. Thus, on my knees, let me ask your pardon." "My pardon?" cries she. Sure, sir, after what is past, you cannot expect, after what I have heard. I scarce know what I say, answered Jones. By heavens, I scarce wish you should pardon me. Oh, my Sophia, henceforth never cast away a thought on such a wretch as I am. If any remembrance of me should ever intrude to give a moment's uneasiness to that tender bosom, think of my unworthiness, and let the remembrance of what passed at Upton blot me from ever from your mind. Sophia stood trembling all this while. Her face was whiter than snow, and her heart was throbbing through her stays. But at the mention of Upton a blush arose in her cheeks, and her eyes, which before she had scarce lifted up, were turned upon Jones with a glance of disdain. He understood this silent reproach, and replied to it thus: "Oh, my Sophia, my only love, you cannot hate or despise me more for what happened there than I do myself, but yet do me the justice to think that my heart was never unfaithful to you. That had no share in the folly I was guilty of. It was even then unalterably yours. Though I despaired of possessing you, nay, almost of ever seeing you more, I doted still on your charming idea, and could seriously love no other woman. But if my heart had not been engaged, she into whose company I accidentally fell at that cursed place was not an object of serious love. Believe me, my angel, I have never seen her from that day to this, and never intend or desire to see her again." Sophia, in her heart, was very glad to hear this, but forcing into her face an air of more coldness than she had yet assumed, "Why," said she, "Mr. Jones, do you take the trouble to make a defence where you are not accused? If I thought it worth while to accuse you, I have a charge of unpardonable nature indeed." "What is it, for heaven's sake?" answered Jones, trembling and pale, expecting to hear of his amour with Lady Bellaston. "Oh," said she, "how is it possible? Can everything noble and everything base be lodged together in the same bosom?" Lady Bellaston, and the ignominious circumstance of having been kept, rose again in his mind, and stopped his mouth from any reply. "Could I have expected," proceeded Sophia, "such treatment from you? Nay, from any gentleman, from any man of honour? To have my name traduced in public, in inns, among the meanest vulgar? To have any little favours that my unguarded heart may have too lightly betrayed me to grant, boasted of there? Nay, even to hear that you had been forced to fly from my love." Nothing could equal Jones' surprise at these words of Sophia, but yet, not being guilty, he was much less embarrassed how to defend himself than if she had touched that tender string at which his conscience had been alarmed. By some examination he presently found that her supposing him guilty of so shocking an outrage against his love and her reputation was entirely owing to Partridge's talk at the inn before landlords and servants, for Sophia confessed to him it was from them that she received her intelligence. He had no very great difficulty to make her believe that he was entirely innocent of an offence so foreign to his character, but she had a great deal to hinder him from going instantly home and putting Partridge to death, which he more than once swore he would do. This point being cleared up, they soon found themselves so well pleased with each other that Jones quite forgot he had begun the conversation with conjuring her to give up all thought of him, and she was in a temper to have given ear to a petition of a very different nature, for before they were aware they had both gone so far that he let fall some words that sounded like a proposal of marriage. To which she replied that, did not her duty to her father forbid her to follow her own inclinations, ruin with him would be more welcome to her than the most affluent fortune with another man. At the mention of the word ruin, he started, let drop her hand, which he had held for some time, and striking his breast with his own, cried out, "Oh, Sophia, can I then ruin thee? No, by heavens, no! I never will act so base a part. Dearest Sophia, whatever it costs me, I will renounce you. I will give you up. I will tear up all such hopes from my heart as are inconsistent with your real good. My love I will ever retain, but it shall be in silence. It shall be at a distance from you. It shall be in some foreign land, from whence no voice, no sigh of my despair shall ever reach and disturb your ears. And when I am dead—" He would have gone on, but was stopped by a flood of tears which Sophia let fall in his bosom, upon which he leaned, without being able to speak one word. He kissed them off, which for some moments she allowed him to do without any resistance, but then, recollecting herself, gently withdrew out of his arms, and to turn the discourse from a subject too tender, and which she found she could not support, bethought herself to ask him a question she never had time to put to him before. How came he into that room? He began to stammer, and would, in all probability, have raised her suspicion by the answer he was going to give, when at once the door opened, and in came Lady Bellaston. Having advanced a few steps, and seeing Jones and Sophia together, she suddenly stopped, when, after a pause of a few moments, recollecting herself with admirable presence of mind, she said, though with sufficient indications of surprise both in voice and countenance, "I thought, Miss Weston, you had been at the play." Though Sophia had no opportunity of learning of Jones by what means he had discovered her, yet as she had not the least suspicion of the real truth, or that Jones and Lady Bellaston were acquainted, so she was very little confounded, and the less as the lady had, in all their conversations on the subject, entirely taken her side against her father. With very little hesitation, therefore, she went through the whole story of what had happened at the playhouse, and the cause of her hasty return. The length of this narrative gave Lady Bellaston an opportunity of rallying her spirits, and of considering in what manner to act. And as the behaviour of Sophia gave her hopes that Jones had not betrayed her, she put on an air of good humour, and said, "I should not have broke in so abruptly upon you, Miss Weston, if I had known you had company." Lady Bellaston fixed her eyes on Sophia whilst she spoke these words. To which that poor young lady, having her face overspread with blushes and confusion, answered in a stammering voice, "I am sure, madam, I shall always think the honour of your ladyship's company." "I hope at least," cries Lady Bellaston, "I interrupt no business." "No, madam," answered Sophia, "our business was at an end. Your ladyship may be pleased to remember I have often mentioned the loss of my pocket-book, which this gentleman, having very luckily found, was so kind to return it to me with the bill in it." Jones, ever since the arrival of Lady Bellaston, had been ready to sink with fear. He sat kicking his heels, playing with his fingers, and looking more like a fool, if it be possible, than a young booby squire when he is first introduced into a polite assembly. He began, however, now to recover himself, and taking a hint from the behaviour of Lady Bellaston, who he saw did not intend to claim any acquaintance with him, he resolved as entirely to affect the stranger on his part. He said, ever since he had the pocket-book in his possession, he had used great diligence in inquiring out the lady whose name was written in it, but never till that day could be so fortunate to discover her. Sophia had indeed mentioned the loss of her pocket-book to Lady Bellaston, but as Jones, for some reason or other, had never once hinted to her that it was in his possession, she believed not one syllable of what Sophia now said, and wonderfully admired the extreme quickness of the young lady in inventing such an excuse. The reason of Sophia's leaving the playhouse met with no better credit, and though she could not account for the meeting between these two lovers, she was firmly persuaded it was not accidental. With an affected smile, therefore, she said, "Indeed, Miss Weston, you have had very good luck in recovering your money, not only as it fell into the hands of a gentleman of honour, but as he happened to discover to whom it belonged. I think you would not consent to have it advertised. It was great good fortune, sir, that you found out to whom the note belonged." "Oh, madam," cries Jones, "it was enclosed in a pocket-book, in which the young lady's name was written." "That was very fortunate indeed," cries the lady, "and it was no less so that you heard Miss Weston was at my house, for she is very little known." Jones had at length perfectly recovered his spirits, and as he conceived he had now an opportunity of satisfying Sophia as to the question she had asked him just before Lady Bellaston came in, he proceeded thus. "Why, madam," answered he, "it was by the luckiest chance imaginable I made this discovery. I was mentioning what I had found, and the name of the owner, the other night to a lady at the masquerade, who told me she believed she knew where I might see Miss Weston, and if I would come to her house the next morning she would inform me. I went according to her appointment, but she was not at home, nor could I ever meet with her till this morning, when she directed me to your ladyship's house. I came accordingly, and did myself the honour to ask for your ladyship, and upon my saying that I had very particular business, a servant showed me into this room, where I had not been long before the young lady returned from the play." Upon his mentioning the masquerade, he looked very slyly at Lady Bellaston, without any fear of being remarked by Sophia, for she was visibly too much confounded to make any observations. This hint a little alarmed the lady, and she was silent, when Jones, who saw the agitation of Sophia's mind, resolved to take the only method of relieving her, which was by retiring. But before he did this, he said, "I believe, madam, it is customary to give some reward on these occasions. I must insist on a very high one for my honesty. It is, madam, no less than the honour of being permitted to pay another visit here." "Sir," replied the lady, "I make no doubt that you are a gentleman, and my doors are never shut to people of fashion." Jones then, after proper ceremonials, departed, highly to his own satisfaction, and no less to that of Sophia, who was terribly alarmed lest Lady Bellaston should discover what she knew already but too well. Upon the stairs Jones met his old acquaintance, Mrs. Honour, who, notwithstanding all she had said against him, was now so well bred to behave with great civility. This meeting proved indeed a lucky circumstance, as he communicated to her the house where he lodged, with which Sophia was unacquainted. Chapter 12, in which the 13th book is concluded. The elegant Lord Shaftesbury somewhere objects to telling too much truth, by which it may be fairly inferred that in some cases to lie is not only excusable but commendable. And surely there are no persons who may so properly challenge a right to this commendable deviation from truth as young women in the affair of love, for which they may plead precept, education, and above all the sanction, nay, I may say the necessity of custom, by which they are restrained not from submitting to the honest impulses of nature, for that would be a foolish prohibition, but from owning them. We are not therefore ashamed to say that our heroine now pursued the dictates of the above-mentioned right honourable philosopher. As she was perfectly satisfied then that Lady Bellaston was ignorant of the person of Jones, so she determined to keep her in that ignorance, though at the expense of a little fibbing. Jones had not been long gone before Lady Bellaston cried, "Upon my word, a good pretty young fellow. I wonder who he is, for I don't remember ever to have seen his face before." "Nor I neither, madam," cries Sophia. "I must say he behaved very handsomely in relation to my note." "Yes, and he is a very handsome fellow," said the lady. "Don't you think so?" "I did not take much notice of him," answered Sophia, "but I thought he seemed rather awkward and ungenteel than otherwise." "You are extremely right," cries Lady Bellaston. "You may see by his manner that he hath not kept good company. Nay, notwithstanding his returning your note and refusing the reward, I almost question whether he is a gentleman. I have always observed there is something in of the subject on which he writes." As several gentlemen in these times, by the wonderful force of genius only, without the least assistance of learning, perhaps without being well able to read, have made a considerable figure in the republic of letters, the modern critics, I am told, have lately begun to assert that all kinds of learning is entirely useless to a writer, and indeed no other than a kind of fetters on the natural sprightliness and activity of the imagination, which is thus weighed down and prevented from soaring to those high flights which otherwise it would be able to reach. This doctrine, I am afraid, is at present carried much too far, for why should writing differ so much from all other arts? The nimbleness of a dancing master is not at all prejudiced by being taught to move, nor doth any mechanic, I believe, exercise his tools the worse by having learnt to use them. For my part, I cannot conceive that Homer or Virgil would have writ with more fire, if instead of being masters of all the learning of their times, they had been as ignorant as most of the authors of the present age. Nor do I believe that all the imagination, fire, and judgment of Pitt could have produced those orations that have made the Senate of England, in these our times, a rival in eloquence to Greece and Rome, if he had not been so well read in the writings of Demosthenes and Cicero, as to have transferred their whole spirit into his speeches, and with their spirit their knowledge too. I would not here be understood to insist on the same fund of learning in any of my brothers as Cicero persuades us is necessary to the composition of an orator. On the contrary, very little reading is, I conceive, necessary to the poet, less to the critic, and least of all to the politician. For the first, perhaps, Byssy's Art of Poetry and a few of our modern poets may suffice. For the second, a moderate heap of plays, and for the last, an indifferent collection of political journals. To say the truth, I require no more than that a man should have some little knowledge of the subject on which he treats, quam quisque norit artem in ea se exerceat. With this alone a writer may sometimes do tolerably well, and indeed without this all the other learning in the world will stand him in little stead. For instance, let us suppose that Homer and Virgil, Aristotle and Cicero, Thucydides and Livy could have met all together, and have clubbed their several talents to have composed a treatise on the art of dancing. I believe it will be readily agreed they could not have equalled the excellent treatise which Mr. Essex hath given us on that subject, entitled The Rudiments of Genteel Education. And indeed, should the excellent Mr. Broughton be prevailed on to set fists to paper, and to complete the above-said rudiments by delivering down the true principles of athletics, I question whether the world will have any cause to lament that none of the great writers, either ancient or modern, have ever treated about that noble and useful art. To avoid a multiplicity of examples in so plain a case, and to come at once to my point, I am apt to conceive that one reason why many English writers have totally failed in describing the manners of upper life may possibly be that, in reality, they know nothing of it. This is a knowledge unhappily not in the power of many authors to arrive at. Books will give us a very imperfect idea of it, nor will the stage a much better. The fine gentleman formed upon reading the former will almost always turn out a pedant, and he who forms himself upon the latter a coxcomb. Nor are the characters drawn from these models better supported. Van Brugh and Congreve copied nature, but they who copy them draw as unlike the present age as Hogarth would do if he was to paint a rout or a drum in the dresses of Titian and of Van Dyck. In short, imitation here will not do the business. The picture must be after nature herself. A true knowledge of the world is gained only by conversation, and the manners of every rank must be seen in order to be known. Now it happens that this higher order of mortals is not to be seen, like all the rest of the human species, for nothing, in the streets, shops, and coffee-houses, nor are they shown, like the upper rank of animals, for so much apiece. In short, this is a sight to which no persons are admitted without one or other of these qualifications, viz., either birth or fortune, or, what is equivalent to both, the honourable profession of a gamester. And very unluckily for the world, persons so qualified very seldom care to take upon themselves the bad trade of writing, which is generally entered upon by the lower and poorer sort, as it is a trade which many think requires no kind of stock to set up with. Hence those strange monsters in lace and embroidery, in silks and brocades, with vast wigs and hoops, which under the name of lords and ladies strut the stage, to the great delight of attorneys and their clerks in the pit, and of the citizens and their apprentices in the galleries, and which are no more to be found in real life than the centaur, the chimera, or any other creature of mere fiction. But to let my reader into a secret, this knowledge of upper life, though very necessary for preventing mistakes, is of no very great resource to a writer whose province is comedy, or that kind of novels which, like this I am writing, is of the comic class. What Mr. Pope says of women is very applicable to most in this station, who are, indeed, so entirely made up of form and affectation that they have no character at all, at least none which appears. I will venture to say the highest life is much the dullest, and affords very little humour or entertainment. The various callings in lower spheres produce the great variety of humorous characters, whereas here, except among the few who are engaged in the pursuit of ambition, and the fewer still who have a relish for pleasure, all is vanity and servile imitation. Dressing and cards, eating and drinking, bowing and curtsying, make up the business of their lives. Some there are, however, of this rank, upon whom passion exercises its tyranny, and hurries them far beyond the bounds which decorum prescribes. Of these the ladies are as much distinguished by their noble intrepidity and a certain superior contempt of reputation from the frail ones of meaner degree, as a virtuous woman of quality is by the elegance and delicacy of her sentiments from the honest wife of a yeoman and shopkeeper. Lady Bellaston was of this intrepid character. Let not my country readers conclude from her that this is the general conduct of women of fashion, or that we mean to represent them as such. They might as well suppose that every clergyman was represented by Thwackum, or every soldier by Ensign Northerton. There is not, indeed, a greater error than that which universally prevails among the vulgar, who, borrowing their opinion from some ignorant satirists, have affixed the character of lewdness to these times. On the contrary, I am convinced there never was less of love intrigue carried on among persons of condition than now. Our present women have been taught by their mothers to fix their thoughts only on ambition and vanity, and to despise the pleasures of love as unworthy their regard, and being afterwards, by the care of such mothers, married without having husbands, they seem pretty well confirmed in the justice of those sentiments, whence they content themselves for the dull remainder of life with the pursuit of more innocent, but I am afraid more childish amusements, the bare mention of which would ill suit with the dignity of this history. In my humble opinion, the true characteristic of the present beau monde is rather folly than vice, and the only epithet which it deserves is that of frivolous. Chapter 2. Containing letters and other matters which attend amours. Jones had not been long at home before he received the following letter. I was never more surprised than when I found you was gone. When you left the room, I little imagined you intended to have left the house without seeing me again. Your behaviour is all of a piece, and convinces me how much I ought to despise a heart which can dote upon an idiot, though I know not whether I should not admire her cunning more than her simplicity. Wonderful both! For though she understood not a word of what passed between us, yet she had the skill, the assurance, what shall I call it, to deny to my face that she knows you, or ever saw you before. Was this a scheme laid between you, and have you been base enough to betray me? Oh, how I despise her, you, and all the world, but chiefly myself, for I dare not write what I would afterwards run mad to read, but remember I can detest as violently as I have loved. Jones had but little time given him to reflect on this letter before a second was brought him from the same hand, and this likewise we shall set down in the precise words. When you consider the hurry of spirits in which I must have writ, you cannot be surprised at the expressions in my former note. Yet, perhaps, on reflection, they were rather too warm. At least I would, if possible, think of owing all to the odious playhouse, and to the impertinence of a fool, which detained me beyond my appointment. How easy is it to think well of those we love! Perhaps you desire I should think so. I have resolved to see you to-night, so come to me immediately. P.S. I have ordered to be at home to none but yourself. P.S. Mr. Jones will imagine I shall assist him in his defence, for I believe he cannot desire to impose on me more than I desire to impose on myself. P.S. Come immediately. To the men of intrigue I refer the determination whether the angry or the tender letter gave the greater uneasiness to Jones. Certain it is he had no violent inclination to pay any more visits that evening, unless to one single person. However, he thought his honour engaged, and had not this been motive sufficient, he would not have ventured to blow the temper of Lady Bellaston into that flame of which he had reason to think it susceptible, and of which he feared the consequence might be a discovery to Sophia, which he dreaded. After some discontented walks, therefore, about the room, he was preparing to depart, when the lady kindly prevented him, not by another letter, but by her own presence. She entered the room very disordered in her dress, and very discomposed in her looks, and threw herself into a chair, where, having recovered her breath, she said, "You see, sir, when women have gone one length too far, they will stop at none. If any person would have sworn this to me a week ago, I would not have believed it of myself." "I hope, madam," said Jones, "my charming Lady Bellaston will be as difficult to believe anything against one who is so sensible of the many obligations she hath conferred upon him." "Indeed," says she, "sensible of obligations! Did I expect to hear such cold language from Mr. Jones?" Pardon me, my dear angel, said he, if after the letters I have received, the terrors of your anger, though I know not how I have deserved it. And have I then, said she with a smile, so angry a countenance? Have I really brought a chiding face with me? If there be honour in man, said he, I have done nothing to merit your anger. You remember the appointment you sent me? I went in pursuance. I beseech you, cried she, do not run through the odious recital. Answer me but one question, and I shall be easy. Have you not betrayed my honour to her? Jones fell upon his knees and began to utter the most violent protestations, when Partridge came dancing and capering into the room, like one drunk with joy, crying out, She's found! She's found! Here, sir, here! She's here! Mrs. Honour is upon the stairs. Stop her a moment, cries Jones. Here, madam, step behind the bed. I have no other room nor closet nor place on earth to hide you in. Sure never was so damned an accident. Damned indeed, said the lady, as she went to her place of concealment, and presently afterwards in came Mrs. Honour. Hey day, says she, Mr. Jones, what's the matter? That impudent rascal your servant would scarce let me come upstairs. I hope he hath not the same reason to keep me from you as he had at Upton. I suppose you hardly expected to see me, but you have certainly bewitched my lady. Poor dear young lady! To be sure, I loves her as tenderly as if she was my own sister. Lord have mercy upon you, if you don't make her a good husband, and to be sure if you do not, nothing can be bad enough for you. Jones begged her only to whisper, for that there was a lady dying in the next room. A lady, cries she. Ay, I suppose one of your ladies. Oh, Mr. Jones, there are too many of them in the world. I believe we are got into the house of one, for my Lady Bellaston, I dare to say, is no better than she should be. Hush, hush, cries Jones, every word is overheard in the next room. I don't care a farthing, cries Honour. I speak no scandal of any one. But to be sure the servants make no scruple of saying as how her ladyship meets men at another place, where the house goes under the name of a poor gentlewoman, but her ladyship pays the rent, and many's the good thing besides they say she hath of her. Here Jones, after expressing the utmost uneasiness, offered to stop her mouth. Hey day, why sure, Mr. Jones, you will let me speak. I speaks no scandal, for I only says what I heard from others, and thinks I to myself, much good may it do the gentlewoman with her riches, if she comes by it in such a wicked manner. To be sure it is better to be poor and honest. The servants are villains, cries Jones, and abuse their lady unjustly. Ay, to be sure, servants are always villains, and so my lady says, and won't hear a word of it. No, I am convinced, says Jones, my Sophia is above listening to such base scandal. Nay, I believe it is no scandal neither, cries Honour, for why should she meet men at another house? It can never be for any good, for if she had a lawful design of being courted, as to be sure my lady may lawfully give her company to men upon that account, why, where can be the sense? I protest, cries Jones, I can't hear all this of a lady of such honour and a relation of Sophia. Besides, you will distract the poor lady in the next room. Let me entreat you to walk with me downstairs. Nay, sir, if you won't let me speak, I have done. Here, sir, is a letter from my young lady. What would some men give to have this? But, Mr. Jones, I think you are not over and above generous, and yet I have heard some servants say, but I am sure you will do me the justice to own I never saw the colour of your money. Here Jones hastily took the letter, and presently after slipped 5 pieces into her hand. He then returned 1,000 thanks to his dear Sophia in a whisper, and begged her to leave him to read her letter. She presently departed, not without expressing much grateful sense of his generosity. Lady Bellaston now came from behind the curtain. How shall I describe her rage? Her tongue was at first incapable of utterance, but streams of fire darted from her eyes, and well indeed they might, for her heart was all in a flame. And now, as soon as her voice found way, instead of expressing any indignation against Honour or her own servants, she began to attack poor Jones. You see, said she, what have I sacrificed to you? My reputation, my honour, gone for ever. And what return have I found? Neglected, slighted for a country girl, for an idiot? What neglect, madam, or what slight, cries Jones, have I been guilty of? Mr. Jones, said she, it is vain to dissemble. If you will make me easy, you must entirely give her up, and as a proof of your intention, show me the letter. "What letter, madam?" said Jones. "Nay, surely," said she, "you cannot have the confidence to deny your having received a letter by the hands of that trollop?" "And can your ladyship," cries he, "ask of me what I must part with my honour before I grant? Have I acted in such a manner by your ladyship? Could I be guilty of betraying this poor innocent girl to you, what security could you have that I should not act the same part by yourself? A moment's reflection will, I am sure, convince you that a man with whom the secrets of a lady are not safe must be the most contemptible of wretches." "Very well," says she, "I need not insist on your becoming this contemptible wretch in your own opinion, for the inside of the letter could inform me of nothing more than I know already. I see the footing you are upon." Here ensued a long conversation, which the reader, who is not too curious, will thank me for not inserting at length. It shall suffice, therefore, to inform him that Lady Bellaston grew more and more pacified, and at length believed, or affected to believe, his protestations that his meeting with Sophia that evening was merely accidental, and every other matter which the reader already knows, and which, as Jones set before her in the strongest light, it is plain that she had in reality no reason to be angry with him. She was not, however, in her heart perfectly satisfied with his refusal to show her the letter. So deaf are we to the clearest reason when it argues against our prevailing passions. She was indeed well convinced that Sophia possessed the first place in Joan's affections, and yet, haughty and amorous as this lady was, she submitted at last to bear the second place, or, to express it more properly in a legal phrase, was contented with the possession of that of which another woman had the reversion. It was at length agreed that Joan should for the future visit at the house, for that Sophia, her maid, and all the servants would place these visits to the account of Sophia, and that she herself would be considered as the person imposed upon. This scheme was contrived by the lady, and highly relished by Jones, who was indeed glad to have a prospect of seeing his Sophia at any rate, and the lady herself was not a little pleased with the imposition on Sophia, which Jones, she thought, could not possibly discover to her for his own sake. The next day was appointed for the first visit, and then, after proper ceremonials, the Lady Bellaston returned home. Chapter 3. Containing various matters. Jones was no sooner alone than he eagerly broke open his letter, and read as follows. "Sir, it is impossible to express what I have suffered since you left this house, and as I have reason to think you intend coming here again, I have sent Honour, though so late at night, as she tells me she knows your lodgings, to prevent you. I charge you, by all the regard you have for me, not to think of visiting here, for it will certainly be discovered. Nay, I almost doubt, from some things which have dropped from her ladyship, that she is not already without some suspicion. Something favourable, perhaps, may happen. We must wait with patience, but I once more entreat you, if you have any concern for my ease, do not think of returning hither." This letter administered the same kind of consolation to poor Jones which Job formerly received from his friends. Besides disappointing all the hopes which he promised to himself from seeing Sophia, he was reduced to an unhappy dilemma with regard to Lady Bellaston, for there are some certain engagements which, as he well knew, do very difficultly admit of any excuse for the failure, and to go after the strict prohibition from Sophia he was not to be forced by any human power. At length, after much deliberation, which during that night supplied the place of sleep, he determined to feign himself sick, for this suggested itself as the only means of failing the appointed visit without incensing Lady Bellaston, which he had more than one reason of desiring to avoid. The first thing, however, which he did in the morning was to write an answer to Sophia, which he enclosed in one to Honour. He then dispatched another to Lady Bellaston, containing the above-mentioned excuse, and to this he soon received the following answer. "I am vexed that I cannot see you here this afternoon, but more concerned for the occasion. Take great care of yourself, and have the best advice, and I hope there will be no danger. I am so tormented all this morning with fools that I have scarce a moment's time to write to you. Adieu. P.S. I will endeavour to call on you this evening at 9. Be sure to be alone." Mr. Jones now received a visit from Mrs. Miller, who, after some formal introduction, began the following speech. I am very sorry, sir, to wait upon you on such an occasion, but I hope you will consider the ill consequence which it must be to the reputation of my poor girls if my house should once be talked of as a house of ill fame. I hope you won't think me, therefore, guilty of impertinence if I beg you not to bring any more ladies in at that time of night. The clock had struck 2 before one of them went away. I do assure you, madam, said Jones, the lady who was here last night, and who stayed the latest, for the other only brought me a letter, is a woman of very great fashion, and my near relation. I don't know what fashion she is of, answered Mrs. Miller, but I am sure no woman of virtue, unless a very near relation indeed, would visit a young gentleman at 10 at night, and stay 4 hours in his room with him alone. Besides, sir, the behaviour of her chairmen shows what she was, for they did nothing but make jests all the evening in the entry, and asked Mr. Partridge, in the hearing of my own maid, if madam intended to stay with his master all night, with a great deal of stuff not proper to be repeated. I have really a great respect for you, Mr. Jones, upon your own account. Nay, I have a very high obligation to you for your generosity to my cousin. Indeed, I did not know how very good you had been till lately. Little did I imagine to what dreadful causes the poor man's distress had driven him. Little did I think, when you gave me the 10 guineas, that you had given them to the highwayman. Oh, heavens, what goodness you have shown! How have you preserved this family? The character which Mr. Allworthy hath formerly given me of you was, I find, strictly true. And indeed, if I had no obligation to you, my obligations to him are such that on his account I should show you the utmost respect in my power. Nay, believe me, dear Mr. Jones, if my daughters and my own reputation were out of the case, I should, for your own sake, be sorry that so pretty a young gentleman should converse with these women. But if you are resolved to do it, I must beg you to take another lodging, for I do not myself like to have such things carried on under my roof, but more especially upon the account of my girls, who have little, heaven knows, besides their characters to recommend them. Jones started and changed colour at the name of Allworthy. Indeed, Mrs. Miller, answered he a little warmly, I do not take this at all kind. I will never bring any slander on your house, but I must insist on seeing what company I please in my own room, and if that gives you any offence, I shall, as soon as I am able, look for another lodging. I am sorry we must part then, sir, says she, but I am convinced Mr. Allworthy himself would never come within my doors if he had the least suspicion of my keeping an ill house. Very well, madam, said Jones. I hope, sir, said she, you are not angry, for I would not for the world offend any of Mr. Allworthy's family. I have not slept a wink all night about this matter. I am sorry I have disturbed your rest, madam, said Jones, but I beg you will send Partridge up to me immediately, which he promised to do, and then, with a very low curtsy, retired. As soon as Partridge arrived, Jones fell upon him in the most outrageous manner. How often, said he, am I to suffer for your folly, or rather for my own in keeping you? Is that tongue of yours resolved upon my destruction? What have I done, sir? Answered the affrighted Partridge. Who was it gave you authority to mention the story of the robbery, or that the man you saw here was the person? I, sir? Cries Partridge. Now don't be guilty of a falsehood in denying it, said Jones. If I did mention such a matter, answers Partridge, I am sure I thought no harm, for I should not have opened my lips if it had not been to his own friends and relations, who, I imagined, would have let it go no farther. But I have a much heavier charge against you, cries Jones, than this. How durst you, after all the precautions I gave you, mention the name of Mr. Allworthy in this house? Partridge denied that he ever had, with many oaths. How else, said Jones, should Mrs. Miller be acquainted that there was any connection between him and me? And it is but this moment she told me she respected me on his account. Oh, Lord, sir, said Partridge, I desire only to be heard out, and to be sure never was anything so unfortunate. Hear me but out, and you will own how wrongfully you have accused me. When Mrs. Honour came downstairs last night, she met me in the entry, and asked me when my master had heard from Mr. Allworthy, and to be sure Mrs. Miller heard the very words, and the moment Madam Honour was gone, she called me into the parlour to her. Mr. Partridge, says he, what Mr. Allworthy is that the gentlewoman mentioned? Is it the great Mr. Allworthy of Somersetshire? Upon my word, madam, says I know nothing of the matter. Sure, says she, your master is not the Mr. Jones I have heard Mr. Allworthy talk of. "Upon my word, madam," says I know nothing of the matter." "Then," says she, turning to her daughter Nancy, says she, "as sure as tenpence, this is the very young gentleman, and he agrees exactly with the squire's description." The Lord above knows who it was told her, for I am the arrantest villain that ever walked upon two legs, if ever it came out of my mouth. I promise you, sir, I can keep a secret when I am desired. Nay, sir, so far was I from telling her anything about Mr. Allworthy that I told her the very direct contrary, for though I did not contradict it at that moment, yet, as second thoughts, they say, are best, so when I came to consider that somebody must have informed her, thinks I to myself, I will put an end to the story, and so I went back again into the parlour sometimes afterwards, and, says I, upon my word, says I, whoever, says I, told you that this gentleman was Mr. Jones, that is, says I, that this Mr. Jones was that Mr. Jones, told you a confounded lie, and I beg, says I, you will never mention any such matter, says I, for my master, says I, will think I must have told you so, and I defy anybody in the house ever to say I mentioned any such word. To be certain, sir, it is a wonderful thing, and I have been thinking with myself ever since how it was she came to know it. Not but I saw an old woman here t'other day a-begging at the door, who looked as like her we saw in Warwickshire, that caused all that mischief to us. To be sure, it is never good to pass by an old woman without giving her something, especially if she looks at you, for all the world shall never persuade me but that they have a great power to do mischief, and to be sure I shall never see an old woman again, but I shall think to myself, infandum regina jubes renovare dolorem. The simplicity of Partridge set Jones a-laughing, and put a final end to his anger, which had indeed seldom any long duration in his mind, and instead of commenting on his defence, he told him he intended presently to leave those lodgings, and ordered him to go and endeavour to get him others. End of section 40. Partridge had no sooner left Mr. Jones than Mr. Nightingale, with whom he had now contracted a great intimacy, came to him, and after a short salutation said, "So, Tom, I hear you had company very late last night. Upon my soul, you are a happy fellow, who have not been in town above a fortnight, and can keep chairs waiting at your door till 2 in the morning." He then ran on with much commonplace raillery of the same kind, till Jones at last interrupted him, saying, "I suppose you have received all this information from Mrs. Miller, who hath been up here a little while ago to give me warning. The good woman is afraid, it seems, of the reputation of her daughters." "Oh, she is wonderfully nice," says Nightingale, "upon that account. If you remember, she would not let Nancy go with us to the masquerade." "Nay, upon my honour, I think she's in the right of it," says Jones. "However, I have taken her at her word, and have sent Partridge to look for another lodging." "If you will," says Nightingale, "we may, I believe, be again together, for, to tell you a secret, which I desire you won't mention in the family, I intend to quit the house to-day." "What, hath Mrs. Miller given you warning too, my friend?" cries Jones. "No," answered the other, "but the rooms are not convenient enough. Besides, I am grown weary of this part of the town. I want to be nearer the places of diversion, so I am going to Pall Mall." "And do you intend to make a secret of your going away?" said Jones. "I promise you," answered Nightingale, "I don't intend to bilk my lodgings, but I have a private reason for not taking a formal leave." "Not so private," answered Jones. "I promise you I have seen it ever since the second day of my coming to the house. Here will be some wet eyes on your departure. Poor Nancy, I pity her, faith. Indeed, Jack, you have played the fool with that girl. You have given her a longing which I am afraid nothing will ever cure her of." Nightingale answered, "What the devil would you have me do? Would you have me marry her to cure her?" "No," answered Jones, "I would not have had you make love to her, as you have often done in my presence. I have been astonished at the blindness of her mother in never seeing it." "Pah, see it!" cries Nightingale. "What the devil should she see?" "Why, see," said Jones, "that you have made her daughter distractedly in love with you. The poor girl cannot conceal it a moment. Her eyes are never off from you, and she always colours every time you come into the room. Indeed, I pity her heartily, for she seems to be one of the best-natured and honestest of human creatures." "And so," answered Nightingale, "according to your doctrine, one must not amuse oneself by any common gallantries with women, for fear they should fall in love with us." "Indeed, Jack," said Jones, "you wilfully misunderstand me. I do not fancy women are so apt to fall in love, but you have gone far beyond common gallantries." What do you suppose, says Nightingale, that we have been abed together? No, upon my honour, answered Jones very seriously, I do not suppose so ill of you. Nay, I will go farther. I do not imagine you have laid a regular, premeditated scheme for the destruction of the quiet of a poor little creature, or have ever even foreseen the consequence, for I am sure thou art a very good-natured fellow, and such a one can never be guilty of a cruelty of that kind. But at the same time you have pleased your own vanity, without considering that this poor girl was made a sacrifice to it, and while you have had no design but of amusing an idle hour, you have actually given her reason to flatter herself that you had the most serious designs in her favour. Prithee, Jack, answer me honestly. To what have tended all those elegant and luscious descriptions of happiness arising from violent and mutual fondness, all those warm professions of tenderness and generous disinterested love? Did you imagine she would not apply them? Or, speak ingenuously, did you not intend she should? Upon my soul, Tom, cries Nightingale, I did not think this was in thee. Thou wilt make an admirable parson. So I suppose you would not go to bed to Nancy now, if she would let you? No, cries Jones, may I be damned if I would. Tom, answered Nightingale, last night, remember last night, when every eye was closed, and the pale moon and silent stars shone conscious of the theft. Look'ee, Mr. Nightingale, said Jones, I am no canting hypocrite, nor do I pretend to the gift of chastity more than my neighbours. I have been guilty with women, I own it, but I am not conscious that I have ever injured any. Nor would I, to procure pleasure for myself, be knowingly the cause of misery to any human being. Well, well, said Nightingale, I believe you, and I am convinced you acquit me of any such thing. I do, from my heart, answered Jones, of having debauched the girl, but not from having gained her affections. If I have, said Nightingale, I am very sorry for it, but time and absence will soon wear off such impressions. It is a receipt I must take myself. For to confess the truth to you, I never liked any girl half so much in my whole life, but I must let you into the whole secret, Tom. My father hath provided a match for me with a woman I never saw, and she is now coming to town in order for me to make my addresses to her. At these words Jones burst into a loud fit of laughter, when Nightingale cried, Nay, prithee, don't turn me into ridicule. The devil take me if I am not half mad about this matter. My poor Nancy! Oh, Jones, I wish I had a fortune in my own possession. I heartily wish you had, cried Jones, for if this be the case, I sincerely pity you both. But surely you don't intend to go away without taking your leave of her? I would not, answered Nightingale, undergo the pain of taking leave for £10,000. Besides, I am convinced, instead of answering my good purpose, it would only serve to inflame my poor Nancy the more. I beg, therefore, you would not mention a word of it to-day, and in the evening or to-morrow morning I intend to depart. Jones promised he would not, and said, upon reflection, he thought, as he had determined and was obliged to leave her, he took the most prudent method. He then told Nightingale he should be very glad to lodge in the same house with him, and it was accordingly agreed between them that Nightingale should procure him either the ground floor or the 2 pair of stairs, for the young gentleman himself was to occupy that which was between them. This Nightingale, of whom we shall be presently obliged to say a little more, was, in the ordinary transactions of life, a man of strict honour, and, what is more rare among young gentlemen of the town, one of strict honesty too. Yet, in affairs of love, he was somewhat loose in his morals. Not that he was even here as void of principle as gentlemen sometimes are, and oftener affect to be, but it is certain he had been guilty of some indefensible treachery to women, and had, in a certain mystery called making love, practised many deceits, which, if he had used in trade, he would have been counted the greatest villain upon earth. But as the world, I know not well for what reason, agreed to see this treachery in a better light, he was so far from being ashamed of his iniquities of this kind, that he gloried in them, and would often boast of his skill in gaining of women, and his triumphs over their hearts, for which he had before this time received some rebukes from Jones, who always expressed great bitterness against any misbehaviour to the fair part of the species, who, if considered, he said, as they ought to be, in the light of the dearest friends, were to be cultivated, honoured, and caressed with the utmost love and tenderness. but if regarded as enemies, were a conquest of which a man ought rather to be ashamed than to value himself upon it. Chapter 5. A short account of the history of Mrs. Miller. Jones this day ate a pretty good dinner for a sick man, that is to say, the larger half of a shoulder of mutton. In the afternoon he received an invitation from Mrs. Miller to drink tea, for that good woman, having learnt, either by means of Partridge or by some other means, natural or supernatural, that he had a connection with Mr. Allworthy, could not endure the thoughts of parting with him in an angry manner. Jones accepted the invitation, and no sooner was the tea-kettle removed and the girl sent out of the room than the widow, without much preface, began as follows. "Well, there are very surprising things happen in this world, but certainly it is a wonderful business that I should have a relation of Mr. Allworthy in my house, and never know anything of the matter. Alas, sir, you little imagine what a friend that best of gentlemen hath been to me and mine. Yes, sir, I am not ashamed to own it. It is owing to his goodness that I did not long since perish for want, and leave my poor little wretches, two destitute, helpless, friendless orphans, to the care, or rather to the cruelty, of the world. You must know, sir, though I am now reduced to get my living by letting lodgings, I was born and bred a gentlewoman. My father was an officer of the army, and died in a considerable rank, but he lived up to his pay, and as that expired with him, his family, at his death, became beggars. We were 3 sisters. One of us had the good luck to die soon after of the smallpox. A lady was so kind as to take the second out of charity, as she said, to wait upon her. The mother of this lady had been a servant to my grandmother, and having inherited a vast fortune from her father, which he had got by pawnbroking, was married to a gentleman of great estate and fashion. She used my sister so barbarously, often upbraiding her with her birth and poverty, calling her in derision a gentlewoman, that I believe she at length broke the heart of the poor girl. In short, she likewise died within a 12-month after my father. Fortune thought proper to provide better for me, and within a month from his decease I was married to a clergyman who had been my lover a long time before, and who had been very ill-used by my father on that account, for though my poor father could not give any of us a shilling, yet he bred us up as delicately, considered us, and would have had us consider ourselves as highly as if we had been the richest heiresses. But my dear husband forgot all this usage, and the moment we were become fatherless, he immediately renewed his addresses to me so warmly that I, who always liked, and now more than ever esteemed him, soon complied. 5 years did I live in a state of perfect happiness with that best of men, till at last— oh, cruel, cruel fortune that ever separated us, that deprived me of the kindest of husbands, and my poor girls of the tenderest parent. Oh, my poor girls, you never knew the blessing which ye lost. I am ashamed, Mr. Jones, of this womanish weakness, but I shall never mention him without tears. I ought rather, madam, said Jones, to be ashamed that I do not accompany you. Well, sir, continued she, I was now left a second time in a much worse condition than before. Besides the terrible affliction I was to encounter, I had now 2 children to provide for, and was, if possible, more penniless than ever, when that great, that good, that glorious man, Mr. Allworthy, who had some little acquaintance with my husband, accidentally heard of my distress, and immediately writ this letter to me. Here, sir, here it is. I put it into my pocket to show it you. This is the letter, sir. I must and will read it to you. Madam, I heartily condole with you on your late grievous loss, which your own good sense, and the excellent lessons you must have learned from the worthiest of men, will better enable you to bear than any advice which I am capable of giving. Nor have I any doubt that you, whom I have heard to be the tenderest of mothers, will suffer any immoderate indulgence of grief to prevent you from discharging your duty to those poor infants, who now alone stand in need of your tenderness. However, as you must be supposed at present to be incapable of much worldly consideration, you will pardon my having ordered a person to wait on you, and to pay you 20 guineas, which I beg you will accept till I have the pleasure of seeing you, and believe me to be, Madam, etc. This letter, sir, I received within a fortnight after the irreparable loss I have mentioned, and within a fortnight afterwards Mr. Allworthy, the blessed Mr. Allworthy, came to pay me a visit, when he placed me in the house where you now see me. gave me a large sum of money to furnish it, and settled an annuity of £50 a year upon me, which I have constantly received ever since. Judge then, Mr. Jones, in what regard I must hold a benefactor to whom I owe the preservation of my life, and of those dear children for whose sake alone my life is valuable. Do not therefore think me impertinent, Mr. Jones, since I must esteem one for whom I know Mr. Allworthy hath so much value, if I beg you not to converse with these wicked women. You are a young gentleman, and do not know half their artful wiles. Do not be angry with me, sir, for what I said upon account of my house. You must be sensible it would be the ruin of my poor dear girls. Besides, sir, you cannot but be acquainted that Mr. Allworthy himself would never forgive my conniving at such matters, and particularly with you. Upon my word, madam, said Jones, you need make no farther apology, nor do I in the least take anything ill you have said. But give me leave, as no one can have more value than myself for Mr. Allworthy, to deliver you from one mistake, which perhaps would not be altogether for his honour. I do assure you I am no relation of his. Alas, sir, answered she, I know you are not. I know very well who you are, for Mr. Allworthy hath told me all. But I do assure you, had you been 20 times his son, he would not have expressed more regard for you than he hath often expressed in my presence. You need not be ashamed, sir, of what you are. I promise you no good person will esteem you the less on that account. No, Mr. Jones, the words dishonourable birth are nonsense, as my dear husband used to say, unless the word dishonourable be applied to the parents, for the children can derive no real dishonour from an act of which they are entirely innocent. Here Jones heaved a deep sigh, and then said, Since I perceive, madam, you really do know me, and Mr. Allworthy hath thought proper to mention my name to you, and since you have been so explicit with me as to your own affairs, I will acquaint you with some more circumstances concerning myself. And these Mrs. Miller, having expressed great desire and curiosity to hear, he began and related to her his whole history, without once mentioning the name of Sophia. There is a kind of sympathy in honest minds, by means of which they give an easy credit to each other. Mrs. Miller believed all which Jones told her to be true, and expressed much pity and concern for him. She was beginning to comment on the story, but Jones interrupted her, for, as the hour of assignation now drew nigh, he began to stipulate for a second interview with the lady that evening, which he promised should be the last at her house, swearing at the same time that she was one of great distinction, and that nothing but what was entirely innocent was to pass between them, and I do firmly believe he intended to keep his word. Mrs. Miller was at length prevailed on, and Jones departed to his chamber, where he sat alone till 12 o'clock, but no Lady Bellaston appeared. As we have said that this lady had a great affection for Jones, and it must have appeared that she really had so, the reader may perhaps wonder at the first failure of her appointment, as she apprehended him to be confined by sickness, a season when friendship seems most to require such visits. This behaviour, therefore, in the lady may by some be considered as unnatural, but that is not our fault, for our business is only to record truth. Chapter 6, containing a scene which we doubt will not affect our readers. Mr. Jones closed not his eyes during all the former part of the night, not owing to any uneasiness which he conceived at being disappointed by Lady Bellaston, nor was Sophia herself, though most of his waking hours were justly to be charged to her account, the present cause of dispelling his slumbers. In fact, poor Jones was one of the best-natured fellows alive, and had all that weakness which is called compassion, and which distinguishes this imperfect character from that noble firmness of mind which rolls a man as it were within himself, and like a polished bowl enables him to run through the world without being once stopped by the calamities which happen to others. He could not help, therefore, compassionating the situation of poor Nancy, whose love for Mr. Nightingale seemed to him so apparent that he was astonished at the blindness of her mother, who had more than once, the preceding evening, remarked to him the great change in the temper of her daughter, who, from being, she said, one of the liveliest, merriest girls in the world, was on a sudden become all gloom and melancholy. Sleep, however, at length got the better of all resistance. And now, as if he had already been a deity, as the ancients imagined, and an offended one too, he seemed to enjoy his dear-bought conquest. To speak simply, and without any metaphor, Mr. Jones slept till 11 the next morning, and would perhaps have continued in the same quiet situation much longer, had not a violent uproar awakened him. Partridge was now summoned, who, being asked what was the matter, answered that there was a dreadful hurricane below stairs, that Miss Nancy was in fits, and that the other sisters and the mother were both crying and lamenting over her. Jones expressed much concern at this news, which Partridge endeavoured to relieve by saying with a smile he fancied the young lady was in no danger of death, for that Susan, which was the name of the maid, had given him to understand it was nothing more than a common affair. In short, said he, Miss Nancy hath had a mind to be as wise as her mother, that's all. She was a little hungry, it seems, and so sat down to dinner before grace was said. And so there is a child coming for the Foundling Hospital. Prithee, leave thy stupid jesting, cries Jones. Is the misery of these poor wretches a subject of mirth? Go immediately to Mrs. Miller, and tell her I beg leave. Stay, you will make some blunder. I will go myself, for she desired me to breakfast with her. He then rose and dressed himself as fast as he could, and while he was dressing, Partridge, notwithstanding many severe rebukes, could not avoid throwing forth certain pieces of brutality commonly called jests on this occasion. Jones was no sooner dressed than he walked downstairs, and knocking at the door, was presently admitted by the maid into the outward parlour, which was as empty of company as it was of any apparatus for eating. Mrs. Miller was in the inner room with her daughter, whence the maid presently brought a message to Mr. Jones, that her mistress hoped he would excuse the disappointment, but an accident had happened which made it impossible for her to have the pleasure of his company at breakfast that day, and begged his pardon for not sending him up notice sooner. Jones desired she would give herself no trouble about anything so trifling as his disappointment, that he was heartily sorry for the occasion, and that if he could be of any service to her, she might command him. He had scarce spoke these words when Mrs. Miller, who heard them all, suddenly threw open the door, and coming out to him in a flood of tears, said, "Oh, Mr. Jones, you are certainly one of the best young men alive. I give you 1,000 thanks for your kind offer of your service, but alas, sir, it is out of your power to preserve my poor girl. Oh, my child, she is undone, she is ruined for ever." "I hope, madam," said Jones, "no villain—" "Oh, Mr. Jones," said she, "that villain who yesterday left my lodgings hath betrayed my poor girl, hath destroyed her. I know you are a man of honour. You have a good, a noble heart, Mr. Jones. The actions to which I have been myself a witness could proceed from no other. I will tell you all. Nay, indeed, it is impossible, after what hath happened, to keep it a secret. That nightingale, that barbarous villain, hath undone my daughter. She is... Oh, Mr. Jones, my girl is with child by him, and in that condition he hath deserted her. Here, sir, is his cruel letter. Read it, Mr. Jones, and tell me if such another monster lives." The letter was as follows: "Dear Nancy, as I found it impossible to mention to you what, I am afraid, will be no less shocking to you than it is to me, I have taken this method to inform you that my father insists upon my immediately paying my addresses to a young lady of fortune, whom he hath provided for my... I need not write the detested word. Your own good understanding will make you sensible how entirely I am obliged to an obedience, by which I shall be for ever excluded from your dear arms. The fondness of your mother may encourage you to trust her with the unhappy consequence of our love, which may be easily kept a secret from the world, and for which I will take care to provide, as I will for you. I wish you may feel less on this account than I have suffered, but summon all your fortitude to your assistance, and forgive and forget the man whom nothing but the prospect of certain ruin could have forced to write this letter. I beg you forget me. I mean only as a lover, but the best of friends you shall ever find in your faithful, though unhappy, J.N." When Jones had read this letter, they both stood silent during a minute, looking at each other. At last he began thus: "I cannot express, madam, how much I am shocked at what I have read. Yet let me beg you, in one particular, to take the writer's advice. Consider the reputation of your daughter. It is gone, it is lost, Mr. Jones, cried she, as well as her innocence. She received the letter in a room full of company, and immediately swooning away upon opening it, the contents were known to every one present. But the loss of her reputation, bad as it is not the worst. I shall lose my child. She hath attempted twice to destroy herself already, and though she hath been hitherto prevented, vows she will not outlive it, nor could I myself outlive any accident of that nature. What then will become of my little Betsy, a helpless infant orphan, and the poor little wretch will, I believe, break her heart at the miseries with which he sees her sister and myself distracted, while she is ignorant of the cause. Oh, 'tis the most sensible and best-natured little thing, the barbarous, cruel, hath destroyed us all. Oh, my children, is this the reward of all my cares? Is this the fruit of all my prospects? Have I so cheerfully undergone all the labours and duties of a mother? Have I been so tender of their infancy, so careful of their education? Have I been toiling so many years, denying myself even the conveniences of life, to provide some little sustenance for them, to lose one or both in such a manner? Indeed, madam, said Jones, with tears in his eyes, I pity you from my soul. Oh, Mr. Jones, answered she, even you, though I know the goodness of your heart, can have no idea of what I feel. The best, the kindest, the most dutiful of children. Oh, my poor Nancy, the darling of my soul, the delight of my eyes, the pride of my heart, too much indeed my pride, for to those foolish, ambitious hopes arising from her beauty I owe her ruin. Alas, I saw with pleasure the liking which this young man had for her. I thought it an honourable affection, and flattered my foolish vanity with the thoughts of seeing her married to one so much her superior. And 1,000 times in my presence, nay, often in yours, he hath endeavoured to soothe and encourage these hopes by the most generous expressions of disinterested love, which he hath always directed to my poor girl, and which I, as well as she, believed to be real. Could I have believed that these were only snares laid to betray the innocence of my child, and for the ruin of us all? At these words little Betsy came running into the room, crying, Dear mamma, for heaven's sake come to my sister, for she is in another fit, and my cousin can't hold her. Mrs. Miller immediately obeyed the summons, but first ordered Betsy to stay with Mr. Jones, and begged him to entertain her a few minutes, saying, in the most pathetic voice, Good heavens, let me preserve one of my children at least. Jones, in compliance with this request, did all he could to comfort the little girl, though he was, in reality, himself very highly affected with Mrs. Miller's story. He told her her sister would be soon very well again, that by taking on in that manner she would not only make her sister worse, but make her mother ill too. Indeed, sir, says she, I would not do anything to hurt her for the world. I would burst my heart rather than they should see me cry. But my poor sister can't see me cry. I am afraid she will never be able to see me cry any more. Indeed, I can't part with her. Indeed, I can't. And then poor mamma too. What will become of her? She says she will die too, and leave me, but I am resolved I won't be left behind. Are you not afraid to die, my little Betsy? Said Jones. Yes, answered she, I was always afraid to die, because I must have left my mamma and my sister, but I am not afraid of going anywhere with those I love. Jones was so pleased with this answer that he eagerly kissed the child, and soon after Mrs. Miller returned, saying she thanked heaven Nancy was now come to herself. And now, Betsy, says she, you may go in, for your sister is better and longs to see you. She then turned to Jones and began to renew her apologies for having disappointed him of his breakfast. I hope, madam, says Jones, I shall have a more exquisite repast than any you could have provided for me. This, I assure you, will be the case if I can do any service to this little family of love. But whatever success may attend my endeavours, I am resolved to attempt it. I am very much deceived in Mr. Nightingale, if, notwithstanding what hath happened, he hath not much goodness of heart at the bottom, as well as a very violent affection for your daughter. If this be the case, I think the picture which I shall lay before him will affect him. Endeavour, madam, to comfort yourself. Passed between Jones and old Mr. Nightingale, with the arrival of a person not yet mentioned in this history. Notwithstanding the sentiment of the Roman satirist, which denies the divinity of fortune, and the opinion of Seneca to the same purpose, Cicero, who was, I believe, a wiser man than either of them, expressly holds the contrary. And certain it is that there are some incidents in life so very strange and unaccountable that it seems to require more than human skill and foresight in producing them. Of this kind was what now happened to Jones, who found Mr. Nightingale the elder in so critical a minute that fortune, if she was really worth all the worship she received at Rome, could not have contrived such another. In short, the old gentleman and the father of the young lady whom he intended for his son had been hard at it for many hours, and the latter was just now gone, and had left the former delighted with the thoughts that he had succeeded in a long contention which had been between the two fathers of the future bride and bridegroom, in which both endeavoured to overreach the other, and, as it not rarely happens in such cases, both had retreated fully satisfied of having obtained the victory. This gentleman, whom Jones now visited, was what they call a man of the world, that is to say, a man who directs his conduct in this world as one who, being fully persuaded there is no other, is resolved to make the most of this. In his early years he had been bred to trade, but having acquired a very good fortune, he had lately declined his business, or, to speak more properly, had changed it from dealing in goods to dealing only in money, of which he had always a plentiful fund at command, and of which he knew very well how to make a very plentiful advantage, sometimes of the necessities of private men, and sometimes of those of the public. He had indeed conversed so entirely with money that it may be almost doubted whether he imagined there was any other thing really existing in the world. This at least may be certainly averred, that he firmly believed nothing else to have any real value. The reader will, I fancy, allow that fortune could not have culled out a more improper person for Mr. Jones to attack with any probability of success, nor could the whimsical lady have directed this attack at a more unseasonable time. As money, then, was always uppermost in this gentleman's thoughts, so, the moment he saw a stranger within his doors, it immediately occurred to his imagination that such stranger was either come to bring him money or to fetch it from him. And according as one or other of these thoughts prevailed, he conceived a favourable or unfavourable idea of the person who approached him. Unluckily for Jones, the latter of these was the ascendant at present, for as a young gentleman had visited him the day before with a bill from his son for a play debt, he apprehended, at the first sight of Jones, that he was come on such another errand. Jones, therefore, had no sooner told him that he was come on his son's account than the old gentleman, being confirmed in his suspicion, burst forth into an exclamation that he would lose his labour. "Is it then possible, sir," answered Jones, "that you can guess my business?" "If I do guess it," replied the other, "I repeat again to you, you will lose your labour." "What, I suppose you are one of those sparks who lead my son into all those scenes of riot and debauchery which will be his destruction? But I shall pay no more of his bills, I promise you. I expect he will quit all such company for the future. If I had imagined otherwise, I should not have provided a wife for him, for I would be instrumental in the ruin of nobody." "How, sir?" said Jones, "and was this lady of your providing?" "Pray, sir," answered the old gentleman, "how comes it to be any concern of yours?" "Nay, dear sir," replied Jones, "be not offended that I interest myself in what regards your son's happiness, for whom I have so great an honour and value. It was upon that very account I came to wait upon you. I can't express the satisfaction you have given me by what you say, for I do assure you your son is a person for whom I have the highest honour. Nay, sir, it is not easy to express the esteem I have for you, who could be so generous, so good, so kind, so indulgent to provide such a match for your son, a woman who, I dare swear, will make him one of the happiest men upon earth. There is scarce anything which so happily introduces men to our good liking as having conceived some alarm at their first appearance, when once those apprehensions begin to vanish, we soon forget the fears which they occasioned, and look on ourselves as indebted for our present ease to those very persons who had first raised our fears. Thus it happened to Nightingale, who no sooner found that Jones had no demand on him, as he suspected, than he began to be pleased with his presence. "Pray, good sir," said he, "be pleased to sit down. I do not remember to have ever had the pleasure of seeing you before, but if you are a friend of my son, and have anything to say concerning this young lady, I shall be glad to hear you. As to her making him happy, it will be his own fault if she doth not. I have discharged my duty in taking care of the main article. She will bring him a fortune capable of making any reasonable, prudent, sober man happy." "Undoubtedly," cries Jones, "for she is in herself a fortune, so beautiful, so genteel, so sweet-tempered, and so well educated. She is indeed a most accomplished young lady, sings admirably well, and hath a most delicate hand at the harpsichord." "I did not know any of these matters," answered the old gentleman, "for I never saw the lady, but I do not like her the worse for what you tell me, and I am the better pleased with her father for not laying any stress on these qualifications in our bargain. I shall always think it a proof of his understanding. A silly fellow would have brought in these articles as an addition to her fortune, but to give him his due, he never mentioned any such matter, though to be sure they are no disparagements to a woman." "I do assure you, sir," cries Jones, "she hath them all in the most eminent degree. For my part, I own I was afraid you might have been a little backward, a little less inclined to the match, for your son told me you had never seen the lady. Therefore I came, sir, in that case, to entreat you, to conjure you, as you value the happiness of your son, not to be averse to his match with a woman who hath not only all the good qualities I have mentioned, but many more." "If that was your business, sir," said the old gentleman, "we are both obliged to you, and you may be perfectly easy, for I give you my word I was very well satisfied with her fortune." "Sir," answered Jones, "I honour you every moment more and more. To be so easily satisfied, so very moderate on that account, is a proof of the soundness of your understanding, as well as the nobleness of your mind." "Not so very moderate, young gentleman, not so very moderate," answered the father. "Still more and more noble," replied Jones, "and give me leave to add, sensible, for sure it is little less than madness to consider money as the sole foundation of happiness. Such a woman as this, with her little, her nothing of a fortune—" "I find," cries the old gentleman, "you have a pretty just opinion of money, my friend, or else you are better acquainted with the person of the lady than with her circumstances. Why, pray, what fortune do you imagine this lady to have?" "What fortune?" cries Jones. "Why, too contemptible a one to be named for your son." "Well, well, well," said the other, "perhaps he might have done better." "That I deny," said Jones, "for she is one of the best of women." "Ay, ay, but in point of fortune, I mean," answered the other. "And yet, as to that, how much do you imagine your friend is to have?" "How much?" cries Jones. "How much? Why, at the utmost, perhaps £200. "Do you mean to banter me, young gentleman?" said the father, a little angry. "No, upon my soul," answered Jones, "I am in earnest. I believe I have gone to the utmost farthing. If I do the lady an injury, I ask her pardon." "Indeed you do," cries the father. "I am certain she hath 50 times that sum, and she shall produce 50 to that before I consent that she shall marry my son." "Nay," said Jones, "it is too late to talk of consent now. If she had not 50 farthings, your son is married." "My son married!" answered the old gentleman with surprise. "Nay," said Jones, "I thought you was acquainted with it." "My son married! To Miss Harris!" answered he again. "To Miss Harris!" said Jones. "No, sir, to Miss Nancy Miller, the daughter of Mrs. Miller, at whose house he lodged, a young lady who, though her mother is reduced to let lodgings—" "Are you bantering, or are you in earnest?" cries the father with a most solemn voice. "Indeed, sir," answered Jones, "I scorn the character of a banterer. I came to you in most serious earnest, imagining, as I find true, that your son had never dared acquaint you with a match so much inferior to him in point of fortune, that the reputation of the lady will suffer it no longer to remain a secret." While the father stood like one struck suddenly dumb at this news, a gentleman came into the room and saluted him by the name of brother. But though these two were in consanguinity so nearly related, they were in their dispositions almost the opposites to each other. The brother who now arrived had likewise been bred to trade, in which he no sooner saw himself worth £6,000 than he purchased a small estate with the greatest part of it, and retired into the country, where he married the daughter of an unbeneficed clergyman, a young lady who, though she had neither beauty nor fortune, had recommended herself to his choice entirely by her good humour, of which he possessed a very large share. With this woman he had, during 25 years, lived a life more resembling the model which certain poets ascribed to the golden age than any of those patterns which are furnished by the present times. By her he had 4 children, but none of them arrived at maturity, except only one daughter, whom, in vulgar language, he and his wife had spoiled, that is, had educated with the utmost tenderness and fondness, which she returned to such a degree that she had actually refused a very extraordinary match with a gentleman a little turned of 40, because she could not bring herself to part with her parents. The young lady whom Mr. Nightingale had intended for his son was a near neighbour of his brother, and an acquaintance of his niece, and in reality it was upon the account of his projected match that he was now come to town, not indeed to forward, but to dissuade his brother from a purpose which he conceived would inevitably ruin his nephew. For he foresaw no other event from a union with Miss Harris, notwithstanding the largeness of her fortune, as neither her person nor mind seemed to him to promise any kind of matrimonial felicity, for she was very tall, very thin, very ugly, very affected, very silly, and very ill-natured. His brother, therefore, no sooner mentioned the marriage of his nephew with Miss Miller than he expressed the utmost satisfaction, and when the father had very bitterly reviled his son and pronounced sentence of beggary upon him, the uncle began in the following manner. "If you was a little cooler, brother, I would ask you whether you love your son for his sake or for your own. You would answer, I suppose, and so I suppose you think, for his sake, and doubtless it is his happiness which you intended in the marriage you proposed to him. Now, brother, to prescribe rules of happiness to others hath always appeared to me very absurd, and to insist on doing this very tyrannical. It is a vulgar error, I know, but it is nevertheless an error. And if this be absurd in other things, it is mostly so in the affair of marriage, the happiness of which depends entirely on the affection which subsists between the parties. I have therefore always thought it unreasonable in parents to desire to choose for their children on this occasion, since to force affection is an impossible attempt. Nay, so much doth love abhor force, that I know not whether, through an unfortunate but uncurable perverseness of our natures, it may not be even impatient of persuasion. It is, however, true that though a parent will not, I think, wisely prescribe, he ought to be consulted on this occasion, and, in strictness, perhaps should at least have a negative voice. My nephew, therefore, I own, in marrying without asking your advice, hath been guilty of a fault. But, honestly speaking, brother, have you not a little promoted this fault? Have not your frequent declarations on this subject given him a moral certainty of your refusal, where there was any deficiency in point of fortune? Nay, doth not your present anger arise solely from that deficiency? And if he hath failed in his duty here, did you not as much exceed that authority when you absolutely bargained with him for a woman, without his knowledge, whom you yourself never saw, and whom, if you had seen and known as well as I, it must have been madness in you to have ever thought of bringing her into your family? Still, I own my nephew in a fault, but surely it is not an unpardonable fault. He hath acted, indeed, without your consent, in a manner in which he ought to have asked it, but it is in a matter in which his interest is principally concerned. You yourself must and will acknowledge that you consulted his interest only, and if he unfortunately differed from you, and hath been mistaken in his notion of happiness, will you, brother, if you love your son, carry him still wider from the point? Will you increase the ill consequences of his simple choice? Will you endeavour to make an event certain misery to him, which may accidentally prove so? In a word, brother, because he hath put it out of your power to make his circumstances as affluent as you would, will you distress them as much as you can? By the force of the true Catholic faith St. Anthony won upon the fishes, Orpheus and Amphion went a little farther, and by the charms of music enchanted things merely inanimate. Wonderful both! But neither history nor fable have ever yet ventured to record an instance of any one who by force of argument and reason hath triumphed over habitual avarice. Mr. Nightingale, the father, instead of attempting to answer his brother, contented himself with only observing that they had always differed in their sentiments concerning the education of their children. "I wish," said he, "brother, you would have confined your care to your own daughter, and never have troubled yourself with my son, who hath, I believe, as little profited by your precepts as by your example." For young Nightingale was his uncle's godson, and had lived more with him than with his father, so that the uncle had often declared he loved his nephew almost equally with his own child. Jones fell into raptures with this good gentleman, and when, after much persuasion, they found the father grew still more and more irritated instead of appeased, Jones conducted the uncle to his nephew at the house of Mrs. Miller. Chapter 9. Containing strange matters. At his return to his lodgings, Jones found the situation of affairs greatly altered from what they had been at his departure. The mother, the two daughters, and young Mr. Nightingale were now sat down to supper together, when the uncle was, at his own desire, introduced without any ceremony into the company, to all of whom he was well known, for he had several times visited his nephew at that house. The old gentleman immediately walked up to Miss Nancy, saluted and wished her joy, as he did afterwards the mother and the other sister, and lastly he paid the proper compliments to his nephew, with the same good humour and courtesy as if his nephew had married his equal or superior in fortune, with all the previous requisites first performed. Miss Nancy and her supposed husband both turned pale, and looked rather foolish than otherwise upon the occasion, but Mrs. Miller took the first opportunity of withdrawing, and having sent for Jones into the dining-room, she threw herself at his feet, and in a most passionate flood of tears called him her good angel, the preserver of her poor little family, with many other respectful and endearing appellations, and made him every acknowledgment which the highest benefit can extract from the most grateful heart. After the first gust of her passion was a little over, which she declared, if she had not vented, would have burst her, she proceeded to inform Mr. Jones that all matters were settled between Mr. Nightingale and her daughter, and that they were to be married the next morning. At which Mr. Jones, having expressed much pleasure, the poor woman fell again into a fit of joy and thanksgiving, which he at length with difficulty silenced, and prevailed upon her to return with him back to the company, whom they found in the same good humour in which they had left them. This little society now passed 2 or 3 very agreeable hours together, in which the uncle, who was a very great lover of his bottle, had so well plied his nephew that this latter, though not drunk, began to be somewhat flustered. And now Mr. Nightingale, taking the old gentleman with him upstairs into the apartment he had lately occupied, unbosomed himself as follows. "As you have been always the best and kindest of uncles to me, and as you have shown me such unparalleled goodness in forgiving this match, which to be sure may be thought a little improvident, I should never forgive myself if I attempted to deceive you in anything." He then confessed the truth, and opened the whole affair. "How, Jack?" said the old gentleman. "And are you really then not married to this young woman?" "No, upon my honour," answered Nightingale, "I have told you the simple truth." "My dear boy," cries the uncle, kissing him, "I am heartily glad to hear it. I never was better pleased in my life. If you had been married, I should have assisted you as much as was in my power to have made the best of a bad matter, but there is a great difference between considering a thing which is already done and irrecoverable, and that which is yet to do. Let your reason have fair play, Jack, and you will see this match in so foolish and preposterous a light that there will be no need for any dissuasive arguments." "How, sir," replies young Nightingale, "is there this difference between having already done an act and being in honour engaged to do it?" "Pah," said his uncle, "honour is a creature of the world's making, and the world hath the power of a creator over it, and may govern and direct it as they please. Nay, you well know how trivial these breaches of contract are thought. Even the grossest make but the wonder and conversation of a day. Is there a man who afterwards will be more backward in giving you his sister or daughter, or is there any sister or daughter who would be more backward to receive you? Honour is not concerned in these engagements." "Pardon me, dear sir," cries Nightingale, "I can never think so, and not only honour, but conscience and humanity are concerned. I am well satisfied that, was I now to disappoint the young creature, her death would be the consequence, and I should look upon myself as her murderer, nay, as her murderer by the cruellest of all methods, by breaking her heart." "Break her heart, indeed! No, no, Jack," cries the uncle. "The hearts of women are not so soon broke. They are tough, boy, they are tough." "But, sir," answered Nightingale, "my own affection are engaged, and I could never be happy with any other woman. How often have I heard you say that children should be always suffered to choose for themselves, and that you would let my cousin Harriet do so." "Why, aye," replied the old gentleman, "so I would have them, but then I would have them choose wisely. Indeed, Jack, you must and shall leave the girl." "Indeed, uncle," cries the other, "I must and will have her." "You will, young gentleman," said the uncle. "I did not expect such a word from you. I should not wonder if you had used such language to your father, who hath always treated you like a dog, and kept you at a distance which a tyrant preserves over his subjects. But I, who have lived with you upon an equal footing, might surely expect better usage. But I know how to account for it all. It is all owing to your preposterous education, in which I have had too little share. There is my daughter now, whom I have brought up as my friend, never doth anything without my advice, nor ever refuses to take it when I give it her." "You have never yet given her advice in an affair of this kind," said Nightingale, "for I am greatly mistaken in my cousin if she would be very ready to obey even your most positive commands in abandoning her inclinations." "Don't abuse my girl," answered the old gentleman with some emotion. "Don't abuse my Harriet. I have brought her up to have no inclinations contrary to my own. By suffering her to do whatever she pleases, I have inured her to a habit of being pleased to do whatever I like." "Pardon me, sir," said Nightingale, "I have not the least design to reflect on my cousin, for whom I have the greatest esteem, and indeed I am convinced you will never put her to so severe a trial, or lay such hard commands on her as you would do on me. But, dear sir, let us return to the company, for they will begin to be uneasy at our long absence. I must beg one favour of my dear uncle, which is that he would not say anything to shock the poor girl or her mother." "Oh, you need not fear me," answered he. "I understand myself too well to affront women. So I will readily grant you that favour, and in return I must expect another of you." "There are but few of your command, sir," said Nightingale, "which I shall not very cheerfully obey." "Nay, sir, I ask nothing," said the uncle, "but the honour of your company home to my lodging, that I may reason the case a little more fully with you, for I would, if possible, have the satisfaction of preserving my family, notwithstanding the headstrong folly of my brother, who in his own opinion is the wisest man in the world." Nightingale, who well knew his uncle to be as headstrong as his father, submitted to attend him home, and then they both returned back into the room, where the old gentleman promised to carry himself with the same decorum which he had before maintained. Chapter 10. A short chapter which concludes the book. The long absence of the uncle and nephew had occasioned some disquiet in the minds of all whom they had left behind them, and the more as, during the preceding dialogue, the uncle had more than once elevated his voice so as to be heard downstairs, which, though they could not distinguish what he said, had caused some evil foreboding in Nancy and her mother, and indeed even in Jones himself. When the good company, therefore, again assembled, there was a visible alteration in all their faces, and the good humour which, at their last meeting, universally shone forth in every countenance, was now changed into a much less agreeable aspect. It was a change, indeed, common enough to the weather in this climate, from sunshine to clouds, from June to December. This alteration was not, however, greatly remarked by any present, for as they were all now endeavouring to conceal their own thoughts and to act a part, they became all too busily engaged in the scene to be spectators of it. Thus neither the uncle nor nephew saw any symptoms of suspicion in the mother or daughter, nor did the mother or daughter remark the overacted complacence of the old man, nor the counterfeit satisfaction which grinned in the features of the young one. Something like this, I believe, frequently happens, where the whole attention of two friends, being engaged in the part which each is to act, in order to impose on the other, neither sees nor suspects the arts practised against himself, and thus the thrust of both, to borrow no improper metaphor on the occasion, alike takes place. From the same reason it is no unusual thing for both parties to be overreached in a bargain, though the one must be always the greater loser, as was he who sold a blind horse and received a bad note in payment. Our company in about half an hour broke up, and the uncle carried off his nephew, but not before the latter had assured Miss Nancy in a whisper that he would attend her early in the morning and fulfil all his engagements. Jones, who was the least concerned in this scene, saw the most. He did indeed suspect the very fact, for besides observing the great alteration in the behaviour of the uncle, the distance he assumed, and the overstrained civility to Miss Nancy, the carrying off of a bridegroom from his bride at that time of night was so extraordinary a proceeding that it could be accounted for only by imagining that young Nightingale had revealed the whole truth, which the apparent openness of his temper and his being flustered with liquor made too probable. While he was reasoning within himself whether he should acquaint these poor people with his suspicion, the maid of the house informed him that a gentlewoman desired to speak with him. He went immediately out, and, taking the candle from the maid, ushered his visitant upstairs, who, in the person of Mrs. Honour, acquainted him with such dreadful news concerning his Sophia that he immediately lost all consideration for every other person, and his whole stock of compassion was entirely swallowed up in reflections on his own misery and on that of his unfortunate angel. What this dreadful matter was, the reader will be informed after we have first related the many preceding steps which produced it, and those will be the subject of the following book. End of section 42. Too short to need a preface. There are a set of religious, or rather moral, writers who teach that virtue is the certain road to happiness, and vice to misery in this world. A very wholesome and comfortable doctrine, and to which we have but one objection, namely, that it is not true. Indeed, if by virtue these writers mean the exercise of those cardinal virtues which, like good housewives, stay at home and mind only the business of their own family, I shall very readily concede the point. For so surely do all these contribute and lead to happiness that I could almost wish, in violation of all the ancient and modern sages, to call them rather by the name of wisdom than by that of virtue. For, with regard to this life, no system, I conceive, was ever wiser than that of the ancient Epicureans, who held this wisdom to constitute the chief good, nor foolisher than that of their opposition, those modern epicures, who place all felicity in the abundant gratification of every sensual appetite. But if by virtue is meant, as I almost think it ought, a certain relative quality, which is always busying itself without doors, and seems as much interested in pursuing the good of others as its own, I cannot so easily agree that this is the surest way to human happiness, because I am afraid we must then include poverty and contempt, with all the mischiefs which backbiting, envy, and ingratitude can bring on mankind, in our idea of happiness. Nay, sometimes, perhaps, we shall be obliged to wait upon the said happiness to a jail, since many by the above virtue have brought themselves thither. I have not now leisure to enter upon so large a field of speculation as here seems opening upon me. My design was to wipe off a doctrine that lay in my way, since, while Mr. Jones was acting the most virtuous part imaginable in labouring to preserve his fellow creatures from destruction, the devil, or some other evil spirit, one perhaps clothed in human flesh, was hard at work to make him completely miserable in the ruin of his Sophia. This, therefore, would seem an exception to the above rule, if indeed it was a rule, but as we have in our voyage through life seen so many other exceptions to it, we choose to dispute the doctrine on which it is founded, which we don't apprehend to be Christian, which we are convinced is not true, and which is indeed destructive of one of the noblest arguments that reason alone can furnish for the belief of immortality. But as the reader's curiosity, if he hath any, must be now awake and hungry, we shall provide to feed it as fast as we can. Chapter 2, in which is opened a very black design against Sophia. I remember a wise old gentleman who used to say, "When children are doing nothing, they are doing mischief." I will not enlarge this quaint saying to the most beautiful part of the creation in general, but so far I may be allowed that when the effects of female jealousy do not appear openly in their proper colours of rage and fury, we may suspect that mischievous passion to be at work privately, and attempting to undermine what it doth not attack above ground. This was exemplified in the conduct of Lady Bellaston, who, under all the smiles which she wore in her countenance, concealed much indignation against Sophia, and as she plainly saw that this young lady stood between her and the full indulgence of her desires, she resolved to get rid of her by some means or other, nor was it long before a very favourable opportunity of accomplishing this presented itself to her. The reader may be pleased to remember that when Sophia was thrown into that consternation at the playhouse by the wit and humour of a set of young gentlemen who called themselves the Town, we informed him that she had put herself under the protection of a young nobleman, who had very safely conducted her to her chair. This nobleman, who frequently visited Lady Bellaston, had more than once seen Sophia there since her arrival in town, and had conceived a very great liking to her, which liking, as beauty never looks more amiable than in distress, Sophia had in this fright so increased that he might now, without any great impropriety, be said to be actually in love with her. It may easily be believed that he would not suffer so handsome an occasion of improving his acquaintance with the beloved object as now offered itself to elapse, when even good breeding alone might have prompted him to pay her a visit. The next morning, therefore, after this accident, he waited on Sophia with the usual compliments and hopes that she had received no harm from her last night's adventure. As love, like fire, when once thoroughly kindled, is soon blown into a flame, Sophia in a very short time completed her conquest. Time now flew away unperceived, and the noble lord had been 2 hours in company with the lady before it entered into his head that he had made too long a visit. Though this circumstance alone would have alarmed Sophia, who was somewhat more a mistress of computation at present, she had indeed much more pregnant evidence from the eyes of her lover of what passed within his bosom. Nay, though he did not make any open declaration of his passion, yet many of his expressions were rather too warm and too tender to have been imputed to complaisance, even in the age when such complaisance was in fashion, the very reverse of which is well known to be the reigning mode at present. Lady Bellaston had been apprised of his lordship's visit at his first arrival, and the length of it very well satisfied her, that things went as she wished, and as indeed she had suspected the second time she saw this young couple together. This business she rightly, I think, concluded that she should by no means forward by mixing in the company while they were together. She therefore ordered her servants that when my lord was going they should tell him she desired to speak with him, and employed the intermediate time in meditating how best to accomplish a scheme which she made no doubts but his lordship would very readily embrace the execution of. Lord Fellamar, for that was the title of this young nobleman, was no sooner introduced to her ladyship than she attacked him in the following strain. "Bless me, my lord, are you here yet? I thought my servants had made a mistake and let you go away, and I wanted to see you about an affair of some importance." "Indeed, Lady Bellaston," said he, "I don't wonder you are astonished at the length of my visit, for I have stayed above 2 hours, and I did not think I had stayed above half one." "What am I to conclude from thence, my lord?" said she. "The company must be very agreeable which can make time slide away so deceitfully." "Upon my honour," said he, "the most agreeable I ever saw. Pray tell me, Lady Bellaston, who is this blazing star which you have produced among us all of a sudden?" "What blazing star, my lord?" said she, affecting a surprise. "I mean," said he, "the lady I saw here the other day, whom I had last night in my arms at the playhouse, and to whom I have been making that unreasonable visit." "Oh, my cousin Weston," said she. "Why, that blazing star, my lord, is the daughter of a country booby squire, and hath been in town about a fortnight for the first time." "Upon my soul," said he, "I could swear she had been bred up in a court, for besides her beauty I never saw anything so genteel, so sensible, so polite." "Oh, brave!" cries the lady, "my cousin hath you, I find." "Upon my honour," answered he, "I wish she had, for I am in love with her to distraction." Nay, my lord, said she, it is not wishing yourself very ill neither, for she is a very great fortune. I assure you she is an only child, and her father's estate is a good £3,000 a year. Then I can assure you, madam, answered the lord, I think her the best match in England. Indeed, my lord, replied she, if you like her, I heartily wish you had her. If you think so kindly of me, madam, said he, as she is a relation of yours, will you do me the honour to propose her to her father? And are you really then in earnest? Cries the lady, with an affected gravity. I hope, madam, answered he, you have a better opinion of me than to imagine I would jest with your ladyship in an affair of this kind. Indeed, then, said the lady, I will most readily propose your lordship to her father, and I can, I believe, assure you of his joyful acceptance of the proposal. But there is a bar which I am almost ashamed to mention, and yet it is one you will never be able to conquer. You have a rival, my lord, and a rival who, though I blush to name him, neither you nor all the world will ever be able to conquer. Upon my word, Lady Bellaston, cries he, you have struck a damp to my heart, which hath almost deprived me of being. Fie, my lord, said she, I would rather hope I had struck fire into you. A lover, and talk of damps in your heart! I rather imagined you would have asked your rival's name, that you might have immediately entered the lists with him. I promise you, madam, answered he, there are very few things I would not undertake for your charming cousin. But pray, who is this happy man? Why, he is, said she, what I am sorry to say most happy men with us are, one of the lowest fellows in the world. He is a beggar, a bastard, a foundling, a fellow in meaner circumstances than one of your lordship's footmen. And is it possible, cried he, that a young creature with such perfections should think of bestowing herself so unworthily? Alas, my lord, answered she, consider the country. The bane of all young women is the country. There they learn a set of romantic notions of love, and I know not what folly, which this town and good company can scarce eradicate in a whole winter. Indeed, madam, replied my lord, your cousin is of too immense a value to be thrown away. Such ruin as this must be prevented. Alas, cries she, my lord, how can it be prevented? The family have already done all in their power, but the girl is, I think, intoxicated, and nothing less than ruin will content her. And to deal more openly with you, I expect every day to hear she has run away with him. What you tell me, Lady Bellaston, answered his lordship, affects me most tenderly, and only raises my compassion, instead of lessening my adoration. Shall not be intruded upon me. Oh, child, said Lady Bellaston, you need not be so fearful. If you resolve to run away with that Jones, I know no person who can hinder you. Upon my honour, madam, cries Sophia, your ladyship injures me. I will never run away with any man, nor will I ever marry contrary to my father's inclinations. Well, Miss Weston, said the lady, if you are not in a humour to see company this morning, you may retire to your own apartment, for I am not frightened at his lordship, and must send for him up into my dressing-room. Sophia thanked her ladyship, and withdrew, and presently afterwards Fellamar was admitted upstairs. Chapter 4. By which it will appear how dangerous an advocate a lady is when she applies her eloquence to an ill purpose. When Lady Bellaston heard the young lord's scruples, she treated them with the same disdain with which one of those sages of the law called Newgate solicitors treats the qualms of conscience in a young witness. My dear lord, said she, you certainly want a cordial. I must send to Lady Edgeley for one of her best drams. Fie upon it, have more resolution. Are you frightened by the word rape, or are you apprehensive? Well, if the story of Helen was modern, I should think it unnatural. I mean the behaviour of Paris, not the fondness of the lady, for all women love a man of spirit. There is another story of the Sabine ladies, and that too, I thank heaven, is very ancient. Your lordship perhaps will admire my reading, but I think Mr. Hooke tells us they made tolerable good wives afterwards. I fancy few of my married acquaintance were ravished by their husbands. Nay, dear Lady Bellaston, cried he, don't ridicule me in this manner. Why, my good lord, answered she, do you think any woman in England would not laugh at you in her heart, whatever prudery she might wear in her countenance? You force me to use a strange kind of language, and to betray my sex most abominably, but I am contented with knowing my intentions are good, and that I am endeavouring to serve my cousin, for I think you will make her a husband notwithstanding this. or upon my soul I would not even persuade her to fling herself away upon an empty title. She should not upbraid me hereafter with having lost a man of spirit, for that his enemies allow this poor young fellow to be. Let those who have had the satisfaction of hearing reflections of this kind from a wife or a mistress declare whether they are not at all sweetened by coming from a female tongue. Certain it is, they sunk deeper into his lordship than anything which Demosthenes or Cicero could have said on the occasion. Lady Bellaston, perceiving she had fired the young lord's pride, began now, like a true orator, to rouse other passions to its assistance. "My lord," says she, in a graver voice, "you will be pleased to remember you mentioned this matter to me first, for I would not appear to you in the light of one who is endeavouring to put off my cousin upon you. £80,000 do not stand in need of an advocate to recommend them. Nor doth Miss Weston," said he, "require any recommendation from her fortune, for in my opinion no woman ever had half her charms." "Yes, yes, my dear lord," replied the lady, looking in the glass. "There have been women with more than half her charms, I assure you. Not that I need lessen her on that account. She is a most delicious girl, that's certain, and within these few hours she will be in the arms of one who surely doth not deserve her, though I will give him his due. I believe he is truly a man of spirit." "I hope so, madam," said my lord, "though I must own he doth not deserve her, for unless heaven or your ladyship disappoint me, she shall within that time be in mine." "Well spoken, my lord," answered the lady. "I promise you no disappointment shall happen from my side, and within this week I am convinced I shall call your lordship my cousin in public." The remainder of this scene consisted entirely of raptures, excuses, and compliments, very pleasant to have heard from the parties, but rather dull when related at second hand. Here, therefore, we shall put an end to this dialogue, and hasten to the fatal hour when everything was prepared for the destruction of poor Sophia. But this being the most tragical matter in our whole history, we shall treat it in a chapter by itself. Chapter 5. Containing some matters which may affect, and others which may surprise, the reader. The clock had now struck 7, and poor Sophia, alone and melancholy, sat reading a tragedy. It was The Fatal Marriage, and she was now come to that part where the poor distressed Isabella disposes of her wedding ring. Here the book dropped from her hand, and a shower of tears ran down into her bosom. In this situation she had continued a minute, when the door opened, and in came Lord Fellamar. Sophia started from her chair at his entrance, and his lordship, advancing forwards and making a low bow, said, "I am afraid, Miss Weston, I break in upon you abruptly." "Indeed, my lord," says she, "I must own myself a little surprised at this unexpected visit." "If this visit be unexpected, madam," answered Lord Fellamar, "my eyes must have been very faithless interpreters of my heart when last I had the honour of seeing you, for surely you could not otherwise have hoped to detain my heart in your possession without receiving a visit from its owner." Sophia, confused as she was, answered this bombast, and very properly, I think, with a look of inconceivable disdain. My lord then made another and longer speech of the same sort. Upon which Sophia, trembling, said, "Am I really to conceive your lordship to be out of your senses? Sure, my lord, there is no other excuse for such behaviour." "I am, indeed, madam, in the situation you suppose," cries his lordship, "and sure you will pardon the effect of a frenzy which you yourself have occasioned, for love hath so totally deprived me of reason that I am scarce accountable for any of my actions." "Upon my word, my lord," said Sophia, "I neither understand your words nor your behaviour." "Suffer me then, madam," cries he, "at your feet to explain both, by laying open my soul to you, and declaring that I dote on you to the highest degree of distraction. Oh, most adorable, most divine creature! What language can express the sentiments of my heart?" "I do assure you, my lord," said Sophia, "I shall not stay to hear any more of this." "Do not," cries he, "think of leaving me thus cruelly. Could you know half the torments which I feel, that tender bosom must pity what those eyes have caused." Then fetching a deep sigh, and laying hold of her hand, he ran on for some minutes in a strain which would be little more pleasing to the reader than it was to the lady, and at last concluded with a declaration that if he was master of the world he would lay it at her feet. Sophia then, forcibly pulling away her hand from his, answered with much spirit, "I promise you, sir, your world and its master I should spurn from me with equal contempt." She then offered to go, and Lord Fellamar, again laying hold of her hand, said, "Pardon me, my beloved angel, freedoms which nothing but despair could have tempted me to take. Believe me, could I have had any hope that my title and fortune, neither of them inconsiderable, unless when compared with your worth, would have been accepted, I had in the humblest manner presented them to your acceptance. But I cannot lose you. By heaven, I will sooner part with my soul. You are, you must, you shall be only mine." "My lord," says she, "I entreat you to desist from a vain pursuit, for upon my honour I will never hear you on this subject. Let go my hand, my lord, for I am resolved to go from you this moment, nor will I ever see you more." "Then, madam," cries his lordship, "I must make the best use of this moment, for I cannot live, nor will I live without you." "What do you mean, my lord?" said Sophia. "I will raise the family." "I have no fear, madam," answered he, "but of losing you, and that I am resolved to prevent, the only way which despair points to me." He then caught her in his arms, upon which she screamed so loud that she must have alarmed someone to her assistance, had not Lady Bellaston taken care to remove all ears. But a more lucky circumstance happened for poor Sophia. Another noise now broke forth, which almost drowned her cries, for now the whole house rang with, "Where is she? Damn me, I'll unkennel her this instant. Show me her chamber, I say. Where is my daughter? I know she's in the house, and I'll see her if she's above ground. Show me where she is." At which last words the doors flew open, and in came Squire Weston with his parson and a set of myrmidons at his heels. How miserable must have been the condition of poor Sophia when the enraged voice of her father was welcome to her ears. Welcome indeed it was, and luckily did he come, for it was the only accident upon earth which could have prevented the peace of her mind from being for ever destroyed. Sophia, notwithstanding her fright, presently knew her father's voice, and his lordship, notwithstanding his passion, knew the voice of reason, which peremptorily assured him it was not now a time for the perpetration of his villainy. Hearing, therefore, the voice approach, and hearing likewise whose it was, for as the squire more than once roared forth the word daughter, so Sophia, in the midst of her struggling, cried out upon her father, he thought proper to relinquish his prey, having only disordered her handkerchief, and with his rude lips committed violence on her lovely neck. If the reader's imagination doth not assist me, I shall never be able to describe the situation of these two persons when Weston came into the room. Sophia tottered into a chair, where she sat disordered, pale, breathless, bursting with indignation at Lord Fellamar, affrighted, and yet more rejoiced at the arrival of her father. His lordship sat down near her, with the bag of his wig hanging over one of his shoulders, the rest of his dress being somewhat disordered, and rather a greater proportion of linen than is usual appearing at his bosom. As to the rest, he was amazed, affrighted, vexed, and ashamed. As to Squire Weston, he happened at this time to be overtaken by the enemy, which very frequently pursues, and seldom fails to overtake, most of the country gentlemen in this kingdom. He was, literally speaking, drunk, which circumstance, together with his natural impetuosity, could produce no other effect than his running immediately up to his daughter, upon whom he fell foul with his tongue in the most inveterate manner. Nay, he had probably committed violence with his hands, had not the parson interposed, saying, "For heaven's sake, sir, animadvert that you are in the house of a great lady. Let me beg you to mitigate your wrath. It should minister a fullness of satisfaction that you have found your daughter. For as to revenge, it belongeth not unto us. I discern great contrition in the countenance of the young lady. I stand assured, if you will forgive her, she will repent her of all past offences, and return unto her duty." The strength of the parson's arms had at first been of more service than the strength of his rhetoric. However, his last words wrought some effect, and the squire answered, "I'll forgive her if she will have 'em. If we'll have 'em, Sophy, I'll forgive thee all. Why doesn't speak? Shalt have 'em? Damn me, shalt have 'em. Why doesn't answer? Wast ever such a stubborn toad?" "Let me entreat you, sir, to be a little more moderate," said the pastor. "You frighten the young lady so that you deprive her of all power of utterance." power of mine, ah!" answered the squire. "You take a part then, do you? A pretty parson, truly, to side with an undutiful child. Yes, yes, I'll give you a living with the pox. I'll give in to the devil sooner." "I humbly crave your pardon," said the parson. "I assure your worship I meant no such matter." My Lady Bellaston now entered the room, and came up to the squire, who no sooner saw her than, resolving to follow the instructions of his sister, he made her a very civil bow in the rural manner, and paid her some of his best compliments. He then immediately proceeded to his complaints, and said, "There, my lady cousin, there stands the most undutiful child in the world. She hankers after a beggarly rascal, and won't marry one of the greatest matches in all England that we have provided for her." "Indeed, cousin Weston," answered the lady, "I am persuaded you wrong my cousin. I am sure she hath a better understanding. I am convinced she will not refuse what she must be sensible is so much to her advantage." This was a wilful mistake in Lady Bellaston, for she well knew whom Mr. Weston meant, though perhaps she thought he would easily be reconciled to his lordship's proposals. "Do you hear there," quoth the squire, "what her ladyship says? All your family are for the match. Come, Sophy, be a good girl, and be dutiful, and make your father happy." "If my death will make you happy, sir," answered Sophia, "you will shortly be so." "It's a lie, Sophy, it's a damn lie, and you know it," said the squire. "Indeed, Miss Weston," said Lady Bellaston, "you injure your father. He have nothing in view but your interest in this match, and I and all your friends must acknowledge the highest honour done to your family in the proposal." "Ay, all of us," quoth the squire. "Nay, it was no proposal of mine. She knows it was her aunts proposed it to me first. Come, Sophy, once more let me beg you to be a good girl, and give me your consent before your cousin." "Let me give him your hand, cousin," said the lady. "It is the fashion nowadays to dispense with time and long courtships." "Bah!" said the squire, "what signifies time? Won't they have time enough to court afterwards? People may court very well after they've been abed together." As Lord Fellamar was very well assured that he was meant by Lady Bellaston, so, never having heard nor suspected a word of Blifil, he made no doubt of his being meant by the father. Coming up, therefore, to the squire, he said, "Though I have not the honour, sir, of being personally known to you, yet, as I find I have the happiness to have my proposals accepted, let me intercede, sir, in behalf of the young lady, that she may not be more solicited at this time." "You intercede, sir?" said the squire. "Why, who the devil are you?" "Sir, I am Lord Fellamar," answered he, "and am the happy man whom I hope you have done the honour of accepting for a son-in-law." "You are the son of a bitch," replied the squire, "for all your laced coat. You my son-in-law, and be damned to you." "I shall take more from you, sir, than from any man," answered the lord, "but I must inform you that I am not used to hear such language without resentment." "Resent my ass," quoted the squire. "Don't think I am afraid of such a fellow as thee art, because hast got a spit there dangling at thy side. Lay by you a spit, and I'll give thee enough of meddling with what doth not belong to thee. I'll teach you to father-in-law me. I'll lick thy jacket." "It's very well, sir," said my lord. "I shall make no disturbance before the ladies. I am very well satisfied. Your humble servant, sir, Lady Bellaston, your most obedient." His lordship was no sooner gone than Lady Bellaston, coming up to Mr. Weston, said, "Bless me, sir, what have you done? You know not whom you have affronted. He is a nobleman of the first rank and fortune, and yesterday made proposals to your daughter, and such as I am sure you must accept with the highest pleasure." "Answer for yourself, lady cousin," said the squire. "I will have nothing to do with any of your lords. My daughter shall have an honest country gentleman. I have pitched upon one for her, and she shall have him. I am sorry for the trouble she hath given your ladyship with all my heart." Lady Bellaston made a civil speech upon the word trouble, to which the squire answered, "Why, that's kind, and I would do as much for your ladyship. To be sure, relations should do for one another. So I wish your ladyship a good night. Come, madam, you must go along with me by fair means, or I'll have you carried down to the coach." Sophia said she would attend him without force, but begged to go in a chair, for she said she should not be able to ride any other way. "Prithee," cries the squire, "wouldn't persuade me canst not ride in a coach, wouldst? That's a pretty thing, surely. No, no, I'll never let thee out of my sight any more till art married, that I promise thee." Sophia told him she saw he was resolved to break her heart. "Ah, break thy heart and be damned," quoth he. "If a good husband will break it, I don't value a brass farden, not a halfpenny, of any undutiful bitch upon earth." He then took violent hold of her hand, upon which the parson once more interfered, begging him to use gentler methods. At that the squire thundered out a curse, and bid the parson hold his tongue, saying, "Aren't in pulpit now. When I've got up there I never mind what dost say, but I won't be priest-ridden, nor taught how to behave myself by thee. I wish your ladyship a good night. Come along, Sophie, be a good girl, and all shall be well. Shalt have 'em, damn me, shalt have 'em." Mrs. Honour appeared below stairs, and with a low curtsy to the squire offered to attend her mistress, but he pushed her away, saying, "Hold, madam, hold, you come no more near my house." "And will you take my maid away from me?" said Sophia. "Yes, indeed, madam, will I," cries the squire. "You need not fear being without a servant. I will get you another maid, and a better maid than this, who, I'd lay £5 to a crown, is no more a maid than my grannon. No, no, Sophy, she shall contrive no more escapes, I promise you." He then packed up his daughter and the parson into the hackney coach, after which he mounted himself, and ordered it to drive to his lodgings. In the way thither he suffered Sophia to be quiet, and entertained himself with reading a lecture to the parson on good manners and a proper behaviour to his betters. It is possible he might not so easily have carried off his daughter from Lady Bellaston, had that good lady desired to have detained her. But in reality she was not a little pleased with the confinement into which Sophia was going, and as her project with Lord Fellamar had failed of success, she was well contented that other violent methods were now going to be used in favour of another man. End of section 43. Chapter 6. By what means the squire came to discover his daughter. Though the reader in many histories is obliged to digest much more unaccountable appearances than this of Mr. Weston without any satisfaction at all, yet, as we dearly love to oblige him whenever it is in our power, we shall now proceed to show by what method the squire discovered where his daughter was. In the 3rd chapter, then, of the preceding book, we gave a hint, for it is not our custom to unfold at any time more than is necessary for the occasion, that Mrs. Fitzpatrick, who was very desirous of reconciling her uncle and Aunt Weston, thought she had a probable opportunity, by the service of preserving Sophia from committing the same crime which had drawn on herself the anger of her family. After much deliberation, therefore, she resolved to inform her Aunt Weston where her cousin was, and accordingly she writ the following letter, which we shall give the reader at length, for more reasons than one. Honoured Madam, the occasion of my writing this will perhaps make a letter of mine agreeable to my dear aunt for the sake of one of her nieces, though I have little reason to hope it will be so on the account of another. Without more apology, as I was coming to throw my unhappy self at your feet, I met, by the strangest accident in the world, my cousin Sophie, whose history you are better acquainted with than myself, though, alas, I know infinitely too much, enough, indeed, to satisfy me that unless she is immediately prevented, she is in danger of running into the same fatal mischief which, by foolishly and ignorantly refusing your most wise and prudent advice, I have unfortunately brought on myself. In short, I have seen the man. Nay, I was most part of yesterday in his company, and a charming young fellow, I promise you, he is. By what accident he came acquainted with me is too tedious to tell you now, but I have this morning changed my lodgings to avoid him, lest he should by my means discover my cousin, for he doth not yet know where she is, and it is advisable he should not, till my uncle hath secured her. No time therefore is to be lost, and I need only inform you that she is now with Lady Bellaston, whom I have seen, and who hath, I find, a design of concealing her from her family. You know, madam, she is a strange woman, but nothing could misbecome me more than to presume to give any hint to one of your great understanding and great knowledge of the world, besides barely informing you of the matter of fact. I hope, madam, the care which I have shown on this occasion for the good of my family will recommend me again to the favour of a lady who hath always exerted so much zeal for the honour and true interest of us all, and that it may be a means of restoring me to your friendship, which hath made so great a part of my former, and is so necessary to my future happiness. I am, with the utmost respect, honoured madam, your most dutiful, obliged niece, and most obedient, humble servant, Harriet Fitzpatrick. Mrs. Weston was now at her brother's house, where she had resided ever since the flight of Sophia, in order to administer comfort to the poor squire in his affliction. Of this comfort, which she doled out to him in daily portions, we have formerly given a specimen. She was now standing with her back to the fire, and with a pinch of snuff in her hand, was dealing forth this daily allowance of comfort to the squire, while he smoked his afternoon pipe, when she received the above letter, which she had no sooner read than she delivered it to him, saying, "There, sir, there is an account of your lost sheep. Fortune hath again restored her to you, and if you will be governed by my advice, it is possible you may yet preserve her." The squire had no sooner read the letter than he leapt from his chair, threw his pipe into the fire, and gave a loud huzzah for joy. He then summoned his servants, called for his boots, and ordered the Chevalier and several other horses to be saddled, and that Parson Supple should be immediately sent for. Having done this, he turned to his sister, caught her in his arms, and gave her a close embrace, saying, "Zounds, you don't seem pleased. One would imagine you were sorry I have found the girl." "Brother," answered she, "the deepest politicians who see to the bottom discover often a very different aspect of affairs from what swims on the surface. It is true, indeed, things do look rather less desperate than they did formerly in Holland, when Louis XIV was at the gates of Amsterdam, but there is a delicacy required in this matter, which, you will pardon me, brother, if I suspect you want. There is a decorum to be used with a woman of figure, such as Lady Bellaston, brother, which requires a knowledge of the world, superior, I am afraid, to yours." "Sister," cries the squire, "I know you have no opinion of my parts, but I'll show you on this occasion who is a fool. Knowledge, quotha! I have not been in the country so long without having some knowledge of warrants and the law of the land. I know I may take my own wherever I find it. Show me my own daughter, and if I don't know how to come at her, I'll suffer you to call me a fool as long as I live. There be justices of peace in London as well as in other places." "I protest," cries she, "you make me tremble for the event of this matter, which, if you will proceed by my advice, you may bring to so good an issue. Do you really imagine, brother, that the house of a woman of figure is to be attacked by warrants and brutal justices of the peace? I will inform you how to proceed. As soon as you arrive in town, and have got yourself into a decent dress, for indeed, brother, you have none at present fit to appear in, you must send your compliments to Lady Bellaston, and desire leave to wait on her. When you are admitted to her presence, as you certainly will be, and have told her your story, and have made proper use of my name, for I think you just know one another only by sight, though you are relations, I am confident she will withdraw her protection from my niece, who hath certainly imposed upon her. This is the only method. Justices of peace, indeed! Do you imagine any such event can arrive to a woman of figure in a civilized nation?" "Damn their figures," cries the squire. "A pretty civilized nation, truly, where women are above the law. And what must I stand, sending a parcel of compliments to a confounded whore that keeps away a daughter from her own natural father? I tell you, sister, I am not so ignorant as you think me. I know you would have women above the law, but it is all a lie. I heard his lordship say at Sighs that no one is above the law. But this of yours is Hanover law, I suppose." "Mr. Weston," said she, "I think you daily improve in ignorance. I protest you are grown an arrant bear." "No more a bear than yourself, Sister Weston," said the squire. "Pox! You may talk of your civility, and you will. I am sure you will never show any to me. I am no bear, no, nor no dog neither, though I know somebody that is something that begins with a B. But pox! I will show you I have got more good manners than some folks." "Mr. Weston," answered the lady, "you may say what you please. Je vous méprise de tout mon cœur. I will not therefore be angry. Besides, as my cousin, with that odious Irish name, justly says, I have that regard for the honour and true interest of my family, and that concern for my niece, who is a part of it, that I have resolved to go to town myself upon this occasion. For indeed, brother, you are not a fit minister to be employed at a polite court. Greenland should always be the scene of the tramontane négociation." "I thank heaven," cries the squire, "I don't understand you now. You have got your Hanoverian lingo. However, I'll show you I scorn to be behindhand in civility with you. And as you are not angry for what I have said, so I am not angry for what you have said. Indeed, I have always thought it a folly for relations to quarrel, and if they do now and then give a hasty word, why, people should give and take. For my part, I never bear malice, and I take it very kind of you to go up to London, for I never was there but twice in my life, and then I did not stay above a fortnight at a time, and to be sure I can't be expected to know much of the streets and the folk in that time. I never denied that you knowed all these matters better than I. For me to dispute that would be all as one as for you to dispute the management of a pack of dogs, or the finding a hare sitting with me. Which I promise you, says she, I never will. Well, and I promise you, returned he, that I never will dispute t'other. Here then a league was struck, to borrow a phrase from the lady, between the contending parties. And now the parson arriving, and the horses being ready, the squire departed, having promised his sister to follow her advice, and she prepared to follow him the next day. But, having communicated these matters to the parson on the road, they both agreed that the prescribed formalities might very well be dispensed with, and the squire, having changed his mind, proceeded in the manner we have already seen. Chapter 7. In which various misfortunes befell poor Jones. Affairs were in the aforesaid situation when Mrs. Honour arrived at Mrs. Miller's, and called Jones out from the company, as we have before seen, with whom, when she found herself alone, she began as follows. "Oh, my dear sir, how shall I get spirits to tell you? You are undone, sir, and my poor lady's undone, and I am undone." "Hath anything happened to Sophia?" cries Jones, starting like a madman. "All that is bad," cries Honour. "Oh, I shall never get such another lady. Oh, that I should ever live to see this day." At these words Jones turned pale as ashes, trembled, and stammered, but Honour went on. "Oh, Mr. Jones, I have lost my lady for ever." "How? What? For heaven's sake, tell me. Oh, my dear Sophia." "You may well call her so," said Honour. "She was the dearest lady to me. I shall never have such another place." "Damn your place," cries Jones. What has become of my Sophia?" "Ay, to be sure," cries she, "servants may be damned. It signifies nothing what becomes of them, though they are turned away and ruined ever so much. To be sure they are not flesh and blood like other people. No, to be sure, it signifies nothing what becomes of them." "If you have any pity, any compassion," cries Jones, "I beg you will instantly tell me what hath happened to Sophia." "To be sure, I have more pity for you than you have for me," answered Honour. "I don't damn you because you have lost the sweetest lady in the world. To be sure, you are worthy to be pitied, and I am worthy to be pitied too, for to be sure, if ever there was a good mistress—" "What hath happened?" cries Jones, in almost a raving fit. What? said Honour. "Why, the worst that could have happened both for you and for me. Her father is come to town, and hath carried her away from us both." Here Jones fell on his knees in thanksgiving that it was no worse. "No worse," repeated Honour. "What could be worse for either of us? He carried her off, swearing she should marry Mr. Bliffle. That's for your comfort, and for poor me, I am turned out of doors." "Indeed, Mrs. Honour," answered Jones, "you frightened me out of my wits. I imagined some most dreadful sudden accident had happened to Sophia, something compared to which even seeing her married to Bliffle would be a trifle. But while there is life, there are hopes, my dear Honour. Women in this island of liberty cannot be married by actual brute force." "To be sure, sir," said she, "that's true. There may be some hopes for you, but alack a day, what hopes are there for poor me? And to be sure, sir, you must be sensible, I suffer all this upon your account. All the quarrel the squire hath to me is for taking your part, as I have done, against Mr. Bliffle." "Indeed, Mrs. Honour," answered he, "I am sensible of my obligations to you, and I will leave nothing in my power undone to make you amends." "Alas, sir," said she, "what can make a servant amends for the loss of one place but the getting another altogether as good?" "Do not despair, Mrs. Honour," said Jones. "I hope to reinstate you again in the same." "Alack a day, sir," said she, "how can I flatter myself with such hopes when I know it is a thing impossible, for the squire is so set against me? And yet if you should ever have my lady, as to be sure I now hopes heartily you will, for you are a generous, good-natured gentleman, and I am sure you loves her, and to be sure she loves you as dearly as her own soul, it is a matter in vain to deny it, because as why, everybody that is in the least acquainted with my lady must see it, for poor lady she can't dissemble, and if two people who loves one another ain't happy, why who should be so? Happiness don't always depend upon what people has. Besides, my lady has enough for both. To be sure, therefore, as one may say, it would be all the pity in the world to keep two such loviers asunder. Nay, I am convinced for my part you will meet together at last, for if it is to be, there is no preventing it. If a marriage is made in heaven, all the justices of peace upon earth can't break it off. To be sure, I wishes that Parson Supple had but a little more spirit to tell the squire of his wickedness in endeavouring to force his daughter contrary to her liking, but then his whole dependence is on the squire, and so the poor gentleman, though he is a very religious, good sort of man, and talks of the badness of such doings behind the squire's back, yet he dares not say his soul is his own to his face. To be sure, I never saw him make so bold as just now. I was afeard the squire would have struck him. I would not have your honour be melancholy, sir, nor despair. Things may go better as long as you are sure of my lady, and that I am certain you may be, for she never will be brought to consent to marry any other man. Indeed, I am terribly afeard the squire will do her a mischief in his passion, for he is a prodigious passionate gentleman, and I am afeard, too, the poor lady will be brought to break her heart, for she is as tender-hearted as a chicken. It is pity, methinks, she hath not a little of my courage. If I was in love with a young man, and my father offered to lock me up, I'd tear his eyes out, but I'd come at him. But then there's a great fortune in the case, which it is in her father's power either to give her or not. That, to be sure, may make some difference. Whether Jones gave strict attention to all the foregoing harangue, or whether it was for want of any vacancy in the discourse, I cannot determine, but he never once attempted to answer, nor did she once stop, till Partridge came running into the room, and informed him that the great lady was upon the stairs. Nothing could equal the dilemma to which Jones was now reduced. Honour knew nothing of any acquaintance that subsisted between him and Lady Bellaston, and she was almost the last person in the world to whom he would have communicated it. In this hurry and distress he took, as is common enough, the worst course, and instead of exposing her to the lady, which would have been of little consequence, he chose to expose the lady to her. He therefore resolved to hide Honour, whom he had but just time to convey behind the bed, and to draw the curtains. The hurry in which Jones had been all day engaged on account of his poor landlady and her family, the terrors occasioned by Mrs. Honour, and the confusion into which he was thrown by the sudden arrival of Lady Bellaston, had altogether driven former thoughts out of his head, so that it never once occurred to his memory to act the part of a sick man, which, indeed, neither the gaiety of his dress nor the freshness of his countenance would have at all supported. He received her ladyship, therefore, rather agreeably to her desires than to her expectations, with all the good humour he could muster in his countenance, and without any real or affected appearance of the least disorder. Lady Bellaston no sooner entered the room than she squatted herself down on the bed. "So, my dear Jones," said she, "you find nothing can detain me long from you. Perhaps I ought to be angry with you, that I have neither seen nor heard from you all day, for I perceive your distemper would have suffered you to come abroad. Nay, I suppose you have not sat in your chamber all day dressed up like a fine lady to see company after a lying in. But, however, don't think I intend to scold you, for I never will give you an excuse for the cold behaviour of a husband by putting on the ill humour of a wife." "Nay, Lady Bellaston," said Jones, "I am sure your ladyship will not upbraid me with neglect of duty when I only waited for orders. Who, my dear creature, hath reason to complain? Who missed an appointment last night, and left an unhappy man to expect, and wish, and sigh, and languish?" "Do not mention it, my dear Mr. Jones," cried she. "If you knew the occasion, you would pity me. In short, it is impossible to conceive what women of condition are obliged to suffer from the impertinence of fools in order to keep up the farce of the world. I am glad, however, all your languishing and wishing have done you no harm, for you never looked better in your life. Upon my faith, Jones, you might at this instant sit for the picture of Adonis." There are certain words of provocation which men of honour hold can properly be answered only by a blow. Among lovers, possibly there may be some expressions which can be answered only by a kiss. Now the compliment which Lady Bellaston now made Jones seemed to be of this kind, especially it was attended with a look in which the lady conveyed more soft ideas than it was possible to express with her tongue. Jones was certainly at this instant in one of the most disagreeable and distressed situations imaginable, for, to carry on the comparison we made use of before, though the provocation was given by the lady, Jones could not receive satisfaction, nor so much as offer to ask it, in the presence of a third person, seconds in this kind of duels not being according to the law of arms. As this objection did not occur to Lady Bellaston, who was ignorant of any other woman being there but herself, she waited some time in great astonishment for an answer from Jones, who, conscious of the ridiculous figure he made, stood at a distance, and not daring to give the proper answer, gave none at all. Nothing can be imagined more comic, nor yet more tragical, than this scene would have been if it had lasted much longer. The lady had already changed colour 2 or 3 times, had got up from the bed and sat down again, while Jones was wishing the ground to sink under him, or the house to fall on his head, when an odd accident freed him from an embarrassment out of which neither the eloquence of a Cicero nor the politics of a Machiavel could have delivered him without utter disgrace. This was no other than the arrival of young Nightingale, dead drunk, or rather in that state of drunkenness which deprives men of the use of their reason without depriving them of the use of their limbs. Mrs. Miller and her daughters were in bed, and Partridge was smoking his pipe by the kitchen fire, so that he arrived at Mr. Jones's chamber door without any interruption. This he burst open, and was entering without any ceremony, when Jones started from his seat and ran to oppose him, which he did so effectually that Nightingale never came far enough within the door to see who was sitting on the bed. Nightingale had, in reality, mistaken Jones's apartment for that in which he himself had lodged. He therefore strongly insisted on coming in, often swearing that he would not be kept from his own bed. Jones, however, prevailed over him, and delivered him into the hands of Partridge, whom the noise on the stairs soon summoned to his master's assistance. And now Jones was unwillingly obliged to return to his own apartment, where, at the very instant of his entrance, he heard Lady Bellaston venting an exclamation, though not a very loud one, and at the same time saw her flinging herself into a chair in a vast agitation, which in a lady of a tender constitution would have been an hysteric fit. In reality, the lady, frightened with the struggle between the 2 men, of which she did not know what would be the issue, as she heard Nightingale swear many oaths he would come to his own bed, attempted to retire to her known place of hiding, which, to her great confusion, she found already occupied by another. "Is this usage to be borne, Mr. Jones?" cries the lady. "Basest of men, what wretch is this to whom you have exposed me?" "Wretch!" cries Honour, bursting in a violent rage from her place of concealment. "Marry, come up! Wretch, forsooth! As poor a wretch as I am honest. This is more than some folks who are richer can say." Jones, instead of applying himself directly to take off the edge of Mrs. Honour's resentment, as a more experienced gallant would have done, fell to cursing his stars and lamenting himself as the most unfortunate man in the world, and presently after, addressing himself to Lady Bellaston, he fell to some very absurd protestations of innocence. By this time the lady, having recovered the use of her reason, which she had as ready as any woman in the world, especially on such occasions, calmly replied, "Sir, you need make no apologies. I see now who the person is. I did not at first know Mrs. Honour, but now I do. I can suspect nothing wrong between her and you, and I am sure she is a woman of too good sense to put any wrong constructions upon my visit to you. I have been always her friend, and it may be in my power to do much more hereafter." Mrs. Honour was altogether as placable as she was passionate. Hearing, therefore, Lady Bellaston assume the soft tone, she likewise softened hers. "I am sure, madam," says she, "I have been always ready to acknowledge your ladyship's friendships to me. Sure I never had so good a friend as your ladyship, and to be sure, now I see it is your ladyship that I spoke to, I could almost bite my tongue off for very mad. I, constructions upon your ladyship? To be sure it doth not become a servant as I am to think about such a great lady. I mean, I was a servant, for indeed I am nobody's servant now. The more miserable wretch is me. I have lost the best mistress." Here Honour thought fit to produce a shower of tears. "Don't cry, child," says the good lady. "Ways perhaps may be found to make you amends. Come to me to-morrow morning." She then took up her fan, which lay on the ground, and without even looking at Jones, walked very majestically out of the room, there being a kind of dignity in the impudence of women of quality, which their inferiors vainly aspire to attain to in circumstances of this nature. Jones followed her downstairs, often offering her his hand, which she absolutely refused him, and got into a chair without taking any notice of him as he stood bowing before her. At his return upstairs, a long dialogue passed between him and Mrs. Honour, while she was adjusting herself after the discomposure she had undergone. The subject of this was his infidelity to her young lady, on which she enlarged with great bitterness. But Jones at last found means to reconcile her, and not only so, but to obtain a promise of most inviolable secrecy, and that she would the next morning endeavour to find out Sophia, and bring him a further account of the proceedings of the squire. Thus ended this unfortunate adventure to the satisfaction only of Mrs. Honour, for a secret, as some of my readers will perhaps acknowledge from experience, is often a very valuable possession, and that not only to those who faithfully keep it, but sometimes to such as whisper it about till it come to the ears of every one, except the ignorant person who pays for the supposed concealing of what is publicly known. Chapter 8. Short and sweet. Notwithstanding all the obligations she had received from Jones, Mrs. Miller could not forbear in the morning some gentler remonstrances for the hurricane which had happened the preceding night in his chamber. These were, however, so gentle and so friendly, professing, and indeed truly, to aim at nothing more than the real good of Mr. Jones himself, that he, far from being offended, thankfully received the admonition of the good woman, expressed much concern for what had passed, excused it as well as he could, and promised never more to bring the same disturbances into the house. But though Mrs. Miller did not refrain from a short expostulation in private at their first meeting, yet the occasion of his being summoned downstairs that morning was of a much more agreeable kind, being indeed to perform the office of a father to Miss Nancy, and to give her in wedlock to Mr. Nightingale, who was now ready dressed, and full as sober as many of my readers will think a man ought to be who receives a wife in so imprudent a manner. And here, perhaps, it may be proper to account for the escape which this young gentleman had made from his uncle, and for his appearance in the condition in which we have seen him the night before. Now, when the uncle had arrived at his lodgings with his nephew, partly to indulge his own inclinations, for he dearly loved his bottle, and partly to disqualify his nephew from the immediate execution of his purpose, he ordered wine to be set on the table, with which he so briskly plied the young gentleman that this latter, who, though not much used to drinking, did not detest it so as to be guilty of disobedience or want of complaisance by refusing, was soon completely finished. Just as the uncle had obtained this victory and was preparing a bed for his nephew, a messenger arrived with a piece of news, which so entirely disconcerted and shocked him that he in a moment lost all consideration for his nephew, and his whole mind became entirely taken up with his own concerns. This sudden and afflicting news was no less than that his daughter had taken the opportunity of almost the first moment of his absence, and had gone off with a neighbouring young clergyman, against whom, though her father could have had but one objection, namely, that he was worth nothing, yet she had never thought proper to communicate her amour even to that father, and so artfully had she managed that it had never been once suspected by any till now that it was consummated. Old Mr. Nightingale no sooner received this account than in the utmost confusion he ordered a post-chaise to be instantly got ready, and having recommended his nephew to the care of a servant, he directly left the house, scarce knowing what he did, nor whither he went. The uncle thus departed, when the servant came to attend the nephew to bed, had waked him for that purpose, and had at last made him sensible that his uncle was gone. He, instead of accepting the kind offices tendered him, insisted on a chair being called. With this the servant, who had received no strict orders to the contrary, readily complied, and thus being conducted back to the house of Mrs. Miller, he had staggered up to Mr. Jones's chamber, as hath been before recounted. This bar of the uncle being now removed, though young Nightingale knew not as yet in what manner, and all the parties being quickly ready, the mother, Mrs. Jones, Mr. Nightingale, and his love, stepped into a hackney coach, which conveyed them to Doctors' Commons, where Miss Nancy was, in vulgar language, soon made an honest woman, and the poor mother became, in the purest sense of the word, one of the happiest of all human beings. And now Mr. Jones, having seen his good offices to that poor woman and her family brought to a happy conclusion, began to apply himself to his own concerns. But here, lest many of my readers should censure his folly for thus troubling himself with the affairs of others, and lest some few should think he acted more disinterestedly than indeed he did, we think proper to assure our reader that he was so far from being unconcerned in this matter that he had indeed a very considerable interest in bringing it to that final consummation. To explain this seeming paradox at once, he was one who could truly say with him in Terence, Homo sum, humani nihil a me alienum puto. He was never an indifferent spectator of the misery or happiness of anyone, and he felt either the one or the other in great proportion as he himself contributed to either. He could not, therefore, be the instrument of raising a whole family from the lowest state of wretchedness to the highest pitch of joy without conveying great facility to himself, more perhaps than worldly men often purchase to themselves by undergoing the most severe labour, and often by wading through the deepest iniquity. Those readers who are of the same complexion with him will perhaps think this short chapter contains abundance of matter, while others may probably wish, short as it is, that it had been totally spared as impertinent to the main design, which I suppose they conclude is to bring Mr. Jones to the gallows, or, if possible, to a more deplorable catastrophe. End of section 44.